platform. If you persist in this delusion, even the support of Aldo can't save you. Aldo can't stand against the entire imperial court. Kelvin also sneered coldly. I, Kelvin, never rely on my background. I base my actions on justice and rules. Secretary General, this is my final warning. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you. If you persist, I will naturally suspect you as a co-conspirator of the Liu family. Kelvin's resolve was unyielding, stunning countless observers. They admired his righteousness, but also felt he was reckless, driven purely by emotion. Orlando wasn't wrong. Abuse of power by the mirror platform could indeed be a capital offense. Take back the people. Orlando, tired of talking to Kelvin, decided to rescue the Liu family first. Not being detained by the mirror platform would give them more maneuvering space. In the worst case, they could sacrifice a few scapegoats. As for Kelvin, defying the mirror platform's rules, he'd surely suffer greatly if not die. Foolhardy. Watching the charging martial artists, a glint of coldness flashed in Kelvin's eyes. He swung his arm, and a beam of sword light shot out. The radiant blade, carrying lethal intent, pierced through the throat of the leading martial artist, whose blood flowed profusely as he collapsed in disbelief. All is lost. Eric and others paled. With Kelvin committing murder while overstepping his authority, trouble was inevitable. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected Kelvin to defy a court minister so boldly. In the capital, very few dared not to show respect to a serving secretary general. To kill in front of him was even rarer. Orlando was equally stunned. Ibrahim's before a premier's residence must bow low. One of his men killed. He hadn't faced such humiliation in years. His face turned ashen, his gaze landing on Eric and the others. He chuckled coldly. This is your last chance. Capture Kelvin, and I'll consider this as a personal act. Otherwise, this becomes a collective action by the mirror platform. Eric and the others hesitated, but then heard Kelvin shout again. What are you standing there for? What does Chapter 1, Article 1 of the Mirror Platform Code 3 state? Eric and the others were taken aback. What was this Mirror Platform Code 3? Kelvin seemed to understand their confusion and directly addressed Orlando. Mirror Platform Code 3, Chapter 1, Article 1. A prince who breaks the law shall be punished the same as an ordinary person. Orlando and the others were stunned, and then disbelief spread across their faces. Crazy. Was Kelvin insane? Repeating these words, which the sacred tribe used to propagate daily, how dare Kelvin bring them up now? Excellent. Finally having an excuse to deal with the mirror platform. Rebel. You dare to recite the words of a rebel. Who taught you this? Orlando's oppressive aura intensified, filled with inner exhilaration. Rebel? Whom are you calling a rebel? High Ancestor Emperor? Kelvin stared at Orlando playfully. Orlando's momentum faltered. As a court official, who dared to disrespect the founding emperor? Secretary General truly has great courage, daring to call even the High Ancestor Emperor a rebel. May I ask what you plan to do? Orlando roared. Kelvin, stop talking nonsense. How have I insulted the High Ancestor Emperor? Kelvin pulled out a booklet from his chest and threw it at Orlando. Look carefully. The 5 codes of the mirror platform were all established personally by the High Ancestor Emperor, each signed and made effective. Moreover, for symbolism, he signed every chapter and article. The words I just mentioned are written clearly and boldly. You call this the language of rebels? What are you then? Orlando paused, flipping through the booklet, indeed finding the signature of the High Ancestor Emperor. At this moment, Kelvin continued, you call me overstepping. Look at Chapter 1, Article 2 of Code 3. The mirror platform can oversee all wicked deeds in the world. Why do you think we only handle the devil path and demons? Just because our resources are limited, does that mean you believe we lack the authority to handle nobles like yourselves? Kelvin's voice wasn't loud but struck everyone like thunder. Everyone looked at the booklet in Orlando's hands. Is this true? If it is, this will indeed shake the world. The power of the mirror platform would be magnified infinitely. Chapter 276, thick-skinned. The surrounding area was deathly silent, everyone staring intently at Orlando, waiting for him to verify if this was true by flipping through the book. Orlando held the book as if it were a red-hot iron block, scorching his hands. As the Right Undersecretary of the Ministry of Rights, he knew more than others did. The mirror platform was established by Greg and the Sacred Clan, granting it immense privileges. Back then, the Lord of the Mirror Platform, Roscoe, was even referred to as half an emperor, showing how special the mirror platform was. Due to the capital relocation, the mirror platform suffered under Irvingzong's suppression and its status plummeted. Even so, it still maintained a transcendental position in the capital. Although much time had passed, Orlando didn't know what power Greg had given the mirror platform back then. However, seeing Kelvin present this book, he knew it had to be real. The mirror platform had strict rules it must follow. Kelvin wouldn't dare joke about this. Orlando clenched the book tightly, took a deep breath, and said to Kelvin, who in the capital doesn't know that the mirror platform's main responsibility is to purge demons and monsters from the capital? Since when have you people had any say in nobility matters? Kelvin replied, we haven't been involved before because we were too busy to get involved, but that doesn't mean we don't have the right. Now, we are ready to step in. Orlando's face turned green with anger, and he coldly snorted. You think you can just intervene whenever you want? Ridiculous. Ridiculous? Are you calling the mirror platform ridiculous, or Greg ridiculous? Let me make it clear. We can intervene whenever we want. Do you know why the mirror platform recruited a new palmier? Because we don't want to betray Greg's trust. So, we hired new people to take on all the duties. Orlando shouted, Kelvin, don't twist facts here. You can't distort reality with just a few words. Can distorted facts still be considered facts? I am adhering to Greg's imperial edict. Orlando, isn't it you who has disrespected Greg by disregarding the edict in your hands? Do you still honor Greg and our great Qian? Cold sweat trickled down Orlando's forehead. As an official of the great Qian dynasty, being accused of disrespecting Greg would hasten his death even faster. Kelvin, stop your nonsense. I hold Greg in the highest regard. But tell me, hasn't the mirror platform only dealt with demons and monsters for years? Kelvin scoffed. I said before. We've been too busy to handle everything else. That doesn't mean we lack the authority. Orlando demanded. Authority? Did Duncan grant you that authority? Kelvin retorted. Which emperor in the history of our dynasty ever revoked Greg's edict? If not, that means the authority has never been withdrawn. So, do you think Greg's edict carries no weight? Orlando's face turned pale. Who dared say that? Not even the emperor. Standing there, drenched in sweat, he realized he was in deep trouble. Indeed, ever since Zong relocated the capital, the mirror platform began handling demons and monsters. Over 1,000 years, everyone assumed that was the extent of their responsibilities. Every emperor believed the same. Yet now this Bruno produced Greg's edict, claiming they had the authority. Who could deny it? Even Zong never issued an order to correct the mirror platform's charter. Then, Kelvin added, today, I must take the Liu family members. Unless Duncan personally orders the revocation of Greg's edict, maintaining peace and removing evil is a must for us. Even if the emperor orders otherwise later, today, you cannot stop me. Orlando stood there, eyes locked onto Kelvin, but Kelvin ignored him and instructed Eric and others, take the Liu family members back to the mirror platform prison? Yes. Eric and others were overjoyed, looking up to Kelvin with admiration. Master Kelvin truly commanded respect. He even made a respected undersecretary pale-faced. Most importantly, if this authority were genuine, the mirror platform would become increasingly powerful and authoritative. Eric couldn't help but think about how, when Kelvin first entered the mirror platform, he thoroughly reviewed all the ancient books and records, reading through everything from beginning to end again and again. At that time, they didn't understand his actions, but now it was clear what he had been doing. He was becoming intimately familiar with the regulations and rules in order to act according to them. Eric and the others felt somewhat ashamed. They had only read the first volume of the records, which covered the duties related to demons and monsters, as these were within the scope of the mirror platform's responsibilities. As for the other volumes, they had long been buried at the bottom, unknown to anyone. Of course, they couldn't really be blamed. For 1,000 years, the mirror platform's responsibilities had been limited to these matters, so no one had thought to dig up those old volumes at the bottom. Many of those things were very outdated, and even as members of the mirror platform, they didn't know such records still existed. What they used and studied were only those placed on the surface. While they were happy, they couldn't help worrying about Kelvin. By expanding the mirror platform's power like this, how would the emperor react? They didn't really believe that just because there was an imperial decree from the founding emperor, the current emperor would have to follow it. If that were true, these records wouldn't have been forgotten and neglected. However, this wasn't something they should worry about, at least until the emperor made his stance known. They could use this as an excuse to directly take away the Liu family. Eric couldn't help thinking back to when Kelvin first joined, reviewing all the records thoroughly. They hadn't understood then, but now they saw the purpose. It was about mastering the regulations. Eric felt ashamed. They had only read the first volume related to demons and monsters, unaware of the rest. Kelvin smiled, standing still and said to Orlando, now I offer you a choice. 1. Stand motionless here. 2. Leave now, but Roscoe will accuse you of slandering Greg as a traitor using the real edict, and my true gentleman senior will confirm your ties with the Liu family. You dare. Orlando's expression changed dramatically. Either scenario was disastrous. A true gentleman's involvement required even the emperor's respect. If Greg's edict controversy erupted, even if he survived, he'd lose his position as undersecretary. Kelvin said, if you're scared, just stand motionless for 2 hours, and nothing will happen. Which do you choose? Orlando's face was cold, silent, but his actions spoke for him. Kelvin said, looks like you chose one. That's good. Everyone puzzled over what was good, until they realized. Kelvin suddenly slapped Orlando. Slap. The sound of the slap echoed in the street, leaving a blood-red mark on Orlando's face. Kelvin had actually slapped the undersecretary. Kelvin, Orlando roared, ready to lash out, but a soft voice interrupted. If you move, you've chosen to. Orlando froze. Slap. Another slap landed on the other side of his face. Everyone was stunned. Slap. A third slap came from behind, knocking out teeth and covering his mouth in blood, leaving him in utter disgrace. Afterward, Kelvin shook his hand and muttered, thick-skinned, it hurt my hand. Chapter 277. The mirror platform was wrong. The Deputy Ibrahim of the Ministry of Rights was slapped 3 times by the new mirror master of the mirror platform and dared not move. This news spread like a storm, instantly catching everyone's attention. Even the senior officials of the court were shaken at this moment, focusing their attention on Kelvin. Kelvin's reputation soared once again, and some enthusiasts had already hailed him as the first young master of the capital. After all, among the 10 great young masters of the entire capital, who dared to slap a Deputy Ibrahim right in front of everyone, even their fathers wouldn't dare. But Kelvin did it, and the Deputy Ibrahim didn't even dare to react, receiving 3 slaps and standing in punishment for 2 hours. Although Kelvin lacked strength and wasn't as powerful as any of the 10 great young masters, just this single act placed him far ahead of them. As Kelvin's fame grew, he discovered that some purple factors had gathered between his eyebrows. This made Kelvin overjoyed because with these purple factors, he could continue to refine the essence of all things and enhance his strength. Finally, he started to gain some ground in the capital. Some people began to genuinely acknowledge him, giving him mental energy. The purple factors between his brows were not many, and Kelvin speculated they likely came from the thoughts of the relatives and friends of the victims in Phelan Alley. To avoid complications, Eric and others interrogated the Liu family members who had entered the mirror platform throughout the night. They quickly uncovered the truth and unearthed the Liu family's past crimes. It turned out they had been committing crimes for many years, accumulating countless human lives. They were more brutal than those from the demon path. Counting each of the lives taken, the mirror storms like Eric fell silent, realizing how truly wicked these people were. Just as they finished interrogating the Liu family, a court official arrived at the mirror platform. The mirror platform was a special place that court officials generally disliked visiting. However, this particular arrival caused everyone at the platform to be stunned. as the visitor was incredibly distinguished. For a Pavilion Ferguson had arrived. There were only 3 Pavilion Fergusons in the court, equivalent to 3 prime ministers. Without too many words, just being a prime minister explained everything. Yet, this secluded figure had personally come to the mirror platform. Everyone at the mirror platform knew that this visit was due to Kelvin invoking the sacred edict of the High Ancestor. With a Pavilion Ferguson here, it was evident how serious they took this matter. No one at the mirror platform dared to stop the Pavilion Ferguson when he said he wanted to see Jackson, and someone quickly went to inform him. Indeed, as everyone expected, even Jackson couldn't refuse the Pavilion Ferguson. Despite having been in seclusion, there he was indeed Aldo. Your Highness, Milo called again, this time louder. If you're going to pretend, then he had no choice but to play along. Being a Pavilion Ferguson, other princes who dared to treat him like this would face impeachment. But this man was different. He was the most senior member of the royal family. Otherwise, why would the mirror platform still hold its current status? Oh. Jackson stopped snoring, seemingly recovering some vigor. Looking at Milo with a confused gaze, Milo, what are you doing here? Milo's face twitched. Not only was Jackson pretending to be frail now, but he was also pretending to be senile. Oh, right, someone mentioned you wanted to discuss something important with me. What important matters? Did the demon path attack the capital? Taking a deep breath, Milo said, I wanted to ask about Master Mirror Kelvin. Who is Kelvin? Oh yes, the new Master Mirror of our platform. Ah, speaking of which, I nearly forgot. I promised to arrange a marriage for him, and I haven't done it yet. I must hurry. Otherwise, I'll break my word. Milo, will you join me as a mediator? Milo felt bewildered. Why mention a marriage? And why should he care so much, let alone be a mediator? If Jackson can't handle it, what difference would he make? Not wanting to waste time on this, Milo directly said, Your Highness, I'll be straightforward. Master Mirror invoked the High Ancestor's edict. This shouldn't have happened. For so many years, the responsibilities of the mirror platform have been dealing with the demon path and the demon races. This shouldn't change. Hearing Milo's words, Jackson recovered some spirit and became more solemn. I heard about this matter. Seeing Jackson not dodging the issue, Milo breathed a sigh of relief, continuing, So, how does your Highness view this? Jackson sighed. I didn't expect Kelvin to act like this. Indeed, the mirror platform has gone wrong. Milo's smile widened. I knew your Highness understands righteousness. Since your Highness also believes it was wrong, Kelvin can be handled by you. Jackson said, he should indeed be properly dealt with. He really infuriates me. Acting without any protocol, blindly making decisions. Rest assured, tomorrow I will order him to correct his actions. Milo nodded. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard Jackson mutter, This boy, learning something new and not sharing it with the other guardians, causing unnecessary fear and alarm. He is so selfish. Truly detestable. He must be criticized, ordered to provide a proper briefing for the guardians tomorrow, ensuring everyone understands and agrees with the policy. Such selfish behavior must be prohibited in the mirror platform. Milo's smile froze, urgently calling out, Your Highness. Milo, rest assured. The mirror platform has erred, and it will be corrected. Alas, I am old and can no longer manage affairs. These young whelps do anything to shirk responsibility. Choosing to work selectively, is this the duty of a loyal subject? They've squandered the Emperor's trust. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, we will organize a self-reflection activity within the mirror platform to shoulder our duties properly. Note: I've retained paragraph breaks and line structures as per the original text while ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent. Chapter 278. Offering help for a marriage proposal. The aging Augustine stood before him, and Chancellor Philip found it hard to believe he could say such things. What is he trying to do? Is he serious? Wrongdoings must be corrected. Going forward, I ask you to help supervise us. If these buggers don't perform their duties well or neglect Beau's imperial decree, tell me, and I will reprimand them properly. The mirror platform cannot have irresolute people wasting time here. Chancellor Philip's expression changed multiple times. He took a deep breath and asked seriously, Your Highness, are you sure about this? What? If the mirror platform makes mistakes, they must be corrected. I won't cover up my flaws. I still have that much of an open mind. Chancellor Philip, don't think I can't put aside my pride. Philip stared intently at Augustine. This was not the answer he expected. Initially, he thought Kelvin was merely a mirror holder who wielded undue influence. After discussing with the Augustine, he believed the issue could be easily resolved. At worst, making Liu family step down as a gesture would suffice. Just one Liu family. In the eyes of these powerful men, it was nothing. But now, Philip realized how strongly the Augustine supported Kelvin. Before coming, he had dismissed Kelvin as just a privileged youth. But now he couldn't help but take the Bruno seriously. Augustine couldn't be unaware of the impact of invoking Beau's imperial decree, yet he still backed Kelvin. What did he really intend? Philip felt a chill in his heart and stared at Augustine. Let's be straightforward. Your Highness, what exactly are you planning? Augustine replied, Kelvin is merely performing his duty at the mirror platform. You make it sound like I have some grand scheme. No, if I must admit to any selfish motive, it's what I mentioned. Preparing to propose a marriage for Kelvin. However, he is too ordinary. I thought causing a bit of a stir and enhancing his reputation wouldn't hurt. It would also give me more leverage when proposing for him. By the way, Chancellor Philip, can you assist me? With your help, my confidence would be even stronger. Philip watched Augustine, who yawned and looked tired, and asked, Whom does your Highness plan to propose for? Who else? The most beautiful woman in the world, right? Naturally, that guy has big ambitions and wants to include the Sect. This old king's life is quite dull, always seeking amusement. Don't you think it would be interesting to match her with Kelvin? Such reasoning didn't persuade Philip, who suddenly blurted out, Are you grooming Kelvin to be your successor? Augustine said discontentedly, You shouldn't think that I'm too old. I can live quite long. Even if Kelvin dies, I might still be alive. Why would I need him to take over anything? Philip watched as Augustine yawned again, uncertain if the words were genuine. Augustine looked close to death but had outlived many. Unless Kelvin became a true sage, he might not outlive the Augustine. Moreover, when Augustine died, the mirror platform would likely dissolve. Even if he chose a successor, what difference would it make? So what was Augustine's true motive? The sacred clan? Could Augustine be resurrecting those ancient ideals of the sacred clan, using Kelvin, backed by a true sage, as a test? If he did, even with Kelvin's true sage backing, Kelvin would be doomed. Why risk this marriage? This proposal indicated Augustine treated Kelvin like a private child. Being a chancellor meant he was among the sharpest minds, yet Augustine's intentions remained baffling. Each attempt at understanding only led to more confusion. The emperor won't allow the mirror platform free reign. It can just exterminate demons and uphold justice. The platform from Jinling won't be revived, Philip declared firmly. Augustine ceased yawning, his cloudy eyes fixing on Philip. Is it Duncan, or you all who oppose its revival? Philip fell silent for a moment. The entire world won't agree. Augustine chuckled. I am not part of the sacred clan, nor would I face global enmity. It's at most a power struggle. If I gain support, quite a few might side with me. Philip retorted, Duncan won't allow it either. Augustine responded, I've always been loyal. Whether Duncan allows it isn't up to you. If he issues an imperial edict, I will obey, and the mirror platform will follow. But as of now, hasn't Duncan not forbidden it yet? Shouldn't we heed Beau's imperial decree? He paused. If I were you, Chancellor Philip, you shouldn't come to me but go directly to Duncan for an imperial edict. Philip nodded. You're right. My apologies for the interruption. I will seek the imperial edict from Duncan. Augustine nodded. Philip's expression was solemn, aware that involving Beau's decree complicated matters. Despite knowing Duncan disliked the mirror platform and would act according to their wishes, considering Beau required a careful approach. They had a lot of work ahead. I shall take my leave. Don't go yet. Let's discuss the marriage proposal properly. Chapter 279. Let's play. Aurelio Philip left, his expression grave. He had originally thought that the incident involving the Liu family was due to Kelvin's youthful zeal and his reliance on his background, trying to expand his influence within the Jingtai by taking a drastic approach, digging up an old edict. But now, the attitude of Jackson made him believe that this was orchestrated by Jackson himself. If it were indeed Jackson's intention, then it truly would be a stormy situation. No one in the capital dared to underestimate Jackson, despite his reclusive lifestyle. Just by surviving from Irving's era until now, no one dared to look down on him. Moreover, there was a possibility that he was a Xinjuan. Jackson was not like others. If he were a Xinjuan, he would be far more terrifying than any other Xinjuan. So, when he ordered Kelvin, who could possibly underestimate it? Everyone should consider what calculations and goals Jackson might have. The tree wishes for peace, but the wind will not stop. Even you, Jackson, can't help but make a move? Aurelio Philip sighed. The Dacian Empire was in a precarious state, yet the hidden undercurrents beneath were growing stronger. At this moment, Jackson invoking the High Ancestors' imperial edict would only stir these undercurrents even more. Philip even suspected that the death of the new Liu ancestors premonitions. He knew what Aurelio Philip had asked Duncan to do. He had assumed that Kelvin using the High Ancestors' edict would displease the emperor, but it seemed things weren't as expected. Duncan didn't punish Kelvin? Orlando asked. Finally, Aurelio Philip replied. Duncan said that since it involves the High Ancestors' edict, he needs to treat the matter seriously and consider it carefully. Orlando's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Aurelio Philip. How could these be words spoken by Duncan? Does Duncan know what this means? Orlando returned home and reviewed the records concerning Jingtai, becoming increasingly uneasy. He finally understood why Jackson during the reign of the High Ancestor was called the First Prince, or even the Vice-Emperor. Because back then, Jingtai had immense power, even overseeing the Ministry of Justice and the High Court. Even princes who committed crimes could be directly arrested. Such authority, how could Duncan tolerate it? It would diminish the imperial power. Aurelio Philip also found it hard to believe and understand the emperor's stance. Before coming to the palace, he had only been troubled by Jackson's attitude and hadn't taken the High Ancestors' edict seriously. He planned to consult with others after meeting the emperor to find a suitable reason to negate the edict. So, he had been relatively relaxed about the issue. But, now Duncan was being humiliated by a young brat like this. He couldn't stand it. So be it. I initially planned to use Duncan's power to teach you a lesson. Since this opportunity is lost, there's no need to wait anymore. As the deputy Ibrahim of rights, and a top noble in the capital with a concubine of the emperor in his family, how could he endure such humiliation? Orlando touched his cheek again, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Many people wanted to see the outcome of Jingtai, raising the High Ancestors' edict. If such a shocking event could be suppressed by the emperor, many would also want to test Jingtai's intentions. At least, Aurelio Philip, who just left, definitely felt this way. Without surprise, once he returned, there would be many visitors to his door, provoking him with words. They wanted him to take the lead. Orlando smiled. He needed to make good use of this situation. While being the first one to act sounded bad, sometimes it brought benefits. Moreover, since the Liu family had been arrested by Jingtai, and he had been slapped, many things couldn't be compromised. Being in the center of power, some slights weren't easy to endure. Orlando made his decision, and his steps became lighter. Having reached the position of Deputy Ibrahim, showed his intelligence. Previously, he had underestimated Kelvin and suffered a significant loss because of the High Ancestors' edict. But if they really played, he would show them how he reached his current position. Did they think he relied solely on having a royal concubine? Had they considered that he might have used his skills to elevate her to that position? You don't know what power a depth within Godfrey. Especially after waiting days for imperial edicts, which never came, everyone's gaze on Kelvin changed. Among all the supervisors, who could possess such power to cause ripples? No one in Godfrey dared to underestimate Kelvin anymore. Any orders issued by Kelvin were now followed without hesitation, regardless of anyone's inner thoughts. Even Dwayne and others looked at Kelvin with complicated expressions. How long had it been? Outside, he was already considered the top supervisor of Godfrey. Damn. They had spent so much effort eliminating countless demons to achieve the status of a supervisor in Godfrey, yet their influence remained confined within Godfrey's territory. Kelvin had accomplished just a few tasks, and now, how many in court could dare to look down on him? Some even claimed he was Roscoe's successor, rapidly rising to become the second most important figure in Godfrey. Indeed, Stuart also doubted the outside rumors. After all, they had seen Aurelio Philip visit Roscoe, only to leave with a sullen expression, clearly indicating unresolved matters. Why did negotiations fail? It must be because Roscoe was supporting Kelvin. Considering Roscoe's usual attitude towards Kelvin, perhaps he truly regarded Kelvin as his successor. In the small courtyard gifted by Yu family, after issuing the various charges against the Liu family, Kelvin noticed more purple elements gathering between his brows. Utilizing the purple essence, Kelvin practiced the Tai Chi art to enhance his strength. Having exhausted the elixirs, Kelvin began using spirit stones and true essence pills. The Tai Chi art allowed the absorption of anything for cultivation. Though the effect of spirit stones wasn't as potent as the elixirs, it merely required more time. Kelvin did not wish to recklessly seize essences for greed. Moreover, the consumed time could be used to better understand Taoism and stabilize his strength. Additionally, the consumption of purple elements would be reduced. Through diligent practice, Kelvin's strength gradually improved, nearing the peak of the third stage. He focused more on Taoist enlightenment, and less on enhancing true essence. Until someone delivered him a letter. Kelvin unfolded the letter, frowning slightly, and summoned Eric. What's happening with Rocco? Hearing Kelvin's words, Eric stiffened and asked, Sir, how did you know about this? Rocco was a regular guard under him. Although he had assisted Kelvin in a few matters, it wasn't surprising Kelvin remembered his name. However, there were many who worked for Kelvin, none outstanding like Rocco, so why would Kelvin remember him specifically? He had specifically instructed everyone not to inform Kelvin about Rocco's troubles, but apparently, Kelvin found out anyway. Kelvin directly threw the letter at Eric and said, Explain what's going on. Who sent this letter to threaten me? Eric opened the letter and read, I invited your subordinate Rocco for drinks multiple times, but he always refused. I wonder if Chief Phelan can persuade him to have a drink with me. Eric's face turned pale. Rocco is a compulsive gambler. We've tried advising him multiple times, to no avail. This time, he might have fallen into a trap, losing everything and owing 10,000 spirit stones. His creditors often beat him up, breaking his nose and bruising his face. Each time he couldn't pay, his home was vandalized, and eventually, his mother was taken as collateral, claiming she could repay the debt. If not paid within 10 days, she will suffer. Furrowing his brow, Kelvin remarked, bold indeed, daring to treat Godfrey guards this way. Eric replied, that's why we didn't tell you. Clearly, this is a setup targeting you. Debts must be repaid, and even as chief supervisor, there's nothing you can do legally. Involving yourself means losing your leverage as chief supervisor. Who's behind it? Kelvin asked Eric. I investigated. It's the Gustav family. Elliot? Kelvin was surprised, not expecting them to step forward. Eric nodded. The mastermind behind those casinos is Elliot. Kelvin frowned. He still held considerable sway. Yet the Gustav family dared to offend him, hinting at greater gains. Still fixated on Heartblood? Or another agenda? Standing up, Kelvin prepared to investigate. But Eric stopped him, saying, Sir, this is clearly a setup targeting you. You cannot confront them. Dwayne, who had come along, added, Yes. My father said, whoever handles this, you absolutely must not get involved. They wouldn't challenge you unless they had a foolproof plan. Then should we let Rocco's mother suffer? Eric gritted his teeth. Knowing Godfrey is in turmoil, Rocco still broke rules by gambling. This is his own fault. Shaking his head, Kelvin said, We are still comrades. Eric stated, We will find a way. Sir, you must not be involved. Regardless, don't fulfill their wishes. Shaking his head again, Kelvin said, I can't just watch Rocco's mother get harmed. Sir, Kelvin interrupted. Stop. Rocco has helped me several times. He is mine. Moreover, since they're targeting me through him, I can't stand aside. Dwayne chimed in, Guards walk a thin line. Rocco ignored advice repeatedly. My father says everyone will understand if you choose not to intervene. He advises against going. Kelvin glanced at Dwayne. A member of my Godfrey who breaks rules is still disciplined by us, not by outsiders. Turning around, Kelvin walked towards Rocco's home. Eric paused, staring at the slender youth's back. Tears welled up in his eyes as he nodded firmly, following silently. Other guards watched the youth with emotion, following closely behind. If their leader feared no schemes, why should they? And besides, Rocco was their brother they grew up with. Chapter 281. Unresolvable. Kelvin rushed towards Rocco's house, but halfway there, Stuart blocked his path. You can't make an appearance, Stuart stopped Kelvin. Rocco is my man. I can't just leave him be. Kelvin tried to circumvent Stuart. Stuart said, You've already presented the imperial edict of the founding ancestor. Our mirror platform has become a target. We have no idea how many are scheming against us. At this moment, we must tread as if on thin ice. Without understanding their motives, we can't act rashly. Kelvin replied, What else could their motive be? Either it's against me or the mirror platform. Stuart responded, If you understand this, then you definitely should not go. We need to be extra cautious and not act impulsively. One wrong move might lead to a huge setback for our mirror platform. Stuart's expression was grave as he stood in front of Kelvin, urging him not to proceed. Since Kelvin took out the ancient records, all of the mirror platform's actions were under a microscope. Clearly, Rocco was being used as bait. Kelvin couldn't afford to rush into it. Should we just watch Rocco suffer? Allow his mother to be implicated? Kelvin retorted. Stuart said, Let's take our time. I can wait, you can wait. But Rocco's mother may not have that luxury. Kelvin looked at Stuart. I get what you're saying. We shouldn't fall into others' traps directly. But if we don't act, the Sioux family will bear the brunt. Rocco is my man. If he falls, I cannot stand idly by without pulling him up. But if you try to help, you might end up buried too. The mirror platform might even collapse. Stuart, angered, exclaimed, impulsiveness solves nothing. Don't you care about the bigger picture? The storms accompanying Kelvin wavered. People always weigh the pros and cons naturally. They hoped Rocco would be fine. Yet Stuart made valid points. Was it necessary to step into an obvious trap? At this point, Kelvin spoke. Bigger picture? If I ignore this today, tomorrow there will be Adrian Shang, Feilon Shang, Actong Shang being victimized. Could you watch Rocco buried? Or Adrian Shang buried? Could you then watch Feilon Shang and Actong Shang buried? As a member of the mirror platform, I cannot neglect my own people. Enraged, Stuart thought Kelvin lacked shame, as if these words portrayed him as indifferent. Damn it. So you're always the good guy, aren't you? He used straightforward methods, not such lowly tactics. Ultimately, Stuart couldn't persuade Kelvin. The storm saw Kelvin's courage and responsibility, raising his status among them. A leader willing to risk for his subordinates. Who wouldn't admire that? Rocco lived on Green Garden Street. When Kelvin arrived, he didn't see Rocco's mother. Only Rocco, bruised and swollen, begging a youth to release his mother. This youth was none other than Elliot. Elliot ignored Rocco's pleas, playing with 2 heavy lead balls. Upon seeing Kelvin appear, he smiled. He kicked Rocco away and greeted Kelvin, Director Feilon. Long time no see. Rocco saw Kelvin and ran to him, kneeling down. Sir, please save my mother. Kelvin glanced at Rocco and nodded. Step aside first. Rocco was helped aside by Eric. Elliot didn't stop him, instead saying, Director Feilon, isn't paying debts natural? However, if your platform abuses power, I could release him. Kelvin replied, stop the nonsense. You treat storm members this way because you think our mirror platform follows rules? Well, as part of martial society, let's settle this within its norms. How do you propose to resolve this? Good. True to the mirror platform's reputation, since Director Feilon wishes to negotiate, here it is. He owes 10,000 spirit stones. I'll waive interest for your sake. Repay 10,000 spirit stones, and this matter ends. Naturally, Kelvin didn't have 10,000 spirit stones and cut straight to the chase. I have no spirit stones. Stop with useless talk. Besides that, how can this be resolved? Elliot said, simple. Didn't you seize quite a few heart's blood samples? Give them to me to repay the debt, and this issue ends. Kelvin narrowed his eyes, laughing. So, practicing dark cultivation methods? Elliot said, no dark cultivation methods exist in my Gustav family. Don't slander us. Speaking of which, the smear campaign against my family still hasn't been addressed. Kelvin laughed, looking at Elliot. How do you plan to address it? And I clearly tell you. The heart's blood isn't mine and I won't give it. Though the heart's blood was in his possession, Kelvin couldn't hand it over for cultivation. Aside from moral objections, he'd face backlash from victims' families if he did so. Elliot said, this is the easiest solution. Director Feilon should agree. Kelvin continued, sorry, I can't agree. I suppose you have a third condition to resolve this? Hashtag chapter 282, Warrior Elliot. Elliot stared at Kelvin and asked, is Director Feilon planning to take the blame for Rocco? Kelvin laughed, looking at Elliot. If I said no and walked away right now, wouldn't you all be very disappointed? If you continue with these pointless words, I might really leave. And when I do, you'll regret it. Elliot's face turned stiff as he met Kelvin's mocking gaze, feeling extremely frustrated. Still, he had to say, since you insist on handling this matter within the martial world, then let's follow the rules of the martial world. I've heard that Director Feilon possesses extraordinary strength, and I wish to test it. If you win, Rocco's debt is wiped clean. If you lose, all I ask is a drop of your heart's blood, and I will release him. What do you say? When Elliot finished speaking, many people in the mirror platform visibly changed expressions. Drawing heart's blood was equivalent to taking Kelvin's life. Rocco was also frightened by this proposal. Struggling out of Eric's grip, he urgently cried out, Your Excellency, don't agree. The debt I owe, I will repay. Ignoring Rocco, Kelvin looked at Elliot and said, fine, I accept. Now, let him go first. Seemingly not expecting such an immediate acceptance, Elliot paused for a moment before reacting. He shouted to someone nearby, go, release him politely and return his IOU. After giving instructions, he waved his hand, dismissing the people around him to clear the area. Director Feilon, please. Kelvin gestured for Eric and the others to step back. Your Excellency. Rocco's eyes reddened as he shouted. I wonder what method you used? Could it be the demonic technique of your Gustav family? If so, my mirror platform will have to intervene. You should focus on this duel instead, Elliot sneered at Kelvin. His demonic technique was reported to the Emperor. Hence, there was no problem. If the mirror platform were to use this as an issue, they would only hurt themselves. The Gustav family was waiting for any trouble from them. With these thoughts, Elliot took the initiative, launching a palm strike at Kelvin. For some time, Elliot had harbored anger towards Kelvin, and now was the perfect opportunity to vent it. Boom! A powerful force swept through the air, creating a sonic boom, and the shockwave was terrifying. This was the power of a peak rebirth realm warrior. If a stone were in front of him, it would be easily shattered into dust. Bang! A palm struck where Kelvin stood a moment ago, sending a rush of force splattering. Using a shadow-like technique, Kelvin had already moved aside. However, the aftereffects of the force still grazed his face, causing a slight pain. Seeing Kelvin evade, Elliot snorted coldly. He had investigated Kelvin's background and knew he possessed a fast-moving technique. But what did that matter? How many attacks could he dodge? Kelvin was only a first-level mystical realm cultivator, utterly overpowered by Elliot's peak rebirth realm strength. Can you avoid this? Elliot's palm swept out again, flipping rapidly, striking continuously at Kelvin. This was his family martial art, specializing in rapid strikes, capable of destroying even steel plates when combined with abundant blood chi. Elliot aimed to force Kelvin into combat. Against you, I don't need to escape. Initially, Elliot expected Kelvin to have nowhere to run and eventually engage him. However, Kelvin stood there without evading. Instead, his hands flew in motion, releasing true essence which transformed into Daoist spells, forming a series of fist imprints in front of him. The true essence transformed fist imprints appeared in quick succession, meeting Elliot's rapid palm strikes head-on. Boom, boom. The fist imprints spread out as if launched by dozens of people simultaneously, clashing with Elliot's moving palms. The clash produced immense shockwaves, lifting layers of earth and sending sand flying, forcing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. How can this be? Elliot was blocked, disbelief evident on his face. Wasn't Kelvin only at the first level of the mystical realm? How could he withstand such heavy palm strikes? Elliot stabilized himself, and Kelvin floated slowly down to the ground. Kelvin didn't engage in close combat, but defended using true essence-driven spells. Despite his unimaginably thick true essence, he was still slightly suppressed by the blood-chi-strengthened warrior. If that's all the strength you have, I'm afraid you won't get that drop of my heart's blood. Elliot stared intensely at Kelvin, unable to accept this outcome. This setup had been meticulously planned. They had thoroughly investigated Kelvin's capabilities, and originally, with his earlier strength, victory seemed assured. To ensure absolute success, he had collaborated with others, pushing his strength to the peak rebirth realm. He believed it would be easy to defeat Kelvin. However, Kelvin's true essence thickness was beyond imagination. How could this happen? Did he also practice some demonic secret technique? But what kind of demonic technique could achieve this level? Using the items provided by Orlando, along with the demonic techniques from his own and Liu family, Elliot spent countless resources to reach this level. But how could Kelvin achieve this, especially as a cultivator rather than a warrior? Cultivators didn't have minor decays, and thus found it harder to advance quickly. I must see your true strength. Elliot didn't believe Kelvin was this strong, and thought he achieved this through secret techniques. Therefore, his blood chi surged even more, gathering and transforming into martial arts, akin to a primordial beast charging directly at Kelvin. Chapter 283. Isaac's Arrival. The Gustav family hailed from a military background, having once led troops into battle. Their martial skills were extraordinary. Now, Elliot was no longer unarmed. He wielded a steel saber, unleashing a tumultuous bloodlust that revealed his true formidable combat power as he charged toward Kelvin. In an instant, the ground shook, and a single person radiated the might of armored cavalry, striking fear in all directions. At this moment, Elliot appeared extremely terrifying, with his steel saber cleaving down at Kelvin, cutting through the air with an intense crimson aura. Kelvin sidestepped using ghostly shadow steps to evade the strike. He also drew a sword, but not the one obtained from the Holy Temple. Its uniqueness meant it might be recognized by someone in the capital. Kelvin, let me see your capabilities. Elliot's steel saber spun menacingly as he swung horizontally at Kelvin again. Let your sister come and see my capabilities. Kelvin retorted, brandishing his longsword. The sword energy carried sword intent, sharp and piercing, directly charging towards Elliot. The coldness of the sword intent cut through space, occasionally slicing the ground like paper. As sword energy clashed with the steel saber, continuous collision sounds echoed. Blood chi shattered the sword chi, preventing Elliot's steel saber from getting close to Kelvin. Ah! Elliot roared again, like a wild beast gone mad. Stomping on the ground, thunderous noise resounded as he leaped up, his steel saber fiercely attacking Kelvin once more, creating a stunning spectacle. Everyone watched nervously. The martial artist's combat power was indeed overwhelming and heavy as a mountain. The people on Godfrey watched Kelvin silently, all displaying worried expressions. They knew Kelvin was only a third-level chi cultivator, but there was still a huge gap in realm compared to Elliot, especially since the latter was a martial artist. Martial artists had inherent advantages in combat. But as he watched Elliot charge at him, Kelvin remained calm. His sea of chi surged, causing an immense flow of true essence to gush forth. Standing there, he resembled a surging lake, with 3 elements of fire bursting out. Using the 3 elemental flames now, Kelvin was far stronger than ever before. Crimson flames howled outward, burning so intensely that the space sizzled, roaring and exploding in a fury. Boom! Elliot's expression changed as he forcefully swung his steel saber against the oncoming wave of fire. The powerful collision shattered everything around them, stirring up a fierce whirlwind. Elliot retreated several steps, his clothes slightly singed, and he glared at Kelvin darkly. At this moment, he finally understood just how deep Kelvin's true essence was, comparable to a 5th-level chi cultivator. Is Kelvin a 5th level? How is this possible? Wasn't he just 1st level? On the balcony of a house on a street nearby, Orlando stood watching Kelvin, his face showing astonishment. Being a cave spirit realm cultivator, he naturally discerned Kelvin's current realm. A 3rd-level profound passage realm. How can he have such profound true essence? What cultivation method does he practice? What kind of celestial guidance is this? Such profound true essence could rival even some 5th-level profound passage practitioners. If he reached the 5th level, his true essence would be truly terrifying. Most importantly, the last time they met, he was just at the 1st level. Could second decline of chi cultivators pass so quickly? Did Aldo help him? Orlando's eyes gleamed with envy, unable to think of any other reason. It's great to have a background, he sighed, shifting his gaze to Elliot. He hoped the boy could do better. He really didn't want to resort to those methods. Come again. Enraged, Elliot's goal was to challenge the 10 noble lords. If he couldn't defeat Kelvin, how could he have the right to challenge them? Elliot went berserk again, his blood chi oscillating, carrying the will of a warrior lineage, truly exuding an invincible momentum, stirring up gusts of wind as he held the steel saber and slashed ferociously at Kelvin. This time, not coincidental but intentional. Isaac and Patrick never imagined that Kelvin would arrive in the capital before them, and he had caused quite a stir, becoming the master of Godfrey and a high-ranking official. Patrick remembered when he heard these rumors in a tea house in the capital. He thought it was just a namesake. When confirmed, he was utterly astounded. Brother Phelan is truly exceptional. After investigating Kelvin's achievements, Isaac decided to rent here because they believed Kelvin would definitely come here. They planned to stage a coincidental meeting and then make contact with Kelvin. Isaac knew the significance of the Holy Temple and needed to keep Kelvin's origins hidden. He differed from scholars. Chapter 284, Don't Be Too Proud. General's Fury. Elliot, unable to defeat Kelvin, erupted in rage once more. Blood chi surged out and enveloped the steel saber, instantly dyeing it a dark crimson. Tremendous power shook the blade, which began to resonate with an angry roar, striking towards Kelvin relentlessly, like surging waves crashing down from mountain peaks. Gustav families inherited profound-grade martial technique. Many recognized this move, hearts filled with dread. This skill was notorious. Many soldiers on the battlefield had perished under its wrath. The large saber seethed, its power overwhelming as one strike after another targeted Kelvin. Kelvin stood his ground, his long sword humming in resonance. The lake within his dantian churned violently, wave upon wave surging out and transforming into strands of sword chi. Instantly, numerous threads of sword intent shot out from Kelvin's sword, dense and continuous, covering the entire space like raindrops. This, by itself, was not surprising. Nor would anyone think it could block Elliot's profound-grade martial technique. But if each thread of sword chi contained different sword intents, totaling 2 or 3 dozen kinds, then it became astonishing. Everyone watched the confrontation with awe as the sword chi clashed with the saber chi. Saber chi surged like raging waves while sword chi fluctuated unpredictably. The collision between the two was akin to 2 waves crashing into each other, creating a terrifying whirlwind before dissipating into thin air. Only around them, the ground fractured and fissures appeared everywhere. Elliot's prided martial technique was ultimately held back by the myriad of sword intents. This is impossible. Elliot couldn't accept this outcome, but Kelvin didn't give him a chance. In the next moment, Kelvin executed a profound-grade Dao technique. Buddha King Sword. At that instant, Kelvin displayed the profound-grade Dao technique with unparalleled terror. True essence within him surged entirely, and the sword in his hand trembled intensely, nearly cracking. A tyrannical aura burst forth, making Kelvin seem like a dominant king at that moment. Despite being a cultivator, he exuded a more domineering presence than any warrior. This was the Buddha King Sword, the peak of profound-grade Dao techniques. The reason why profound-grade was supreme was because it could alter certain attributes. Executing this move, Kelvin's entire body shimmered with light, sword intent reaching its utmost dominion. One strike was as if a king slashed with unmatched divine might. With abundant true essence, Kelvin finally unleashed the true power of the Buddha King Sword. So powerful. Countless onlookers felt their hearts racing, finding it hard to imagine how Kelvin could unleash such a move. Seeing this sword strike, Elliot's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't fathom how Kelvin, after blocking his martial technique with multiple sword intents, could still perform such a horrifying profound-grade Dao technique. Didn't he need to catch his breath? As a warrior, even Elliot couldn't release consecutive powerful moves without a breather. Elliot didn't know that Kelvin, practicing the primal origin formula, possessed a cultivation method far superior to his. Hence, his operations were exceptionally smooth, and he required much less time to catch his breath. Facing such a move, Elliot tried to retreat, but how could he possibly escape? Kelvin discarded the hilt of his broken sword, contemplating getting a treasured blade. Ordinary swords could no longer withstand his intense true essence. Turning his attention back to Elliot, who was struggling to rise, Kelvin admired the resilience of warriors. If this were a cultivator, they would be carried away. My heart's blood. It seems you won't be able to obtain it. Elliot's face alternated between pallor and redness. Then he heard Kelvin continue, however, have you considered how I or the mirror platform would retaliate? Elliot wasn't afraid. Kelvin's threats were just demonic methods. Having confessed everything to Duncan, what did he fear? But, heart's blood. It was essential for his advancement, especially after losing to Kelvin. He craved it desperately. Only through further elevation did he have a chance to compete with these geniuses. Orlando, hiding somewhere, observed this outcome with extreme displeasure. Waste of time. Orlando muttered under his breath. Losing like this was a complete failure. But if such elaborate planning ended up anticlimactically, it would be laughable. Therefore, he wouldn't let this end this way. He took a deep breath and began forming seals, mysterious runes emerging in his hands. Don't be too proud, Elliot tried to say more threatening words, but found himself unable to speak, his body suddenly stiffening. He realized he had lost control over his actions. What was happening? Why? Elliot couldn't understand but heard himself saying, I haven't lost yet. It will be you who dies. A sinister voice spoke through his mouth, chilling the air. No. Elliot's entire body went numb as he struggled to regain control, but he felt like an outsider, powerless to reclaim dominance. He could only watch helplessly as his body moved toward Kelvin, while feeling his own aura rising incessantly. Chapter 285. Isaac's Move. No. Elliot felt as though he had turned into a zombie, his body completely unresponsive no matter how hard he tried to control it. He found himself walking toward Kelvin, each step causing his aura to ascend another level. However, this rising aura was not that of a martial artist, but rather that of an alchemist. He sensed his own energy surging from the celestial human mystic realm to the 5th level celestial human realm in mere moments, continuing to climb. With each ascent, Elliot felt increasingly detached from his body, as if he were an outsider trapped within it. This sensation sent shivers down Elliot's spine. It's Orlando. It must be Orlando. Elliot couldn't help but think about the essence blood provided by Orlando. The blood was rich in energy, explaining his sudden power boost. His father had once questioned why Orlando would offer such precious essence blood, But Orlando justified it with his intense hatred for Kelvin, persuading everyone. Unbeknownst to them, however, this essence blood harbored hidden dangers. It contained something that stripped Elliot of his bodily control. Would he ever regain his identity? Was his body about to be possessed by someone else? Desperation crept over Elliot. However, despair did little good. All he could do was watch helplessly as his power continued to rise while he moved toward Kelvin. At this moment, others also noticed something was amiss. Once injured, Elliot now looked vicious and exuded an increasingly terrifying aura. His approach toward Kelvin, only a few steps away, caused an oppressive atmosphere. Eric, feeling the strangeness, stepped forward and shouted, "Elliot, what evil sorcery are you using? Back off!" Elliot yelled, unleashing a surge of powerful true essence, which instantly knocked Eric backwards several dozen paces. Everyone present watched in disbelief, especially knowing Eric, a mirror envoy with Unity Realm strength, was sent flying by one strike. Just how powerful had Elliot become? Orlando stood nearby, malice evident on his face. Daring to slap me means paying the price. The essence blood nourished the ghost. Greedy for power, Elliot unknowingly fell into Orlando's trap. If Elliot couldn't, focusing all power onto Kelvin, even a distant Aldo would find it hard to intervene in time. There was clearly no Aldo beside Kelvin. His death seemed inevitable. Orlando watched, mocking. A mere child, brash and unaware of the terrors within the Imperial Court. Now, let's teach you with your life. Die. Orlando watched Elliot's dagger inch closer to Kelvin's chest, whispering softly. But at this moment, he saw mockery on Kelvin's face, almost laughing at the unseen Orlando. Orlando couldn't understand why someone facing imminent death would smile like that. Fear should have been on his face. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed, "Monster! Stop!" The shout reverberated like thunder, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Bright sunshine broke through the clouds, clearing the skies. Unlike the crowd, who were stunned by the change, Elliot, who had been overwhelmingly powerful just moments before, screamed as he collapsed. His once terrifying aura vanished, replaced by white smoke emanating from his body. Grand Scholar. Orlando's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at an old man emerging. Though far from Kelvin, even Aldo would find it challenging to rescue anyone from under Elliot's power. But not a Grand Scholar. A single roar could strip an alchemist of all their true essence, let alone a ghost, which was even more vulnerable to the righteous aura of a Grand Scholar. This roar inflicted grave damage on the ghost. How is this possible? How can a Grand Scholar exist here? Orlando couldn't accept this fact. He knew every Grand Scholar in the capital. Who was this person? Why did he appear here? Others stared at the writhing Elliot on the ground and the unharmed Kelvin, exchanging bewildered glances. They never expected such an outcome. Eric and his companions paused briefly before looking at Rocco. "You live next to a Grand Scholar?" Rocco shook his head. "I didn't know." Isaac approached Elliot, receiving respectful gazes from everyone. Although Grand Scholars weren't as fearsome as Aldos, their righteousness repelled all evil, commanding respect akin to Aldos. "Come out," Isaac ordered, and everyone watched as a blood shadow emerged from Elliot's body. Chapter 286, an explanation. Amidst Elliot's anguished cry, the blood shadow emerging from his body gradually solidified. Elliot, now completely drained of energy and spirit, collapsed like a pile of mud on the ground. His face, everyone remembered. Their gaze toward Kelvin changed significantly. Especially noticing Elliot's sudden recovery, everyone envied him immensely. A point-lighting person truly had divine skills. "Thank you." Elliot felt his energy recover and thanked Kelvin. Kelvin waved his hand. "Don't thank me. I'm just worried if you die, you won't fulfill your promise. Besides, the medicinal force merely added a bit of vigor. It didn't really restore your essence and spirit." Elliot choked, stopping the words about to spill out. He knew this bastard wasn't a good person. "I've won. So, should you fulfill your promise?" Elliot sneered. "Rocco's debt is cancelled, and I won't touch his family." No point arguing when outmatched, Elliot faced reality. Kelvin won, and if he didn't keep his word, Kelvin would have plenty of means to deal with him. If the mirror platform acted according to rules, not following them meant serious consequences. "Very well." Kelvin spoke, pocketing the herbs. With the aid of the fire diminished, Elliot felt dizziness and extreme discomfort, even worse than before. He felt like he had a momentary respite. Just as Elliot suffered intensely, he heard Kelvin say, "Oh yes, have your Gustav family prepare to give an explanation to the mirror platform, the court, and Duncan." Elliot endured his weakness and laughed coldly. A burst of fragrant wind rushed into his arms, delicate and sweet. A collision that nearly knocked him off balance, forcing him to instinctively raise his guard. "Master!" Zyra murmured in a plaintive voice tinged with longing, clinging tightly to Kelvin, her presence undeniable. Kelvin held the soft figure before him, gently patting her back, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair, finding solace in this tranquil moment. Humph! Patrick's cold snort disrupted the serene atmosphere. He disliked Zyra. Indeed, worthy of being a courtesan, she only knew how to tempt my brother Kelvin. Doesn't he realize I haven't seen Kelvin in ages? I was just about to give him a warm embrace. Zyra, gentle by nature, reined in her emotions after being snubbed. Her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment, and she took a slight step back. Seeing this, Patrick spread his arms wide and pounced on Kelvin. "Brother Phelan, long time no see. I missed you so much." Kelvin was thoroughly exasperated with Patrick. Who would want such an embrace? "So," he retorted, "you've put on weight." Patrick paused mid-motion, puzzled by Kelvin's words, unable to fully comprehend his meaning. He looked at Kelvin, bewildered. Kelvin didn't bother explaining to Patrick, but instead turned to Isaac standing nearby, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Master Ian." Isaac smiled and nodded. "Please come in and take a seat." Following Isaac, Patrick inspected his body, noting that he did seem slightly heavier. But could this be why Brother Phelan rejected his affection? Unable to contain himself, Patrick asked Zyra, "Does Brother Phelan despise me for being overweight?" Zyra explained, "You've gained weight, which suggests you haven't missed Master Phelan enough. He thinks you're lying." Patrick's eyes widened. "Brother Phelan, I was just being dramatic. Do you really have to be so serious?" At that moment, Zyra whispered softly, "I heard Clinton came to the capital city quite some time ago, and their relationship has been advancing rapidly." Patrick felt a jolt in his heart. He wouldn't allow Brother Phelan to grow closer to that scoundrel. Noticing Patrick's heavy-hearted expression, Zyra's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She figured this might divert his attention from her. Isaac settled at the tea table in the inner courtyard and called out to Zyra, "Eileen, please brew us some tea." "Yes, master." Zyra sat down gracefully, her slender fingers skillfully preparing a pot of tea, pouring one cup for Isaac and another for Kelvin with eyes brimming with affection. Watching this elegant woman, Kelvin felt his heart soften, though he restrained himself in front of the great scholar Isaac from making it, "And I haven't done anything truly heinous. Why would I fear displeasing you?" Isaac laughed. "Your skewed logic is plentiful, but every time you manage to persuade me." Zyra beside them smiled faintly. A great scholar must hold firm principles. Otherwise, he couldn't achieve such status. Kelvin wasn't persuading him. His actions in Jinling earned Isaac's trust. Even if they deviated from his ideals, he accepted them. Isaac then said, "I initially planned to pave the way for you here in the capital, but who would have thought you'd rise to such heights?" Mirror Platform Chief. This position in Jinling was second only to cabinet ministers. The current Mirror Platform, while not as powerful as Jinling, still holds considerable influence. Kelvin knew Isaac had something in mind. He replied, "Do what you wish, master. I'll assist to the best of my ability. With the life-saving grace, no one can question my support." After pondering, Isaac answered, "I want to re-establish the Ingluo Academy here in the capital." This statement made Kelvin's heart tremble with alarm. The Ingluo Academy was once the holy land of scholars, but now it was the national university. Re-establishing the Ingluo Academy in the capital would suggest reviving Jinling, representing the resurrection of the Holy Clan's ideology. Even the entire Mirror Platform couldn't bear this burden. He truly delved into its history. He asked curiously, "Is there a story behind this?" Isaac explained, "Back when Irving relocated the capital, due to certain reasons, the dean of Ingluo Academy did not wish to follow him. Feeling disheartened, he abandoned his position in court and planned to retreat with Ingluo Academy into Jinling for scholarly pursuits. However, not everyone shared his sentiments. One vice dean, along with some students, followed Irving northward and established the National Academy. To speak accurately, the National Academy could be considered a branch of Ingluo Academy." He paused before continuing. The situation back then was quite tense, and the two factions initially became bitter rivals. It wasn't until the imperial migration was finalized after the failure of the Sacred Clan that things calmed down. Before leaving, Irving intended to settle accounts with Ingluo Academy. However, the vice dean pleaded on their behalf using a blood-written appeal. Considering the minimal involvement of the internal strife within Ingluo Academy in external matters, and out of respect for the vice dean's plea, no action was taken against them. Thus, Ingluo Academy managed to preserve its integrity. It was also due to the vice dean's appeal that the two factions eventually cooled off. Though the main dean's faction looked down upon the vice dean's actions, they acknowledged that he saved Ingluo Academy. Nevertheless, the rift between the two factions remained unresolved. Patrick and Zyra listened intently beside them, surprised to learn about the deep connection between Ingluo Academy and the National Academy. "So technically, the National Academy is a branch of Ingluo Academy," Kelvin remarked. The vice dean later became the chancellor of the National Academy in Jinling with the support of the court, transforming the National Academy into a hallowed ground for scholars. Meanwhile, limited to Jinling, Ingluo Academy's reputation and influence paled in comparison to the National Academy. Hearing Isaac's words, Kelvin asked skeptically, "Master, are you planning to send Patrick to outshine the National Academy and prove that Ingluo Academy is the true legacy, restoring its former glory?" Shaking his head, Isaac replied, "He lacks the talent for such feats. Let's not discuss it further." Feeling slighted by his teacher's assessment, Patrick thought to himself, "Am I really that inferior? Teacher, you look down on me so much." But he dared not voice his frustration aloud for fear of retribution. Kelvin glanced at Patrick and thought, "If you're upset, show me your dedication. Prove yourself, and I'll help you demonstrate your prowess by reciting 300 poems from Tang and Song dynasties, giving them a run for their money. Then what do you intend by sending him to the National Academy?" Kelvin asked, still puzzled. Each faction of Ingluo Academy had its specialty. The main dean's faction excelled in cultivating righteous qi, while the vice dean's faction mastered its application, Isaac explained. Patrick has a significant opportunity, despite his limited ability and talent. Nonetheless, he can eventually become a great scholar if he learns the methods of applying righteous qi. Such an opportunity should not be wasted. "The methods of righteous qi?" Patrick asked, looking confused at his teacher. Isaac elaborated, "Scholarly cultivation is akin to enlightenment. Righteous qi is a form of enlightenment, unique yet similar in principle. There are specific practices for mastering righteous qi. For instance, verbal commands can invoke its power. Historically, Ingluo Academy has produced more great scholars than the National Academy, largely due to their accumulation of righteous qi. Hence, every generation of Ingluo Academy has seen the emergence of renowned scholars, whereas the National Academy doesn't produce one in every generation. But the National Academy has its strengths in the application of righteous qi. Many students have distinguished themselves in battles, earning significant contributions. The presence of the National Academy and the capital deeders even all those from acting rashly. With their combined methods, numerous students can replicate the might of a great scholar. Surprised, Patrick realized that righteous qi was more versatile than merely repelling evil influences. "You are the most likely candidate to merge the two factions because your righteous qi does not require concern. Therefore, learning these methods will not hinder its cultivation. That is why I want you to enter the National Academy. Teacher. Patrick bowed, acknowledging that his teacher was planning for his future. However, Kelvin interjected, the Chancellor belongs to the other faction. Even if we send him there, can he really learn anything? Isaac clarified, the relationship between the National Academy and Ingluo Academy is intricate. In fact, many great scholars from Ingluo Academy have served as teachers at the National Academy. Kelvin expressed confusion. Some do not wish for their knowledge to fade away and see no better place than the National Academy to spread it. Perhaps influenced by the former Vice-Dean, any great scholar from Ingluo Academy who wishes to join the National Academy is always welcomed as a fellow scholar. For example, if I went now, I could become a guest professor there, Isaac added. However, entering the National Academy means joining the court. There is a price to pay for every gain. Kelvin understood. Isaac's ideals differed from theirs. Therefore, the National Academy would not refuse someone based on their affiliation with Ingluo Academy. Over time, both faction scholars and teachers have mingled. As long as Patrick enters normally, the Chancellor won't target him, just as I wouldn't turn away students from the National Academy seeking knowledge. A great scholar must possess the magnanimity to accept looked toward Zyra. The delicate beauty of the Xiuxian water towns came into view, as he gazed into her clear eyes, like springs of water. Suddenly, all of Kelvin's emotions seemed to burst forth. Seemingly sensing Kelvin's fervor, Zyra's gaze softened with affection, and she called out softly, young master, her voice as sweet as honey, her eyes filled with longing. Kelvin, a Bruno skilled in pressing forward, generally displayed youthful vigor, advancing courageously when faced with obstacles. Now, he found himself facing such an obstacle, standing opposite Zyra, who inadvertently blocked his path. So, Kelvin moved forward, colliding with Zyra. She involuntarily took several steps back until she was stopped by the osmanthus tree. With her back against the trunk and her chest pressed against Kelvin, her lips were then claimed by his. Proving himself an adept attacker, Kelvin soon made Zyra struggle for breath. However, this wasn't the most important aspect. Most importantly, Kelvin was also an excellent Bruno skilled in pastry making. As a master of kneading dough, he possessed great dexterity in this art. In her daze, Zyra felt a hand deftly find the dough and begin to knead it powerfully. Every movement sent heat coursing through her body, making even her longed for a cigarette, but hesitated. Despite the completion of this encounter, he felt his body was not as robust as before. Once upon a time, he would recover quickly and be ready for more. But now he needed to rest after just one bout. Kelvin realized that this decline was due to the ghost town. During their encounters, he could sense a familiar aura from the ghost town circulating within him, weakening his usual strength. Damn, the ghost town was clearly no good place, and he shouldn't have gone there. Previously, he could handle multiple opponents effortlessly in nightclubs, yet now he barely managed against one. Zyra, unaware of his frustration, nestled in his arms, her cheek resting against his chest. Kelvin gently stroked her silky hair, matching her gentle nature. The tenderness of Xiuxian rain was fully embodied in Zyra. Even after their passionate encounter, she calmly tidied up the aftermath, adjusting herself so his hands could conveniently knead the dough again. Will I live here from now on? Zyra asked. Nodding, Kelvin replied, from now on, you will stay with me. Zyra, aware of Isaac's instructions, knew Kelvin's origins in Nanjing should remain hidden. Staying with him would increase the risk of exposure. Wouldn't this cause trouble for young master? Shaking his head, Kelvin said, I'll find a suitable reason. It won't be a problem. Besides, having you around can help me. In Nanjing, Zyra had but seeing his hopeful gaze, she whispered, all right. Suddenly energized, Kelvin felt the effects of the ghost town dissipate. He felt ready again but perhaps needed a bit more encouragement. So, Kelvin gently patted Zyra's head. She cast a longing glance at Kelvin, then shifted slightly lower, entering the bed. Soon, the bedding began to rise and fall rhythmically, their tongues locked in an intense dance. Zyra was always so tender, always so compliant, drawing Kelvin deeper into her charm. Note asterisk some sections of the original text contain mature content that has been toned down in translation to adhere to community guidelines. If more explicit content is required, please let me know. Chapter 290, Gratitude and Repayment. One who has tasted marrow knows the flavor. Kelvin challenged Lachlan in staying with Adrian G for 7 days and nights without leaving. However, he had grand ambitions and focused on important matters, unlike Hakim, who was greedy and lustful. He left the courtyard on the second day, his legs weak. At the gate, there was another pile of dog droppings. Kelvin naturally used a stick to flick it, and naturally smeared it on the neighboring door. Looking at the closed door, he considered whether he should place some sausages by the door as rewards for the dog, since no one could bear to see dog poop every time they stepped out. Appearing at Godfrey, the Mirror Storms bowed to greet him as Sir. Originally someone with no presence, Kelvin increasingly earned their respect. Especially standing up for Rocco moved everyone at Godfrey. Knowing well the difficulties involved, few could have done what he did for his subordinates. Many now envied Eric, who, following Kelvin, had achieved so much. Moreover, having such a leader who showed warmth was like a dream come true. Walking into the house, just as he was about to ask for Eric, Stuart walked in and immediately said upon seeing Kelvin, that great scholar has been identified, coming from Jinling's Ilua Academy. I know. Mr. Reen told me yesterday, Kelvin replied. Knowing this, you still got close to him and took away his servant? Do you know what Jinling represents? Stuart stared at Kelvin. What does it represent? Isn't it just an old capital under a curse and lockdown? Kelvin dismissed it casually. Stuart stared at Kelvin. The two things that Jinling cares about now are the Holy Land and the Ilua Academy. Ignoring the Holy Land, the Ilua Academy is a sensitive area, especially for us at Godfrey. We should stay far away from it to avoid arousing suspicion from Duncan. What would Duncan think? That we're joining forces with Ilua Academy to rebel? Are we even capable of that? Kelvin asked Stuart. Stuart's face stiffened, and he retorted angrily, "It might have been different before, but after invoking Greg's edict, getting close to Ilua Academy, which upholds the holy lineage ideals, will make Duncan suspect we want to revive the saintly traditions, a huge taboo. You guys have dirty minds. I'm simply repaying kindness. They saved my life. Isn't it only natural for me to help them?" "Anyone would say the same," Kelvin answered. Stuart looked at Kelvin disdainfully. "Repaying kindness? You repay people by taking their maids home? Of course, it's not like that. Forget it. You wouldn't understand." Thus, Kelvin defended himself. "Yesterday, when I saw him, I promised to help him spread learning in the capital. To facilitate our communication, Zyra became my liaison. Is there any problem with that?" Stuart stared at Kelvin. "Do you believe that yourself? Chief really is smart." Kelvin raised his thumb, then walked to the door and shut it carefully. He then said cautiously to Stuart, "One reason is that I promised to help him spread learning, and the second reason is, I agreed to help his disciple Patrick enter the Imperial Academy." Stuart looked dumbfounded at Kelvin. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving a great scholar? Even Roscoe couldn't protect you. Did you know that?" Kelvin glanced at him, somewhat disgruntled. "Who's talking about deception? I made sincere promises. People aren't stupid either. Otherwise, why would they give me their maid? Do you not know that the Dean of the Imperial Academy is a disciple of Orlando? Before saving you, he still had hope of entering. Now, it's completely impossible. Don't be so absolute. Believe it or not, this Dean will personally invite Patrick to the Imperial Academy." Stuart lost his temper. "Who do you think you are? If you can make him invite Patrick personally, I'll kneel before you and admit defeat." "A big bet?" Kelvin looked at Stuart. "If you fail, never meddle in Godfrey affairs again. Deal?" Kelvin narrowed his eyes at Stuart. This guy clearly wanted to strip him of his power. Why? Was he scared by his actions? Indeed. Stuart was cautious, wanting everything under control. While Kelvin was bold, Stuart definitely disliked his methods. But if he wants to kneel, give him that chance. Yes. Thinking of Stuart kneeling in front of the Godfrey assembly, how amusing. Although both were chiefs, everyone now thought of Stuart as the top chief. One kneel, and the situation changes. All right, but I have a condition. Whoever plays dirty in the background loses. Kelvin had plans, but feared Stuart might expose them. It was easy to hide from others, but not from those within Godfrey. This is an insult. Stuart coldly snorted. Though disliking Kelvin's style, he wasn't petty enough to sabotage him. However, let's set a month's limit. Stuart dared to bet, so he couldn't allow unlimited. Of course, Stuart couldn't control Kelvin and could only watch him leave. Watching Kelvin's back, he resolved more firmly to restrict his powers. Such recklessness without consequence would cause trouble sooner or later. Chapter 291. Abruptly stopped. Kelvin, in a towering rage, brought his people to the Gustav family mansion, naturally drawing much attention. Stevie received the news and hurried out with a group of servants, blocking Kelvin outside the Gustav residence. "Kelvin, is this how the mirror platform operates now? Resorting to retaliatory tactics? What an enlightening sight." Stevie sneered at Kelvin. "What are you talking about?" Kelvin asked Stevie. "The mirror platform has a broad and magnanimous heart. It wouldn't stoop to retaliatory actions. That would undermine the very foundation of the mirror platform. We absolutely would not do such a thing." Stevie scoffed. "When you bested my son that day, you left a stern warning for my Gustav family to wait for retribution. Is this what you call magnanimity?" Kelvin glanced at Stevie and thought to himself, "You're right. I am here for retaliation. But the reason can't be this, otherwise it would conflict with the mirror platform's principles. Even if everyone knows I'm here for revenge, it's enough that they understand. It can never be admitted as a reason." Seeing Kelvin silent, Stevie continued, "Debts must be Stevie's mind." He couldn't believe Kelvin didn't use Elliot's cultivation of demonic techniques as an excuse and even knew the origin of the Gustav family's demonic techniques. This information, even within the Gustav family, only 3 people knew. Yet Kelvin spoke of it casually. He felt a chill run down his spine. This was more terrifying than knowing Kelvin's position as mirror overseer. At this moment, Kelvin added, "Therefore, as long as you haven't committed any atrocities, the mirror platform won't specifically target you for possessing demonic cultivation techniques." Pa. This statement made Stevie want to spit at Kelvin. "Didn't you first threaten me using this when we met? It forced me to register with the Emperor." Stevie was also unnerved. If Kelvin didn't bring up the demonic techniques, did that mean he had other leverage? The mirror platform wasn't frightening in its inability to overstep boundaries, but its power lay in its legitimacy, meaning only the Emperor could control it. "I don't understand your meaning. The Gustav family has acted honorably. If the mirror platform comes to pick a fight, I will surely question Alton." Stevie bluffed boldly, trying to appear strong. Kelvin chuckled sarcastically and asked, "Do you really not know or pretend not to know?" Stevie thought about it. The Gustav family had indeed been low profile recently, with no notable issues worthy of the mirror platform's attention. However, seeing Kelvin's certain demeanor made him uncertain. He could only shout, "The Gustav family hasn't conspired with demons or monsters. The mirror platform can't accuse us of non-existent crimes." Stevie's reaction made everyone look towards Kelvin, especially the mirror storms accompanying him. If Kelvin failed to subdue the Gustav family today, it would be troublesome. "Do you have a butler named Franklin?" Kelvin asked. Stevie frowned. Franklin was the Fraser of the Gustav family during his grandfather's time, who retired a couple of years ago, replaced by Stevie's grandson. Out of loyalty, Franklin was allowed to live in a courtyard on the outskirts of the Gustav residence. "Why would my grandfather offend Phelan Overseer?" A man behind Stevie stood up for Kelvin. Kelvin glanced at them and said, "Do you really not know or pretend not to know? 15 years ago, 8 lives were lost in Gustav family village due to Franklin's doing. Their essence blood was taken to the black market to be refined into a blood pill by a demonic martial artist, which, if I'm not mistaken, you used, resulting in your sudden increase in strength soon after." Stevie furrowed his brow. He remembered the incident where 8 people died in Gustav family village, allegedly crushed by collapsed houses during a strong windstorm. How did it become a murder case according to Kelvin? While he did indeed break through using a blood pill cultivated with demonic techniques, his father had paid Franklin enough essence pills. If one used such pills to cultivate demonic arts, would that not make them no different from demons? It was only natural for the mirror platform to eradicate such evil. Even if the matter reached the Emperor, the death sentence would surely fall on him. A chill ran down Zoltan's spine, and he stared intently at Gustav Actong. Gustav Actong was equally terrified, unable to comprehend how events from over a decade ago could resurface. This matter had been conducted in utmost secrecy by his grandfather, known only to the three of them. Throughout his life, his grandfather had been loyal to the Gustav family. Only with this incident did greed take hold. Back then, as he started cultivating martial arts, the resources required were enormous, leading him to entertain the idea of blood essence pills. Providing materials to the black market for refining was far cheaper than buying them outright, so he used the lives from the manor to refine these pills. If not for Kelvin mentioning this, they might have forgotten about it entirely. Gustav Marquis, you are certain that you will vouch for your old steward? Kelvin squinted his eyes, focusing on Zoltan, his tone laced with mockery. Zoltan swallowed hard, feeling dry-mouthed, all traces of his earlier bravado gone. Eric and the other guardians of the mirror platform watched this scene, mouths agape. They now realized that what Kelvin said was most likely true. This master of the mirror is too powerful. For days, they had investigated Zoltan but found nothing. Who would have thought that master of the mirror effortlessly pinpointed his weakness, one that dated back 15 years? How old was master of the mirror anyway? 15 years ago, he was probably still wetting the bed. The once apprehensive guardians straightened their spines. With a legitimate reason, who would they fear? So, Eric stepped forward and addressed Kelvin. Sir, it is evident that the Gustav family not only possesses demonic arts, but also uses human lives to cultivate them. Please order us to take them back to the mirror platform for interrogation, to uncover any other atrocities they committed. Bullshit. Zoltan glared at Eric. This Marquis admits to purchasing blood essence pills from the black market, but never murdered for profit. Huh, didn't you just vouch for your steward? Without your instructions, how could he have acted? Eric countered. You, Zoltan angrily retorted, yet found all words powerless. He could only stare at Gustav Actong. Is what they say true? Milord. Gustav Actong hesitated, wishing to deny it. But with Kelvin bringing it up, what was the point of denial? Zoltan knew this steward well. Seeing his hesitation confirmed his suspicions. He wished to kick them both, yet doing so now would serve no purpose. Thus, he turned to Kelvin. Can you believe that this has nothing to do with the Gustav family? Phelan believes or disbelieves is not important. What matters is whether you actually did it. We did not do it. Zoltan replied. That doesn't matter. Bring Franklin from the Gustav household, Kelvin ordered Eric. Yes, sir. Eric led several guardians into the Gustav residence. Some servants tried to block them, but Eric shoved them aside, arrogantly taking Franklin into custody. Watching the intrusion as if unchallenged, Zoltan felt his face burning. Kelvin was striking his face mercilessly, promising to bring down the Gustav family, and here it was happening. Moreover, they dared not stop him. He doubted that Kelvin awaited this very resistance. If they dared obstruct, he would act without hesitation, perhaps even eliminating him on the spot. What better justification than killing in self-defense? The Gustav family had set a trap against the guardians of the mirror platform. Eric had long harbored resentment, finding this opportunity to vent. Knowing full well that a servant couldn't reside in the main courtyard, he nonetheless ordered searches under the pretense of finding Franklin, barging into various rooms. The entire Gustav family was in chaos. Elliot, recovering from severe injuries, lay in bed, staring at Eric who barged in, stunned. What's going on? Father said he could handle Kelvin. Why are the mirror platform people so arrogant? Go, check if he's hiding under the bed. Eric commanded his subordinates. Yes. The men flipped the bed, throwing Elliot to the ground. You have the nerve. Elliot glared at the group. Eric glanced at him, sneering, and whispered low in Elliot's ear. Master says, no one should bully the mirror platform. With that, Eric spat, turned to his men, and shouted, not here, search elsewhere. Eric toured the Gustav residence until they finally found Franklin, dragging him out. Though outside the mansion, Zoltan was fully aware of everything happening inside. Clenching his fists, he glared at the Bruno, wishing to strike him. But he didn't dare. The youth seemed intent on provoking him. Indeed, Zoltan heard Kelvin say, Marquis Gustav has quite a temper. Zoltan fixed his gaze on Kelvin, took a deep breath, and slowly replied, what Franklin did has nothing to do with my family. Kelvin looked at the gagged Franklin and then at Zoltan. Whether it has anything to do with you, we at the mirror platform will thoroughly investigate. Frankly, I want to believe you. But who knows how you'll treat Franklin? If he feels mistreated, he might frame you, making things worse for everyone. Zoltan stared at the smiling youth, frowning deeply. Was this a threat? With Franklin in his hand, serious or joking? You want a bunch of soldiers to go study? Just imagining the scene made it seem too perfect. Asking the soldiers to study was no different from teaching pigs to climb trees. Most importantly, sending these soldiers to study under a great scholar. The great scholar saved his life and even gave him a maid. Was this how he thanked him? If the great scholar heard this suggestion, he would probably strangle Kelvin. Eric and the other guardians also exchanged bewildered glances. What was he doing? Was offending a great scholar really the right move? How could he think of letting soldiers study under such a scholar? Zoltan stood there dumbfounded, swallowing hard as he looked at the Bruno before him. Unable to hold back, he asked, are you serious? I never joke, Kelvin replied. Looking at Kelvin's earnest expression, Zoltan found it hard to believe. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you don't agree, I won't force you. But it will make me suspect that you are intentionally preventing the Gustav family troops from becoming better. Zoltan understood the implication of Kelvin's words. If he didn't agree, it might imply that Franklin's actions were sanctioned by the Gustav family. Franklin's actions have been beneficial. They'd welcome guidance from a great scholar. With a clenched jaw, Zoltan thought, if you can dare to trouble a great scholar, what wouldn't you dare? Perhaps this move would offend the great scholar, leading to a lot of trouble for him. Kelvin told Zoltan, from now on, arrange for 100 men each day to go study under the great scholar. After saying this, Kelvin left with Franklin. Zoltan watched Kelvin's retreating back, his face darkening, fists clenched. Yet, all he could do was sigh deeply. Using human lives to cultivate blood pills and practice demonic arts, this was too grave a crime. From now on, Kelvin had leverage over him unless they could prove everything was done by Franklin. Otherwise, Kelvin had plenty of ways to harass them. Today Kelvin left, but matters were far from over. Taking a deep breath, Zoltan initially thought the youth was easy to handle because of his age. Now, he realized this was a venomous snake, unpredictable and dangerous. Damn, who would have thought he could dig up evidence from over a decade ago? Spitting, Zoltan knew he needed to back down. Such a person couldn't be provoked. It's all Orlando's fault. I'll get rid of Orlando. Hell, if not for his meddling, would Elliot have sought trouble with Kelvin? And Orlando's scheme almost crippled Elliot completely without the great scholar's intervention. He swore an eternal enmity with this person. Speaking of which, the great scholar did save Elliot. Yes, consider this as gratitude towards the great scholar, and backing down doesn't mean losing face. Most importantly, his anger needed an outlet, and Orlando was the soft target. Orlando had no idea Zoltan was prepared to crush him. If he knew, he would curse. Who would have thought a court undersecretary could become a soft target? Eric followed Kelvin back to mirror platform. Halfway through, he couldn't help but ask, Lord, is it appropriate to send those peasants-turned-soldiers to study under the great scholar? Absolutely. It's very appropriate. Kelvin asked, what problem do you see? Eric hesitated for a moment and then asked, Lord, how did you communicate with the great scholar that day? Very well. I thanked him for saving my life. Hearing that he planned to lecture here, as a return, I offered to take charge of his lectures, ensuring his classroom would be lively. The great scholar was happy and asked what I wanted in return. I said nothing except admiring his beautiful maids and wanting one for myself. True to his character, the great scholar generously allowed me to take a maid. With someone else's maid and a life-saving favor, how could I not care about his lectures? 100 students per day will surely keep his school lively. The group of guardians were baffled. This was human behavior? The great scholar wanted recognition from learned scholars, not noise from a bunch of soldiers. Wood frowned. Is this even a question? Follow mirror platform rules strictly. Don't undermine its foundation because of this. Investigate thoroughly. If it ties to the Gustav family, handle it according to the rules. If not, don't involve them unnecessarily. Understood. Eric sighed in relief. He feared Kelvin would blindly tie the Gustav family to the case, against the platform's principles. Seeing that the Lord was clear-headed reassured him. Following such a cunning yet intelligent and principled Lord, he felt pleased. Chapter 294, National University. An amusing event occurred in the capital, and during their leisure time, the residents were all talking about it. Isn't it hilarious? A bunch of roughnecks are actually starting to read and write. Haha, did you sneak a peek at those roughnecks in class? It's too funny. I did. Those roughnecks can't even hold a pen properly. They got ink all over their papers and faces. When they tried to write a Yuzzy character, it looked like a pile of dung. Some of them bit the ends of the pens, mistook it for food, and ended up with ink all over their mouths. It's hilarious. Kelvin really outdid himself this time by making these roughnecks study. This is worse than killing them. Previously I didn't understand, but now I get it. Kelvin was simply humiliating and tormenting the Gustav family this way. After being treated like this, these Gustav family soldiers will likely have nightmares whenever they see great scholars or Kelvin. But let's be honest, that tutor truly lives up to his reputation as a great scholar. Despite these roughnecks, he teaches them calmly and earnestly. Indeed, he displays true scholarly demeanor. To patiently teach such uncouth individuals is remarkable. A scholar of his caliber teaching roughnecks is indeed a waste. If my son could learn from him instead of going to the National University, he might become talented too. Yes, if he can be so dedicated to roughnecks, our children, who have much better talent, would surely benefit greatly. Orlando sat in a tea house sipping tea while listening to various comments. He felt increasingly annoyed. Since encountering Kelvin, everything had gone awry for him. Especially in the past few days, the old roughneck Zoltan kept attacking him mercilessly. And he did bite. Knowing that Orlando was at the cavernous spirit realm, he couldn't defeat him, so Zoltan pounced on him each time they met, like a dog opening its mouth to bite. On the first occasion, Orlando hadn't reacted in time and was bitten right on the chest. He was too embarrassed to mention that one of his nipples had been half bitten off, which still throbbed in pain. Damn it, being bitten here by a man. If word got out to the court, he'd lose all face. Moreover, Zoltan wouldn't stop harassing him in various ways. While Orlando wasn't afraid, he was thoroughly distressed and disgusted by it all. I'll deal with you when I get the chance, Orlando muttered coldly. As a senior official, did he not have means to handle an idle marquis? However, the primary target was Kelvin, and it was all about Godfrey. Ever since causing trouble and having Godfrey bring up the edict of the founding emperor, the court had been quite displeased with him. If he couldn't resolve this matter, his position as minister might not even be secure. Losing his ministerial position, his political rivals from years ago would certainly finish him off. So, for both public and personal reasons, he had to go head-to-head with Kelvin. Other matters had to wait. But, Kelvin had now allied with a great scholar, which was deeply infuriating. Kelvin already had Godfrey backing him, along with an unknown Aldo's lineage, which was already headache-inducing. If another great scholar, capable of neutralizing myriad spells, joined his side, dealing with him would be exponentially harder. And judging by current events, the two seemed to be getting close. At first, he didn't understand why Kelvin made the roughneck study under the great scholar, but hearing the citywide gossip, it became clear. This kid was indeed clever. By having the roughneck study under the great scholar, Kelvin was effectively promoting education in the capital. Assisting Dominic achieve this goal, naturally, brought them closer together. Orlando took a deep breath, sipped his tea, and asked, "Incapacitate Kelvin, we'll regain what we've lost. Have him act quickly." The aide hesitated. "Is there a problem?" Orlando asked. "I asked him too. He says it can't happen soon because he has an important matter." Orlando suppressed his frustration. What could be more important than 10,000 spirit stones and a great demon's unification pill? The 10 great nobles have recently been restless. Even the greedy Bryce isn't immune. Their recent focus has been on welcoming Kia. Orlando found this unbelievable and berated. For a woman? The aide fell silent for a moment before replying, "It's Kia." Orlando's anger subsided upon hearing her name. Indeed, it was Kia. The 10 great nobles being distracted by her wasn't surprising. Only she could make them act so enamored. Orlando, feeling exhausted, slumped in his chair. Did he give a specific time? "No, sir. But he said it will happen soon. Once done, with the funds in place, he can act against Kelvin." Orlando nodded, accepting this fact. With one of the 10 great nobles acting, Kelvin would be doomed. However, if Kelvin relied on the great scholar, he could still maneuver. Disabling him would be hard for Bryce. Seeing Orlando's expression, the aide knew what he was thinking. "Sir, there's something interesting you'd find intriguing." Orlando glanced at him and said, "No nonsense." "Understood, sir." The aide hurriedly replied, "I saw someone interesting loitering near the entrance of the National University recently. Guess who it might be?" Orlando was puzzled, wondering how many people wandered around the university that could merit such excitement. This person is the great scholar's disciple, Patrick. Orlando suddenly stood up. "Really?" Chapter 295. Patrick enrolls. Orlando became intrigued. The scholar's disciple who cultivated the Grand Chi? Tell me more, what happened? What else could happen? He considered himself refined, but his residence was filled with soldiers he found distasteful. He hated it so much that every time they came, he would avoid them from afar. Unable to return home, he wandered around the capital, once even stopping by the Imperial Academy and standing outside for a long time. After that, he often stood outside the Imperial Academy for extended periods, and even saw him sneak over the wall to see inside. "Your meaning is, he longs for the Imperial Academy?" Orlando said, "Judging by his actions, it's not impossible. And there's something you might not know." "What is it?" "When I noticed him going to the Imperial Academy, I had scholars make contact with him and learned that he harbors. Since he desires the sanctity of the Imperial Academy, offer him an enrollment slot. If he likes the servant girl, tell him solving Kelvin's issue will ensure her return. Such a minor favor on our part guarantees this reward. He can't refuse. Moreover, we are helping him vent his frustrations." Orlando paused and added, "Leave this matter to you. I'll inform Henry at the Imperial Academy to cooperate." "I won't disappoint, sir." "Don't rush. His teacher is a great scholar. I fear he may hesitate and report everything to his teacher. If Kelvin becomes wary, dealing with him will be harder. Rest assured, sir. I'll be cautious, ensuring it remains a secret." "Good." Orlando nodded, smiling. Days of gloom had lifted, bringing some good news. How dare this arrogant youth provoke him? Now, let's use your life to tell the capital he Orlando is not to be trifled with, even for the offspring of Aldo. This situation isn't necessarily a disaster. With the minister stepping down, he might capitalize on this to surpass the left attendant minister and become minister himself. Thinking this, Orlando's determination grew sharper. Defeat Minna fall from power. Victory could elevate him to minister. Many people watched Kelvin closely, but Kelvin did nothing. He lived a linear life. Except for attending the mirror platform, he returned to Anna's courtyard. Occasionally, when people from the mirror platform visited the courtyard, they always saw the great scholar's servant girl serving tea to him. This scene of a beautiful woman adding fragrance made many envious. However, while people envied, they also remembered Stuart and Kelvin's wager. Kelvin doing nothing, how would Patrick enter the Imperial Academy? Isn't this a sure loss? If he lost, Kelvin would only remain as a statue-like mirror overseer. The mirror platform wouldn't heed him anymore. Could Kelvin accept this? Even Eric couldn't resist reminding Kelvin, but Kelvin wasn't too concerned. Always harmonizing with the Lady Zyra in the courtyard. Some at the mirror platform couldn't help but lament that heroes find it hard to pass the beauty test. At Kelvin's age, enjoying the taste of love was understandable. This seemed like gaining beauty and neglecting his career. When he grows older, he'll regret it. Beauty changes with time, but career opportunities come just once or twice. Meanwhile, Stuart looked radiant recently. Kelvin's low profile relaxed him. No need to worry about any troubles. Most importantly, Kelvin was indulged in beauty, so he definitely wins the bet. Then the mirror platform would follow his orders again. "Eric, do you want to join me?" Stuart couldn't help asking when he encountered Eric at the mirror platform. He recognized talent in Eric after following Kelvin. Soon Kelvin would be a statue. Better to have such talent serve him. Eric shook his head. "Sir, I am already with Kelvin." Kelvin, after securing his cultivation realm, he'll eventually handle the mirror platform. "Sir, haven't we decided yet? Aren't you rushing?" What else can decide it? Let's face it. He's lost interest. You all should accept reality." Stuart was about to give a lecture when a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Sir, the Imperial Academy just informed us that Deputy Director Henry personally enrolled a new student, who happens to be the great scholar's disciple Patrick." "What?" Stuart stared at his subordinate. "Speak clearly," Henry said. "One who can cultivate Grand Chi at a young age is a man of exceptional talent. The Imperial Academy should welcome talents freely. Importantly, he is from Ingluo College, hoping for intellectual collision and fusion between Ingluo College and the Imperial Academy." Stuart froze. Was this the Henry he knew? When did he have such vision? Kelvin. Definitely something Kelvin did. Yet, he had men watching Kelvin, who did nothing except vent at the Gustav family and torment their soldiers. How did Patrick get into the Imperial Academy? This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style of the text, preserving the structure and character names as requested. If there are any further details or corrections needed, please let me know. Chapter 296, The Majestic Path. Sir, I have knee pads. Do you want me to give you a set? Eric's voice interrupted Stuart's thoughts. Only then did he recall the wager with Kelvin. If he lost, he would have to kneel before Kelvin and admit defeat. Get out! Stuart shouted at Eric. The rogue was mocking him, but should he really kneel before Kelvin and admit defeat? If he did that, how could he ever hold his head up in the mirror platform again? And, if even he was suppressed, who else on the mirror platform could stand up to Kelvin? As for the other chief Rick, he ignored him altogether. Zhang had only recently become chief, and both his authority and strength were far inferior to Stuart's. Thinking of this, Stuart's expression turned ugly. His problem wasn't with Kelvin personally, but with his way of doing things. The mirror platform should be dignified and orderly, yet Kelvin always liked to take extreme measures. Stuart gritted his teeth. He had lost the bet, so should he avoid Kelvin or kneel before him and admit defeat? Avoiding Kelvin could buy him some time. As for Kelvin, there was only one person now who could control him. That was Alton. With this thought, Stuart went directly to find Alton. No matter what, he couldn't let Kelvin run rampant in the mirror platform. The foundation built by the mirror platform over the years couldn't be ruined by Kelvin. Seeing Alton, Stuart explained much and finally pleaded, Your Highness, over the years the mirror platform has maintained its current status with great caution. But Kelvin acts recklessly, exposing himself. I fear that if this continues, someone will eventually use it against us. Alton looked up at him and asked, Stuart, do you know what your biggest problem is? Please instruct me, Your Highness. You are too rigid. Have you considered that the mirror platform didn't exist at the start? So, even if it ceases to exist again, what does it matter? It's merely returning from nothing to nothing. Stuart stared wide-eyed, disbelievingly looking at Alton. He found it hard to believe these words came from Alton. This was the mirror platform, the very platform you've controlled for 800 years. You're saying the mirror platform can cease to exist once more as easily as that. Is this something you should say? Or, do you really support Kelvin to such an extent? Yet, he wanted to ask why. What makes Kelvin so special? Enough. Don't gape at me like that. I'm just remarking on it. Kelvin works for the mirror platform, just like you do. You have no right to interfere in his affairs. Focus on your own tasks. As for him, he has his destiny. He doesn't represent the mirror platform, nor does the mirror platform represent him. Listening to Alton, Stuart felt even more confused. In all the years he had followed Alton, this was the first time he had heard him speak so mystically. Stuart wanted to say more, but Alton waved his hand and sighed. They claimed Cody was indeed eliminated by Alton, and the Aldo behind Kelvin was none other than Alton. Kelvin, chosen as Alton's successor, was promoted to chief shortly after reaching the Celestial Realm. Kelvin didn't know what Stuart was doing. After hearing about Patrick entering the Imperial College, he was somewhat surprised. He had expected it would take longer. I went to Sir today and asked for reasons. Young Master Yin made friends with a scholar while drinking. With your reminder, Patrick knew this was a deliberate arrangement. Thus, he proceeded according to your plan. Initially, the other party did not mention enrolling him in the Imperial College, but kept probing. When joking, they mentioned if anyone could kill you, whether he would feel relieved. Patrick said anyone who harmed you would receive a stern rebuke using righteous chi. Young Master Yin remarked he meant it sincerely because whoever tries to harm you, he would assist in defending. Hearing this, the other party became excited and disclosed the matter of the Imperial College. In exchange, he needed help diverting the Grand Scholar away when necessary, ensuring the Grand Scholar wouldn't be by your side. Kelvin laughed. It seems Orlando is in deep trouble. Because he involved the High Imperial Edict and the Emperor remained silent, everyone's anger is directed at him. If he can't resolve this, how will he satisfy the court officials? Therefore, he must deal with me and prevent the Grand Scholar from interfering. Zyra lay nestled in Kelvin's arms, cheeks flushed red as Kelvin molded her face like dough. Indeed. As for Henry's straightforward explanation, it's because only with transparency can Patrick be admitted without issues. First, it blocks the mouths of others since many wish to send their children into the Imperial College. Second, it stopped. Chapter 297. I Decay. Kelvin learned that Patrick had entered the Imperial College and felt a weight off his shoulders. Isaac held Kelvin in high regard, even though he had no roots in the capital. The powerful Aldo background he boasted of was not real. However, having a great scholar backing him was equivalent to having half the support of Aldo. Moreover, getting Vicky on his side required Isaac's help. If he could control Vicky, he would be a leading figure in the demonic path. As a leader in both orthodox and demonic circles with the protection of a great scholar, he would feel incredibly secure. Of course, Stuart avoiding him because of this only served to further elevate Kelvin's status in the mirror platform. Now, when he spoke, people listened. If he gave an order, it would be carried out without question. Reflecting on this situation, Kelvin sighed deeply, saying, Power and authority are like floating clouds to me. The world misunderstands me so profoundly. After this reflection, Kelvin took advantage of the situation to place Dwayne under his command. Yes, with Dwayne at his disposal, he could monitor Stuart's movements and spread information as he wished, and other influential families. The entire mirror platform bustled with activity, while Kelvin remained reclusive, not because of his weak strength, but due to the need for discretion as a high-ranking official. The capital was filled with hidden talents, and Kelvin knew his strength wasn't enough. Therefore, he spent much time cultivating. The mirror platform had a dedicated Taoist library rich in cultivation texts and techniques. Often immersed in these resources, Kelvin absorbed knowledge to enhance his cultivation theories. Certainly, he mastered many basic Taoist techniques. As a late bloomer, his deficiencies were apparent, so he sought to make up for them. Compared to Jinling, where many things were disorganized due to curses, the mirror platform was vast and systematic. The richness of the library significantly improved Kelvin's cultivation skills. Day by day, the weather grew colder. cold to the point where Kelvin started seeing floating spots. He rubbed his eyes, finding the condition worsening. Noticing this, he realized it was not an illusion but the onset of eye decay, one of the 5 small decays of immortals. His vision blurred, with spots dancing about, causing anxiety. Recalling what Dara said about the mirror platform's mystic mirror aiding eye and heart decay, Kelvin inquired with Eric but was told that using the mystic mirror required permission from Alton. Through the side door, Kelvin instructed. Eric was taken aback, wondering if Kelvin was serious. Pretending to accept his reclusiveness, Eric knew everyone at the mirror platform understood Kelvin avoided showing his weakness. Previously, when fewer strong escorts were assigned for his trips home, Kelvin held grudges. Why was he suddenly acting independently? I yearn for freedom, Kelvin lamented, wrapped himself in a robe, and slipped out through the side door. Though concerned, Eric dared not defy Kelvin and watched him disappear into the night. Soon after Kelvin's departure, Alton appeared at the mirror platform. Seeing Eric, he ordered, "Go inform Kelvin and bring him to me." Eric bowed respectfully, surprised that the king had returned after being away for days. "Your Highness, Kelvin just left the platform. He declined any escort. I will send people to locate him, but it may take some time to notify him," Eric replied. Alton frowned, wanting to remind Kelvin about his behavior, especially given that the woman he arranged to marry had arrived in the capital. If she found him mingling with other women, it might lead to trouble he couldn't prevent. Note: the names in the translation, such as Kelvin, Stuart, Vicky, and Eric, are kept in pinyin as requested. Additionally, I maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks to stay true to the original text. ####Chapter 298. No way. I heard Kia came to the capital this time to finalize a marriage agreement. In a top-floor room of a greenhouse, Bryce sat in a chair, holding a wine glass in his hand. His somewhat sharp eyes glanced sideways at the handsome man standing by the window. Woody did not turn around. He gazed out into the night sky, remaining silent for a while before saying, "That's what I heard too." "Who?" Bryce's eyes gleamed coldly. Woody then retracted his gaze from the night sky and turned to look at Bryce with a sneer. "What does it matter who? Do you really think you can win over Kia? Have you even interacted with her?" Bryce's face turned red as he glared at Woody. "Have you even met her? I'm different from you. For someone like you, just seeing her from afar is already an unattainable luxury. But I had the honor of feeling her warmth," Woody said proudly. Bryce spat. "You mean that stone bench she once sat on? You saw her leave and shamelessly sat there after her. That's feeling her warmth?" "The seat was still warm," Woody retorted. Bryce couldn't help but ridicule, but Woody replied arrogantly, "Admit it, you're jealous, aren't you? Envious, maybe? Regretting that you didn't react faster to grab that seat?" Bryce's face turned pale and flushed alternatively. "Damn it, I am jealous. If I had taken that seat then, he would be the one bragging now. Feeling the warmth of the seat she once sat on, and bragging about it. How shameful." I said that all his cultivation resources were obtained through relentless effort. To become one of the 10 young masters of the capital despite such adversity, it was admirable. Woody had wanted to recruit him but found that he still clung to his ancestors' glory, unwilling to serve under others. "Theo deserves it." Bryce scoffed. Woody had no words to say. Theo ranked higher than him among the 10. If Theo knew how much he insulted him, he would definitely seek revenge. "I know what you mean, but I won't lower myself to be a retainer." "Becoming a mere retainer can't compare to being Kia's husband," Bryce countered. Woody was speechless. It indeed couldn't compare. "Who among you doesn't want to be Kia's husband?" Bryce asked again. "If not, why do you all pay attention to her? Not considering her background, even just her beauty as the most beautiful woman in the world, who can resist?" Woody remained silent. Who wouldn't? Despite knowing the hope was slim, they all tried for even a slim chance. They were all elite talents, confident since childhood. Only because of that woman Kia would Woody feel inadequate. "We may have dreams, but we don't wish to harbor too much hope. Mostly, we just want to admire her beauty and get closer to her." Woody paused, then added, "You, however, surprise me with your confidence." Bryce glanced at Woody, not saying much. He had his reasons for being confident. Compared to others, he had an ace up his sleeve, a powerful advantage that even Kia couldn't ignore. When he achieved true unity, displayed his genius, and revealed his trump card, he believed he could make her look at him differently, perhaps even marry him. However, what infuriated Bryce was that Kia was going to be engaged. If someone beat him to it, what would it all mean? His eyes flickered with doubt. This was Kia after all. "You called me here not just for Kia, right?" Woody said. Bryce responded. "Her arrival has drawn many demonic geniuses, a great opportunity. These demonic geniuses possess many valuable resources. If we team up to hunt them, we can gain a lot." Woody laughed sarcastically. "I'm not like you. I don't need to obtain resources that way." Bryce, unfazed by the mockery, continued. "Although you can't get Kia, killing demonic geniuses might earn her goodwill. Your family has always wanted to approach her backing force." Woody remained silent for a moment. It was indeed a point. Protecting Kia from demons, earning her favor, would certainly be meaningful for his family. "How about this? We team up, and all the loot from the demonic geniuses goes to me, while the reputation and remains go to you. Deal?" Bryce asked. This time, becoming a true Unity Realm cultivator must be foolproof. The more resources, the better. "Deal." Woody agreed. "But I have a request that needs your help." Bryce said nothing, merely looking at Woody. Woody gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Break the arms and legs of the capital, yet he had never heard of Clinton. The second young master of the Actong family has an adopted son who practices sorcery, rumored to have high aptitude in it. But how high could it really be? If it were that impressive, he would already be famous throughout the capital instead of just having a bad reputation. Bryce was increasingly surprised. He knew who the second young master of the Actong family was. How did he end up adopting a son? Bryce couldn't help but ask curiously, even with the protection of the Actong family, how can smearing well, doing something so outrageous to your father be excusable? Landon replied, feeling as if he had swallowed something disgusting. After smearing him, he shouted that he was crazy and had a mental illness. He must really be crazy if he admits it himself. Landon said, "You can't deny he's crazy. This wasn't just about my father. He smeared court officials, dukes, marquises, even relatives of the Actong family, all over their faces." Bryce was more speechless. How did this guy survive until now? Smearing people's faces with filth, even relatives. This wasn't normal behavior. Was he truly insane? Such a person claims he's mentally ill. How can you not believe it? Landon said bitterly. Even if he's crazy, offending so many top nobles and officials, none of them retaliated despite their temperaments? Bryce couldn't understand this. Surely one of them would have punished him. Maybe not to death because of the Actong family, but breaking a few bones should have been easy enough. Landon explained. The Actong family went out of their minds trying to protect Clinton. They kept saying he's crazy and asking for leniency. If anyone objected, the second young master of the Actong family would go ballistic, claiming that refusing to forgive his crazy adoptive son would drive him to suicide. And then there's the imperial concubine from the Actong family, who told the other palace women that her younger brother has mental issues, asking everyone to be forgiving and come to her if offended by him rather than retaliate. Bryce's eyes widened hearing this. If the imperial concubine said she'd take responsibility for his actions, it was indeed more formidable than the influence of the second young master. Not even you dared to move against him. How could I? Bryce asked rhetorically. My father, being a senior, indeed dares not act. But among our generation, if he provoked us and we retaliated out of righteous anger, wouldn't it be understandable? Bryce sneered. Why didn't you handle it yourself then? Landon replied. You think I haven't tried? I once deliberately picked a fight with him to break his limbs to avenge my father. But Quentin interfered, warning me not to bully his crazy adoptive brother, or he wouldn't let it go. If the first attempt failed, any further action would be seen as a challenge. So, I'm asking you to act. Afterward, you can claim that you only acted because he provoked and challenged others. As long as you don't kill him, you have justification and won't fear retaliation from the Actong family. My father tolerated it, so why can't you? Bryce thought for a moment, feeling that these circles were too complex. However, if he didn't kill him, the Actong family would indeed have no reason to retaliate. At worst, Quentin might come after him, but if he planned well, even Quentin would be under his feet. With that thought, Bryce said, all right. Seeing Bryce agree, Landon laughed, toasted with Bryce a few times, and then set off to hunt down the capital's demonic geniuses. Bryce wanted the resources from the demon geniuses and knew the whereabouts of a few of them. Together, they prepared to eliminate them one by one. However, every place they visited was empty. This made Landon frown. Are your information sources accurate? Bryce coldly said, I knew the demons would come when Kia arrived. I spent a lot of effort secretly following and confirming these locations. But we've checked 5 places, and not a single soul. Bryce took a deep breath. There's one more place, follow me. Landon eyed Bryce suspiciously, but decided to trust him again. Following Bryce to another alleyway, they stormed into a place but found it still empty. This made Bryce look grim. Landon investigated and found traces left by demon martial artists. They left, perhaps knowing your plans? Bryce replied, you just agreed to this plan. Even if they knew I would target them, they wouldn't all leave today. There must be another issue. Suddenly, both Bryce and Landon exchanged looks and realized with shock, Kia? Indeed. Their simultaneous disappearance pointed to only one cause, Kia. They all went to confront her. But that's impossible. We don't know where Kia is. How did these demons find her? Landon questioned. They knew Kia was in the capital, but her exact location was unknown to everyone. If she stayed hidden, finding her would be nearly impossible. Even if someone managed to find her, the demon faction shouldn't have more power than the established noble families in the capital. The demons may have some secretive methods. Bryce now believed they left for Kia. Landon fell silent. He glanced at Bryce, seeing the same concern in his eyes. If Kia's whereabouts were exposed only to the demons, who could save her? Could Kia really become a sacrifice to the demons? After worrying, Landon had another thought, a gleam of hope appearing on his face. Bryce, this is an opportunity. If we save Kia, rescuing the beauty would surely bring us closer to her. The thought excited him. He was ready to return home and invite top-tier experts to assist. Seeing his enthusiasm, Bryce murmured, I fear it might be too late. Landon paused, realizing the time that had passed since their first visit. Even before then, time had already run short. With the entire demon faction targeting Kia, even if she had guardians, it wouldn't suffice. If Kia had entered the capital openly, allowing everyone to know her whereabouts, problems would be immediately addressed by others. Now, only the demons knew. It seemed Kia was in grave danger. ##### Chapter 300. Entering a dangerous place by mistake. In a narrow alley leading towards the mirror terrace, a figure walked slowly. She was dressed in a black robe that loosely enveloped her body, concealing any sign of her build. Her head was wrapped in a veil that covered most of her face, revealing only her eyes. She had been walking at a brisk pace, but halfway down the alley, she paused and furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Truly worthy of being the Valerie, to be discovered even after such thorough concealment. A voice remarked as over a dozen people emerged from the shadows on both sides of the street, encircling the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman glanced at these people, her eyebrows furrowing even more tightly. How did you know I would come here? She asked, eyeing them intently. A Bruno stepped forward and replied, that is not something we can disclose. The black-robed woman insisted earnestly, please tell me. The Bruno shook his head. Isn't it irrelevant? What matters now is what choice you make. The black-robed woman's frown deepened as she pondered the question nagging at her mind. How could they have set up an ambush here so precisely? Only 2 people knew her whereabouts since entering the capital. One was her guardian, and the other was Jackson. She knew many from the demonic path were plotting against her, so for this evening's outing, she had even decided not to bring her guardian, hoping that any traces left behind would divert attention from her. Yet, the enemy still found her. There must have been a traitor. Her guardian was out of the question, leaving Jackson as the suspect. Her frown deepened, recalling her Aryant's warning to be wary of Jackson, who was known for his cunning. Yet, despite his devious nature, he had no reason to harm her. If not Jackson, then who? If not him, how could they have found her? Perplexed, she scanned the dozen or so people before her and breathed a silent sigh of relief. They were formidable, but not enough to capture her. Little did they know, her true strength far surpassed that of an ordinary prodigy. However, if she were only as strong as she appeared, she might indeed be captured. Thinking this, she continued to walk forward. Today, I have pressing matters to fight. Just as she prepared to act, the crowd around her dispersed. This didn't ease her tension. Instead, her body tensed further. Sure enough, the Bruno said, "We won't fight you. I advise you to surrender peacefully." As he spoke, an Aryangli man emerged. He appeared dignified and kind, but upon seeing him, the black-robed woman's expression changed. Elton. The black-robed woman finally understood why they felt she was doomed even without reaching the out-of-scenery realm. Elton, a peak scenic cave realm powerhouse, was rumored to be nearly at the out-of-scenery realm. His reputation was built on his brutality and strength. He enjoyed torturing his victims through excruciating methods, which earned him the name Elton. "How dare you enter the imperial capital?" The black-robed woman glared at Elton. Despite the capital's dirt and grime, demons usually avoided it due to the greater risks. Especially someone like Elton, whose discovery would lead to a coalition aiming to eliminate him. Too many people sought his demise. Elton chuckled. Capturing the Valerie is worth any risk. As he spoke, his scenic cave momentum surged toward the black-robed woman. She felt a razor-sharp sensation, as if being flayed alive. "I've heard you are the world's most beautiful woman. Let me see this beauty." "Humph, perhaps I'll feast on you myself." Elton advanced, his steps slow yet menacing. The Bruno blanched. "Venerable, I asked for your help to capture her, not?" Silence. Elton's gaze turned fierce, any semblance of kindness vanishing. The Bruno froze, his face pale, unable to speak further. Watching the approaching man, the black-robed woman's heart sank. To fall into their hands meant endless torment. Though she wanted to resist, she knew their disparity in strength was too great. She retreated step by step, accumulating energy. "Don't be afraid. I will enjoy playing with you," Elton taunted, relishing her inability to retaliate. The black-robed woman kept retreating, building strength. Elton watched calmly. The stronger her resistance, the more excited he became. Under his pressure, dying would be a luxury. Just then, footsteps echoed. A youth appeared from around the corner. It was Kelvin. Seeing the ominous scene, he paused. This was someone else's business, wasn't it? ##### Chapter 301. Once again, the judge's technique. Kelvin's arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. However, no one paid him much mind. To them, he was merely an unlucky fellow. So the Bruno leading the group didn't even bother looking at Kelvin. He casually ordered two of his companions, "Go, cut off his head." The two youths nodded indifferently and walked toward Kelvin, simultaneously casting. The Bruno stared coldly at Kelvin, his killing intent palpable. "Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding that you killed two of my men?" Before the Bruno could respond, Leon glared at Kelvin with lethal intent. Suddenly, Kelvin felt as if he were in an ice cellar. The surrounding space locked down by an immense pressure that made his body extremely uncomfortable. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I had hoped for some fun, but now we must end this quickly." Hearing Leon's words, the Bruno's expression changed drastically. This person sounded young yet possessed incredible strength, undoubtedly a prodigy from the capital. This wasn't someone random. It meant that the capital had reacted and would soon send reinforcements to rescue Kia. If that happened, they would be surrounded, leading to certain death. Thinking of this, the Bruno urged Leon, "Senior, capture her quickly. We'll deal with this boy." Leon, however, ignored him, focusing instead on Kia and Kelvin. An additional transcendent realm cultivator didn't significantly alter the situation. He could handle it easily. Leon's power surged, making Kelvin feel even more uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. "I will fight to tear apart his netherworld power. You find an opportunity to escape." The voice was beautiful, like a mountain stream's clear water. Kelvin turned to see a pair of clear, flawless eyes that made him momentarily forget the vision problems he had been experiencing. "You won't escape. This boy is young. Perhaps he matches me and can help extend my life," Leon chuckled, spreading his netherworld power. Kelvin felt his true essence being suppressed, unable to surge forth from his dantian. Kia was also startled. This person was stronger than rumored, truly approaching the peak realm. Watching Leon about to move, Kelvin cursed inwardly, wondering why he always ran into such situations. Seeing the lethal intent in the other party, Kelvin had no choice but to act. With a thought, he invoked the judge's technique. Given the Aryangli appearance of the man, he likely wouldn't live long. Suddenly, he realized that the man had exactly 2 years and 1 month left. What? This realization stunned Kelvin briefly, but he quickly understood. Was this the change from utilizing the divine radiance of his enlightenment? Not only could he perceive his own lifespan, but also others through the judge's technique. This filled Kelvin with joy. Knowing another's lifespan clearly, he wouldn't need to rely on luck anymore. He could determine whether to use the judge's technique or not. 2 years and 1 month, at a 5-to-1 ratio. He would lose nearly 10.5 years of his own life. Kelvin felt a pang of regret. But, better regret than dead. "I advise you not to move. My Aryan left a secret technique on me. If you dare to make a move, you will certainly die." Kelvin didn't want to waste his lifespan, hoping to negotiate. Ridiculous. To Leon, such words were no different from begging for mercy, which only excited him further. "Die." Leon struck out, his claw-like hands aiming at Kelvin and Kia. Kia tried desperately to resist, but the overwhelming pressure of the netherworld power dulled her senses. Struggling, She prepared to burn her blood in a last-ditch effort. Just as she was about to do so, the hand reaching for her throat suddenly stopped. No. Leon's face showed fear and disbelief as his life force vanished instantly, collapsing to the ground. Everything happened too fast. Even his word, no, was cut short. No one reacted when Leon fell to the ground, dead. Only Kelvin acted swiftly, using the sword-riding art once again. Capture the leader first. Kelvin's sharp blade whistled through the air, piercing straight into the heart of the Bruno leading the group. Wary of the youth's strength, Kelvin's blade pierced several vital spots multiple times. Kelvin didn't forget to take his 3 fires. As he did so, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had moved quickly. The youth was actually at the convergence realm. With the Bruno falling to the ground, the others finally reacted. However, no one attacked Kelvin. They were all filled with terror and despair. For they saw Leon died bizarrely at the hands of Kelvin. Even a great peak realm powerhouse would not fall so easily. Yet this Bruno had dispatched him effortlessly. Faced with Kelvin's gaze, they retreated, full of caution. Hashtag chapter 302, the first beauty. Although there were several experts present, including one at the Unity realm, dealing with someone at the Profound Passage realm was no challenge. Yet, nobody dared to act. Callahan's death had been too bizarre, causing everyone to fear Kelvin. Just then, Kia made her move. Her movements were graceful, like a butterfly in flight. Leaping gracefully, she extended a pair of hands from her black robes. These hands were slender and delicate, white as snow and full of vitality. Her movements were as fluid as playing on a stringed instrument, elegant and refined. But amidst this beauty, cries of agony filled the air. That pair of slender, white hands sent every single demon path martial artist flying away, spitting blood as they landed heavily on the ground. Reduced to heaps of mud, too weak to even rise again. Over 10 martial artists were effortlessly brought down by her, each lying on the ground in agony. This scene caught Kelvin's attention. He hadn't expected her to be so powerful. Kia's eyes, which resembled stars and the moon, also turned towards Kelvin when she noticed his gaze. Kelvin was amazed by her strength, and she, in turn, was surprised by Kelvin's abilities. Even now, she didn't know how Callahan had died. Was it because Aldo had left a hidden means inside him? Kia didn't believe that easily. Unlike others, she had actually dealt with Aldo before. Aldo indeed possessed the ability to silently kill Callahan, but that would have required Aldo himself. To leave behind a means that could effortlessly kill a being approaching the visionary realm within another practitioner was far too difficult. Moreover, such a silent, untraceable method seemed implausible. This Bruno was shrouded in mystery. Kia couldn't help but scrutinize Kelvin carefully. She had already guessed who this person was. She had sneaked out just to see him in secret. She hadn't expected to meet him in such a manner. Kelvin was being stared at intently by her eyes, yet he did not look away either, returning her gaze. Apart from anything else, her eyes, deep and serene like a spring, alleviated his eye strain, leaving him feeling refreshed and comfortable. The two stood on the street, their gazes locked amid the surrounding cries of pain. They stared at each other for an extended period, approached with a few people. Eric looked at the writhing demon path practitioners on the ground and asked, "Lord, what happened here?" "Nothing much. The demon path has been getting more audacious recently, thinking they can toy around in the capital while we do nothing. So, I used myself as bait to lure them and deal with them," Kelvin explained, realizing that visiting Vicky tonight was impossible. The mirror guards were deeply impressed, examining these demon path practitioners, some of whom were renowned figures, even at the Unity realm. They exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Isn't Lord only at the Profound Passage realm? How did he defeat even a Unity realm expert? You mustn't underestimate Lord. He's never been ordinary. That's right. Others find it hard to surpass ranks, but not Lord. Who knows what he hides? The deeper we get to know Lord, the more mysterious he seems. The group discussed amongst themselves while tying up the remaining demon path members. When they saw 2 bodies, they were stunned once again, eyes wide. Callahan. As mirror guards, they naturally had information on such prominent demon path figures. Callahan was infamous, and the mirror platform had long sought to eliminate him. Yet, his formidable strength and infrequent visits to the capital made it impossible. But now, he was dead here. Eric looked at Kelvin with increased reverence. It turned out he had worried unnecessarily. Not only had Lord used himself as bait, but also killed Callahan. Another great achievement for the mirror platform. Before Callahan died, he mentioned that he came to the capital to kill me because Orlando offered him a substantial reward. His words can't be entirely trusted, but they're not necessarily false either. Investigate thoroughly. Saying this, Kelvin glanced at the remaining demon path members, walking over and stripping away their essence and vitality. These people are useless. Better to kill them and warn the demon path members in the capital to behave or else suffer the same fate. Killing them caused Kelvin no mental strain. Why keep those who wanted him dead for another day? Moreover, he didn't want them speaking. This blame should stay on Orlando. Eric had no objections to Kelvin's decision, nodding and killing the unconscious ones while considering where to hang their heads for maximum impact. In front of Orlando's residence? Yes. Orlando dared to conspire with the demon path against Lord. Hanging them outside his residence would intimidate both the demon path and Orlando. Previously, Eric wouldn't dare do something like this, but now, following Kelvin, he felt no fear toward officials like Orlando. By the way, why did you come here? Kelvin wondered, as Eric should have been off duty. The prince ordered us to find you for an urgent matter, Eric replied. Kelvin was puzzled. Why would Jackson, who had avoided him, seek him today? But since Jackson needed him, he had no choice but to return to the mirror platform. Chapter 303, The Gathering. Did you call for me? Kelvin saw the Augustine in the mirror pavilion. The king still looked the same, on the verge of death, leaning in his chair half asleep until Kelvin called out to him, waking those aged and murky eyes. What? Did you come here for something? The Augustine asked, confused, upon seeing Kelvin. Kelvin was momentarily speechless but reminded him, You had someone send for me? Did I? The Augustine asked, puzzled, then thought about it and said, oh, yes. There's a non-urgent task I need you to handle. Why bother rushing if it's not urgent? Kelvin silently complained but replied aloud, please instruct. There was nothing he could do. The Augustine was the boss. He thought, it would be better if you retired at your age. It's not that I want to take over, but I think you should enjoy the ease and happiness of retirement. The Augustine took out a gilded invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Kelvin. A group of young people in the capital organized a gathering. You should go. Show them what the Mirror Pavilion is all about. Kelvin opened the invitation and understood the gist. It was a gathering of talented young men from the capital. But did the Augustine mean for him to boost his reputation? Did he even need to? After all, he'd slapped a high-ranking official like the Ibrahim of rights. However, many probably didn't respect this kind of fame. They viewed him as relying on connections and power. Without the Mirror Pavilion, he was nothing. Now, did the Augustine want him to legitimize his reputation? Kelvin considered it and said, if you want me to display the glory of the Mirror Pavilion, that's fine. But everyone there is young and hot-headed. If I provoke them, will the pavilion be able to contain the fallout? This statement made the Augustine look at Kelvin with a deep stare. You understand the rules. Surely you can recite the duties and regulations of the Mirror Pavilion by heart. I understand the rules, but others may not. When tempers flare, many forget the rules. Your Highness, I'm one who strictly follows the rules, but how can I deal with ruffians who don't? Isn't it inevitable that I'll suffer? The Augustine stared at Kelvin intently and asked, what are you up to? He knew this boy well. Saying such things meant he had ulterior motives. Who knows what he planned? This was the capital, after all, where even the king couldn't control everything. I don't want anything. As the head of the Mirror Pavilion, I just need the pavilion to back me up. Otherwise, how dare I display its might? The Augustine glanced at Kelvin, thinking, is showing might really what you mean? Your words sound like you're ready to cause trouble, expecting the pavilion to clean up after you. Therefore, the Augustine said, the foundation of the Mirror Pavilion is adherence to rules. Within these rules, the pavilion will support you. That's enough for now, Kelvin thought. With the pavilion backing him, he feared no dragon's den or tiger's lair. If anyone dared challenge him, he'd make them regret it. How could a bunch of idle aristocrats compare to a third-rank court official and the head of the Mirror Pavilion? All right, you can leave if you have no more questions, the Augustine dismissed him. Thinking of his worsening vision, Kelvin quickly asked, Your Highness, I've heard there's a divine mirror that can help with my eye condition. Could I borrow it? The divine mirror cannot be lent casually, the Augustine said. Oh? Kelvin was bewildered. He confirmed that as head of the pavilion, he could use it. Stewart used it, didn't he? Kelvin hinted gently, I'm no different from Director Stewart, right? This wouldn't be lending casually. The Augustine responded bluntly, you are an outsider. Stewart isn't. Oh? Kelvin was speechless. Generations of the G family have guarded the mirrors. How long have you been here? How can you be considered one of us? The Augustine elaborated. Damn, couldn't you be a little more tactful? Your Highness, I am loyal to the Mirror Pavilion, Kelvin protested. Of what use is your loyalty? The Augustine retorted. Kelvin was momentarily speechless again. You shouldn't covet the divine mirror. From now on, I will personally keep it. You won't have the chance to use it, the Augustine concluded. With that, the Augustine waved his hand, and Kelvin found himself outside the door. He touched his nose, staring at the closed door. What did the Augustine mean? Even Stewart thought he might be the king's illegitimate child. Yet now, the Augustine wouldn't even let him use the divine mirror, openly calling him an outsider. The king's attitude was baffling and inconsistent. Without the divine mirror, Kelvin felt troubled. His eye condition was getting worse, causing dryness and increasing floaters, making it hard to see clearly when walking. In this state, attending the gathering would be difficult. What if he mistakenly slapped someone else while trying to retaliate against another? Considering this, Kelvin decided to visit Vicky for help, though today wasn't suitable. Many sect members were after him, including Jacob. If they discovered his ties to the cult, the Mirror Pavilion would immediately move to eliminate him. Looking into her eyes seemed to alleviate my condition. Bringing her here to maintain eye contact might work. Damn, even if that sounds perverted. However, he recalled that the relief was short-lived, and it soon worsened. Perhaps maintaining eye contact stimulated his deteriorating eyesight? With no clear solution, Kelvin could only endure. The youths from the capital are gathered. 6 out of the top 10 young masters who are currently in the capital have also come. Since Kia hasn't arrived yet, these youthful elites are engaged in heated discussions or martial arts debates, turning the usually quiet imperial villa into a somewhat noisy scene. Clinton was also among the crowd. Although he had earned a notorious reputation in the capital during this period, there were still many people gathered around him. Upon closer inspection, they were mostly a group of wealthy heirs from influential families. They indulged themselves freely, drinking and smashing cups, reveling in merriment. This behavior caused many to frown slightly, their gazes filled with disdain and contempt. Woody watched Clinton coldly, his eyes sharp. He glanced at Bryce, who then said, Don't look at me. While I do have some strength, there are too many wealthy heirs around him. If they all attack together, even I would be overwhelmed. Woody's expression grew even darker. Clinton indeed took a different path. Now the capital's wealthy heirs followed his lead. Though Woody despised them, they came from powerful families and had been nurtured to reach the profound realm through abundant resources. Individually, they could be dealt with easily, but in large numbers, they were troublesome. Find an opportunity to break a few of his legs, Woody told Bryce. Bryce waved his hand. Let's wait until he's alone. I'm a descendant of a fallen duke and can't afford to offend so many wealthy heirs. Before Woody could respond, someone walked in from outside. It was Dayon, the illustrious scion of the Actong family. This made Woody narrow his eyes, and he chose to remain silent. With Dayon present, attempting any action against Clinton was almost impossible. However, Woody's attention soon shifted as he saw the third prince walk out with someone. She wore a light blue gown that flowed elegantly like mist over a calm morning lake, exuding an indescribable freshness and purity. The hem was delicately adorned with sparkling silver beads, shimmering gently with each step she took, casting a soft and radiant glow. Her hair was simply styled into a low bun, held by an unadorned hairpin, while delicate silver earrings dangled from her ears, ringing softly like a mountain stream, creating a melodious and refined sound. Everything about her was natural, radiating beauty and grace from within. She seemed like a perfect masterpiece of nature, captivating everyone with her charm. The moment she appeared, the entire villa fell silent, all eyes on her. She seemed to bring light with her, making everyone feel as if the world had suddenly widened, her presence illuminating their hearts. Even the women present felt no envy, only admiration and affection. As the third prince and Kia reached the center, everyone bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the third prince and immortal Alanisio. The third prince waved his hand. Greetings to all. Today's banquet is entrusted by my father to observe the brilliance of our capital's youth. Please showcase your talents. Those who stand out will receive rewards from Duncan and the Anshan Pavilion. Please seize this opportunity. This announcement quickened everyone's breath, even though the third prince didn't specify what the rewards were. With the emperor and the Anshan Pavilion involved, the rewards couldn't be ordinary. Perhaps even earth-grade Dao techniques could be bestowed. I have a technique. Please guide me, your highness and immortal Alanisio. Clinton interrupted, stepping forward with burning eyes focused on Kia. Beautiful. So incredibly beautiful. Despite seeing many beauties before, none could match her aura. Just being near her made his world clear and serene, her presence illuminating everything around her. Such beauty deserved to be pursued. Was he still Clinton if he didn't try? The third prince had heard of Clinton's antics, knowing ministers now avoided him and secretly called him the chaotic devil. He wondered what exactly Madison saw in him to recognize him as a foster son and treat him better than his biological children. Clinton paid no heed to others' opinions. Walking straight up to the third prince and Kia, he said, I've cultivated this technique for years. It will certainly amaze you. Watch carefully. Seeing his serious demeanor, everyone attentively observed him, wondering what technique could make him so confident. Clinton knelt on one knee, brushing dust off his shoes, much to everyone's confusion. Did he need to clean his shoes first to demonstrate his technique? Suddenly, he lunged at Kia with a flurry of talismans activating around him, arms wide open as if to embrace her, lips puckered to kiss her. Everyone was stunned. Daeon's body tensed, realizing the gravity of his foster brother's actions. To molest Kia in front of all the capital's young elites was courting disaster. Ridiculous. Before anyone could react, Kia stopped Clinton with a single foot pressed against his chest. He flew backward as dozens of talismans disintegrated upon impact, crashing onto the ground. Daeon and others breathed a sigh of relief at Clinton's failure, impressed by Kia's prowess. Clinton had used several talismans to enhance himself over such a short distance, yet Kia effortlessly kicked him away. This was no simple feat. Clinton rubbed his sore chest, thankful the talismans protected him. Damn, she was strong. She evaded him completely. Such a pity. Climbing back up, he nonchalantly brushed dust off his clothes, saying to Kia, Beauty, you're too pretty. What's wrong with a hug and a kiss? I'll treat you well. Silence fell. Everyone was speechless. Damn. No wonder he's called the chaotic devil. He truly knows no bounds. Standing nearby, Daeon's face turned green. Damn it, foster brother. What are you doing? Even I can't protect you when you behave like this. Indeed, before Kia could react, the third prince erupted in fury, shouting, Seize this rogue and execute him. Instantly, several First Unity Realm experts emerged from the shadows, their combined might pressing down on Clinton. As a recently ascended profound adept, Clinton wasn't a match. Seeing his impending doom, he desperately shouted, Your Highness, immortal Alanisio. How is my technique? Daeon rushed to Clinton's side, about to plead for mercy, but at that moment, he froze, momentarily bewildered by Clinton's words. Asterisk, what technique? What did you just use? Asterisk. Conway coldly watched Clinton, ready to have his subordinates continue their attack. But then he heard Clinton say, Feather Fairy, how did you feel about the technique I just used on you? Kia looked at this lecture, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. But considering the occasion, she still spoke gently, I don't know what technique you used. My technique is very powerful. It makes anyone of your highness. My adoptive brother Clinton indeed practiced this technique, which can make people detest him. Consider his reputation in the capital. It's all because of this technique. Conway didn't know what to say. Are you making things up right in front of us? Yet verifying this madness was impossible. Who could tell? At that moment, Clinton's group of wealthy heirs began murmuring among themselves. Is it real? Does the Aryan brother really have this secret art? It feels true somehow. After all, sometimes I find my Aryan brother annoying. After spending so long in the capital, no one has annoyed me like him recently. If he really has a secret art, it makes sense. Yeah, I understand why he's so irritating. Conway, overhearing their discussion, could only gape. Asterisk, are they idiots? Who would believe this? Asterisk. However, looking at Clinton standing straight and unafraid, he hesitated. Asterisk, could there really be such a secret art? With thousands of mysterious techniques in the world, this one might exist. Asterisk. Conway's face alternated between pale and flushed. It was easy to apprehend Clinton, but dealing with him was troublesome due to the Actong family behind him. Without concrete evidence, he couldn't act against such a powerful family. We believe you truly practiced this repulsive technique. Many were swayed. A normal person wouldn't do such things. And since Madison held him in high regard, he couldn't just be a troublemaker. Even Conway wavered. Damn, could there really be such a secret technique? Reluctant to tangle with this madman further, he found himself cornered by his earlier words. Just then, a wheelchair was slowly pushed into the villa, carrying a Bruno. The appearance of this youth made everyone's hearts skip a beat, even drawing Daeon's attention. Hashtag chapter 305. Beauty retreats I decay. Many people hadn't interacted with this Bruno, but they had all been warned by their Aryats. Among the young generation in the capital, there was no one to be reckoned with more than the person standing before them. Despite their own status and position in the capital, none of them could compare to him. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he held a high-ranking position as a third-rank official in the imperial court and was the chief overseer of the mirror platform. Most importantly, rumors circulated that he wielded real power within the mirror platform. A powerful figure in the mirror platform. This made him untouchable. Although they too wielded influence, him bowed and said, "Greetings, Third Royal Highness." Realization dawned on Kelvin. He had naturally heard about the current Emperor's princes and stood up to bow. Overseer of the mirror platform, "Greetings, Your Highness." Standing before Kelvin, Melvin noticed that Kelvin bowed towards his right side. He was slightly taken aback. Dwayne explained for Kelvin, "Sir Overseer is currently experiencing eye decay. His vision is blurred and not very clear." Melvin understood immediately. No wonder he was using a wheelchair, yet still attending the banquet despite his condition. As if knowing his thoughts, Kelvin said, "Jackson requested I attend the banquet. I didn't realize how severe the eye decay would be. Had I known, I would have asked him to choose someone else. Apologies, Your Highness." "No problem." Melvin invited Kelvin to take a seat. Dwayne pushed Kelvin forward, but they hadn't gone far when they encountered a woman standing before them. This woman approached slowly, stopping in front of Kelvin. Her clear, beautiful eyes fixed on him. She made no extra movements. Simply standing there, she radiated an aura that made Dwayne feel as if a cool breeze had swept through the sweltering summer heat, bringing relief and calmness to his entire body. Melvin found Kia's presence unexpected, but introduced her nonetheless. "This is immortal Kia, the current heir of the Tranquility Shrine." "Greetings, Master Phelan." Kia bowed slightly before him, revealing a perfectly timed smile that transformed her already stunning face into something mesmerizing, like melting snow turning into a warm, flowing spring. Or perhaps, her smile manipulated the balance of the universe, captivating all who beheld her. At this moment, everything around them fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Kia, finding her to be nothing short of a goddess, the only beauty that existed in the world. Even the usually arrogant Clinton was momentarily spellbound, forgetting what he intended to do. At this moment, Kia appeared even more enchanting, her beauty surpassing all others. Kelvin was also momentarily lost in her absolute beauty, but a sudden rain began to pour in his chi-si. Indeed, the rain in his chi-si grew heavier, the primordial technique autonomously activating to refine and absorb the essence stored within his body. Rainfall in the chi-si. This was a sign of overcoming minor 5 decays. In other words, facing this woman, her unparalleled beauty alone had helped Kelvin overcome his eye decay. Everyone sensed Kelvin's energy rising, clearly understanding what was happening. They stared dumbfounded at Kia, realizing she had created another legend. Beauty could heal eye decay, spread far and wide. This would further cement Kia's reputation as the most beautiful woman in the world. All eyes focused intensely on Kia. Such a beauty. If only they could gain her favor. Standing there, Kelvin felt the rain in his chi-si grow heavier. This was the 4th time. With the initial raindrops now accumulating into a lake, Kelvin stared intently at Kia, increasingly entranced by her beauty. This pushed the primordial technique to its limits, barely keeping him grounded and preventing him from becoming completely captivated. Looking at her exquisite face, Kelvin realized. Kia was indeed exceptionally beautiful, but he had seen many beautiful women. For instance, Zyra, Aline, Gabrielle, and others, though not quite matching Kia, weren't far off. Especially Gabrielle, whose pure and alluring features rivaled Kia. Yet Gabrielle lacked this unique beauty that seemed to dim the world around her. She possessed a special ability to infinitely magnify her own beauty, creating a cosmic charm. World's first beauty. Indeed, she deserved the title. Although no one introduced her, Kelvin knew exactly who she was. But why was she here? So Kelvin asked, "Are you my fiancé?" One sentence stunned everyone who had just recovered. Clinton clenched his fists. Naturally, Phelan brother and I are of the same ilk. He needed to remind Kelvin not to use any nauseating secret techniques like he did. He had to find another excuse to face the crowd's anger. Chapter 306, Fiancé. Ah. Kia was also taken aback, not expecting Kelvin to ask so directly. Kelvin's gaze fell on Kia. The rain in his sea of chi continued to fall, each drop hitting the lake formed by true essence, creating ripples, and the discomfort caused by eye decay had completely disappeared. Upon seeing Kia's beauty, he immediately knew who the woman before him was. After all, the incident involving numerous martial artists from the capital besieging the protector of the first beauty had been widely discussed just a few days prior. He hadn't expected that the person he saved that night was Kia. It seemed he also understood why Jackson had asked him to attend this banquet. Perhaps there was no ulterior motive. Jackson might have simply wanted the two of them to meet. He initially thought Jackson's arrangement could be an unnecessary plot. However, it was hard to say. Did Jackson refuse to lend him the divine mirror because he knew Kia could help him overcome eye decay? Seeing Kia hesitating without answering, Kelvin wondered if Jackson was bluffing when he said he would propose marriage on his behalf to the first beauty. If so, things would become awkward. The crowd, Kelvin. Truly, the mentor from Jinling was always one step ahead. While he was still muddling through petty squabbles, Brother Phelan had already made all his plans come true. Sigh, the gap between them was widening. It seemed that in the future, he would have to be even more outrageous in the capital. But now that I have agreed, there will be an engagement between us. Kia smiled, her radiant beauty leaving Kelvin breathless once more. He hadn't expected such a straightforward response and couldn't help asking, because of that night? Clinton's ears perked up. That night? What could have happened at night? Brother Phelan is impressive. The engagement wasn't even finalized, and he had already made progress? Kia shook her head. She knew Kelvin was referring to saving her that night. But she wasn't the type to give herself in return for a heroic rescue, especially not to someone who wasn't truly a hero. She agreed because a scene touched her heart and led to her decision. Over these days, she had secretly observed Kelvin. She saw him fooling around with a maid named Zyra, and each day he threw dog feces over to the neighbor's door. Lecherous, petty, he had quite a few bad habits. But one day, while on his way to the mirror platform, Kelvin encountered a night soil hauler struggling to pull a heavy cart uphill. Everyone else avoided him in disgust, but Kelvin stepped in to help push. He didn't believe Alton simply arranged this engagement for no reason. He wasn't Alton's illegitimate son. Why should he be chosen? The more Kelvin thought about it, the more nervous he became. Alton, who had lived for 800 years, treated him, a newcomer to the mirror platform, this way. There had to be more to it. Kia nodded and led the way. She also wanted some time alone with Kelvin. However, their private conversation irked Brent, who silently stepped forward and blocked Kelvin's path. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to deal with Kelvin, but decided he couldn't wait any longer. Whether it was due to the deal with Orlando or because he didn't want Kia to have a fiancé, today he had to resolve this matter. Kia must belong to him. He refused to accept any other outcome. Fiancé? Huh. A disabled or dead man couldn't become Kia's fiancé. Standing face to face with Brent, Kelvin stopped in his tracks. Brent said coldly, "You irritate me. I want to spar with you, and I request your cooperation." "If I don't cooperate?" Kelvin asked. "You must, because even if you refuse, I will attack you anyway," Brent replied. "Are you not afraid of the mirror platform?" Kelvin asked. Brent answered, "Ever since you became Alanis Yu's fiancé, the mirror platform can no longer shield you. Rivals meeting, jealousy flaring. This reason should suffice. If not, I'll add another." As Clinton felt a mix of relief and admiration. No wonder the person who taught him in Nanjing was always ahead of him. While Clinton was still causing chaos, Kelvin had already laid out a well-thought-out plan and made everything come true. Sigh, the gap between them was growing wider. He needed to be even more crazy in the capital. "But now I agree, so we will be engaged." Kia smiled radiantly, a flower-like smile that left Kelvin momentarily lost in awe. He didn't expect her to answer so directly and couldn't help but ask, "Because of that night?" Clinton perked up his ears. "That night? What could happen at night? Brother Phelan is amazing. Engaged before the marriage was set?" Kia shook her head. She understood Kelvin was referring to rescuing her that night. However, she wasn't the type to offer herself just because someone saved her, especially since the person in front of her wasn't a hero. She agreed because something convinced her. Over the past few days, she had secretly observed Kelvin. She saw him fooling around with the servant girl named Zyra and noticed he threw dog poop on his neighbor's door daily. Lewd, petty. He had many bad habits. Yet, one day, while walking on the path to the mirror platform, he helped a night soil collector struggling with a heavy cart uphill, despite everyone else avoiding and shunning him. It was a small act of kindness that touched her. Kia nodded and led the way. She also wanted some time alone with Kelvin. However, Kelvin and Kia's private conversation drew Brent's attention. He stood in Kelvin's path, unwilling to wait any longer to confront him. No matter the deal with Orlando or his reluctance for Kia to have a fiancé, today, he had to resolve this matter. Kia must be his, and he wouldn't accept any other outcome. Fiancé? Huh. A crippled or dead person can't be Kia's fiancé. Brent blocked Kelvin's path. Brent looked at Kelvin and said, "You're really pissing me off. Let's spar. Please oblige me, Phelan Chancellor." Kelvin replied, "What if I don't oblige you?" Brent responded, "You have to oblige me because even if you refuse, I will attack you anyway." "Aren't you afraid of the mirror platform?" Kelvin asked. Brent said, "Once you become Miss Yu's fiancé, the mirror platform can no longer protect you. Isn't it understandable for a rival to be envious? If that's not enough, I'll add another reason. As one of the top 10 young masters of the capital, I'm displeased by your weak strength overshadowing mine. Today, I need to reclaim my reputation." Pausing briefly, Brent added, "If you think these reasons aren't enough, I can find many more." Chapter 307, Bryce. Kelvin looked at Bryce and said, "Your reasons seem fitting, but I just want to ask one question. What merit do you have to be my rival in love?" Arrogant. Many people thought the same thing. It was uttered and dodged. Bryce's kick missed its target, sweeping through space, creating a sonic boom. Not willing to let go of Kelvin, Bryce prepared to chase after him again when he saw Jaylene standing in front of him. Bryce's pupils contracted as he stared at Kelvin and said, "The mighty mirror platform master. Surely you won't hide behind a woman?" Kelvin glanced at Jaylene, then turned back to Bryce and said, "If you're capable, you can stand behind a woman too. Honestly, watching two men fight is less appealing than women fighting." Jaylene heard Kelvin's words and silently stepped aside. "Do you expect me to fight another woman in front of so many people? Damn man. Then, let someone beat you up first." As Jaylene moved aside, Kelvin was taken aback and could only say to her, "Indeed, arranged marriages are unreliable." Jaylene stood by, completely ignoring him. With Jaylene watching idly, the Alaric was also entertained. Others wished Kelvin would get a thorough beating. None could accept Jaylene becoming his fiancée. Everyone silently made way, leaving only Bryce and Kelvin in the center. Kelvin looked at Bryce. As the capital's mirror platform master, he understood much about the 10 great talents of the capital. Naturally, he knew about the National Duke's descendant, whose family. He then released a blast of primal energy, like blossoms scattered by a fairy, targeting Kelvin. Speaking so openly, since he dared to confront, he would look for opportunities to finish him. If Kelvin's skills were inferior, even the mirror platform would have nothing to say. The barrage of primal energy hitting Kelvin caused him to become serious. He didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, primal energy transformed into a shield, protecting him. Each burst struck against the shield, producing a thumping sound, continuously exploding. A sign of immense force. Bryce relentlessly unleashed Dao techniques, the flow of primal energy unceasing like bullets from a machine gun. This was one of Bryce's famous Dao techniques. Though unremarkable, with enough powerful and dense true essence from a cultivator, the relentless assault could severely injure an opponent. In Bryce's view, he was at the peak of the profound mystic realm, and Kelvin, having just overcome the I-decline stage, was merely a profound mystic of the fourth decline. With his own true essence, he believed he could overpower Kelvin easily. Unexpectedly, Kelvin stood firm, letting the barrage hit him, yet remained unharmed. The shield of primal energy before him showed no sign of weakening, not penetrated in any way. This scene drew the attention of Quentin and others. Bryce, as one of the 10 great, he suppressed all emotions, using a Dao technique to meet the blow. Yet, upon confronting it, his expression drastically changed. This surge of sword chi resembled a breached flood, initially only seeming dominant. But upon contact, it conveyed an irrefutable and uncontrollable force like a king's might. Chapter 308, Evenly Matched. Bryce felt a surge of true essence crashing towards him, carrying an overwhelming and unyielding force. As a perfected thorough mystic, he had no choice but to mobilize all his true essence to counter it. Despite his efforts, he was forced to retreat under the impact. He retreated several steps, shattering the green stones beneath his feet, his arms trembling as he barely managed to block with repeated use of Dao techniques. Bryce stared coldly at Kelvin, his hands shaking from exhaustion. That single strike had left him scrambling to defend, leaving cuts on his hand from the sword chi. Thankfully, his quick reflexes saved him from being impaled. Initially, Bryce thought Kelvin would be an easy target, but now it was he who suffered first, fueling his inner rage. The onlookers observed this scene with heavy expressions. They had long heard of Kelvin as a descendant of Aldo, so they expected him to be strong, but not this strong. If another perfected thorough mystic had suffered, they might have accepted it. But this was Bryce, one of the 10 young lords of the capital, someone rumored to be on the verge of advancing to Unity Realm. For such a person to be outmatched by someone of a lower realm was inconceivable. Quentin's expression also turned grave. Compared to others, he saw things more clearly. Initially, he was astonished by the terrifying true essence of Kelvin, but now he was even more impressed by the perfection of Kelvin's sword intent in that single strike. It indicated that Kelvin had perfected the tyrant's sword technique. Even disregarding that, they all had Dao techniques they'd cultivated to great completion. But Kelvin had used air currents instead of a real sword, yet still exhibited the power of a completed form. This meant, Kelvin's sword manipulation skill must have also reached greatness to achieve this. This kind of opponent made Quentin yearn for a fight, while suppressing his own realm. With your level, you can also call yourself one of the capital's 10 young lords? Kelvin hadn't expected this move to harm his opponent. In his view, Bryce was famous and of a higher realm, so he wouldn't gain any advantage with just this strike. It seems I overestimated you, Kelvin sighed. With this strength, taking him down shouldn't be difficult. Feeling deeply humiliated, Bryce lashed out at her. Suddenly, after the fire dragons, a dazzling light slashed towards Kelvin, a hidden blade in the flames. This was his true lethal move, combining 2 Dao techniques he had created to catch opponents off guard. And this blade wasn't just one. The blade swung rapidly, blurring vision in a flurry of slashes. Slash, slash, slash. Bryce roared, mad with fury, his hands manipulating the blade so fast that it generated flames from sheer speed, not from the previous fire but friction. Terrifying. The crowd gawked, hearts pounding. Who could withstand such a move? Kelvin was sure to suffer a severe blow. Undoubtedly, the blade struck where Kelvin was standing. Instantly, the area crumbled into charred fragments, creating a blackened pit. Yet surprisingly, there was no blood. This led many to wonder, where did Kelvin go? Bryce provided the answer as his blade approached again. Slash, slash, slash. He shouted faster, moving quicker, enveloping a direction with countless slashes. The crowd noticed Kelvin had already moved there at some point. As the blades came, Kelvin stepped and vanished again. His speed outpaced the blade, astonishing everyone. What Dao technique was this? It was incredibly fast. Conway and Kia stared intently at Kelvin, marveling at the intricacy of his movement, something they couldn't fully comprehend. Kelvin watched the scorched ground where he had been standing and grew more cautious about Bryce. Had it not been for the shadow step technique, he would have suffered greatly here. Indeed, becoming one of the capital's 10 young lords required formidable strength. Despite avoiding multiple strikes, Bryce showed no signs of weakening. Rather, he grew stronger with each slash, making Kelvin frown. He was gathering momentum with every strike, becoming stronger. Kelvin would not let him have his way. Using Dao techniques, he summoned sword light and transformed it into fist prints, true essence erupting continuously. Like a volcano, a series of true essence bursts aimed sharply at Bryce. Bang! Bang! The sword light cut through Kelvin's true essence bursts, but his true essence also neutralized Bryce's consecutive slashes. Bryce paid no mind, slashing faster, his true essence growing wilder, gradually accumulating a relentless momentum. Everyone watching swallowed hard. Indeed, this was Bryce. Who could battle with such presence? Anyone else would be suppressed naturally. But they saw Kelvin, whose body radiated brilliance as true essence transformed into various forms. Fist, palm, sword, fighting evenly with Bryce, showing no signs of losing ground. Kelvin fought bravely, although he hadn't gathered the same moment force. Kelvin's mind flickered, and once again he wielded the Overlord sword, true essence rolling out in torrents. Though only a single strike, it carried the might of an overlord, sweeping through everything with an indomitable sword beam, tearing apart everything in its path. The two forces collided, causing an explosive eruption of terrifying true essence. The sword beam and saber energy met like dry wood meeting fire, burning and boiling in the arena. The shockwave sent many spectators into a panic, forcing them to retreat further back. Kelvin and Bryce were also pushed away, their bodies struck by the true essence backlash, leaving them feeling their blood roil violently. Kelvin steadied himself, his gaze intensely fixed on Bryce. He had used the seven-colored dawn as his celestial human guide, and with the experience from Ghost Town, each time he advanced past a decay stage, the true essence within his chi-si turned into rain. After several such storms, the true essence in his chi-si had become a vast lake. He had thought no one could rival him in the profound mysteries realm, despite being only at the 4th decay stage. But the 10 noble sons of the capital lived up to their reputation, being exceptionally strong and skilled in various Dao techniques. If it weren't for his time cultivating numerous Dao techniques on Mirror Platform, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. Yet even so, he couldn't gain the upper hand. Bryce to emit an even greater magnetic storm, forming a vast field around the arena like an unbreakable cage. As the top 3 among the capital's young generation, Quentin sensed this magnetic force and changed his expression. He had heard rumors of Bryce's false core, allowing him to challenge the Unity realm, but seeing it now, he realized this false core possessed a magnetic field far more terrifying than others' real cores. Woody stood aside, glancing at Kelvin. This battle was about to end, and Kelvin would lose. Woody knew more than Quentin. Bryce had obtained this false core from a magnetic mountain using treasures from demonic beasts and other secret artifacts. Though a false core, its effectiveness surpassed others' real cores. At the Unity realm, one could influence the momentum of heaven and earth. Under these circumstances, how could the profound mysteries realm compete? Kelvin, you have some skill, but not enough, Bryce said, pouring his essence, spirit, and will directly into the false core. At the Unity realm, essence, spirit, and will unite. With this action, he instantly reached a pseudo-Unity realm, though the term pseudo merely indicated a lack of true essence. Otherwise, it was stronger than a real Unity realm. Instantly, a magnetic storm raged in the arena, Bryce becoming far more powerful, his true essence evolving into the shadow of a magnetic mountain. This magnetic mountain shadow wasn't just heavy like a mountain. Crucially, it connected with the heavens, bringing the weight of the universe crashing down. Kia stood to the side, her beautiful eyes flashing, her palms subtly flipping. She didn't care about other men, even her fiancé. An indifferent fiancé was one less trouble when dead. But she found this fiancé somewhat intriguing, having felt a flutter of interest. So, she prepared to save Kelvin. Though it might damage Kelvin's pride, preserving his life was better. With the Unity realm's power pressing down, Kelvin couldn't withstand it, especially with Bryce's evident killing intent. Just as Kia was about to intervene, she heard Kelvin laugh. This is a false core? Not difficult at all. These words made Kia pause, and everyone else looked at Kelvin, puzzled by his meaning. But soon, they would know. Suddenly, Kelvin's aura swelled, and around him appeared a peculiar momentum filled with various intentions. Kelvin stood there, recalling an idea he'd had, to create a false core from a pill forged with endless sword intent, thereby entering the pseudo-celestial human realm. He had explored this concept during his free time, but always fell short by a step. Watching Bryce now, he suddenly understood, pouring his essence, spirit, and will into it, using the false core as a substitute for a true core. A true core was always connected to oneself, but a false core required manual integration when necessary. He had mistakenly treated the false core like a true core, wanting constant fusion. A false core could be like a weapon, used only when needed without treating it as part of his own body. Thus, Kelvin poured his essence, spirit, and will into the lake, nourishing the sword pill with boundless true essence, merging with his essence, spirit, and will. In that moment, Kelvin became one with the false core. The momentum around him suddenly transformed. The celestial force that should have pressed down upon him instead became his own, surrounding him. The descending magnetic mountain hesitated. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Some disbelief expressed aloud. Did he also form a false core? Chapter 310, Brent goes all out. In the arena, Kelvin stood still, his entire being suddenly blending harmoniously with the universe, as if he had entered the Unity realm. Unity realm. In this state, one's essence, energy, and spirit converge into a single whole, capable of harmonizing with the cosmos. Of course, Kelvin was not truly at the Unity realm. It was very difficult to form a true core. For Kelvin, forming a real core would be quite challenging. However, cultivating a pseudo-core was relatively easy for him. Or rather, Kelvin had always possessed a pseudo-core. The boundless sword intent formed a sword core in his Dantian, though it was previously a dead core. After advancing to the mystic realm, his spiritual chi transformed into true essence, and after contemplating the matter of forming a core, coupled with the inspiration from Brent's pseudo-core, Kelvin instantly understood how to transform the sword core into a pseudo-core. His path was smooth and seamless, with the true essence nurturing the sword core, constantly merging and integrating with his essence, energy, spirit, and the sword core. Compared to Brent, who had painstakingly refined his pseudo-core, Kelvin's pseudo-core was achieved effortlessly because it had existed all along. All he needed to do was nourish this pseudo-core with his own resources, awakening it. As countless streams of true essence nurtured the sword core floated within Kelvin's Dantian, emanating an imposing aura around him. When a cultivator's Tao reaches a certain level, they can resonate with the cosmos, thereby generating cosmic momentum. Endless sword intent is naturally a supreme Tao. Kelvin's limitation was only in realm, hence his capability was somewhat restricted. Even so, borrowing even a fraction of its power could still invoke cosmic resonance, forming a grand force around him. Kelvin's pressure surged at this moment, his sharp and overwhelming aura making people feel as if they were being pointed at by a sword, causing an uncomfortable pricking sensation. Brent's magnetic storm was distorted at this moment, unable to approach Kelvin. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Woody swallowed hard. Is there such a monster in this world? He formed a pseudo-core with just a thought. Most importantly, he hadn't even reached the peak of the mystic realm but already had the ability to form a pseudo-core? Silence enveloped the area, as it was hard to accept this scene. But Kelvin was unaware of the shock he had caused. With a wave of his arm, an immense sword momentum directly suppressed Brent's magnetic field. Kelvin didn't unleash the full might of the sword core, merely using a part of it, yet it was sufficient. The sword momentum was devastating, instantly destroying Brent's overwhelming pressure. The magnetic mountain that Brent had conjured with his pseudo-core was shattered into pieces. The sword momentum remained formidable, striking Brent after annihilating his ultimate move. Brent was terrified. He unleashed his pseudo-core to its limit, with true essence flooding into it. Vast true essence transformed into a storm, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward Kelvin. But Kelvin's sword momentum was like 1,000 troops, carrying the force of the cosmos, invincible. Everything Brent unleashed was obliterated by the sword momentum, which then struck him head-on. Pooh! Brent let out a painful cry, flying backward and crashing into the ground. Crack! His pseudo among the 10 great lords. Brent lay on the ground, the destruction of his essence, energy, and spirit making him extremely uncomfortable. He endured the pain without passing out, gazing blankly at Kelvin. He couldn't accept this reality. In his view, no one below the Unity realm could match him. Yet, he was now crushed in one strike, without revealing more trump cards. He was filled with anguish. Why did this happen? Brent clearly understood his predicament. If he lacked sufficient resources to recover from the cracked pseudo-core, he would fade into obscurity. Thus, the resources promised by Orlando became crucial. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Brent's eyes. Kelvin, I'll make you die. Speaking, Brent suddenly soared into the air. As he ascended, his cracked pseudo-core began to burn. With the burning, essences rushed out of the pseudo-core, pouring into Brent's body recklessly. I sacrificed 20 years of life for supreme power, Brent shouted, his skin rapidly aging. From a youthful genius, he instantly had wrinkles spreading across his eyes, and his black hair turned white. The depleted essence, energy, and spirit swiftly recovered. Life-snatching technique. Quentin's expression changed drastically, having long heard that Brent possessed a secret troubling. This was absolutely beyond what the mystic realm could withstand. Even with Kelvin's pseudo-core, it wouldn't be enough. Translation note. Maintain the structure and paragraphing as in the original Chinese text. Pinyin names are used correctly as requested. Tone and style of the original text have been preserved. Ensured fluency and grammatical correctness in English. Logical continuity with previous content has been maintained. Let me know if you need any modifications or have additional content to translate. Hashtag chapter 311. Let's hear it. Easton unleashed his full power, with true essence surging like a sea, combining with the magnetic force generated by his false core. This overwhelming might coalesced into a mountain-like structure, descending forcefully. The terrifying scene caused everyone to turn their attention to Kelvin, eager to see how he would react. To everyone's surprise, Kelvin took a step forward, showing no sign of worry or fear. Instead, his expression carried a hint of disdain. You know nothing about my false core. Everyone, including Kia, was thoroughly puzzled. Wasn't a false core just a false core? Even Woody and others with genuine cores would feel a chill run down their spines facing Easton's onslaught. Are you really going to confront him with your false core, Kelvin? Kia's eyes widened as she stared intently at Kelvin. She had witnessed this Bruno's unusual capability directly in the path of its wrath, could sense its sharpness. The magnetic mountain pressed down, while Kelvin's sword emitted a dazzling light, as if its edge were burning brightly. The air shimmered, as if being torn apart. Bang! The magnetic mountain and the sword collided, producing a clanging sound. The mountain cracked, and the terrifying true essence carrying the weight of nature scattered like starlight. Kelvin's sword also began to crack. In this battle, true essence stars rained down. People gaped in disbelief. Easton had expended 20 years of his lifespan and burned his false core to attack. Yet Kelvin managed to block it and split it open with a single strike. What kind of joke is this? If Kelvin had used a genuine core, they wouldn't have been surprised. But this was just a false core. What kind of false core could be so fearsome? Of course, they didn't know that this was a false core imbued with endless sword intent left by the sacred clan. Nor did they realize that Kelvin was only harnessing part of its power. In fact, even genuine cores in the world couldn't compare. Kelvin's limited personal strength was the only reason he hadn't obliterated Easton's magnetic mountain immediately. Though he was destroying the mountain, his sword also began to crack, suggesting an evenly matched confrontation. Crack! The magnetic mountain finally shattered, and Kelvin's sword fragmented and vanished into the void. On the surface, it appeared to be, could someone the Aldo valued so highly, helping him become the mirror master, possibly be foolish? So, could it be that Kelvin hadn't reached the High realm specifically for this false core? They looked at Kelvin, knowing he would shake the capital once again. Not by his identity, but by his prowess. Achieving such a victory with the strength of the fourth stage of Tongxian, which High realm elite could compare. Unaware of their thoughts, Kelvin walked up to the weakened Easton and said, "Do you have any other tricks? I'll give you another chance." Easton coughed but remained silent. He did have more moves, but after failing with his most lethal strike, what good would the rest do? Using them now would only worsen his injuries and add to his humiliation. "If you have no other means, then you must explain why you targeted me," Kelvin said, narrowing his eyes. "We have no grudges, yet you harbored such killing intent. The excuse of a rival lover doesn't convince me." Easton still didn't respond. Kelvin smiled and continued, "You don't have to speak, but understand this. If you want to kill me, then it's fair for me to return the favor. If you don't talk, I will send you to your death." His words were soft, as if discussing something trivial. Yet, no one took this as a joke. Easton's expression changed repeatedly. He didn't want to die. Seeing Kelvin approach him again, Easton panicked, shouting, "Woody! Save me!" Woody stood aside, having no deep bond with Easton. However, Easton had his secrets, and he had his value. Saving him might allow him to seize Easton's opportunities. Thus, Woody stepped forward, blocking Kelvin. Hashtag chapter 312, together. Brother Phelan, since the contest has already determined a winner, why must you continue to press? Can we just let this matter rest? Woody looked at Kelvin with a smile. Kelvin shot a glance at Woody and asked coldly, "Are we close friends? Who gave you permission to address me as brother?" Woody's face stiffened for a moment, a flash of harshness flickering in his eyes before disappearing. He still smiled and said, "Brother Phelan, you really like to joke around?" "I'm not joking. What status do you have?" "Just a nobleman's son." "I, on the other hand, Am the chief of the mirror platform, ranking 3rd class. Your father can call me brother, but do you qualify? If you had manners, you would address me as Uncle Phelan. Kelvin stared directly at Woody. These words caused Woody's cultivated demeanor to falter. His face turned red and white. Kelvin's words were tantamount to insulting him as a mere child. Woody reined in his smile, his face darkening as he glared at Kelvin. I advise you not to be so arrogant. Kelvin chuckled. Sorry, the mirror platform has always been an independent entity, hence its arrogance from strength. Therefore, arrogance was necessary. At the very least, it needed to dispel the rumor that the mirror platform lacked successors. Woody had never been fond of the mirror platform because its existence greatly weakened the power of the Grand Justice Temple. No one knew that his grandfather had an illegitimate daughter who married the current Grand Justice Ibrahim, making the minister his maternal uncle. Initially, Woody hadn't intended to conflict with Kelvin. However, now that he felt humiliated and coveted Bryce's fortune, he couldn't suppress his anger and snorted. It's understandable that you brother lost during your sparring session, but you're going too far. Isn't that too petty? We won't sit idly by while you behave this way. Kelvin glanced at Woody and chuckled. Oh, are you trying to morally coerce me? You've miscalculated again. People of the mirror platform care only about whether actions follow the rules, not moral reputation. Besides, when he tried to kill me, why didn't you step forward then and say he lacked character? With that, Kelvin waved his hand. I'm tired of talking to you. Bryce, don't count on anyone saving you today. If you truly wish to live, there is a way. Just tell me who orchestrated your plot against me. I won't bother with someone like you. Bryce couldn't believe that despite being one of the top 10 aristocrats, Kelvin regarded him as insignificant. Hateful as it was, he wouldn't yield to Kelvin's persuasion. Give him. Let this go. Yes, you've already won. Why pursue him relentlessly? With Melvin and Woody leading the way, 7 or 8 more people stood up, either allies of Woody or the prince. Among them was Alric, one of the top 10 aristocrats. The presence of 2 of the top 10 aristocrats plus Melvin made Bryce relax. With such protection, Kelvin couldn't touch him. He absolutely couldn't expose Orlando. Doing so would mean losing access to Orlando's resources and facing retaliation, which would certainly lead to his death given his current predicament. Kia stood to one side, her beautiful eyes watching Kelvin calmly. She didn't involve herself in any of this. Seeing Bryce's relieved expression, she thought he was overly confident. This person had recently executed xiuxian. Such a man, could he be swayed by their threats? As Kia suspected, Kelvin looked at the people who stood up and said, just these few people, no one else? Melvin frowned and asked, what does Director Phelan mean by that? Nothing much. If you insist on protecting him, then I'll simply have to remove you all, leaving him unprotected. Kelvin's tone was calm. Yet, those words stunned everyone present, all staring wide-eyed at Kelvin. Quentin and Clinton also couldn't believe what they heard. What kind of reckless words were these? He intended to fight them all single-handedly? Wasn't that madness? This was a death wish. Chapter 313. Cave Spirit Realm? The Alaric, Woody, and Alric were all staring coldly at Kelvin. By saying those words, Kelvin had shown blatant disrespect towards them, which was an insult. You shall be responsible for your own words. Alric stepped forward at this moment, looking at Kelvin with a cold eye. He did not like such arrogant people. Kelvin ignored him and glanced at Bryce before looking around. Is there anyone else willing to speak up for him? If so, step forward now. I don't want to waste time dealing with you one by one. It's troublesome. There was another moment of silence. Was Kelvin really crazy? Did he lose his mind? Among these people were 2 of the 10 great young lords, both true unity realms. Moreover, there was even a prince. Though no one knew how strong the prince was, his royal background determined that he wouldn't be weak. Could Kelvin, who was merely at the profound mystic realm, be a match against these 3 joining forces? What about the others? Yet, Kelvin remained as domineering as ever. Dwayne stared dumbfoundedly at Kelvin, feeling utterly baffled. What was Kelvin doing? If the chief mirror returned bruised and battered from the mirror platform, moving to attack personally, the others remained stationary. Woody and Alric had their pride and didn't wish to gang up on a profound mystic realm practitioner. If the Alaric needed help, the others would assist him. But Kelvin wasn't worthy enough for them all to act together. However, they hadn't acted. But in that moment, Kelvin burst forth with a powerful presence, the power of his false core. It wasn't aimed at the Alaric, but targeted everyone opposing him. This presence carried a sharp sword intent, enveloping all of them. The recipients felt as if sword blades pierced their hearts, an unbearable sensation. So bold. Woody and others glared at Kelvin, surprised he dared provoke them. This pushed them all into acting together. Together, can you withstand everyone's combined attack? You are courting death. Quentin frowned, thinking Kelvin truly sought his own trouble. If they attacked one by one, based on his recent display of strength, facing the Alaric might not result in a loss. But if this forced everyone to join forces, defeat was inevitable. Clinton also felt troubled. How would Brother Phelan handle this situation? Brother Phelan overdid it this time. With the prince leading, they wouldn't care for anything else. Now, unless Jackson intervenes, who could dissuade them? Oh no, what should I do? Should I go along with Brother Phelan and face the beating together? But getting beaten like this is meaningless. No, I won't help Brother Phelan. Let him take the beating alone. As Chief Mirror, they wouldn't dare kill him. If I rush in, it would just offer myself as cannon fodder. Brother Phelan, rest assured, whoever strikes you, I will definitely settle accounts for you. Clinton's eyes darted around, contemplating whether to join the crowd attacking Kelvin. Afterward, kicking a couple of times could let him infiltrate the Alaric's group, making it easier to manipulate them later. But kicking Brother Phelan twice, given his character, I suspect I'd end up being kicked many times by him in the future. Forget it, it's not worth it. Clinton's mind raced with thoughts, but others were much simpler. They couldn't think of any other reason, believing Kelvin simply grew overconfident due to youthful success. Because no one favored Kelvin's chances. A profound mystic realm, and even a 4th stage profound mystic, Despite having a false core, could he achieve anything against this formidable alliance? They watched Kelvin sympathetically. Only Jaylene stood aside calmly, though she too harbored doubts. How could Kelvin possibly contend with so many people? Was it because of the techniques left by True Monarch? However, using the survival method bestowed by the True Monarch under these circumstances, even if victorious, it wouldn't be considered honorable. No one would respect it, and instead would pull out their own trump cards to retaliate against Kelvin. This Quentin was the first to detect the anomaly, murmuring to himself. At Cave Spirit Realm, the aura forms a field domain, creating a self-sufficient world. How can Kelvin, only a profound mystic realm, exhibit the field domain unique to Cave Spirit Realm? Their astonishment did not lessen but intensified further. Chapter 314. Is that so? With Kelvin as the center, an overwhelming force began to envelop the area. This was no longer a simple force. It seemed to construct its own space, creating a unique realm akin to a domain. At the Cave Spirit Realm, Donglingjing, one could form their own miniature world. This revision ensures that Donglingjing is consistently translated as Cave Spirit Realm, which better conveys the meaning in English while maintaining the terminology used for cultivation realms in similar contexts. The rest of the sentence flows naturally in English. Kelvin at this moment was doing exactly that, creating his own miniature world of swords. Where did Kelvin's sword intent and sword pills come from? They were formed from endless sword intents, transforming into the realm of swords. His sword intent could naturally form its own realm. During his battle with Bryce earlier, he only employed some of his sword intent and not all of it. Kelvin knew that if he unleashed all of it, he could recreate the preliminary sword world again. In other words, this sword pill could create a false Donglingjing field for him. This was why Kelvin dared them all to come at once. Though he was not in the Donglingjing stage, he possessed a Donglingjing domain, ensuring his victory from the beginning after entering the false pill stage. The sword pill exuded threads of sword intent that fiercely consumed Kelvin's true essence. The true essence within his chi-si fused with the sword intent, permeating through the heavens and earth, forming a heavenly prison centered around him. Standing there, Kelvin merged with the heavens and earth, appearing like a pseudo-unity realm cultivator, a pseudo-Donglingjing cultivator. Melvin, Woody, Alric, and others felt an overwhelming pressure from the universe. Their chi-sis felt as though they were about to be sealed off, entrapping them in a quagmire. Because in this realm, Kelvin's Tao intent intertwined and suppressed them, completely and utterly. They were horrified and frantically resisted the suppression from this Tao intent. But the more they resisted, the more terrifying it felt. Kelvin's domain was so terrifying that they believed it would not be any weaker than a true Donglingjing realm. It felt like they were inside a world of swords, filled with endless sword intents, each resonating with the cosmos, forming a cage-like domain. Yet, how could a Tongxianjing practitioner display a Donglingjing and already under his domain suppression? They were fish on his chopping board. However, Woody and company were unity realms, requiring more effort. So, Kelvin once again activated his false pill, unleashing even more sword intent. He intended to take them all down in one go. But, as the sword intent poured out, the domain became even more terrifying, causing Kelvin's heart to tighten. Each thread of sword intent required true essence to sustain it. While his chi-si contained plenty of true essence, it was now being drained like a pump. Within a short time, more than half of his true essence was gone. And this was just to stabilize the domain suppression. To execute killing moves and eliminate them, another burst was needed. Boom, boom. Under Kelvin's control, the false pill violently expelled sword intents which transformed into countless swords, forming storms rushing towards all directions. His true essence rapidly diminished at an alarming rate. Soon, this rapid consumption depleted Kelvin's true essence, causing his complexion to change. Now, it was like lifting a massive boulder to strike someone. If his strength failed here, everything would dissipate. Defeat would then belong to him. Woody and the rest, facing the sweeping waves of sword energy, felt despair. These sword energies weren't very strong, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they were still under suppression. A single hit from such sword energy would surely lead to their defeat. However, soon they noticed something amiss. These sword energies suddenly slowed down and trembled. After contemplation, they grew overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, Kelvin, you're ultimately only in the Tongxianjing. Though we don't know how you can display Donglingjing abilities, is the power of Donglingjing within your Tongxianjing true essence's control? Kelvin, you're too arrogant. They laughed wildly, forcing their powers to steady themselves against Kelvin's domain. They saw hope, persevere, and Kelvin would certainly fail. Others also noticed the situation. Quentin, after the shock, let out a relieved breath. Fortunately, there was this disadvantage. Otherwise, with Tongxianjing showcasing Donglingjing might, how could he compare? There would be no contest at all. It made sense for Kelvin's true essence to be unable to support this. Only then could he accept it. Kia watched from the side, noticing the unstable domain. Her eyes revealed a trace of regret. If he couldn't maintain it, then defeat was imminent. Kelvin had the ability, but his true essence simply ran dry. He was beyond recovery. Feeling his domain waning, Kelvin sighed, admitting that he had overestimated himself. He knew the terror of the sword pill. This was not yet its full glory. It was now a world of swords, leaving everyone in awe. Kelvin had just shown signs of exhaustion and inability to support his efforts. Why did he suddenly return to his peak? What kind of technique was this? At that moment, Kia frowned as well, for she couldn't discern what method Kelvin used. He always exceeded expectations. The sword chi cascaded, hanging in the air, pointing at everyone. Kelvin's gaze swept over them, finally resting on the Alaric. Do you admit defeat, or continue? The Alaric knew Kelvin asked this question because of his royal identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time on such trivial matters. But the Alaric didn't respond. Woody said coldly, who are you trying to scare? I don't believe a Tongxian can maintain a Dongling realm field. That's right. Trying to intimidate us? Dream on. Alaric chimed in coldly. Initially, the Alaric had been inclined to retreat, but now became resolute. Indeed, although they didn't know why Kelvin had suddenly burst forth and stabilized the field, it must be a bluff, perhaps already at the end of his strength. Seeing the Alaric's determination, Kelvin realized they wouldn't back down. Kelvin thought, it's better if you don't back down. I feared you would. Establishing authority will be less impactful. He asked this question only because of your royal status. Today, there's no identity on the battlefield. If you don't retreat, bear the consequences yourselves. Roscoe, I've warned you. If anything happens involving the prince, it's not my problem. This is your doing since you told me to do it. Thinking this, Kelvin combined his true essence with the sword intent again, making it surge powerfully. In an instant, the originally stagnant sword chi poured out like surging river water, crazily enveloping everyone. The sword chi, resembling a flood breaking through a dam, was terrifying. Although these were only Tongxian realm sword chi, each strand of sword intent was extremely pure and formidable. Within the sword domain, their power multiplied significantly. Woody, Alric, and the Alaric were filled with fear. They hadn't expected Kelvin could unleash such a powerful move. What capability did he have? He was merely a Tongxian. Yet, they had no time to think as endless sword chi charged at them. Within the field, they felt utter despair. The group could only join forces, reaching their limits by driving their true essence and displaying various secret arts to meet the sword chi. They were all extraordinary, showing off powerful secret arts. For example, Alric was wrapped in true essence, transforming into a dermic manifestation with a dragon head and tiger body, causing a shocking impact. Similarly, the Alaric displayed drum-like sounds emanating from his body, his true essence bursting forth like troops forming ranks, creating an overwhelming force. Woody also exhibited formidable divine might, cooperating with others to resist together. But the sword chi before them was too terrifying, aided by the field's suppression, shattering their secret arts upon impact. Thud. Their techniques destroyed, they suffered backlash and spat blood. Simultaneously, the sword chi struck their bodies. The sword chi didn't pierce them but landed heavily. They felt brutal strikes, spitting blood and suffering severe injuries, with some even passing out. The Alaric and the others also sustained injuries. They were knocked down, collapsing on the ground, barely staying upright. They looked extremely disheveled. In an instant, the cultivators protecting Brent lost all combat ability. Kelvin stood there, clothes fluttering, sword chi dancing around him. What a heroic figure. So strong. Only Dongling can withstand it. Quentin, as an observer, revealed a look of despair. He was among the absolute top 3 in the capital's younger generation. He had made great strides in cultivation, already becoming a late-stage Unity Realm powerhouse. Yet, if he had faced Kelvin, he would only have met defeat. Not that he wasn't strong enough, but he seemed to see a world of swords, a realm beyond human resistance. What exactly was his false core? How could it be so terrifying? With this false core, who in the capital's younger generation could rival, warning them of the Imperial clan? The Alaric understood Jingtai much better than Orlando and others. Silent, the Alaric remained silent, and so did everyone else. Even Kia, standing aside, watched Kelvin with increasingly complex emotions. Her fiancé, while generally average in strength, possessed techniques that left her breathless. She still didn't know which false core Kelvin used. Kia was moved, and others were stunned. For a moment, they only looked at Kelvin with reverence. Chapter 316, Helping Out. The top young talent of the capital. Everyone had this thought. What were the top 10 young masters in comparison to him? In terms of power and influence, he was already the master of the Mirror Platform, a high-ranking official at the 3rd rank. Rumor had it that his influence within the Mirror Platform now surpassed even Stewart's, making him the de facto leader while Jackson was not managing affairs. Their pride and strength had been significant before, but with one move, he had incapacitated a group of people including 2 from the top 10 young masters and even a royal prince. This was an overwhelming level of strength. No wonder Kia could become his fiancée. Jealousy turned into understanding in this moment. At the immortal profound realm, he was already so formidable. When he reached the spirit cavern realm, would he be comparable to Aldo? In any place, Aldo was an absolute powerhouse. No Aldo appeared, who could challenge them. How many Aldos were there in this world? Moreover, there was Aldo backing him. His family background was unmatched. He was truly the life winner. Many people envied Kelvin. Those who originally wanted to compete against him gave up now, realizing they weren't on the same level. After resolving the situation, Kelvin no longer needed to maintain his field of power. The vast sword intent retracted, and his true essence returned to the Sea of Qi. Meanwhile, the true essence absorbed through the Tai Chu technique continued to integrate into the Sea of Qi. Suddenly, Kelvin's true essence became incredibly robust, and in an instant, he ascended directly from the 4th decay to the 5th decay stage, heart decay. In this fleeting moment, Kelvin suddenly felt oppressed, anxious, and low-spirited. Everything seemed meaningless. Looking at everyone present, everything felt dull and uninteresting. At the same time, his head and heart ached faintly, as if it were real pain but also like imagined pain. Despite his increasing strength, his aura weakened. Everyone sensed this change. Someone murmured, looking at Kelvin. Heart decay. He fought once and broke through again, reaching heart decay. Is cultivation this easy? Not only did he not exhaust himself, but he also advanced another stage. Kelvin lost his previous air of confidence, standing with a sense of decay and desolation, exuding a deadened aura, his eyes hollow. How could he enter heart decay at such a time? Dwayne stood there, his expression grim. Among the 5 minor decays, heart decay was the most dangerous. Many people had committed suicide because of it. During a heart decay episode, people would feel particularly depressed, finding everything meaningless, leading to self-destruction. Dwayne saw Kelvin in this state, much like someone whose spirit was utterly defeated. In such a condition, just not committing suicide was good enough. How could he face others who harbored hostility? Indeed, some people had ulterior motives. Judah was one of them. Though not as talented as the top 10 young masters, he was still among the best among the capital's young talents. Entering the Unity stage should have been achievable based on his aptitude. But his father, a high-ranking official, died unexpectedly, leading to the decline of his family. His family's assets were coveted by relatives, leaving him exhausted. But the current situation presented an opportunity for him. If he could defeat Kelvin, wouldn't Woody, Bryce, Crown Melvin, and others view him differently? Climbing up these branches, would the relatives dare to oppress him and his mother anymore? A cold light flashed in Judah's eyes as he stepped out slowly. With heart decay, Kelvin would have no desire to fight. Even if Kelvin was strong, there was nothing to fear. It was a perfect opportunity. Brother Phelan, what are you doing? Feeling depressed? Come on, let me wake you up. Before Judah could reach Kelvin, a smug voice rang out. Clinton stepped forward, watching Kelvin excitedly. Clenching his fists, he blew on them. He was delighted. Today's battle would make Kelvin famous in the capital. Beating him would make him equally renowned. Striking a duke would be called madness, with limited impact. But beating Kelvin would be far more interesting. Brother Phelan, we're close friends. A beatdown can achieve brotherhood, right? I wouldn't mind if our roles were reversed. To save you, Brother Phelan, I'd go all out. So this small detail doesn't matter, right? As long as you don't die, it's just a joke between brothers, isn't it? Clinton's fist was about to hit Kelvin's face when Judah shouted, "Stop!" Judah was furious. How could he let anyone else take the initiative? He looked at Clinton and said, "I admire Brother Phelan's prowess and wish to learn from him. Please let me handle it." Clinton stared at Judah in shock. Who was this idiot? Were you asking for death? Damn. I'm building my reputation with Brother Phelan. Hitting him is mutual growth. You come here to fight my brother, and you're asking for trouble. I'll go all out against you. Please let me handle this opportunity, brother you. Judah bowed deeply to Clinton. Damn. There are even more shameless people than me. Clinton was enraged and didn't speak. With a mental command, soul power surged out. Assisted by Thunder Seal, a fire dragon instantly formed and struck Judah. Judah didn't expect Clinton to act so swiftly, and his spell was too fast. It formed right in front of him. Although he was powerful and shattered the fire dragon with one punch, the embers scattered, burning a hole in his clothes. Judah's face showed anger, but he couldn't think further. Instantly, seal after seal emerged from the sky, with continuous fire dragons slamming towards him. Judah had no choice but to activate his true essence and release Dao techniques to block the attacks. Clinton's spellcasting was astonishingly fast, surprising everyone. They realized this notorious lunatic nobleman had incredibly high aptitude in spells and could form seals instantly, a monstrous ability. However, his realm was too weak. Even though his spells were rapid and continuous, he was still blocked by Judah, a peak immortal profound realm practitioner. Seeing his spells blocked, Clinton rummaged in his robe, intending to throw out the seals inside. But thinking about how expensive these seals were, who would compensate him for their loss? He shouted loudly, "Quentin, your sworn brother is being beaten. Aren't you going to help?" Chapter 317. Each has their own agenda. Quentin's face turned pale. Uncle really has gone mad. Why recognize such a person as his adoptive son? Damn it. Does the Actong family have no shame? Kelvin is in heart failure, and you actually go up there to attack him. Do you think that by hitting him, it represents your victory today? Others will only see this as a disgrace. Moreover, now you're arguing over who struck Kelvin first. Is this a contest for who's more shameless? Most importantly, you guys are doing these disgusting things and even want me to participate? I, Quentin, am ashamed to be among you. You're still standing there? Fight him. Do you not want to recognize me as your adoptive brother? Damn. Just as expected from the old Actong family, unreliable and unfeeling. Clinton shouted as he saw his spells being broken and Judah was about to charge at him. Quentin was torn between laughter and tears, but couldn't watch Clinton get beaten. He had no choice but to intervene. His power was enough to overwhelm Judah, who was instantly pushed back. Judah, his chi and blood churning, steadied him action and release. He couldn't let himself remain in this oppressive state. His solution was simple, make whoever caused his discomfort even more uncomfortable. So Kelvin acted, unleashing his true essence and charging straight at Quentin and Judah. Quentin reacted quickly, rapidly deploying his true essence to defend. With his Union Realm strength, facing Kelvin's sudden burst wasn't difficult. He easily shattered Kelvin's attack. But Judah wasn't so lucky. Despite attempting to block, Kelvin's powerful strike sent his blood churning, and he stumbled back several steps before regaining his composure. Kelvin didn't stop, continuing his assault with sword intent undulating and sword energy blazing, sweeping towards both of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword energy roared like rain, cascading over them, terrifying despite the lack of a sword domain. Quentin managed well, his strong realm allowing him to withstand the sword energy. But due to protecting Clinton, he didn't dare confront aggressively. However, Judah wasn't so fortunate. Faced with relentless sword energy, he kept using techniques, yet inevitably suffered cuts. Ah! Judah couldn't help but scream. Still noisy, annoying. Irritated by the piercing sound, Kelvin directed another wave of sword energy at Judah. Seeing Kelvin target Judah, Quentin pulled Clinton away, jumping out of the fray. Clinton watched the chaotic battle, swallowing hard. Damn, how is Brother Phelan different during heart failure? Others might be killed passively when experiencing heart failure. Yet here, just after a few words, unstable state, a cruel gleam appeared in his eyes. Though in poor shape, he had secret techniques to restore using lifespan. Previously useless, now presented an opportunity. Staring at Kelvin's back, he covertly activated his technique, sacrificing 10 years of life. A high price, limiting his future accomplishments. But so what? As long as he could finish Kelvin, everything was worth it. Bryce quietly prepared, planning a surprise attack. In this weakened state, he believed Kelvin wouldn't resist one blow enough to cripple him. Feeling increasingly worse, Kelvin had no intention of staying. In this crowded environment, trouble was likely. Using the threat against Judah, he decided to leave swiftly. Thus, Kelvin told Dwayne, "Let's go." Hearing this, Bryce was elated. Kelvin leaving meant passing close to him. Then he could attack unexpectedly. How would Kelvin resist? Note: I've maintained the structure, tone, and narrative style of the original while translating it into English. Names are transliterated to Pinyin. Chapter 318. Peak of Profound Enlightenment. Kelvin no longer cared about wringing any more information from Bryce. He did not want his newly achieved brilliance to be undermined by a heart decay. As for Bryce's schemes, once he overcame this heart decay, he would naturally have means to uncover the truth further. Bryce watched as Kelvin walked towards the main door, the distance between them growing shorter. His heart raced with anticipation while he pushed the secret technique to its limit. 3 more steps, just 3 steps. Even if he recovers to his peak state, I can still severely wound him. Just 2 steps left. Only 2 steps more, and if I burn 10 years of my lifespan in an instant, I'll ensure success without fail. Bryce watched Kelvin's approach, clenching his fists tightly but keeping his head down so as not to give anything away. He maintained the appearance of being seriously injured. With Kelvin just 1 step away, Bryce contained his excitement. Seeing Kelvin lift his foot, Bryce let out a breath and pushed the secret technique to its maximum, burning away years of his life instantly. But at that moment, Kelvin quickly turned back and walked toward another direction, the direction of Shirley. "I'm feeling so uncomfortable, and you don't even care?" Negative review. Breakup? Caught off guard, Shirley didn't expect Kelvin's attention to suddenly shift to her. She had been staying low-key all along, barely showing her presence. And it was her first time getting a negative review, especially right after establishing a marriage contract. "Kelvin, do you know who I am? Just because people call me Immortal Alanis, do you think I'm really one?" Shirley muttered to herself, then thought of something else, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked softly at Kelvin. "Phelan Lang. I'm sorry." This sentence shattered everyone's preconceived notions. They stared wide-eyed at Shirley, unable to believe she had spoken those words. This was Shirley, feathered Immortal Alanis, the most beautiful woman in the world. Shirley blinked her eyes, her gaze shimmering with misty moisture, appearing incredibly pitiful, perfectly complementing her flawless and delicate face, an incomparably beautiful sight. Such beauty took Kelvin's breath away, erasing all traces of the depression caused by heart decay. All that remained was immersion in her stunning allure. Shirley didn't seem surprised. Instead, she gently bowed her head, her voice soft. "Phelan Lang, can you forgive me?" She pouted slightly, showcasing her feminine charm and beauty to the fullest. At that moment, she exuded a unique aura, like a ray of light piercing through dark clouds. Yes, if Kelvin's heart decay was the cloud, then the breathtakingly beautiful Shirley standing there, treating him with such gentleness, was that ray of light. With just her expressions and movements, she dispelled the clouds around Kelvin. In an instant, Kelvin felt he had overcome the heart decay. In his dantian, true essence condensed into raindrops, beginning the 5th rainfall. Shirley's beauty, it helped him overcome both eye and heart decays. Kelvin had never imagined he would pass through these 2 stages like this. Eye decay wasn't too bad since he had specifically studied it, and was confident in overcoming it despite the effort required. But heart decay was different. Thinking he had more time, he hadn't focused much on studying it. This sudden heart decay was hard to control, making him feel it would be the most troublesome among the 5 decays. In fact, heart decay was the most dangerous of the 5. Failing to handle it might result in self-harm or death. The percentage of people who died during heart decay was significantly high. Yet, this most perilous decay was simply overcome by watching Shirley. Yes, at this moment, Kelvin felt extremely peaceful, gazing at her poetic and picturesque face. It seemed as if she radiated a divine glow, truly resembling an ethereal goddess of unparalleled beauty. It wasn't just her appearance, it was her aura too. The rain continued in his dantian, with Kelvin's strength rising rapidly. Bryce had already unleashed his secret technique, his vitality bursting to its peak. He was waiting for Kelvin to take another step forward when Kelvin suddenly moved toward Shirley. He gnashed his teeth in frustration but held back, waiting for Kelvin to come closer. But what happened next shocked him. Kelvin's aura was climbing, clearly indicating he was overcoming the heart decay. Bryce was driven mad. If Kelvin became even stronger after overcoming heart decay, how could he deal with him? Another decade of lifespan burned, and still nothing done? Bryce gritted his teeth, ready to charge at Kelvin in a fit of rage. But he eventually decided against it. What good would attacking now do? It was unlikely he could hurt Kelvin. Moreover, Shirley was facing Kelvin, and given her attitude towards him, she might join the fight. Most importantly, Kelvin overcoming heart decay was likely due to Shirley's powers. Bryce knew more about Shirley than others. Her title as the most beautiful woman wasn't just for her looks, but also due to special secret techniques that enhanced her. Only Bryce knew this. Seeing Kelvin overcome heart decay just by looking at Shirley added to her legendary beauty. Jason stood aside, unable to contain his surprise. Damn, is this woman really that beautiful? Next time I experience heart decay, I have to get Brother Phelan to ask her for help. The rain in Kelvin's dantian fell continuously. Fortunately, with the essence of demonic cultivation and the 2 primal technique operating wildly, the rain intensified. The true essence in his dantian had formed a vast lake. It seems I need to get some more purple factors, he mused. His gaze landed on Asia, the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Suddenly, he didn't want to interact with her anymore. Roscoe was inscrutable, and so was this woman. He couldn't fathom their intentions. Being on the brink of heavenly retribution, Kelvin decided it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. One wrong move could land him in serious jeopardy. Keeping his distance was the best option. Asia waited for Kelvin to speak, but instead of saying anything, he merely glanced at her a few times before turning away. His sudden departure was just as puzzling as his arrival, ignoring her completely. Asia had never been treated this way before, and she was taken aback. She had made the first move, apologized, and even helped resolve his heart ailment. And then he left without even a word. Did she mean nothing to him? Asia clenched her teeth in frustration, wanting to punch Kelvin. However, she maintained her serene demeanor, preserving her image as an immortal maiden. Unaware of Asia's thoughts, Kelvin walked toward Bryce. Previously, due to his heart condition, he hadn't intended to tangle with anyone here. But now that the issue was resolved, he planned to continue what had been interrupted. Seeing Kelvin approach, Bryce suddenly lashed out with his true essence, augmented by Dao techniques, aiming straight for Kelvin. Bryce had prepared his attack meticulously, unleashing it with immense power, causing the space around him to shatter. However, Kelvin easily evaded it with nimble steps, like a phantom. The powerful blast struck where Kelvin had just been, leaving a crater in its place. Bryce's powerful attack missed, and he smiled bitterly. Ever since Kelvin had overcome his heart ailment, he knew such attacks would be futile. This was just a way to vent his frustrations. 10 years of life, wasted in vain. Looking at the crumpled Bryce on the ground, Kelvin said, "You probably have a few decades left. Do you want to use another secret technique? If you do, I'll play along until you exhaust yourself." Bryce pursed his lips and remained silent. Kelvin's gaze then turned to the Alaric and others, asking, "Anyone else planning to assist Bryce? Feel free to make your move. I'll give you the chance." Everyone lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Kelvin. With his strength increased, no one dared to challenge him. No one wanted to court disaster. Dwayne watched Kelvin command everyone present, feeling an adrenaline rush. This was too exhilarating. Kelvin was awesome, and so was the Mirror Sect. A single person suppressing all the young elites of the capital city. After today, Kelvin's name would spread across the capital, as would the fame of the Mirror Sect. "See, no one is coming to your aid. Tell me, who instructed you to target me?" Kelvin asked Bryce. Bryce remained silent. Kelvin sneered, "Are you still going to remain loyal to them? Think about it. Is it worth it? You must hate me for making you pay such a heavy price. But don't you feel even a bit resentful towards them? They manipulated you into targeting me without knowing a thing about me. Otherwise, would you have ended up like this? If I were you, I would have let us fight each other until we were both weakened, achieving their goal." With that, Bryce lifted his head and met Kelvin's gaze. "Orlando, he offered a bounty for me to cripple or kill you." Kelvin responded, "Not surprising. Only he would do something like this. But getting confirmation from you is important. Everyone should hear it." Kelvin no longer looked at Bryce. He had no further use for him. Turning to the Alaric and the rest, Kelvin declared, "You heard him. Orlando wants me dead. As the leader of the Mirror Sect, he used despicable means against me, clearly disregarding the respect for our organization." The Alaric's heart raced. Kelvin's words carried significant implications. He was appealing to justice. Confronting a storm of the Mirror Sect openly, they generally had no recourse against such actions. For example, during the gambling incident, Kelvin could only resolve it personally. However, using underhanded methods against a storm was crossing a line. It provided a legitimate reason for action. Sure enough, Dwayne received his next order. "Dwayne, return to the Mirror Sect's order." An order from Jackson? What was Jackson planning? Taking down Ibrahim so boldly? What schemes did he have in mind? These attendees, all influential individuals, thought deeply. It sent shivers down their spines. Was the semi-retired Jackson about to step back into the limelight? As the longest surviving royal prince, who dared to underestimate him, Kelvin observed their reactions and smirked inwardly. He wasn't going to scare them to death. Regardless of Jackson's plans, Kelvin intended to capitalize on his influence. He would announce to the world that Jackson wasn't hiding anymore. He was ready to stir the tides. Respect the Mirror Sect, and especially him, Kelvin. But swift action was necessary. They needed to quickly capture Orlando. As a high official, there was no telling if the Emperor would intervene. Play big or go home. Seems I need to get more purple factors. His gaze fell on Kia, the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Suddenly, he didn't want to interact with her anymore. He couldn't see through Jackson or what he intended, nor could he see through this woman. He didn't know what schemes existed between them, but with him so close to heavenly retribution, it was better to avoid trouble. Unlucky as he was, even a small misstep could easily land him in a pitfall. Keeping his distance was the best approach. Kia waited for Kelvin to speak, but unexpectedly, he merely glanced at her a few times and then turned away, appearing both mysterious and odd as he simply ignored her. This was the first time Kia had experienced such treatment, leaving her bewildered. "You came here and flirted with me. I apologized and even helped solve your heart decay problem. And then you just walk away without a word? Is this when I've become irrelevant?" Kia gnashed her teeth, wanting to pummel Kelvin. Yet, she maintained a serene expression, upholding her image as a celestial maiden. Unaware of Kia's thoughts, Kelvin approached Bryce. Earlier, because of heart decay, he hadn't planned to stay. But now that the issue was resolved, he needed to continue what happened before. Seeing Kelvin approaching, Bryce suddenly burst into action. His true essence combined with Dao techniques, attacking Kelvin instantly. He unleashed a powerful strike, space itself rupturing under his attack. However, he missed. Kelvin moved like a shadow, effortlessly dodging the attack. The fearsome true essence smashed into where Kelvin had been standing, obliterating the area. With his powerful strike missing, Bryce gave a bitter laugh. Since Kelvin had overcome heart decay, he knew sneak attacks were futile. This move was just to vent his frustration. 10 years of lifespan, wasted in vain. Kelvin looked at the collapsed Bryce and said, "You still have several decades left. Act taught to use another secret technique? If so, I can help you deplete it." Bryce pursed his lips and remained silent. Kelvin's gaze shifted to the Alaric. Kelvin replied, "Not unexpected. Only he would do this. I just needed confirmation from you, so everyone can hear it." Kelvin stopped looking at Bryce, as he had lost value. Turning to the Alaric and others, Kelvin continued, "You heard it. Orlando wants me dead. As the storm of the mirror platform, he used such despicable means against me, clearly disregarding the platform." The Alaric's heart skipped a beat. Kelvin was taking the moral high ground. Confronting a guardian directly usually left the attacker helpless if rules were followed. Like the last gambling incident, Kelvin could only address it as an individual. but using forbidden conspiracies against a guardian that provided legitimate reason for action. Sure enough, they heard Kelvin's order, Dwayne, return to the mirror platform and deliver my command. Gather the guardians and invite the venerated Aryans. Accuse Orlando of plotting against the platform storm and arrest him at the Pan residence. This order made everyone's hearts race. Kelvin was indeed daring. While the mirror platform was transcendent, Orlando was a high-ranking official, the undersecretary of one of the 6 ministries. Could he be so easily arrested by the platform? Dwayne felt dry mouth. Sir, are you serious? This is an undersecretary. Apart from the Emperor's decree, who could take him down so easily? Although there was evidence, he himself was only 3rd rank. Wasn't this he indicated that Kelvin had reached the peak of the Mystic Pass realm, but it also cast a shadow over him. The purple factor in his 3rd eye had been completely exhausted, leaving only the black factor dominating now. Though he hadn't yet reached the point of heavenly retribution, he was certainly on the edge. Now when he circulated his true essence, there was a sense of obstruction, as if he were an unskilled cultivator. It seems I need to find some more of the purple factor, Kelvin mused. His gaze fell on Jaylene, admiring her stunning beauty that could captivate anyone. Suddenly, he didn't want to interact with her anymore. He couldn't see through Jackson's intentions and was unsure what she was planning. Given his proximity to heavenly retribution, he thought it best to avoid trouble. One misstep could be disastrous, so distancing himself seemed wise. Jaylene waited for Kelvin to speak, but instead, he simply glanced at her and turned away, leaving her baffled. His behavior, arriving inexplicably and departing just as strangely, left her feeling ignored. You came here and flirted with me. I apologized and even helped you resolve your heart condition. Then you just walked off without a word. Is this how you treat me, Jaylene? She gritted her teeth in frustration, wanting to punch Kelvin, but maintaining her composed demeanor, she kept up her image of a celestial form. Suppressing the entire young generation of Jingdu, Kelvin's name would spread far and wide after today. The same went for the reputation of the mirror platform. Look, no one will stand up for you. Tell me, who instructed you to come against me? Kelvin asked Bryce. Bryce remained silent. Kelvin chuckled. Are you going to remain loyal to them? Think carefully if it's worth it. I know you must hate me for making you pay such a price. But don't you hate the person who manipulated you? He knows nothing about me but tricked you into acting against me. If not for that, would you be in this position? So, in your place, I'd let us fight until both are weakened. Wouldn't that fulfill their wishes? Bryce raised his head and looked at Kelvin. Orlando, he put a bounty on my head to disable or kill you. I expected as much. Only he would do this. But I needed confirmation from you, so everyone can hear. Kelvin shifted his gaze back to Alaric and the others. You heard him. Orlando wants me dead. As the head of the mirror platform, he targets me with such despicable means, showing utter disrespect. Alaric's heart raced, understanding Kelvin's implication. He was appealing to righteousness. Targeting the mirror storm openly often left them helpless. For example, the gambling guardian last time. Kelvin had to resolve the matter personally, but using underhanded methods violated major taboos and provided justification. Sure enough, Kelvin gave the order, Dwayne, return to the mirror platform and announce my command. Bring the mirror storms and the venerables to seize Orlando from his mansion for plotting against the head of the mirror platform. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Kelvin was indeed daring. Though the mirror platform was esteemed, Orlando was a high-ranking official, a senior minister of one of the 6 departments. How could they capture him so easily? Dwayne was speechless. Sir, are you serious? This is a senior minister. Only an imperial decree could justify this. While they had evidence, Dwayne wondered if issuing such a bold command was wise. This is also an order from Jackson. Or did you think the prince sent me here just for drinks? Kelvin falsely relayed Jackson's command without hesitation. In fact, it wasn't entirely false since he had informed Jackson about his participation in this banquet. Dwayne hesitated, then realized the significance. Indeed, with the prince backing this, there was no problem. Orlando, though powerful, was no match for Jackson. Rest assured, sir. I will gather the forces and capture Orlando immediately. Dwayne bowed and left. Everyone in the room was silenced by the weight of the situation. An order from Jackson? What was Jackson planning? Capturing a senior of this issue, instructing the Godfrey to hide the sacred edict again. Those who knew the inside story understood that Orlando and Kelvin would definitely have a confrontation. Of course, most people didn't think highly of Kelvin's chances. After all, Kelvin was still young and only at the Xiuxian realm. Even though he had the backing of Aldo, this was the capital city where everyone must follow the rules. Unless the Aldo personally stepped in to intervene, it would still depend on Kelvin. Orlando hated Kelvin for that slap, which had stripped him of his dignity and significantly diminished his standing in the court. Yet, he didn't think it was an insurmountable problem. After all, Bryce was just the first step in his plan. He had many more moves to make. Although the Godfrey's keeper was somewhat troublesome, why should he believe that Kelvin could compete with him? Sir, something terrible has happened. Our mansion has been surrounded. While Orlando was reclining in a rocking chair sipping tea, contemplating whether there were any flaws in his plan, one of his subordinates rushed in hastily. Orlando was startled, immediately thinking it was by the Emperor's order. But upon remembering that he had met 3 cabinet Aryans earlier who only ordered him to deal with the sacred edict issue, he concluded it couldn't be the Emperor's doing. The Emperor rarely attended court sessions and handled many matters through the cabinet Aryans. If the Emperor truly intended to punish him, the Aryans wouldn't have summoned him to reprimand him just today. But if it wasn't the Emperor, who else dared to? As Orlando was sweating profusely, he saw Kelvin pull out an ancient scroll, which looked eerily familiar. This was the same sacred edict of Bo that he had pulled out when slapping Orlando. So, he meant this imperial decree? At this moment, Orlando felt a surge of anger. Igniting his formidable Dongsong realm strength, enraged and disregarding consequences, he lunged at Kelvin, his move so powerful it seemed to tear through space, arriving before Kelvin in an instant. However, before he could grab Kelvin, a Godfrey Aryan acted, equally a Dongsong realm practitioner. Their powers clashed like Mars colliding with Earth, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully as Orlando was forced back several steps. Do you dare resist an imperial order and commit murder? Kelvin asked mockingly. Orlando glared at Kelvin. You're passing false imperial decrees. You're dead. Kelvin held up the ancient scroll, asking Orlando, what? Are you denying Bo? Is the sacred edict of Bo no longer an imperial decree? Orlando snorted, don't change the subject here. Ah, so you won't admit it until you see it for yourself. Fine, let me read it to you. Here's the final rule left by Bo in the Godfrey's sacred edict. Anyone who dares to intentionally harm the Godfrey's mirror keeper will face the death penalty. Now, tell me, does hiring a murderer to kill the Godfrey's mirror keeper qualify as a death penalty offense? Isn't it only fair that I come for you? Kelvin's words made Orlando's pupils constrict. Instantly, he understood what had happened. Bryce had failed and betrayed him? What a useless fool. One of the 10 great geniuses of the capital couldn't even eliminate someone at the Xiuxian realm. Orlando clenched his teeth, hating Bryce but hating Kelvin even more. This bastard was using the sacred edict of Bo again. This was ancient history. It was a different era now. Although the Godfrey's mirror keeper might be hard to provoke, it wasn't the time of Bo anymore. As a respected deputy Ibrahim, even if he had committed a crime, it didn't warrant the death penalty. Moreover, condemning him required the emperor's judgment. Not even a cabinet Aryan had that authority. Why should the Godfrey have the right? What more do you have to say? If not, then come with me, lest the Godfrey takes action and makes you suffer. Kelvin stared at Orlando. I am the esteemed deputy Ibrahim of rights. How can you lay a hand on me? Orlando looked at the ancient scroll in Kelvin's hand. Framing others is child's play. Don't use a 1,000-year-old sacred edict to concoct charges. Kelvin sighed. I can't stand people like you. Not only do you commit heinous crimes, but you also forget your roots. Bo established Great Xian. You show no reverence for the sacred edict of Bo. Fine, let me teach you some respect. Without another word, Kelvin turned to the Godfrey Aryans beside him. Bind him. The two Aryans complied, advancing towards Orlando. Seeing this, Orlando shouted, You dare? I am the deputy Ibrahim of rights of Great Xian. Without the current emperor's order, whoever touches me will risk the destruction of their entire family. The two Aryans paused, surprised by Kelvin's actions. Invoking a long-buried sacred edict to take down a court official. Was the consequence worth it? This wasn't a simple slap, but truly taking down a high-ranking official. All responsibility falls on the prince and myself. Kelvin repeated this, having said it many times before. Upon hearing the mention of the prince, the two Aryans finally took action without hesitation. Kelvin they doubted, but why doubt the prince? The two Aryans approached Orlando from both sides. Note, the term, Aldo, is translated based on context and common usage. For consistency and accuracy, specific names like Bo, Godfrey, and titles are kept as provided. Chapter 321, Too Young. Orlando was pinned to the ground, his hair covering his face, looking disheveled. Despite being at the cavernous spirit realm, how could he be a match for the several venerables from the mirror platform? He struggled with all his might, but ended up with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, bound against his will. I am the deputy Ibrahim of rights. Who dares to touch me without Duncan's order? Orlando struggled, but no matter how much he writhed, he was tightly held down. The commotion here had alarmed many people. Some officials watched from a distance, swallowing hard upon seeing this scene. They were dumbfounded, watching the Bruno and thinking he must be some sort of demon king. With just an imperial edict from the high ancestor, he dared to arrest a third-rank official of the current dynasty. Seeing Orlando subdued, Kelvin ignored his screams and ordered Eric, go search Pan's residence. I've heard he hides assassins to kill me. Try to find those assassins. Yes. Eric nodded and rushed into the Pan residence with his men. Kelvin, you dare. Orlando roared angrily. I am a court minister, and you dare storm my residence. Kelvin glanced at him and muttered under his breath. A captive still trying to put on airs before me. He paid no attention to Orlando and waved for Eric to act quickly. Any delay could result in trouble. Today, since he made a move, he would crush Orlando completely, not giving him any chance to retaliate. One should never underestimate the power of a minister. If Orlando managed to escape this crisis today, he would surely seek revenge to the death, causing endless trouble, perhaps even leading to a humiliating downfall. Rebel, let me go. Orlando continued to struggle and shout, but to no avail. Kelvin waited for Eric when suddenly an Aryanly man hurried over, followed by many city guards. Seeing this Aryan, Orlando called out anxiously, Honorable Ferguson, save me, take down this rebel immediately. The old man glanced at the restrained Orlando, his facial muscles twitching. What lawlessness! Unprecedented lawlessness. Jackson, what are you planning by appointing such a reckless youth as Chief Mirror Keeper? The Aryan now suspected that Cody's death was orchestrated by Jackson to elevate Kelvin as Chief Mirror Keeper. Phelan Chief Mirror Keeper, release Ibrahim Pan, the Aryan barked upon arrival. Kelvin glanced at the Aryan, and one of the Mirror Keepers whispered to him, one of the three great cabinet Aryans, Milo. Kelvin realized why he could command city guards. He was one of the most powerful trio in the court. This was someone who could confront Jackson directly. Damn it, how did he arrive so fast? Kelvin inwardly grumbled. Although expecting interference from the cabinet Aryans, he intended to resolve matters swiftly and leave the confrontation to Jackson. But now that he was here, confrontation couldn't be avoided. Greetings, Honorable Ferguson. Kelvin greeted respectfully. Milo looked at the gagged Orlando, his face twitching again. He then turned to Kelvin and said, release him. Release who? Whom should I release? Kelvin feigned ignorance, staring at Milo. Milo glared fiercely at Kelvin. Who do you think? You cannot arrest a high-ranking official arbitrarily. Oh, you mean him? Well, Ferguson, you should have been more specific. When you say release him, I thought it was about some other person. Anyway, I caught a beast. Lack of clear expression shouldn't be blamed on me. Milo took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. As an Aryan, he deemed it unnecessary to quarrel with the young upstart. He would settle this with Jackson later. Phelan Chief Mirror Keeper, I'm telling you again, release him, Milo insisted. Ibrahim Pan has committed serious crimes, and the Mirror Platform has the right to apprehend him according to regulations, Kelvin replied calmly. Milo stared coldly at Kelvin. Who gave you the authority to arrest a court official? Kelvin remained composed. Honorable Milo, as one of the 3 top ministers, it seems you lack respect for the High Ancestor. The Mirror Platform will report your conduct to Duncan. Milo looked at the High Ancestor's imperial edict in Kelvin's hand, feeling an immense headache. As an official of Great Xian, who dared disrespect the High Ancestor, even if he didn't fully accept the edict? Kelvin glanced at him. Isn't the High Ancestor our emperor? You! The official blushed deeply from embarrassment. Milo felt an immense headache, because the High Ancestor's edict was genuine. This provided Kelvin an advantage, making everything seem reasonable. Then Milo reconsidered and asked, what crime did you accuse Orlando of? Hiring killers to assassinate the Chief Mirror Keeper, Kelvin replied. Milo nodded. So Orlando hired killers to assassinate you. Therefore, he cannot be taken away by you. Since you are his intended victim, who can ensure you won't misuse your position for personal vendetta? Given Orlando's guilt, transfer him to the Ministry of Justice instead. With that, he instructed the city guards to bring Orlando. At that moment, Kelvin chuckled and looked at Milo, saying, Honorable Ferguson, you underestimate my magnanimity. This has nothing to do with underestimation, besides. Milo glanced at the ancient book in Kelvin's hand, his expression turning cold. I see no magnanimity in you. Kelvin laughed indifferently. Milo doesn't understand me. If Ibrahim Pan hired killers against me, I wouldn't really care. Upon hearing this, Milo rejoiced greatly. Daring to say this before him meant sealing his fate. If he was indifferent to the murder attempt, what crime did he commit? Some officials watching, who dislike sacrifice are you talking about? Ibrahim Philip also looked at Kelvin coldly. What game is this Bruno playing again? Explain yourself. I hope your sophistry works. Ibrahim Philip stared intently at Kelvin. Sophistry? Kelvin sneered. How qualified are you to use such terms, when you've been neglecting your duties? Neglecting my duties? These words from Kelvin were stinging. Kelvin, you're not a censor. Remember your place. Ibrahim Philip, who cherished his reputation deeply, couldn't tolerate such a description from a half-grown youth. Saying you've neglected your duties is giving you face. Just by obstructing me today, I suspect you're complicit in his evil deeds. Enraged, Ibrahim Philip shouted, Rubbish. Ignoring him, Kelvin continued coldly. My Jingtai has nothing but integrity. If Orlando merely wanted to kill me, I wouldn't take it seriously. How many want to harm the men of Jingtai? Probably even you. Ibrahim Philip wished to dismantle Jingtai. Jingtai has grown used to this over the years. We wouldn't be upset over it. No matter how well you speak, we must see what you do. Ibrahim Philip glared at Kelvin. This boy is too arrogant. He must pay the price. What I do? I eliminate evil. To remove a brute who kills mercilessly, consorts with demons, sells titles, and suppresses scholars. Truly laughable. Do you think I'd invoke the Edict of Greg if it weren't for my conscience? At the disarrayed rocks of Pan Family Village, the stench of corpses and countless bones fill the air. Did you see it? He hosted demons, feeding them human flesh. You didn't see it. While serving as Vice Ibrahim of Rights, he sold titles and suppressed scholars. You didn't see it. Fine, if you didn't see it, let Jingtai handle it. Let me, Kelvin, deal with it. Now you've seen it. Ibrahim Philip, did you truly not see? Or were you protecting him? Kelvin's words thundered in Ibrahim Philip's ears, each sentence causing his face to change dramatically. He had stopped Kelvin only because as a third-rank officer, Orlando could not be arbitrarily punished. But if Orlando had done all this, and it were true, how would others view his actions? Ibrahim Philip shouted. Are the crimes you accuse him of true? Even if they are, as Vice Ibrahim of Rights, seizing him without the Emperor's order shows you have no respect for Duncan. My Jingtai acts on imperial orders. Kelvin emphasized the Edict of Greg, adding, even if you protected him today, it would be futile. I may hold a low position, but I have principles. Why did I slap him in public? To make him commit a crime by trying to kill me. Only then could I use the edict to arrest him and obtain evidence of his numerous offenses from his residence. How hard it is for Jingtai. Knowing of his numerous sins, we struggle to act because officials like you protect him. Even accusing him of attempting to kill me invites your interference. Without such proof, standing at his door might be a crime. Kelvin's voice rose with anger and sorrow. Many watched Kelvin and Orlando in astonishment, wondering if Orlando truly did those things. A chill ran down Ibrahim Philip's spine. Looking at Orlando's pale face and Eric holding a box calmly, he knew that the evidence inside was likely real. Regret filled him. He thought Kelvin was just a half-grown boy, easily manageable, but he underestimated him. The sharpness of his words was formidable. Though Philip didn't believe his words, others saw his self-sacrifice and justice. In contrast, they viewed Philip as a corrupt official. If he had prepared better, the situation would be different. But he felt only Jackson could match Jingtai. One mistake put him at a disadvantage. Losing strategy. After Kelvin's speech, he became a heroic martyr sacrificing himself for justice. And Philip would become infamous as a corrupt official who protects evildoers. This boy played his cards wisely and cleverly. Staring at Kelvin, Philip's expression changed constantly. Seeing the edict in Kelvin's hand, he couldn't help thinking of Jackson. What does he want? What does he plan? With such a skilled blade in his hands, what changes will come? The empire must remain stable. Jackson's actions are stirring the capital, making everything unpredictable. Moreover, it's rumored that behind this sword stands a true immortal. Considering all this, he suppressed his thoughts. Overthinking now is useless. He must handle the current situation. He realized seizing Orlando from Kelvin would only damage his reputation further. Go! Philip turned and left, giving orders to the city guard commander. The commander hesitated but followed quickly. Being 3 layers down in Philip's hierarchy, this was the first time he saw his superior humiliated. Silence enveloped the area. Few could humiliate Ibrahim Philip like this. Swallowing insults, even Jackson found it difficult. Yet here, Jing Tai's Mirror Master accomplished it. Dwayne and the rest of the Guardians were left speechless. Master Mirror is awesome. Orlando stood there, his face gray. No matter how Kelvin arrested him, he was dead. He hadn't considered Kelvin's move aimed at gathering evidence. Truly, he was a bait. Kelvin's expression was heavy. Arresting Orlando wasn't the issue. The real trouble lay ahead. Something he couldn't handle? Yes, it's time to shift the blame to Jackson. Everything was done under his command. Eric, bring Orlando back and publicize his deeds. Hashtag chapter 323, Exposure of the Sacred Temple. In the chaotic stone pit of Pan Family Village, there are countless corpses, no fewer than 3,000 people. These are all the civilians who have died since Orlando became an official in the capital decades ago. To cultivate and amass wealth, Orlando forced the villagers to endlessly mine, treating them as slaves. Countless died from exhaustion, even collaborating with demons to extract their life force during nights. The villagers lived in a demon's lair. 36 newborns from Pan Family Village disappeared in one night, abducted by Orlando's orders and given to powerful demonic practitioners for blood rituals. Henry, a scholar from Gustavching, had remarkable literary talent. Due to Orlando accepting bribes, he was made to fail the exams and lose his spot. Unwilling to accept this, Henry planned to report it to the capital, but was instead crippled and driven mad by Orlando's men. Orlando, driven by greed, used his influence to sell titles and offices, forming a small clique. With his immense power as Vice Ibrahim of Rights, Orlando committed numerous atrocities, leaving thousands dead. The stench of death in the chaotic stone pit still lingers today. The posted notices detailed each of Orlando's crimes, causing uproar in the capital. Meanwhile, outside the mirror platform's gates, countless citizens knelt. Most of these people harbored resentment towards Orlando. They were officials oppressed by him, villagers bullied by him, and families whose loved ones had perished at his hands. Previously, they dared not speak out, but now, seeing the public accusations against Orlando, they knew he was doomed. Tears welled up in their eyes as they bowed gratefully towards the mirror platform. Orlando, as Vice Ibrahim, had harmed too many people. Naturally, Kelvin's name echoed throughout the capital. While the upper echelons remained silent, the common people held Kelvin in high esteem. Headmaster Phelan is a righteous heaven-sent official, a good man. He actually risked himself for others. If only all officials in the capital were as noble and upright as Headmaster Phelan. The story of how Kelvin used himself as bait to capture Orlando quickly spread, moving many to tears. At this moment, Kelvin had returned to the mirror platform and met with Jackson. To his surprise, Kia was beside Jackson, standing quietly with her long legs, fair skin, and stunning beauty that drew gazes uncontrollably. He forcibly shifted his gaze from her graceful figure to Jackson and said, "Your Highness, can I have a few days off? I'm quite tired." Jackson looked at Kelvin, speechless for a moment, then paused, saying, "Do you know what Trump called out? Send Stewart here." Stewart arrived quickly. Seeing Kelvin, he couldn't decide how to react. Everything he did was insane. Jackson said to Stewart, "When the Imperial Edict comes, tell the envoy that I'm ill and don't know where I should convalesce." Stewart was momentarily stunned. Is the prince fooling himself? What's the point if we must face it eventually? Hearing this, Kelvin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that even Jackson can't handle it? If so, they're doomed. Damn, must be more low-key in the future. His arrogance was all for Jackson. Your status is beyond reproach. Even the current emperor is your great-grandnephew. If you can't handle it, why didn't you say so earlier? No way, need to escape soon. Your Highness, integrity is important. Kelvin reminded. Just hold on a bit longer, and give me time to run. Jackson glanced at Kelvin, instantly understanding his thoughts. Afraid now? When you boldly unveiled the Beau decree, you weren't afraid at all. But can't let this kid underestimate him. Jackson told Stewart. Ah yes, Kelvin was severely injured while capturing Orlando and is recuperating with me. Any issues can wait until we recover. Stewart inwardly sighed, knowing this reason was irrefutable. But it was clear Jackson was determined to protect Kelvin. He nodded and left without further words. Seeing Jackson's stance, Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief. Thought he couldn't handle it, but now things seem stable. So, can still use the Beau decree. Jackson watched Kelvin and said, lie low. Be cautious for now, and work on refining your golden core. That way, you'll have some means to protect yourself. Hearing this, Kelvin's heart skipped a beat. His guess was right. Jackson knew something. He turned to Kia. What's going on? I've been working outside and came back with nothing to eat. How am I supposed to live like this as a husband? Kia took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to strangle Kelvin. She maintained a calm demeanor before Jackson and bowed. I'll check and prepare some food. Kelvin watched her graceful silhouette. Truly beautiful. After she left, Jackson asked, now that she's gone, what do you want to say? Kelvin hesitated, then spoke. What does your highness think of the sacred temple? Jackson laughed. No need to test me. Yes, I know you entered the sacred temple. Kelvin was shocked. Indeed. Since meeting Jackson at the mirror platform, he had suspected this, and events confirmed it. Seeing Kelvin's changing expressions, Jackson said with a half smile, didn't our mutual silence suit us better? Now that you've spoken up, what do you think I should do? Note asterisk the translation closely follows the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 324, I dare not. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Jackson, Kelvin couldn't figure out what he was thinking. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Uninteresting. Jackson stood up and said, a good game should be played with mutual understanding without exposing each other's intentions. You insisted on forcing me to reveal everything. Now, I don't even know how to play you. Your Highness, please choose your words more carefully, Kelvin reminded him. The way these words were used made him feel like he was being toyed with. Jackson chuckled. You know that since you came from the Holy Temple and stirred up chaos with the founding Emperor's edict, could you really expect to survive in this capital? Being cut into pieces wouldn't be strange, would it? I'm not worried about that. Since you didn't expose my identity at the start, it must mean you don't intend for me to die. Jackson shook his head. You are indeed clever, but how do you know what I'm thinking? I only saw an opportunity when Cody died by your hand. After all, you're a useful pawn that walked right into my hands. But if you don't cooperate, it would only be slightly troublesome to replace you. Kelvin stared intently at Jackson, remaining silent. He truly couldn't discern the prince's true intentions. Of course, you don't need to be afraid. You're right. Since I didn't expose you at first, it wouldn't make sense to do so now. Coming from the Holy Temple, you still have some value. So, listen to me. If you obey, you'll be one of my trusted subordinates. Kelvin understood what Jackson meant. He would be abandoned if he didn't comply. I'm very willing to help young people. Look at the most beautiful woman in the world. I helped find her for you and arranged your engagement. As for the second most beautiful, I'm also making arrangements. Jackson walked up to Kelvin and patted him on the shoulder. Kelvin's expression flickered with apprehension, his heart filled with caution. Don't be so nervous. Although the relationship between the imperial family and the Holy Temple is complicated, it has been over 1,000 years. I don't care much about it. Hearing this, Kelvin wanted to slap Jackson's face. If he truly didn't care, why mention it? Clearly, it was a way to put pressure on him, making him worry and speculate. Well, I only consider you as the mirror master of the mirror platform. Young man, work hard. I see great potential in you. Your fiancée is waiting for you. Take good care of her. Jackson laughed loudly and strode away. Damn, he had been manipulated, yet Kelvin felt powerless against it. Paloma, I miss you. Where are you? I miss Ghost Town too. Kelvin missed Paloma deeply, purely and simply. If she were here, there'd be the added benefit of having a quick getaway with an imperial attendant heading toward the main gate. Startled, Kelvin immediately led Kia out through the back door of the mirror platform. He moved quickly, not stopping to wonder what they were doing. There was no guarantee anything could be kept secret. If he hid and eavesdropped and was discovered, it would be disastrous. Those officials would then have reason to target him. For now, at least, Jackson was shielding him. However, Kelvin was overthinking it. The imperial attendant wasn't looking for him. They had come to invite Jackson to the palace. Sir, His Highness is ill and resting somewhere unknown. We're searching for him. Stewart followed Jackson's instructions. The attendant frowned upon hearing this. This is an imperial edict. All officials are waiting for Jackson. Find him immediately. Stewart looked distressed. We'll do our best, but as you know, His Highness is elusive. We might not find him. Perhaps we should search while you report back to Duncan? Facing Jackson, the attendant dared not utter harsh words. This wasn't the first time such a scene unfolded. Every time Jackson didn't want to attend, he claimed illness. But this time was different. All high-ranking officials were already in the palace, pressuring even the emperor. After years of service, this was unprecedented. Seeing Stewart's noncommittal response, the attendant could only say, find out what's happening in the court and inform Jackson. The emperor no other meaning. You may rise. But the man continued kneeling, not daring to stand up. The emperor ignored him and turned to the 3 cabinet Aryans. Uncle grandfather is ill. Should we wait for him to recover, or should we continue sending people to find him and then adjourn? The 3 cabinet Aryans exchanged uneasy glances. They truly couldn't understand what the emperor was thinking. Didn't the emperor care at all about the edict of the High Ancestor? Who would want to be constrained by ancestral rules as an emperor? Logically speaking, this was something emperors disliked most. Yet, the emperor seemed unusually passive, showing no interest in solving the issue. Everything appeared so calm and composed. If they didn't know the emperor's character, they might have thought he was deliberately supporting Jackson and the mirror platform. Your Majesty, Orlando is a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank. Without your command, the mirror platform cannot just take him away without any explanation, said Aaron. The emperor nodded. True. But Uncle grandfather is ill, and we can't expect him to give us an explanation right now. Your Majesty, all these incidents were orchestrated by the head of the mirror platform. His overstepping actions must be punished by imprisonment, said the most radical of the Aryans, Cabinet Ferguson Freddy. The edict of the High Ancestor must not be revealed. Otherwise, the fragile balance would be shattered. With the edict, the mirror platform and Jackson would wield boundless power. Thinking back to the era of the High Ancestor, the mirror platform and Jackson were practically co-emperors, something unacceptable to them. The 3 Aryans believed that the emperor would also find it intolerable. It's inappropriate to handle matters concerning the mirror platform without consulting Uncle Grandfather, the emperor replied. The officials looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes. What was the emperor thinking? What did he intend to do? Ever since Kelvin slapped Orlando and produced the edict of the High Ancestor, the emperor had acted strangely, seeming indifferent to the matter. But, was he really indifferent? Or did he have some hidden agenda? Jackson evaded, and the emperor took such a stance. They felt like all their efforts were wasted. The minister's forceful pressure against the palace seemed suddenly ineffective. The 3 Aryans wanted to impulsively say, let's wait here until Jackson recovers, but they dared not. Jackson wouldn't be threatened. If they waited, he could choose not to appear. Should they try to hire someone to eliminate Kelvin like Orlando did? They didn't want a teenager disrupting the political landscape. Could Jackson hide forever? They needed a way to make him come out. This matter demanded a resolution. As turmoil swept through the court over this issue, Kelvin and Kia found themselves in a small courtyard. The courtyard was located on the outskirts of the capital, far from the bustling city center, small but quiet, hidden from the public eye. Just stay here for a few days, Kia said with a melodious voice, leading him inside, pouring water and placing it before him. Sharing a room, they both sensed the fragrance wafting from her body. Her porcelain-like face held an entrancing beauty. Why did Jackson arrange our engagement? Kelvin asked. Kia hadn't expected such a direct question. What did he tell you? He said there aren't many people in this world worthy of me. Reluctantly, the top beauty in the world qualifies, so he chose you. Kelvin answered. Pshaw. Does she think I'm easily fooled? Kia internally criticized him but maintained a sweet smile, continuing her gentle fairy image. Jackson and my master are old acquaintances. I don't know how they discussed it, but I'm simply following master's order, Kia smiled faintly. Kelvin didn't believe a word of this explanation but didn't need to expose it. Instead, he said, I have a proposal. Are you interested? Kia's beautiful eyes met his, sparkling like stars. What proposal? The forced marriage robs us of our rights. How about we fight back together? Kelvin thought that since Jackson's intentions were unclear, opposing him might yield unexpected results. You have some guts, don't you? But do you dare resist such a beautiful girl? Who gave you the nerve? Kia gently shook her head. No, master's decision can't be defied. Her obedient demeanor made her look pitiful. Kelvin couldn't help but lose focus, glancing at Kia and wondering if she was really so obedient. He reminded himself that he had keen insight to see through her facade. Forced marriages bring no happiness. Don't you want to find true love? Kelvin bluffed, intending to indoctrinate her with modern views on love. Before he could finish, he heard Kia's serious and firm response. But you are my true love. Kelvin halted mid-sentence, staring intently at Kia. She returned his gaze resolutely. I've liked you since that night. I thank Jackson and Master for this arrangement, Kia said, her eyes never wavering. For a moment, there was complete silence. Damn, what is this woman playing at? No one acts normal. She definitely knows Jackson's true motives. They're all scheming against me. Fine, let's play this game. Seeing Kelvin fall silent, Kia, recalling how he faced the cabinet Aryans, felt a sense of triumph. Isn't your mind buzzing, taken aback? Do you mean it? If so, let's be together. You barely qualify for me, and I'm not someone who fusses. I appreciate your beauty, Kelvin replied. Kia nodded vigorously. We are engaged, so naturally, we should be together. Kelvin glanced at Kia, sat down on a chair nearby, and casually told her, I'm hungry. Go make something to eat. Make food. Kia stared at him, even though she maintained her gentle facade. Those words still pierced her composure. Obviously, a fairy, like her wouldn't know how to cook. Going into the kitchen ruined her persona. Sure. Is there a problem? Kelvin asked. I don't know how to cook. Kia still replied with a faint smile. What do you mean? You refuse to cook? Do you want me to starve? Kelvin said. Not. Come on. What's with all this? My brother's wife couldn't cook at first either. But after being with my brother, she learned earnestly. She said that cooking for her man is the happiest thing in the world. And you? Saying you love me? Do you want me to lose to my brother? Hashtag chapter 326, it's my fault. Can this even be compared? Jaylene was utterly bewildered. It was her first time encountering such a situation and she didn't know how to respond to Kelvin. What's wrong? You're giving me the cold shoulder right after we got together. Not even speaking to me. Seems like I fell in love with the wrong person. Huh. Indeed. One never treasures what they already have. Jaylene took a deep breath and forced a smile. Cook. I'll do it right now. Just wait a moment. What tone is that? Are you getting impatient? As expected, you just don't love me. Jaylene was speechless. Fine. Are you messing with me? Do you really think I'm some fairy? If you keep this up, I'll make sure you pay for it sooner or later. Phelan Lang. I'll start cooking right away. Please wait a bit, Jaylene said softly, showing Kelvin an amiable smile. Kelvin muttered. That's more like it. Go ahead and cook. I'm hungry. Why don't you sit here while I go buy something? Jaylene couldn't actually cook. She'd go out to buy prepared food, heat it up when she returned, and pass it off as her cooking. Don't dream on. Ordering me around like this? Act on to see if I'd poison you? Did you know my grandmaster said I'd be better suited for the demon path? I could easily be a demonic temptress. Leaving the house, Jaylene changed clothes and put on a cloak before stepping outside the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, Kelvin lay in his lounge chair, contemplating how long he needed to stay hidden. The matter at hand was significant. If he could safely navigate through this crisis, then in Godfrey, he would become the true number one under Alton. In the capital, he could represent Godfrey and become a man of real power, perhaps not quite matching the cabinet ministers, but coming very close. With this status, he could begin devising ways to collect public thoughts. Actually, capturing Orlando had already netted him a lot of these thoughts. The blackness in his forehead had dissipated, replaced by a cluster of purple factors. With enough purple factors, his strength would rapidly increase. Dish to Kelvin. I won't eat it. Not eating the first bite. What's the point afterward? I don't force you to feed me, so why bother? It's obvious your feelings have cooled down. Saying you love me, yet ignoring the details. What love is this? Jaylene didn't know how to respond. What are you saying? I get it. You're not being sincere. Never mind. Just eat. I wasn't feeding you a good piece. Jaylene replied. Eat by yourself then. I won't. Saying that, Kelvin stood up and left. Jaylene stood there stunned. What did she do wrong this time? Looking at the bought dishes, she sighed and vented her frustration by eating a few bites. However, Kelvin turned back to laugh coldly. You really ate alone because I told you to. Didn't you know you should cajole me, chase after me and feed me? Shut up. Jaylene couldn't hold back anymore. The facade she had tried to maintain finally crumbled. What kind of godlike man is this? She hadn't seen any woman act this way, and he was more unreasonable than a woman. Haha, you're getting angry at me now. On the first day together, you're already yelling at me. If we truly married, you'd beat me, wouldn't you? Break up. We must break up. Go tell Alton that our engagement is null and void. Kelvin exclaimed angrily. Jaylene squinted her eyes at Kelvin. So this was his goal? Alright, I can tolerate it. Jaylene clenched her fists and apologized gently. Sorry, I won't listen. Snap. Her chopsticks broke from the force of her grip. She took a few deep breaths and asked, Alright, what will it take for you to forgive me? Kelvin glanced at the beautiful and docile woman before him. How could she be so tolerant? Was this engagement that important? It only made him more nervous. Fine, you are annoyed. Yes, you are right. It's my fault. I'm unreasonable, unworthy of you. So, let me grant your wish. Let's break up. Chapter 327, Calculations. Let's break up. Hearing these three soul-piercing words, Kia clenched her fists tightly. The tone, the manner. It all felt strangely familiar to her. There were a few junior sisters in the outer sect who would use this tactic after finding their lovers. Thinking about Kelvin's actions, she felt that he was acting just like those junior sisters. One of the junior sisters used to say, whether he has a reason or not, if he makes me unhappy, it means he is wrong. He's being unreasonable. Kia never imagined she would encounter such a situation one day. She faced many matters with equanimity and handled them effortlessly. Yet, at this moment, she had no idea how to respond to such words. No wonder. The lovers of those junior sisters always ended up losing. This truly was a big move. Kelvin, you were shameless. All right, forgive me, won't you? At worst, I'll make it up to you, Kia said, forcing a sweet smile as she grabbed Kelvin's hand and shook it. The touch of Kia's hands was smooth, combined with her incomparably beautiful face, and this coquettish appearance made Kelvin momentarily lose his train of thought. He asked without thinking, how will you make it up to me? However, the moment the words left his mouth, Kelvin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, seduced, trapped. This woman is too cunning. A hint of smugness appeared in the corner of Kia's eyes, believing that her methods were actually working. How do you want me to make it up to you? Kia asked pitifully. Anything? As long as you're not angry, anything is fine. Kia gazed obediently at Kelvin with teary eyes. Then sleep with me. Kelvin wanted to experience her beauty, but he knew well enough that suggesting it wouldn't work. Surely, she would find some excuse to get out of it. This brief interaction confirmed Kelvin's belief that she was full of plots and schemes, able to bend low yet stretch far. She was definitely not a fairy. Perhaps she was a demoness. In comparison, Gabrielle, the real demoness, seemed rather innocent. Do you have any Aldos in your tranquil heart, Abby? Kelvin suddenly remembered something and asked Kia. Kia nodded. Of course we do. Then I ask you, if my lover is bullied, will you help me take revenge? Kelvin asked. Kia reacted quickly. Whoever dares to bully you, I will not let him off. Actong Freddy, can you ask the Aldo of the Tranquil Heart Abbey to help beat him up? Note, I corrected Tranquil Heartchai to Tranquil Heart Abbey to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Kia frowned. Brother Phelan, Actong Freddy has a closer relationship with the Aldo than I do. Otherwise, why could he persuade the Aldo to agree to our engagement? Is that so? Kelvin probed further. How many people did you bring from Tranquil Heart Abbey to the capital this time? And what's the highest realm among them? Kia replied, not many. Since Tranquil Heart Abbey is special, it's inconvenient to bring too many people here. Just 4 or 5 of us, with the strongest being my Dowstorm, an exalted landscape realm expert. Kelvin whistled in amazement. With no Aldos, exalted landscape was unbeatable. Such an existence could dominate cultivators. Kia's Dowstorm turned out to be someone like this. Ebao, now that we're engaged, we're practically family. I've heard that the Tranquil Heart Abbey is especially adept at dealing with devilish cultists. Could you help me? Kia inwardly remained vigilant, but still wore a sweet smile on her face. Your affairs are mine. What do you need me to do? The capital is a vital area, but there are some devilish cultists frequently causing mischief here. The citizens have suffered for too long. As the mirror overseer of the mirror platform, I wish to purge this filth. Therefore, I want to borrow your people to help deal with these individuals. With your methods and an exalted landscape realm expert, it will be much more effective. Kia looked at Kelvin, surprised by this Bruno once again. He was shameless, but he genuinely cared for the people. How difficult is this matter? Especially given his current predicament. If the Emperor hadn't dealt with me and the mirror platform today, I could have continued using the High Ancestors' imperial edict to expel devils and protect righteousness. Most devilish cultists in the capital have ties with the nobles. It's usually extremely difficult for the mirror platform to handle them. But if we act now, they would certainly fear I might go mad like how I dealt with Orlando. So they would cut ties with these devilish cultists to prevent evidence of collusion from being found. It would be much easier to deal with them then. With the mirror platform's full effort and your assistance, how many devilish cultists in the capital could withstand us? When Kelvin said this, he couldn't help but think of Vicky. If she were protecting devilish cultists, could Kia's Dowstorm hold back? Oh right. Can your Dowstorm defeat Dara? Kia stared intently at Kelvin. Did he realize that this would drag him into even deeper trouble? Even pretending to be sick wouldn't save him then. You, a clever person, can't possibly have not considered this. So, it's only for the sake of the people? Kia didn't press further but replied, without a Aldo, no one can match Dara. However, my Dowstorm can defend himself against her. He's that strong? Kelvin was overjoyed. If he could confront Dara, and then invite great scholar Confucius to act, the advantage would be on his side. Initially, he planned to trick Actong Freddy into helping set things up for him, but now he really didn't want to contact Actong Freddy. Set up? Haha, he feared that he would be the one getting schemed. Kia's people were easier to control. No, Dara could defeat him within 3 moves, Kia said. Oh? Then how can he defend himself? Devilish cultivators focus on fire cultivation. The Tranquil Heart Abbey has a potent toxin that can trigger their fire to erupt wildly. The stronger the entity, the more perilous this poison becomes. For someone as formidable as Dara, who is comparable to a Aldo, the best case scenario would be her having to seal her fire. My Dowstorm carries this poison, which is why he can protect himself. Such a good thing exists? Kelvin's eyes lit up. No way, I must get some. You mentioned compensation just now. I think this poison is perfect. Ask your Dowstorm for it. Kia, therefore, he needed to deepen the bond between them. For example, saving her life? Or falling in love? Hashtag chapter 328, a gift for you. Kelvin would occasionally try to draw information from Kia, and she cooperated quite willingly with him. She would tell him all the trivial things. But whenever the topics involved Jackson or the Anshanchai should be kept as is due to its specific cultural context, she would sidestep the questions and never divulge any details. Note: Anshanchai seems to be a name or title that carries specific cultural significance, so it's retained as is in this translation. Kelvin wasn't particularly bothered by this. He didn't expect them to be a real couple where she would share everything with him. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Kelvin sighed, "You Bao, the food you make is truly delicious. Those outside taverns and restaurants can't compare to your cooking at all. Once I've tasted your cooking, I don't want to eat anyone else's anymore. You'll have to cook more often in the future." Kia's lips twitched, but she forced a sweet smile and said, "Sure." Of course, she wasn't one to back down either, and she countered, "Sir Phelan, this is my first time in the capital, and I haven't had the chance to explore it yet. Could you take me around?" "Huh, as if I'd believe that. You own a residence here, and you say it's burn them black?" The flames spread over Kelvin's body from bottom to top, singeing his hair. She's relentless, thought Kelvin, and he had no choice but to use his Taoist powers to extinguish the fire. At the same time, he unleashed his tear the clothes skill once again. When the two finally walked out of the courtyard, they looked completely different from their usual selves. Kia's hair was messy, her face dirty, and her clothes ragged, barely hanging off her body, which hid her figure. Of course, Kelvin wasn't much better, looking almost like a beggar. They had indeed transformed each other beyond recognition. It seemed Kia had deliberately controlled her unique aura, which had now vanished. With this disguise, they looked like the poorest of the poor, slightly better off than beggars. "You said you would take me shopping. Dressing up like this, we probably won't even be able to enter any store," Kia said through gritted teeth. This guy really doesn't care for delicate feelings. Though she had no image to maintain, seeing her ugly reflection in the mirror still made her grind her teeth. "Not all shopping involves fancy places," Kelvin replied. "Take her shopping? Huh. I'm not naive enough to believe you wouldn't buy anything ridiculous just to get back at me. The streets of the capital are full of good stuff, and who knows how much blood I'd have to sell. Bringing you to the slums means even if you buy something, it won't cost much. Consider it an engagement gift, and I'll accept it. Who says I'm not generous?" The slums were naturally run down, with a dirty and disorderly environment. Occasionally, a foul smell wafted through the air. Though Kelvin and Kia looked like beggars, no one paid much attention to them because there were plenty of people like them on these streets. There were countless others who were even worse off. Walking among these conditions, Kia didn't like the environment, but she didn't show disgust either. She knew very well that life was tough for many people in this world. While she understood this, she still couldn't fully integrate into it, given her upbringing. However, what surprised Kia was that Kelvin seemed perfectly at ease. He occasionally bought street food from vendors and got along famously with the locals. Kia thought it was already commendable that her upbringing allowed her to treat the lower class with equanimity. But watching Kelvin chat and drink with rough locals, even exchanging drinking cups with them, her gaze grew more admiring with each interaction. Every encounter revealed a new side to him. "That meatball, though it looks unclean, is surprisingly tasty," Kelvin commented as he wandered with Kia through the slums. He urged her, "You must understand. You can't expect these street stalls to look fancy. It's all about the strong flavors. Anyone else's. You'll have to cook more often in the future." Kia's lips twitched at the corner, yet she wore a sweet smile and replied, "Sure." Of course, she wasn't going to let this slide without retaliation. She said, "Mr. Phelan, it's my first time visiting the capital, and I haven't had a chance to explore it yet. Would you like to take me around?" "Haha, sure, no problem. You Bao, you're too beautiful. If we go out, people might recognize you instantly. How about this? I'll do some makeup for you, then we can go sightseeing together." As he spoke, Kelvin casually wiped some dirt onto Kia's face. He enjoyed seeing deities descend from their pedestals into the mundane world. Kelvin originally thought that Kia, with her lofty and otherworldly demeanor, would go berserk over such an act, but she remained calm and allowed him to continue. "Mr. Phelan, you are also hiding, so you should disguise yourself too. Let me help you," Kia thought to herself. "Can dirtying me up disgust me? Do you have an idle burden on yourself? If so, then I will do the same to you." Kia smeared half of her hand with dirt and reached toward Kelvin's face, quickly covering it in blackness. Kelvin was unfazed. If she did it, he would retaliate in kind. Back and forth, the two soon became filthy. "Oh dear, you're dressed way too well. We need to make your clothes a bit shabby. Otherwise, your elegant aura won't fit." Finished talking, Kelvin grabbed her clothing and tore it forcefully. Kelvin was experienced in tearing clothes, and in an instant, Kia's skin was exposed, revealing a snowy expanse. Kia's face flushed red immediately. Naturally unwilling to lose face, she used Taoist magic to set Kelvin's clothes on fire. "Your clothes are too fancy too. Let's burn them black." The flames started from below and climbed upward. Kelvin felt his hair beginning to catch fire. This person was ruthless. Kelvin had no choice but to use his own Taoist skills to extinguish the flames while simultaneously employing his cloth-tearing technique again. When the two walked out of the courtyard, they were unrecognizable from their usual selves. Kia's hair was disheveled, her face dirty, and her clothes torn and hanging loosely, concealing her figure. Kelvin didn't look much better. He resembled a beggar. They had indeed transformed themselves thoroughly through their mutual decorations. One could only wonder if Kia was deliberately controlling herself, as her unique aura had disappeared, making her look like a common impoverished person, only slightly better than a beggar. "You said you'd take me shopping. Like this, we probably won't even be able to enter one store." Kia gritted her teeth, frustrated. This man truly had no respect for her, though she didn't care about her appearance. Looking at her ugly reflection still made her bite her lip in frustration. "Shopping is just shopping," Kelvin responded. "Taking you shopping? Haha, I'm not doubting that you'd buy things impulsively to get back at me. The streets of the capital have plenty of good stuff. You might end up needing me to sell blood. Bringing you to the slums, even if you buy something here, it's cheap. Just consider it your engagement gift. I'll admit, it's generous. In the slums, everything was dilapidated, and the environment was dirty and chaotic. Occasionally, an unpleasant odor wafted by. Although Kelvin and Kia looked like beggars, no one paid them extra attention because people like them were everywhere on these streets. In fact, there were far more such individuals. Walking amidst this crowd, Kia indeed disliked this environment, but wasn't disgusted by it. She knew the world was harsh for many people who found surviving a daily struggle. Though aware of it, she couldn't integrate into such an environment given her upbringing. However, what surprised Kia was Kelvin's ease. He would occasionally stop at roadside stalls to buy food and mingle jovially with rough characters. Kia initially thought it was impressive enough that her upbringing allowed her to treat the poor with equanimity. But seeing Kelvin drinking happily and sharing cups with some of the ruffians, she regarded him with newfound admiration. Each encounter revealed a new side to him. That ball just now, despite looking unclean, tasted amazing, Kelvin commented as he led Kia around the slums, encouraging her. You need to understand. You can't expect street vendors to have fancy presentations. It's the flavor that counts. She genuinely couldn't bring herself to eat. I told you I'd take you shopping. If you see anything you like, tell me, and I'll buy it for you. As a gift, of course. Married couples should have a sense of ritual. I'm very traditional that way. If you hadn't said this while we were in the slums, I might have believed you. Here, I could pick the most expensive item, and you wouldn't care. I knew you wanted to change our appearances before leaving, specifically so we can't enter those stores. Kia smiled sweetly and shook her head. I'm happy just walking with you. That won't do. If you don't accept the gift, I can't give it, Kelvin insisted. Confused, Kia wondered what sort of shameless thing he planned to give her. She watched as Kelvin approached the group they met earlier, handed them a substantial amount of silver and gold, and whispered a few words to them. Initially surprised by how rich Kelvin seemed, they looked puzzled but left excitedly with the money after Kelvin nodded. What did you tell them? Kia asked curiously. I told them that if anyone dies in this area, regardless of the reason, they should inform Godfrey. Kia nodded slightly. Slums flowers were abundant, making it seem like a sea of blossoms. Kia stepped out, feeling as if she were walking through a flower garden. I know you love beauty. Coming here might have felt like a letdown to you, but contrast makes beauty stand out even more. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? As Kia breathed in the floral fragrance, she felt refreshed and couldn't help but smile. However, she replied, it's just a temporary change. It won't be long before everything returns to how it was. But they got to experience a moment of beauty. No matter how hard or desperate life gets, there can always be a moment of beauty in this world. Kia looked at the dirty boy standing before her, stunned by his words. Kelvin smiled at Kia, took a step forward, and shouted to the surrounding crowd, Godfrey and Anshinjai's fairy, you will collaborate from today to fully combat demons. Note, Anshinjai seems untranslated. If Anshinjai is a proper name like Anshinjai, it should be kept as is or translated based on its meaning if it's appropriate. Here, I assumed it's a proper name, Anshinjaida. Revised. Kelvin smiled at Kia, took a step forward, and shouted to the surrounding crowd, Godfrey and Anshinjai's fairy, you will collaborate from today to fully combat demons. With that, Kelvin waved his arm, and a stream of water washed over both of them, revealing Kia's stunningly beautiful face. By her master, she had her ways. The moment Kia stepped out of the store, she yawned, thinking she could finally return. But as she emerged, her eyes lit up with surprise. What was once a filthy street now gleamed like new, with the foul odor replaced by a sweet floral fragrance. The street was lined with blooming flowers of various colors, particularly in front of the shop where they were especially abundant. As she stepped out, she felt as if she were standing in a sea of flowers. I know you love beauty, and coming here must feel like a letdown for you. But sometimes, contrasts highlight beauty even more. This is my gift to you. Do you like it? Kia inhaled the fragrance, feeling refreshed and uplifted. Despite herself, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, but she responded with a snort, this is just a temporary change. It won't be long before it reverts back to how it was. But, even if life is bitter and despairing, there are still moments of beauty in this world, said Kelvin softly. Kia stared at the dirty boy in front of her, momentarily lost in thought. Kelvin smiled at her, then stepped forward and shouted loudly, Mirror Platform and Anshinjai Feather Fairy will begin our joint effort to expel evil today. As he finished speaking, Kelvin waved his arm, sending a stream of water over both of them, revealing Kia's stunningly beautiful face. At the same time, Kelvin took Kia's hand and soared into the air, flying away from the crowd below. Kia remained quiet as Kelvin held her hand. She knew that his actions weren't solely for giving her a gift. He was also leveraging the power of Anshinjai. Yet, why did she feel willing? Looking down at the sea of flowers beneath her, she still felt the fragrance wafting up. Chapter 329, Continue to break up. Initially, Kelvin and Jaylene had both harbored ulterior motives while wandering through the slums. Jaylene had already seen through Kelvin's intentions before they arrived. He was trying to win her favor, gain the support of Anshinjai, and yet did not wish to spend much money, so he deliberately dressed poorly and brought her here, where even extravagant spending wouldn't break the bank. However, after seeing the flower field Kelvin had meticulously prepared for her, Jaylene was genuinely moved despite her indifferent remarks. She now understood why her fellow disciples could be moved from tears of anger one moment to smiles of joy the next by a single flower. Emotion didn't require lavish spending. Sincere thoughtfulness mattered far more. Of course, Jaylene could tell from Kelvin's last remark that he probably wanted Anshinjai on his side for some hidden agenda, hoping they would bear the brunt of any consequences. She had considered playing some tricks to turn the tables on him, but then reconsidered when she remembered his earlier concern for the common people. Perhaps going along with him wasn't such a bad idea. Phelan Lang, thank you, Jaylene said, smiling warmly as they soared through the vast night sky, the cold wind brushing past them. She took his hand willingly. I truly like your gift, and I appreciate your intentions. But before she finished, Kelvin pulled his hand away, asking coolly, and what about mine? What? Jaylene looked puzzled. You've received my gift, but where is yours for me? Feigning sorrow, Kelvin replied in a piteous tone. I put so much effort into preparing this heartfelt gift for you, spending so much silver. You don't mean to tell me you didn't prepare anything for me, do you? Oh no, not at all, Jaylene stammered. It wasn't just you saying I'd buy you gifts, it means I expect gifts too, got it? Kelvin retorted irritably. Those who care will act without being told, those who don't can't be taught. You clearly don't take me or our engagement seriously. Let's break up, I don't want to continue. Jaylene's eyes twitched, nearly choking with fury. Men have their limits, don't you think? She had just started liking him, and now she felt like hitting him again. By the time they returned, it was late at night. Kelvin was tired and went straight to bed. The next morning, when he woke up, Jaylene had already left. A note on the table explained she had urgent business at Xuanhuan to attend to. Beside the note was a pale. Orlando had been taken care of, and there were no repercussions for him. In the evening, Kelvin had someone send word to Gus to meet him at his hiding place. Mirror Master, you're hiding here? Gus looked around appreciatively. What a secret and ingenious place. Jackson truly has your back. Well, he isn't senile. After all, he asked me personally yesterday to take over the mirror platform. How could he not protect me? Besides, dealing with Orlando hasn't caused any trouble. Gus was shocked. Jackson wanted Kelvin to take over? Could it be true? Smiling, Kelvin gestured. Sit down. Let me share some good news. Duncan is truly wise, tacitly approving our action against Orlando and giving us no punishment. We must work even harder at the mirror platform. Really? Gus eyed Kelvin suspiciously, feeling that this man's thoughts were quite erratic. This is a huge matter involving a third-rank official that even the cabinet ministers were alarmed. Yet, Duncan did nothing, showing he supported us by bearing the pressure. Gus expressed his concerns. Sir, regardless of Duncan's intentions, escaping unscathed this time was pure luck. Seizing Orlando will make high-ranking officials wary of us, especially you, Mirror Master. You need to be cautious and avoid giving anyone a chance to harm you. Sure, I get it. Kelvin nodded, then continued with a light smile. I invited you here today for an important matter. Gus grew serious. What do you need me to do? I plan to launch an anti-demon seeded by chance. The repercussions would likely come in waves, endless and relentless. Mirror Master, I just said you need to keep a low profile, Eric said with a grimace. Starting another large-scale demon purge will only give those with ulterior motives an opportunity to attack. Yes, I understand this logic. Kelvin nodded, eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a serious expression. But there has never been a better opportunity than now. Currently, high officials and noble families in the capital know that I've just captured Orlando and am under Roscoe's protection, which might have made them slightly lower their guard. They'll seize this chance to meet with their demonic allies or sever ties with the demonic forces to avoid being targeted once I return. It's like when a man wants to visit a brothel. He waits until his wife is asleep at home before sneaking out, right? And the best way for the wife to catch her husband is by pretending to sleep, then closely following him once he relaxes and goes out, catching him red-handed with the prostitute, so they both get caught in the act. Eric was speechless. What kind of analogy was this? Despite his misgivings, he had to admit Kelvin made sense. More importantly, could anyone really change what the boss decided? With even Roscoe backing him on capturing Orlando, who wouldn't follow him within the mirror platform. Even Stewart avoided Kelvin. So, immediately call the reliable mirror guardians here, and bring my trusted friends as well. Kelvin narrowed his eyes. Gather every available force, and let's launch a citywide demon purge. Eric went to deliver the order, and within half an hour, dozens of mirror storms arrived one after another. To his surprise, Clinton and Quentin also showed up. Clinton wanted to join the mirror platform, so Kelvin arranged for Eric to give him an external quasi-guardian status without breaking the rules much. Eric brought along all the storms, possibly still showing special consideration. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Everyone, our sole mission today is demon purging. Within 500 miles centered on the capital, any demon or monster should be eliminated. Phelan brother, it won't be that easy, Quentin remarked, confused by Clinton's sudden interest in joining the platform. Though not officially accepted, Clinton was given an external identity, and he rushed over this time, which made Quentin worry about trouble, so he came along too. To my knowledge, demons around the capital are very secretive. Many live openly in the residences of nobility, so even if someone sees them, they can only turn a blind eye and not report it to us. All the better, Kelvin grinned. They hide in the residences of the nobility, thinking they're safe, which makes them less vigilant. Our capture would be like catching fish in a barrel, easy as pie. Clinton was taken aback. Phelan brother, do you mean we should directly storm into these noble residences to search and slaughter the demons? Holy **T, this is crazy. Perfect, really perfect, Eric timidly asked. But what if the nobility refuse to cooperate? There's no what if, they definitely won't, Kelvin coldly replied. If we expose their secrets, they could lose their interests, or worse, their lives. When we act, they'll obstruct us using their authority and pressure. Therefore, the purge must simultaneously target the most rampant hiding spots to prevent them from alerting each other. Also, the entire capital knows about the Imperial Edict in my possession. You'll operate under my orders, saying Kelvin, holding the Imperial Edict, is clearing the capital of demons. If anyone dares to obstruct us, treat it as a defiance of Imperial orders, and eliminate them without hesitation. This caused silence among the group, beads of sweat forming on everyone's forehead. Dominant, incredibly dominant. Following Kelvin's plan meant not only slaughtering numerous demons, but also entangling several noble families. Would Roscoe still protect Kelvin if things escalated beyond control? And even if Roscoe did protect Kelvin, could Kelvin protect them? Gentlemen, our duty in the mirror platform is to exterminate demons, drive away evil, and cleanse the capital of these wicked beings, Kelvin declared. All the compound was suddenly shattered. Eric led dozens of mirror storms bursting in, splitting into neat rows on both sides. Farron snapped open his eyes and demanded angrily, "Who are you? And why have you trespassed on my Dew family grounds?" "Pay your respects, Lord Dew," Eric replied impassively with a fist salute. "This is Mirror Envoy Eric. I apologize for the intrusion." Farron nodded and asked, "Envoy Ren, what brings you here?" "The Mirror platform received reports that there are demon followers hiding within the Dew residence. We've been ordered by Storm Phalon to conduct a search. We request your cooperation." "What?" Upon hearing this, Farron's complexion changed abruptly, revealing a hint of panic in his eyes. But he quickly regained composure and shouted fiercely, "Your Mirror platform has some nerve. You're not accusing me of colluding with demons, are you? I am the Emperor's brother-in-law, and our Dew family is royal kin. Unless you have the Emperor's decree, you have no authority to investigate my family." Eric, who knew well that Farron's sister was a court concubine and thus related to the royal family, remained unfazed by the threat and retorted coldly, "Since we're here under orders, it's clear we have the imperial decree." Farron frowned. "Where is the imperial decree? Is the founding ancestors' edict not an imperial decree?" Eric smirked. "If you don't recognize the founding ancestors' edict, it's considered rebellion. We will eliminate the traitors. If you do recognize it, please do not obstruct us from performing our duties." Farron's face turned deathly pale, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Denying the founding ancestors' decree carried too great a risk. But where did Kelvin get such audacity? Just after dealing with Orlando, this brat immediately moved against them without giving them a chance to prepare. Farron had known previous generals of the Mirror platform, but never had he seen one act so recklessly. Seeing Farron's reluctance, Eric waved his hand lightly and said, "Search." Initially, Farron still harbored a faint hope that those hidden demons were well concealed, and Eric might find nothing. But then Eric produced a demon detection stone from his robe, and Farron's heart sank. The demon detection stone was one of the Mirror platform's most precious artifacts, rendering any demon or monster visible. It seemed the Mirror platform was determined to take serious action this time. Dwayne tossed a magic-suppressing stone into the air, causing it to spin rapidly and emit beams of green light. These lights rained down, enveloping the entire Dew residence. Under the green glow, eerie cries pierced the night as black smoke began to rise, revealing several demonic cultivators, formed straight to the Fong family's ancestral temple. The Fong family was one of the oldest in the capital, having existed for a millennium. The ancestral temple was forbidden territory, accessible only to the patriarch, while other clan members and outsiders stayed far away. Approaching the outskirts, they soon arrived outside the Fong family's ancestral temple. Just as they were about to enter, a white-robed Aryan drifted forward, blocking their path. "Where are you headed?" According to intelligence, this was the Fong family's former patriarch, Heston, a formidable half-step scenic realm warrior despite his age. Dwayne bowed politely, saying, "Greetings, Ferguson Fong. Since you recognize me, things can be simpler," Heston said, squinting his eyes and asking coldly, "Why do you dare to trespass on my Fong family's ancestral temple at such a late hour?" "Ferguson Fong, we are acting on orders from the Mirror platform Storm Phalon to search for demon followers here." Dwayne smiled. "Ferguson Fong is highly respected and reasonable. Surely you won't make things difficult for us juniors, right?" "Ha, absurd," Heston sneered. "Our Fong family has always been loyal and noble, contributing greatly to the empire. How does Kelvin dare disrespect me this way? Even if the Augustine came, he'd show respect to me." Dwayne responded calmly, "Ferguson Fong is indeed revered. We juniors naturally wouldn't offend you. However, today we act under the founding ancestors' edict to cleanse the capital of demons. Any resistance will be treated as treason, even among us. So please, do not darkness." Inside this Fong family ancestral hall were over 100 demonic practitioners, their cultivation levels ranging from 7th and 8th rank to the Unity realm. Even the Mirror Guards, who took demon slaying as their duty, had never encountered such a scene. Faced with so many demonic practitioners, they were momentarily stunned. Dwayne, however, showed no fear. Instead, a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He summoned a golden light in his palm, revealing a shimmering octagonal mirror. This was the highest treasure of the Mirror platform, the sacred mirror, said to be capable of eliminating all evil and heresy from the world. Of course, this was a replica. Heavenly light sheer evil, sacred mirror purges wickedness. All things renewed, evil vanishes. For smoother and more natural English, it would read better as, heavenly light dispels evil, sacred mirror purges wickedness. With the turning of the ages, all evil perishes. This version maintains the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Dwayne roared, sending a beam of dazzling golden light from the sacred mirror into the air, where it transformed into countless beams of light, cascading like heavy rain towards the interior of the ancestral hall. The demonic practitioners hiding inside had intended to rush out and fight to the death with the Mirror Guards. However, under the golden rain of light, they felt an intense surge of fire, leaving them unable to escape. Any who were touched by the beams instantly felt purified by the sacred realm, turning to ashes in an instant. Under the relentless bombardment of the sacred mirror, it took only moments for the more than 100 demonic practitioners inside the ancestral hall to be completely eradicated. This was the terrifying power of the Mirror platform, a natural suppression against demons and dark cultists. Heston, standing nearby, turned pale, his teeth gritted as if his heart bled from grief. After wiping away his breath and putting the sacred mirror back in his arms, Dwayne announced loudly, "Fall back, on to the next target." "Yes." The Mirror Guards quickly lined up and left without any hesitation. Dwayne turned to Heston and calmly said, "Ferguson Fong, we received reports that you have been collaborating with demonic practitioners for years, using your ancestral hall as a base to raise monsters and causing accidents to provide nourishment for these creatures. Do you have anything to say?" "Bullshit." Heston looked flustered, angrily shouting, "This is slander, utter nonsense. I haven't visited the ancestral hall for years. How could I possibly know it was occupied by demonic practitioners, let alone collude with them? Whoever used such malicious accusations to defame me will not go unpunished. Dwayne smiled faintly. Indeed. We at the Mirror Platform believe Ferguson Fong is a respected Aryan with a long-standing reputation. How could you possibly engage in such heinous acts? Therefore, to prove the Fong family's innocence, please accompany us back to the Mirror Platform for investigation. You. Heston clenched his teeth in anger, his usually calm eyes now filled with panic. Could he withstand the scrutiny? No way. Given the investigative skills and interrogation methods of the Mirror Platform, there was no way he could hide his collaboration with the demonic practitioners. Heston never imagined that this time, the Mirror Platform's target wasn't just the monsters in his ancestral hall but him personally. Do you really think it's necessary for me to accompany you to the Mirror Platform? Heston's demeanor changed. His face softened with an amiable smile. I have been friends with your Alton for years. We exchange gifts every holiday without fail. You have achieved significant success in eliminating demonic practitioners. Can't you overlook this matter in consideration of Alton's reputation? Despite Heston's apparent pleading, Dwayne remained firm, bowing respectfully. Apologies, Ferguson Fong. Our actions are by order of Chief Phelan, and have nothing to do with Jackson. So, please forgive us. According to protocol, we must place shackles on you. Two mirror guards stepped forward and placed restraints on Heston's wrists and ankles. Heston's last glimmer of hope was crushed, his face gray and filled with despair. The Fong family were descendants of heroes who had contributed significantly to the stability of the Dagon dynasty. Even the current emperor treated them with respect. Heston never thought the Mirror Platform would not show him any courtesy. If this had happened in the past, he wouldn't have worried. He held considerable influence. But Orlando's case was a cautionary tale. Inside the royal residence, Melvin sat in the main seat, raising his wine cup and drinking continuously. Woody and Alric sat beside him, also holding wine cups as they joined him. Seeing Melvin's troubled expression and continuous sighs, Woody asked cautiously, "Why are you worried, Your Highness? Isn't it because of Orlando?" Melvin narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, "This Kelvin truly has the audacity, acting without regard for anyone. Not long ago, he disrupted our banquet and publicly abducted Kia. The incident hadn't settled when he went ahead and apprehended Secretary Orlando of the Ministry of Rights without imperial decree, citing some ancient imperial edict." Alric's eyes flickered with amusement. "Melvin, it seems the rumors, so we followed." Quentin smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, my second brother and I are uninvited guests. Will this cause any inconvenience for you?" "Of course not." The Alaric nodded with a smile. "Please, take a seat." Quentin and Clinton sat down together, and Clinton immediately asked, "What were you all discussing just now?" The three exchanged glances. They couldn't let this rogue know about their conversation. Otherwise, it would spread throughout the capital streets by tomorrow. Cough, cough, nothing much. Woody cleared his throat and laughed. "Brother you, no need to ask. Come, let's enjoy the food." "Why? Aren't we all in the same circle? Can't you share what you were talking about?" Clinton pouted and retorted. "Unless you were gossiping about some lady's love affairs and afraid I'd spread the news? Don't worry. Even if the three of you were sharing one lady, I'd keep it a secret." The corner of the Alaric's mouth twitched slightly. This guy's mouth was as foul as ever. Alaric forced a laugh and tried to cover up. "Brother you, we were discussing matters related to the Mirror Platform. This new master of the Mirror, Kelvin, seems too young and overbearing. He detained a current third-rank official, the Vice Ibrahim of Rights, Mr. Pan, without an imperial decree. I heard you and Master Phelan have a good relationship. Could you please advise him to hide his sharpness and avoid being overly rigid? Youth should know when to be discreet." Clinton raised an eyebrow and countered, "Why don't you go and talk to him? Afraid his loose lips might slap your face and knock out your teeth? You're too scared to go yourself, yet you want me to take the beating? Brother Huang, you're such a loyal friend." Alaric frowned, unsure how to respond. Then Quentin, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Brother Huang's words may seem unusual, but from my perspective, although Master Kelvin is somewhat impulsive, his fearless nature and swift actions are commendable. If someone among the 10 young masters has ties with the demonic cult, he won't let them off. Doesn't that prove his resolve?" Upon hearing this, Woody and Alaric looked uneasy. The Alaric frowned and asked coldly, "Brother Actong, what do you mean by this? How can you not understand?" Clinton grinned and said, "Alaric, the two drinking companions you invited here are suspected of having ties with the demonic cult and need to return to the Mirror Platform for investigation. Brothers Li and Huang, I'm sorry, but please come with me." Woody and Alaric's faces turned extremely pale at these words. The Alaric's expression hardened, and he said coldly, "Brother you, is it not rude to apprehend my guests right in my palace?" Clinton arched an eyebrow teasingly. "So, what do you suggest we do? They're friends from the same circle, and I have close ties with both your families. Please accommodate me so I don't get into trouble." The Alaric's icy demeanor carried a heavy undertone of threat. Clinton showed no fear and laughed coldly. "Trouble? Well then, don't do it." With a wave of his hand, Clinton overturned the table in front of him, scattering the fine dishes on the ground. Dozens of mirror storms rushed in immediately. "Oh right, Alaric, almost forgot to introduce myself." Clinton chuckled. "I'm now a provisional storm of the Mirror Platform, and I am here on Master Phelan— No, Director Phelan's orders to arrest Woody and Alaric for their ties with the demonic cult. Guys, don't just stand there, move." Several storms rushed forward, but they were instantly thrown back by the formidable power released by the two men. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, Woody roared angrily, "Let go of me! I haven't conspired with the demonic cult. You're slandering us. I will report this to the Emperor through my father." Clinton sighed. "Since you two aren't cooperating, how shall we escort you back?" "Brother Actong, looks like we need your help." Quentin nodded, unsure why his family was involved in the Mirror Platform's matters, but he had to follow the request of the Imperial concubine. Walking slowly towards the two men, he drew his twin blades from his waist, their edges crackling with intense spiritual energy. Feeling the cold, deadly aura emanating from the blades, Woody and Alric shivered in fear. Quentin's strength was well known to be among the top 3 among the young generation in the capital. White blade slash. Faced with Quentin's full strength attack, Woody and Alric felt death approaching. Panicking, they screamed, "Stop!" At that moment, they involuntarily expelled dark black mist from their mouths, forming shields that blocked Quentin's attack. Seeing the black mist, the storms were instantly on high alert. Demonic aura. Woody and Alric's faces turned ashen. They had indeed traded blood sacrifices for demonic arts and secretly cultivated them as last resort techniques. However, they never expected that their secretive practices would be discovered by the mirror platform. They could usually suppress and conceal the demonic aura perfectly, but under Quentin's lethal pressure, they failed to control it and released the demonic aura. Now thoroughly exposed, their denials were futile. "Woody, Alric, you still deny colluding with the demonic cult," Clinton shouted. "Seize them and take them away." With irrefutable evidence, the Alric, despite his grim expression, could not offer further protection. Woody and Alric, with no choice, were led away by the storms. Clinton rubbed his hands together as he walked, grinning widely. "Hee hee, Brother Phelan, with such a significant contribution this time, you must reward me generously." "Yes, exactly what reward should I give? How about introducing me to your sister-in-law's best friend?" "Right, let's do it that way. My sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world, so her fellow disciples must also be exquisite beauties. These leads belong to my you family, not the mirror platform. Helping you catch such big fish deserves not 1 but 2 introductions. Fair enough?" The anti-demonic operation progressed even smoother than Kelvin had imagined. With the name of Master Phelan resounding throughout the capital, and holding the imperial edicts from Alton and the revered ancestor, everyone in the capital complied. Additionally, the storm's coordinated surprise attacks caught many influential families off guard. Most noble clans received no warning and were raided directly. Those who managed to get information and prepare were intercepted before they could act. The rapid action prevented nobles from conspiring and shielding each other. Under Kelvin's command, Eric and others wielded the ancestral edict to cleanse the capital of demons, facing no opposition. The nobles were in turmoil, filled with intense fear and unease. Meanwhile, the common people rejoiced, shedding tears of gratitude. Over the years, the citizens of the capital had suffered greatly from demonic activities. Countless women had been imprisoned and tortured, and children had been taken as blood sacrifices. Surrounded by flowers and promising them change. At the time, they did not fully comprehend his words, but as Kelvin's reputation grew, they provided clues about the demonic activities, and each clue was addressed. Many wept, feeling that he had avenged their loved ones and given them a glimmer of hope once again. As demon practitioners were eliminated one by one, citizens spontaneously flooded the streets, bowing respectfully and worshipping him. Master Kelvin is mighty. Master Kelvin is dominant. Master Kelvin's virtue is boundless, shining for 1,000 autumns. Long live Master Kelvin. Hush, do you want to harm Master Kelvin? Kelvin sat cross-legged on the couch, his eyes closed in meditation. After the night's anti-demonic operation, he clearly felt the purple factors within him multiplying exponentially over time. By now, their number had surged to hundreds of times more than their peak in the past. These purple factors symbolize the hearts of the people, the collective will. They are what I call thought power. When fortune comes, all things work together. When it goes, even heroes lose their freedom. This anti-demonic operation has liberated the citizens of the capital, especially the marginalized lower classes, from their fate as resources for cultivation. They have emerged from darkness into the light. The heart of the people is indeed thought power. Kelvin already understood the miraculous effects of the purple factors. Now, as he delved deeper, he comprehended them even more profoundly. His smooth passage through the 5 minor decays relied heavily on these purple factors, apart from Kia's beauty, which acted as a glitch. Having successfully overcome the final heart decay, and now possessing an unprecedented amount of purple factors, he could freely channel the primordial scripture to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. He could push his sea of chi and true essence to a terrifying level and then attempt to form a golden core. At that time, with the true essence of unity, he might be able to maintain the sword domain, equivalent to a quasi-cavern spirit realm, placing him among the true elite of the world. This chapter maintains the original tone and style, translating faithfully from Chinese to English while preserving character names and pinyin. It ensures a natural flow in English and respects paragraph and line breaks as per your instructions. Chapter 334, Targeting Vicky. Seeing the anti-demon operation progressing so smoothly, Kelvin began to quietly ponder his next move. All these actions were part of Kelvin's strategy. Annihilating all the demon cultivators in the capital was merely a prelude to his first step. And the second crucial step is to latch onto Vicky tightly when the demons in the capital are dead and the demonic forces are in disarray. Only by entering the core of the demonic world will I have a way out when Jackson and the capital's forces retaliate. Besides, the cold beauty queen's stunning appearance and demeanor of Vicky perfectly suit my taste. Well, Vicky, don't blame me. It's all part of the game. What can I do? Otherwise, how could we bridge our relationship? So you hurt for a moment, then I comfort you properly. Wouldn't you feel better, and won't our relationship soar? As Kelvin was thinking, he saw Zyra push open the door and directly throw herself into his arms. Young master, I finally found you. Feeling the overwhelming softness press against him, Kelvin's heart raced as he laughed. Did you find me? If I hadn't sent a message to summon you, would you have found my hiding place? Hee hee, Eileen is devoted to young master. Of course, young master wouldn't intentionally hide from me. Zyra rubbed against Kelvin for a while before raising her head contentedly and asked earnestly, Young master, what urgent matter did you call me for? You go to Vicky's courtyard and deliver a message for me. Kelvin leaned close to Zyra's ear and whispered, Tell her that Godfrey and Anshin, I have teamed up and are preparing. After hearing Kelvin's words, Zyra remained silent with a solemn expression. Kelvin asked in confusion, is there any problem? No, no problem. A flush spread across Zyra's face as she shyly said, can you repeat it, young master? Agreed. Zyra took a roundabout route through the streets to ensure she wasn't being followed before entering the courtyard where Dara and Gabrielle lived. As soon as she stepped in, she felt an intense cold envelop her, accompanied by a cold voice, who's there? Startled, Zyra shivered, her hair standing on end. In the next moment, a woman dressed in black with beautiful features and waist-length black hair appeared ghost-like in front of her. It was Gabrielle. Recognizing Zyra, Gabrielle retracted her killing intent. Oh, it's you. What is it? Zyra replied, the young master asks me to deliver a message to your era. Before Gabrielle could respond, they heard a clear and melodious female voice. What message? Following the sound, Zyra entered the courtyard and saw Dara standing under a tree, admiring the newly blooming plum blossoms. She hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Era. Dara asked indifferently. Eileen, speak. What is it? The young master informs the Era that Godfrey and Anshinjai have joined forces, determined to eliminate all demon cultivators inside and outside the capital. Dara nodded slightly. I already know. Just last night, 90% of the demon cultivators in the capital were exposed and killed. The remaining 10% are heavily injured and barely escaped. I didn't expect that old man, Jackson, with great path poison specifically for demon cultivators, and will send many experts. You'd only be a burden despite your strength. Gabrielle fell silent, knowing it was true. You could temporarily avoid their attack. They are prepared, which makes them hard to handle. It doesn't matter if Jackson stays out. But if he gets involved, this is the capital. If Jackson acts, they wouldn't need the great path poison. Dara smiled slyly, wrapping her slender fingers around Gabrielle's slim waist teasingly. Aren't you confident in my abilities? Besides, with Kelvin's warning, we are in the dark while they are in the open. How much trouble can they cause? Master just worries that during the fight, we might damage our courtyard. What a pity if such a nice place is destroyed. But rest assured, Master will try my best to preserve the courtyard and bring little Enine back. Watching as Dara's fingers playfully pinched her chin, Gabrielle felt speechless. She opened Dara's teasing. All right, Master, I'll retreat first. Good luck. Seeing Gabrielle dissolve into a gust of shadowy wind and drift away, Dara's easy smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of gravity in her beautiful eyes. Anshinjai daring to surface this time must have mobilized a grandmaster at the Jingjing realm. Along with their great Dao poison and the specialized techniques from Godfrey aimed at demon cultivators, this battle indeed requires caution. Of Shadow Sect's leader, the Queen of Demons, Dara? Huh. Upon hearing this, the festive atmosphere around the table froze. Everyone froze, dropping food all over the table. In the next second, pandemonium erupted, with everyone exclaiming in shock. Wait, Palmyra, you need to calm down? Farrell exclaimed. Queen of Demons Dara is the current supreme leader of all demons. Even if true immortals act, they might not be able to subdue her without Jackson's involvement. How can we possibly take her down? Quentin furrowed his brows, unable to grasp Kelvin's intentions. Was he planning to target Shadow Sect's leader Dara next? He must be insane. To them, she's a big catch, but to her, they aren't even considered prey. Despite being the palm mirror, a position equal to Jackson, did he underestimate her? Farrell said with a bitter face. Palm mirror, launching such a large-scale anti-demon campaign without informing anyone or getting approval from Duncan or Jackson is already crazy enough. Treat her like a giant pillar of righteousness. Kelvin hadn't expected such a reaction when mentioning Dara's name. Treating her like a pillar of righteousness? Is this something Godfrey would say? Could she be so terrifying that even a disciplined organization like Godfrey would abandon its principles? Sighing, Kelvin explained, guess why I dared to launch an anti-demon campaign in the capital? And guess why I know where Dara is? You wouldn't think I could find her with my abilities alone, right? Everyone paused, realizing he made sense. Someone like Dara wouldn't be easily detected unless she wanted to be found. It wasn't something Kelvin could achieve alone. Jackson? Farrell asked skeptically. Would Kelvin dare act so rashly without Jackson's backing? Kelvin nodded. Jackson said this is a test to see if I'm fit to be Godfrey's successor, and it's non-negotiable. Oh. Farrell and Dwayne exchanged glances, now understanding. Who could refuse Jackson's orders? Thus, Dwayne cautiously asked, then, who do you plan to invite for assistance? Facing her with our current strength would be suicide. I was just about to ask, oh, perfect timing, here she comes. Kelvin turned and smiled in relief. Everyone instinctively looked back as Kia entered, causing everyone to stand up hurriedly. Alanis. Alanis you. Confronted by Kia's unmatched beauty, everyone felt uneasy, unable to meet her gaze. Clinton's heart raced. My goodness, my sister-in-law is here. What should I do? Originally, Clinton planned to introduce himself to Kia and hoped she would introduce him to her girlfriends. But now, facing her in person, he couldn't muster the audacity, remembering how he boldly teased her at the banquet. She probably hasn't proved. Clinton's gaze shifted to Kelvin, knowing he was in for a pounding. Damn, he actually didn't know. Featherling, Anshinjai must know about last night's events, right? Kelvin smiled. Featherling, didn't you consider Shadow Sect your archenemy? Jackson wants to give us a wedding gift. How about helping you eliminate Shadow Sect's leader? Kia, understanding Kelvin's nature, remained composed, asking, how? We can send forces from Godfrey to assist in hunting Dara. Of course, as you know, Dara is powerful. We might need additional support from Anshinjai's Grandmaster and Aryans, who are all above the Dongling realm. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Truly, Anshinjai had an incredibly formidable lineup. Each Aryan of Anshinjai inherited secret techniques and possessed exceptional skills. 13 Aryans at the Dongling realm were an overwhelmingly powerful force that could dominate a region. Not to mention, Kia's protector was a Jingjing realm powerhouse. With a group of Dongling Aryans providing support and a Jingjing realm powerhouse as the pillar, the members of Godfrey who initially thought Kelvin had gone mad suddenly felt first. When the action time is confirmed, just send me a message. With that, Kia slowly stood up. As she rose, her beautifully shod feet in ornate clouded shoes firmly stomped on Kelvin's foot, causing him excruciating pain, nearly making him cry out. Seeing Kelvin look at her, she offered a sweet smile. The others didn't see Kia stomp on Kelvin. What they saw was his audacious move, leaving them utterly stunned. Damn, where did the palm mirror learn such advanced woman-hailing techniques? Wasn't this too powerful? The scene shifted abruptly from the shock of Kia's reaction to a deeper tension building between her and Kelvin. The others remained oblivious, marveling at Kelvin's daring actions, unaware of the hidden dynamics unfolding. Chapter 335. Misleading reply. After Jaylene left, Kelvin also stood up. Gus asked with confusion, Mirror Master, where are you going? You all continue eating here. I'm going to find another group of helpers, Kelvin said with a faint smile. To deal with the notorious Devil Dara, the power of Anshin Shrine alone is definitely not enough. We must be fully prepared to ensure we have a complete advantage. Kelvin thought to himself that whether it was for Gus or Vicky, he needed to make them believe he had their best interests at heart. Watching Kelvin turn and leave gracefully, Gus, Clinton, Quentin, and others all had complex expressions on their faces. It seems Brother Phelan isn't joking but really plans to fight Queen Dara of the Devil Sect, Clinton remarked, smacking his lips. But, in this capital city, who else is he going to find? After leaving the residence, Kelvin went straight to the mirror platform and headed directly for Jackson's hiding place. However, when he arrived, the guards at the entrance stopped him. Halt. Kelvin responded calmly, What? Don't recognize me? The guard quickly replied respectfully, Of course we recognize Mirror Master Phelan. Kelvin grinned. Since you know me, why stop me? I'm here to see Jackson. Move aside. Mirror Master, please wait a moment, the guard pleaded helplessly. Jackson is currently entertaining a distinguished guest and has ordered no one to enter. Please wait outside. Distinguished guest? Kelvin raised an eyebrow. He thought Jackson was in hiding, so why was he seeing someone? This old man is meeting people now? What sinister plan does he have? Ignoring the guard, he strolled past him and entered the hall. Kelvin quietly slipped into the hall and peeked from behind a screen. Inside the hall, besides Jackson, there was another Aryunli man sitting with him, drinking tea and chatting. Kelvin immediately recognized the old man wearing a dragon-patterned robe, adorned with a crown, and with white hair and beard. None other than Pei Galau, one of the 3 senior counselors. Jackson, didn't your mirror platform go too far this time? Pei Galau said coldly, squinting his eyes. Such a major event as the slaughter of devils in the capital should have been reported to Duncan and the cabinet first, obtaining their consent before deciding to act. Last night, the entire capital was thrown into chaos by your actions, causing widespread unrest. Various noble families and officials' residences were forcibly broken into. Though your demon extermination campaign achieved significant results, such reckless disregard for rules and laws cannot be condoned. If everyone acts like your mirror platform, what order would this capital city have? Facing Pei Galau's stern reprimand, Jackson remained seated, silent, with drooping eyelids and a lethargic expression, as if half asleep. Seeing that his long speech received no response, Pei Galau couldn't help tapping the table in front of Jackson with his index and middle fingers. He knew Jackson had hidden here, expecting him to avoid confrontation. Instead, Jackson showed no hesitation. Ah, so this is what you call being sick? Jackson, did you hear what I said? Huh. Jackson opened his eyes, yawned lazily, and said, as if just waking from a deep sleep, Pei Galau, your words are very true. Our mirror platform is still the same. No opinion, do as you wish. Pei Galau gritted his teeth in anger. Jackson, did you not understand my meaning? The slaughter last night has incited public outrage among the imperial family, officials, and prestigious clans. To stabilize the empire and retain the people's trust, the mirror platform must take responsibility and give an account to the citizens of the capital. Oh. Jackson pondered for a while seriously, then nodded solemnly. If Pei Galau wants to take responsibility, I support you. You can rest assured. Your wife and daughter will be taken care of by me. What kind of responsibility am I supposed to take? Pei Galau nearly choked in anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fury. Unable to contain his rage, he revealed his hand. Jackson, as I understand, this demon slaughtering operation was organized by Mirror Master Kelvin. The guards who broke into the officials' residences and disturbed everyone claimed they were acting on Kelvin's orders. I ask that you hand over Mirror Master Phelan to make a public apology to the entire capital and remove him from his position. Only then can we quell public anger. Oh. Jackson nodded with a cheerful laugh. This Kelvin is indeed talented. You wouldn't know how skilled he is at fishing. The bait he makes is simply amazing. A few days ago, I went fishing with him and saw him catch a 10-pound bigmouth bass. Pei Galau. Behind the screen, Kelvin couldn't help but laugh. In intense battles, the most powerful moves were debated, but in court politics, playing dumb and dodging responsibility was undoubtedly the most effective move. Jackson was the unparalleled master of this skill within and outside the Great Qian dynasty. First, his experience and prestige were so high that even if he feigned madness, no one dared speak against him. Second, his performance was vivid, making him seem genuinely senile. No matter how cunning a veteran like Pei Galau might be, he could only suffer each time when facing such tactics. Prince, farewell. Realizing that communication with this old fool was futile, Pei Galau turned and left, looking extremely displeased. Sigh. He'd report this to Duncan and get the Imperial Guards to seal this place to force him to face the Emperor and the officials. Yet, knowing Jackson's strength, he doubted anyone could force him without the Emperor's strong resolve. At this moment, Kelvin adjusted his clothes and walked out from behind the screen as if nothing had happened. Just then, he met Pei Galau face to face and feigned surprise. Oh, isn't this Pei Galau? Pei Galau, managing countless matters, visiting our mirror platform. What guidance do you bring? Mirror, Master Phelan. Pei Galau's face was dark. These two at the mirror platform clearly didn't respect him. Pei Galao is here to visit Jackson's illness. Pei Galao retorted a few sentences, then hastily left as he had no interest in staying any longer. Kelvin walked into the hall. Your Highness, thank you. Thank me for what? The Augustine squinted his eyes. I just heard everything. Lord Pei came to complain about me and demand that the mirror platform remove me from my position and publicly apologize to the entire capital. Kelvin smiled. Thank you, Your Highness, for protecting me and getting rid of that old man. Huh, you know you've caused trouble? When Pei Galao was speaking, the Augustine appeared as if on the brink of death, half asleep, one eye watching over. Now facing Kelvin, he seemed instantly awake, transforming back into the shrewd old fox, coldly laughing. Do you know how much trouble you've stirred up? So many third and fourth rank officials, prestigious families, and noble clans. Your men didn't give anyone a break, breaking into their homes and searching them upside down to capture demon cultivators. Do you know how many complaints have been filed with Duncan and me today, demanding the mirror platform revoke your position and severely punish you, this lawless rogue? Kelvin grinned. That's why I'm thanking you. Otherwise, to show my sincerity, I'd offer to adopt you as my godfather. The Augustine glanced at Kelvin, inwardly sneering. If I take you as my godson, I'm afraid you might go straight of demon cultivators, nearly invincible under the Aldo rank. Are you sure you want to go after her? Kelvin replied, knowing how formidable she is, I came to you for help. To successfully corner her, I specially asked my fiancé to invite her path protector and the 12 Aryans of Anshan Shrine to assist me. To think, I must thank your highness for helping me find such a great match. Not only did I gain the fairest beauty in the land, but also the powerful backing of Anshan Shrine. Oh, and don't forget to help me find the second fairest beauty soon. Have her bring more dowry too. Hearing this, the Augustine's expression turned peculiar. Anshan Shrine acting as this kid's muscle, indeed interesting. Kelvin said, Your Highness, seeing as Anshan Shrine has dispatched so many strong forces, our mirror platform can't be weak either. How about giving me a hand? With you personally handling it, capturing her would be a piece of cake. The Augustine replied, I am gravely ill. Asking me to act would amount to deceiving Duncan. Kelvin gave the Augustine a deep look. As expected, the sly old fox wouldn't act. The Augustine was too mysterious and strange. He wouldn't risk exposing anything by dealing with Dara. Dara was too powerful, and any move by the Augustine might contradict his usual demeanor. But Kelvin felt slightly relieved. If the Augustine acted, it would complicate his plan. Kelvin continued, I heard that 12 spirit cavern venerables from our mirror platform can form the mystic mirror soul binding formation, which is incredibly powerful. Could you help me with this? The Augustine squinted his eyes at Kelvin and finally responded, all right. Kelvin felt increasingly reassured. He feared losing control if only Anshan Shrine people were involved. With the power he could command, the situation would follow his script. In both combat and politics, the art of misdirection and feigned ignorance proved invaluable. Chapter 336, Vicky's Power. Roscoe led Kelvin to the rear mountain of Godfrey. The back mountain was a cemetery, where the mirrors and their protectors who had died on duty since the establishment of Godfrey were honored. Every Cold Clothes Festival and Hanshi Festival, Roscoe would personally lead the ceremonies here. Upon reaching the rear mountain, with no one around, Roscoe instantly shed his frail appearance, closing his eyes in concentration as his true essence burst forth, emitting a chilling and terrifying aura. Kelvin inwardly thought that this cunning old man was indeed powerful. Fortunately, he managed to get away unscathed. What if this old man had targeted him? What would happen to Vicky then? As Roscoe's aura erupted, within 2 breaths, powerful waves of true essence seemed to respond from the lush forests surrounding the mountainside. Moments later, dazzling beams of white light shot out from numerous cave abodes hidden in the forest, transforming into 12 middle-aged men who gathered around Roscoe in a circle. These 12 men wore white robes, exuding an ethereal air, their faces stern and authoritative. After appearing, they all knelt on one knee and respectfully proclaimed, We pay our respects to Alton. They only acknowledged Roscoe, ignoring Kelvin completely, not even sparing him a glance. To outsiders, Godfrey's chief mirror guardian was a third-rank official of the imperial court, wielding power just beneath Roscoe and above 10,000 others within Godfrey. However, after becoming chief guardian, Kelvin realized these venerated ones only followed Roscoe's orders. In their eyes, the chief guardian was nothing. Yes, he needed a way to gain control over them, to truly stand tall in the capital without relying on borrowed strength. Kelvin clasped his hands and said, I will lead the 12 cave spirit venerables, exterminate the demonic cult's female leader, and cleanse the capital of demonic influence. Roscoe raised an eyebrow, amused. Lead the 12 cave spirit venerables? Dream on. This cunning old man indeed played cleverly, trying to set up a linguistic trap to have these 12 venerables follow him. Ignoring Kelvin, Roscoe announced, the demon leader Dara is hiding near the capital. Godfrey has discovered her location and plans to cooperate with Anshin Jai to eliminate her, striking a blow against the demonic forces. I am sending you 12 venerables out, now to set up the mystic mirror soul-binding array to assist Anshin Jai against Dara. Understood. The 12 venerables shouted together, their true essence bursting forth, shaking the heavens and causing Kelvin's heart to tremble. Roscoe spoke calmly, Hilary. A man stepped forward immediately, bowing slightly. Present, Your Highness. Noticing Hilary's imposing figure, ruddy complexion, long beard reaching his chest, Kelvin knew he was the strongest among the 12 cave spirit venerables, nearing the out-of-scene realm. Roscoe instructed, You are responsible for leading this mission. Remember, regardless of success or failure, ensure everyone returns safely. Avoid any losses to Godfrey's strength. Do your best. Understood, Hilary responded, raising his voice. Your Highness, shall we return to our caves and prepare the spirit treasures needed for the array? Go ahead, Roscoe waved his hand. As the 12 venerables turned into beams of white light and dispersed, Roscoe turned to Kelvin, smiling. How about that? Enough respect for your position as chief guardian. Kelvin's lips twitched, grinding his teeth. This old fox was insufferable. He wouldn't trust him to lead the 12 in with demonic energy and pressure. Welcome, all of you, Dara greeted mockingly. The oppressive force was formidable, akin to Aldo's might. Everyone grew cautious, their faces serious. Weaker individuals like Dwayne nearly fainted from the impact. When the demonic aura subsided somewhat, they saw a breathtaking beauty sitting under a tree, drinking wine casually while eyeing them with amusement. Kelvin stared, mesmerized. Dara was dressed in a vibrant red robe, her black hair styled elegantly with golden pins, radiating regal elegance. Her piercing gaze was captivating, her cherry-red lips seductive, holding a wineskin nonchalantly. Despite facing the combined forces of Godfrey and Anshin Jai, she remained calm, taking sips from her flask. Every gesture showcased the queen of demons' arrogance, mocking the intruder's inadequacy. Dara. The protector's face darkened. Old man has been searching for you for years. Today is your end. Is that so? Dara rose slowly, smiling faintly. To die by my hand. You've worked hard finding me, old scholar. As she took a step closer, the surrounding pressure intensified, almost crushing everyone's spirit and Dantian. Hilary, breaking into cold sweat, realized they couldn't let her continue. Leading the 12 venerables, he rushed into the courtyard, shouting, "Form the array." On his command, the 12 formed a formation based on the 12 celestial directions, each palm emitting spiritual power encapsulating a treasure. Inhibit. Simultaneously, they thrust their palms upward, hurling the treasures into the air, forming a circular arrangement. Bind souls. They poured their true essence, and the treasures emitted white beams connecting with each other in pairs. The 12 spirit treasures connected, forming a massive light mirror that floated in midair, illuminating the dark night as if it were daylight. Feeling the holy and serene energy emitted by the light mirror, the mirror guardians couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. Dwayne muttered, "This is the legendary mystic mirror soul-binding array, which can only be unleashed by the combined efforts of the 12 cave spirit venerables. Even compared to the holy mirror, our most precious treasure at Godfrey, this array's power is tens of times stronger, capable of trapping even those at the out-of-scene realm," he added. Hilary stood at the Z position in front, and was directly responsible for controlling the entire array. As he pointed his index and middle fingers at Dara, the light mirror in midair shot out a white beam straight toward her. The white beam moved with incredible speed. Seeing she couldn't dodge it, Dara didn't try to move, and remained standing still. As soon as the white beam touched her, it exploded instantly, but instead of releasing any lethal force, it formed a boundary of white light, enveloping the entire courtyard. Dara frowned slightly, sensing that not only could she not escape from this barrier, but also that the demonic energy within her would be burned by the mirror's power while inside, causing her magic essence to diminish and her abdomen to burn intensely. The secret formation of Godfrey is indeed formidable, she mumbled to herself, her face showing no panic. Instead, a mocking smile played on her lips. But using 12 experts at the cave spirit realm just to trap me is a bit excessive, isn't it? Not at all. While Hilary and others set up the array, the Anshin Jai members were also busy. 2 Aryans of Anshin Jai burned their Taoist poison, spreading dark green smoke throughout the courtyard. The protector wielded a charm knife, sneering, "Because you are a demoness who has brought calamity to the nation, you are destined to die by our hands. Attack. Kill her." The protector took the lead, leading the 12 Aryans to charge towards Dara, launching their strongest attacks. Their Taoist poison could ignite internally fire within demons, suppressing their powers by more than half. So, under the double suppression of the Godfrey formation and the Taoist poison, Dara now only possessed the strength of the cave spirit realm, giving the Anshin Jai Aryans the confidence to attack her without fear. Dara remained where she was, closing her eyes as if she had given up all resistance, ready to be captured. However, as the protector and the 12 Aryans approached her, Dara suddenly opened her eyes. In her palm, a black orb appeared, and with a casual motion, she hurled it forward. The black orb split into 6 parts as it flew through the air, twisting into pitch-black beams that shot straight at 6 Anshin Jai Aryans on the left side. The 6 Aryans tensed, hastily blocking with their treasures. However, their proudest, strongest magical tools crumbled into dust upon contact with the black beams. Aya! With piercing screams, the 6 Aryans were pierced through the abdomen by the black beams, spitting blood and falling to the ground, barely alive. Instantly slaying 6 cave spirit experts made it clear that Dara was terrifyingly powerful, redefining everyone's understanding of her. Once again, she waved her hand, conjuring a short, pitch-black sword, and casually slashed out a crescent moon-shaped sword aura. The sword aura charged straight at the 6 Anshin Jai Aryans on the right side. They urgently summoned their tools to defend together. However, their thick light shield shattered instantly under the black sword aura, failing to deflect even half of its power. Their treasures were shattered, leaving the 6 Aryans helpless against the fierce sword aura, watching as their bodies were pierced through, suffering severe injuries. Seeing Dara unleash such deadly force, the protector's eyes bled red as he frantically swung his charm knife, condensing numerous golden spiritual charms. Each of these charms, a secret technique of Anshin Jai, could critically injure a Unity Realm expert. However, Dara remained expressionless, waving her black sword in the air. Each slash caused the spiritual charms to explode prematurely, unable to harm her in the slightest. Enraged, the protector stepped closer to Dara using the spiritual charms, attempting to engage in close combat with his charm knife. But Dara smiled slightly, remaining seated and calmly sipping from her wine gourd. All this left Kelvin speechless. He knew she was strong, but he never expected her to be this strong. It was like performing a play only to mess it up completely. If Kia's people were all eliminated, he wasn't sure how they would view him afterward. The protector's first strike aimed directly at Dara's throat. She blocked with her black sword, turning his charm sword into powder. For the second strike, deprived of his weapon, the protector changed tactics, striking with a palm. With a simple wave, Dara shattered his left wrist bones. On the third strike, the protector tried one last desperate attempt, condensing all his strength into a single punch. But before he could launch it, Dara waved casually, sending him flying several meters away. To be honest, Dara hadn't used her full strength against the other Aryans. But with these 3 strikes against the protector, she truly intended to kill. Those Aryan experts were like children facing an adult to her. There were 100 ways she could end them, but none of them could harm even a strand of her hair. However, as an out-of-scene realm powerhouse who commanded Anshinjai's various secret techniques, the protector truly posed a threat to her life. This can't be. The protector collapsed, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with disbelief and horror. The remaining 12 Anshinjai Aryans were either dead or injured, unable to fight further. Before coming here, they had anticipated that capturing Dara would not be easy, and some might even sacrifice their lives. But they never imagined the battle would turn out so one-sided. Even with the suppression of the Godfrey formation, Dara's strength remained terrifyingly formidable. Even their strongest, the protector, could not withstand 3 strikes before being critically injured. Throughout the encounter, Dara never even rose from her seat, barely moving an inch. This was no longer just about the disparity in strength. It was sheer mockery, akin to a cat toying with mice. Behind them, the Godfrey Dara's killing intent reached its peak. She slowly stood up, preparing to finish off the Gay with a single palm strike. For her long-standing enemies from Anshinjai, she naturally wanted to eliminate them while she was at it. Feeling the intense aura from Dara, the Gay was overwhelmed with panic. Knowing there was no way to avoid her attack, he clenched his teeth and suddenly hurled an object that burst into flames. The smoke spread out, causing Dara to frown slightly. Poison? Actually, is Taoist poison potent enough to harm me? Dara's true essence erupted as she held her breath, her eyes narrowing in a cold smile. It can suppress me somewhat, but even with this suppression, killing you all is more than enough. As she spoke, she walked toward the Gay, bringing her hand down with immense power, like the heavens cracking, instilling fear into everyone present. The Gay's face paled. With his strength, how could he possibly resist Dara? He abruptly stood up and quickly hid behind Kelvin, striking him on the back with a powerful palm strike. Even though the Gay had been severely injured by Dara, he was still a formidable out-of-scene master. This single palm strike was immensely powerful. Struck on the back, Kelvin spewed out a mouthful of blood. This sudden attack caught everyone off guard, especially Eric and Clinton who were nearby. By the time they reacted, they shouted in alarm, Phelan Zhengzhen? Despicable. The Anshinjai powerhouse actually used Kelvin as a shield to save himself. Kelvin spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood and flew uncontrollably toward Dara like a broken kite. Earlier, when facing the encirclement by the Gay and 12 Anshinjai cave spirit Aryans, Dara had remained calm and composed, as if everything was within her control. Now, seeing Kelvin pushed forward, she naturally wouldn't kill him. However, in front of Godfrey members, she couldn't reveal her emotions or hint that Kelvin was her associate. So, she smoothly moved, grabbing Kelvin by the throat with her index and middle fingers, holding him tightly in her grasp. Hemph! Using such a despicable method to avoid my fatal blow? Dara tilted her chin slightly, her eyes glaring at the Gay, filled with intense disdain and killing intent. So this is what your so-called righteous experts are like? Truly eye-opening. The Godfrey members looked at the Gay with rage. Eric, Dwayne, and others clenched their teeth, their eyes filled with intense hostility. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Gay burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, Dara, I admit you're strong. Even our Anshinjai Taoist poison didn't faze you. But if you directly come into contact with the Taoist poison, would you still be able to wreak such havoc? Hearing these words, Dara's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? The Gay sneered. That last palm strike already coated this boy's body entirely with Taoist poison. Only by doing this could I poison you, you demoness. Translation ends here. The next segment can follow as required. Hashtag chapter 337. Vicky is poisoned. What? Upon hearing the Gay's words, Dara focused her gaze and saw that Kelvin indeed had a layer of pale powder covering his body. Her pupils immediately constricted, and a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although this Tao toxin was nearly colorless and odorless, she could easily sense it with her cultivation. In her haste to tend to Kelvin's injuries when he flew toward her, she had momentarily neglected to be cautious. At this moment, the pale Tao toxin had already spread from Kelvin's body to hers through their physical contact, seeping into her skin. Dara distinctly felt that as soon as the Tao toxin entered her body, the previously dormanting fire within her flared up like a beast smelling blood, becoming excited, frenzied, restless, and agitated, causing a burning sensation throughout her internal organs. The stronger the cultivator, the more perilous their situation when affected by the Tao toxin, said the Gay with a malicious grin, mocking her. Dara, you must feel as if your insides are burning up, on the brink of entering a state of magical backlash, right? Dara's face was grave, her brows furrowed, too focused to care about the Gay's sarcasm. The Een fire inside her was already devouring its host, fiercely burning her demonic heart and dantian, a sign that a magical backlash was imminent. If she were to succumb to the magical backlash, she wouldn't be able to suppress it in a short time, especially with so many enemies still around. Her situation would then become incredibly dire. After weighing the pros and cons, Dara chose to seal off the Een fire, causing the demonic chi in her body to rapidly diminish, her complexion visibly turning pale. Feeling Dara's weakened aura, Kelvin became anxious and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Brooke, are you alright? Facing Kelvin's sudden concern, Dara felt a warmth in her heart. He was injured himself yet was worried about her condition first. He was indeed loyal. Don't worry, I won't die, she reassured him casually, then glared at the Gay, her eyes almost spitting ice, and growled fiercely, Vile. Then, with even harsher movements, she clutched Kelvin's throat tightly and turned to look at Hillary, Eric, and the others from the mirror platform. He used you as a shield. If you want revenge for his betrayal, kill him, and I will let your leader go. Eric, Dwayne, and others reacted, all glaring angrily at the gay, their murderous intent rising. The 12 dongling Fergusons, including Hillary, also wore grim expressions. Though Hillary and the others followed Roscoe's orders to assist the Anshinzai Aryans in deploying the array to subdue demons, they were ultimately members of the mirror platform and couldn't ignore protecting their own. Moreover, the Anshinzai people directly injured their mirror platform leader and used the leader's life to lure Dara into a trap. If this incident got out, what would become of the mirror platform's reputation? Old man, what do you mean? Dwayne didn't care about the gay being an expert of Jingshu, yelling straight away, Brother Phelan is not only our prestigious mirror platform leader, but also the initiator and commander-in-chief of this demon-slaying operation. How dare you toy with his life? If anything happens to the leader, I will fight you to the death. Even if I can't kill you, Jackson will surely have your hide. The gay seemed aware of his wrongdoing and did not mind Dwayne's insolence, coldly saying, I will explain to Jackson. The primary goal now is to kill Dara. You know who she is, a great figure in the demonic path. Killing her here will earn us immense merit. Not considering future glory, just the resources the Emperor will bestow upon you after killing Dara will solidify your realms, extend your lifespan, and even help you break through to Jingshu. These words were directed at the 12 dongling contributors, while he completely ignored the likes of Eric and Dwayne. Listening to him, Hillary and the others fell silent, each one deep in thought, conflicted and struggling. As dongling experts, what they pursued was breaking through to Jingshu and extending their lives. If they successfully killed Dara today, the entire country would celebrate, the court would rejoice, and the Emperor would certainly bestow them with generous rewards. Most importantly, the gay said he would report back to Roscoe. However, they couldn't disregard Kelvin's safety completely to aid the Anshinzai. Thus, the previously one-sided battle situation had been made complex once again due to the gay's reckless attack. Dara and the gay, the two strongest figures on the battlefield, both suffering from Dao toxins and severe injuries, had lost most of their combat strength. At this moment, both had the same idea, to use the relatively unharmed members of the mirror platform to resolve the conflict. After some deliberation, Hillary ignored the provocations from both sides and continued to focus solely on maintaining the Xinjing Dinghun array. They had come here following orders to set up the array to subdue demons. Doing nothing else ensured they would not make any mistakes. The rest of the mirror guard, including Eric and Dwayne, all looked sharply at Kelvin, who was being held by Dara. They wanted to see how Kelvin would decide. Would Palmyra Phelan seek revenge for the attack by the gay, or would he sacrifice himself to gain the opportunity to slay the female emperor of the demon path? However, Kelvin gave them no indication. Instead, he stared fixedly at the gay, his eyes filled with grief and bewilderment, and he rasped, Why? I am the betrothed of your Anshinzai's divine maiden. Why did you use me as bait? If I die from your strike, how will you explain this to Kia? At that moment, Kelvin's eyes were brimming with tears, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his whole body trembling slightly in what appeared to be immense grievance. Even Dara felt a twinge of pain upon seeing this, wishing she could crush the gay into powder to avenge Kelvin. In truth, when the gay struck him, Kelvin had panicked for just a moment because he hadn't expected the attack. He had earlier coated himself with the Dao poison, planning to find an opportunity for Dara to come into contact with him. But the gay acted before he could execute his plan. Yet, the outcome was even better than he had anticipated. Now, saying these words served only one purpose, to completely clear himself of any suspicion and shift the focus of the cave spirit Aryans entirely onto the gay, preventing Hillary and the others from questioning why he remained unharmed while being held by Dara for so long. Eric, Dwayne, and the other guardians of the mirror all looked towards Kelvin, whom Dara had captured, wanting to see how he would choose. Would the mirror platform leader seek retribution for the gay's attack or sacrifice himself to gain the chance to kill the empress of the demonic path? However, Kelvin gave no instructions. Instead, his eyes locked onto the gay, filled with grief and confusion as he hoarsely demanded, Why? I am the fiancé of your Anshinzai goddess. Why use me as bait? If I die from that strike, how will you explain yourself to Kia? At that moment, Kelvin's eyes brimmed with tears, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body trembled slightly, looking extremely wronged. Even Dara felt her heart ache, wishing to crush the gay into dust for Kelvin. But the truth was, when the gay struck him, Kelvin had panicked for only a brief moment because he hadn't expected the attack. Earlier, he had smeared himself with Dao toxins, intending to find an opportunity to make Dara touch him. However, he hadn't anticipated the gay acting so swiftly, striking him before he could execute his plan. Nonetheless, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Now, he spoke these words purely to clear any suspicions about himself, diverting everyone's attention to the gay to prevent Hillary and the others from wondering why he remained unharmed despite being held hostage by Dara for so long. Chapter 338. No clashes allowed. The gay wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly rose to his feet, and laughed coldly. First, trading your despicable life for demon Sect's Dara's life is a bargain. Hillary and others hesitated for a moment, then, gritting their teeth, they decided to release the mystic mirror soul-fixing formation, each recalling their magical artifacts into their hands and assuming a ready-to-attack stance. Dara's expression changed slightly, and she roared fiercely, Do you dare? Whoever moves will see me kill your mirror master. As she spoke, Dara released waves of demonic energy, cloaking herself and Kelvin in an ominous purple glow. Seeing this, Eric and the others couldn't help but shout anxiously, Mirror Master. In reality, though Dara's demonic energy was formidable, it was actually healing magic. Under its influence, the injuries Kelvin sustained from the gay's earlier attack were gradually healing. But to play along with Dara's act, Kelvin gritted his teeth, eyes wide with feigned pain, and shouted, Dara, you wicked woman, Show some real power if you dare to kill me. You old coot, planning against our mirror master like this. If I don't die today, I'll never let you off, and my entire mirror platform will never rest until we settle this. Kelvin's anguished roar made Hillary and the others hesitate again, second-guessing their actions. What a bunch of useless fools. Seeing the hesitation among the mirror platform members, the gay clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with ferocity. In the next moment, his webbing fragrance, almost fainting. Involuntarily, he inhaled deeply. He suddenly felt fearful. What if Vicky found out he was taking advantage of her? Fortunately, Dara was too preoccupied to notice. Gathering a pure black light, she hurled it towards the descending white dragon. The black light swirled into a vortex, absorbing the dragon entirely, rendering it harmless. This can't be. In midair, the gay's pupils constricted in fear. This demoness has clearly been gravely injured by Great Dao's poison and can barely suppress her own fire. How can she still have such formidable combat power? I may indeed be weakened, but I'm still more than enough to deal with you, old fool. With a strange shout, Dara absorbed the dragon's full power, transforming the black vortex into a spinning top which she hurled at the gay. Unable to dodge, the gay was struck directly, exploding into a sphere of black and white light, enveloping him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the sky. The explosion, combining both Dara's and the gay's powers, was immensely powerful. Even the shockwave forced Eric and others to scramble for cover, risking death or injury if hit. Exhausted from dodging the shockwaves, the group endured until the explosion subsided. The gay plummeted from the sky, severely injured, his robes torn, upper body covered in bloody wounds, barely recognizable. His face, now etched with deep wrinkles, appeared decades older. While the blow severely wounded the gay, Dara also reached her limit. Kelvin could feel Vicky's heavy breathing and the drops of sweat landing on him, devoid of any demonic energy, a clear sign of her depleted vitality. Master, let's retreat. Kelvin whispered telepathically. Engaging the mirror platform and Anshinchai to this extent has already shocked the world and severely crippled Anshinchai's forces. Retreating now isn't dishonorable. Corrected for fluency and consistency in terminology. Note that Anshinchai should be Anshin Shrine, if it's meant to be in English, but I kept it as per your provided text. If you want to translate it, let me know. Dara nodded weakly, leaping into the air, intending to escape with Kelvin as a hostage. Oh no, the Demon Queen is escaping. Hillary's face changed, swinging his green dragon crescent moon blade, forming a blazing red ball aimed at Dara in midair. Emperor's Sun blade strike. Sensing the formidable power within the red glow, Dara's face turned grave. Unable to resist, she screamed, "Who dares stop me? I'll kill your mirror master." Hearing this, Eric, Dwayne, and others rushed in front of Hillary, urging anxiously, "Ferguson Guan, hold back. Capturing the demoness is important, but we mustn't risk harming Mirror Master Phelan. Don't forget, Mirror Master Phelan is..." Rumors had spread that Kelvin was Roscoe's illegitimate son, explaining his special treatment. Facing the frenzied blockade of mirror enforcers and storms, Hillary could not rush forward to kill Dara and had to retract his fully charged attack. However, the Anshinchai members showed no restraint. Several Aryans who had been gravely injured by Dara but did not die initially managed to struggle back to their feet as they Menchang recovered some of their combat abilities. Note: for a more fluent reading experience, slight elaboration has been added. Improved version. However, the Anshinchai members showed no restraint. Several Aryans who had been critically injured by Dara but managed to survive began to regain some of their fighting strength and struggled back to their feet. Though unable to rise again, the gay used his last breath to shout, "She's at her limit. Kill the demoness. Forget the mirror platform boy. Better if he dies." "You damn old bastard. What are you saying?" Eric glared and lunged to finish off the gay but was held back by Hillary. "Don't move." They, the mirror platform, could hesitate due to their mirror master being captured by the enemy. Even if this went against orders, it was at least understandable. However, if the mirror platform chose not to kill the demoness and instead attacked an ally who was determined to slay her, the repercussions would be immense. Anshin Shrine was not a small force. Even if all 13 Aryans died here, their foundation remained incredibly formidable. If the shrine's leader unleashed his fury and incited chaos in the capital with his disciples, even Jackson might struggle to withstand the pressure. 6 Anshin Shrine Aryans, lacking magical artifacts, each gathered true essence, unleashing their most powerful Dao techniques, intent on confronting Dara in a life-or-death battle. Meanwhile, Hillary ordered the 12 venerated Aryans to once again form the Mystic Mirror Soul-Fixing Formation, enveloping the entire courtyard and cutting off all possibilities of escape for Dara. Facing the combined attacks of the Anshin Shrine Aryans and the unyielding barrier of the Mystic Mirror Soul-Fixing Formation, Dara felt her pale face tinged with despair. Even as the feared leader of the demon sect, unmatched by anyone below the true monarch level, she realized she might truly die here amidst such overwhelming foes and dire circumstances. Kill. The Anshin Shrine Aryans finished gathering their true essence and unleashed their strongest attacks. Gale winds, raging flames, thunderbolts, and freezing ice. Various elemental forces condensed mirror soul-fixing formation dissolved. Dara, as a towering figure in the demon realm, should have been most affected by the holy power of the great scholar. But because her demonic energy was already depleted from the battle, she inadvertently escaped any additional impact. Seeing the formation dissipate, Dara wasted no time. As the great scholar's power faded, she summoned her last ounce of strength, holding Kelvin tightly, turning into a streak of purple light that shot towards the horizon, vanishing from everyone's sight. This world-shaking battle ended unexpectedly, leaving Eric and others speechless, unsure of how to react. How did the great scholar appear here so suddenly? Indeed, it was Isaac. He appeared because Kelvin had arranged it beforehand. It was also Kelvin's final trump card, kept secret from everyone. The mirror platform people didn't know, nor did Dara. He wanted to ensure the situation remained firmly under his control or, if things spiraled out of control, still hold a decisive ace. Moreover, helping Kelvin suited Isaac just fine. He genuinely respected Kelvin. Besides, such combat indeed was not allowed in the Imperial capital. Chapter 339. Hidden Cohabitation. Dara led Kelvin to flee with all her remaining strength at the fastest speed possible, finally stopping at an abandoned and dilapidated mansion on the outskirts of the capital. Given that Dara had already expended all her strength and demonic chi, Kelvin took over to set up some restrictions and warning traps around the mansion. After shutting the door, only the two of them remained in the room. Kelvin asked with concern, "Teacher Master, are you alright?" Dara's pale complexion was devoid of any color, her lips were a dark blue, and her slender body trembled slightly. With great effort, she managed to speak, "This wound is not serious. However, the Taoist poison from Anshan Abbey has greatly affected the Yin fire within my body. In addition, after I was poisoned, I still forcefully gathered demonic chi to injure that old man, which allowed the poison to seep deeper into my body, making it quite troublesome. At this moment, I have reached the limit of stability. Even a ripple could cause a collapse. If I rashly use even a trace of power, I will likely go mad and lose all my cultivation, and perhaps even my life." Kelvin was momentarily stunned and asked, bewildered, "So, Teacher Master you?" "Yes," Dara nodded. "Until I can find a way to counteract this Taoist poison, I cannot use any power and can only temporarily act as a mortal." Kelvin's face immediately turned furious, unable to suppress his righteous indignation. "Those old coots from Anshan Abbey are too hateful. Especially just now, using me to block Teacher Master's fatal blow, and then using me as bait to poison you. What kind of righteous path practitioner is this? They're more wicked than we, the cultivators of the devil path. Teacher Master, rest assured, once I recover from my injuries, and you are cured of the poison, we will raid Anshan Abbey and kill that hypocritical old coot." Although Kelvin pretended to share her hatred, he inwardly gloated with satisfaction. Despite Dara's overwhelming power almost foiling his plans, fortunately, everything went according to his strategy in the end. Becoming immortal was perfect for Kelvin's intentions. His goal was precisely to make her temporarily immortal. If Vicky had continued being the invincible Shoshana Supreme, she probably wouldn't have given him, the little mole, a second glance. Only by enduring adversity together, facing life and death side by side, could they establish a bond of trust and loyalty. He would no longer be a spy, but truly become one of her most trusted confidants. As they say, at the peak, there are only fake admirers, but at dusk, true believers appear. Kelvin resolved to take advantage of this rare opportunity to show Vicky who truly cared for her, loved her, and cherished her like a precious gem. Raiding Anshan Abbey might be too risky. They have a true monarch sitting in residence. Dealing with him won't be easy, Dara said calmly. But that old villain has been severely injured twice by me. Even if he doesn't die, he'll surely become crippled, and gratuitously passing scholars loud cry, Godfrey and Anshan Abbey won't let this slide. They will take advantage of my weakened state to search for our hiding place and eliminate me. Yes, Kelvin pretended to look equally worried. It seems we'll have to hide here for a while and not venture out easily. Dara said, if I want to counteract this Taoist poison, it will take at least a month. During this month, I will be completely defenseless and extremely vulnerable. Yes, this month? Kelvin nodded in agreement, then suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Ah, a whole month? Yes, Dara looked puzzled. Is there a problem? In nothing, Kelvin feigned worry. A whole month is just too long. Although this place is remote, Godfrey and Anshan Abbey aren't incompetent. Especially Godfrey, their tracking abilities are exceptional, sharper than dogs' noses. This location might not remain hidden for long. Hiding here for a month risks exposure. What if we encounter strong enemies during this time, and I can't protect Teacher Master? What will happen if anything happens to you? Though Kelvin spoke with concern, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, Kia boasted earlier how formidable this Taoist poison was, nearly impossible to clear once contracted. Now, despite the heavy cost of getting hit, it seemed Vicky would recover in just a month? Was Vicky's power true? He had achieved half of his plan's goal. At least now, he had a fallback option. If things didn't work out in the righteous path, he could always rejoin the demonic path. However, though Dara called him one of her own and a core figure in the Shadow Demon Sect, Kelvin wasn't satisfied with this. His benchmark for his status was Gabrielle. In Dara's eyes, he was certainly not as significant as Gabrielle. Gabrielle, when seeing him, would definitely remain cold and domineering, showing no respect at all. What Kelvin wanted wasn't just a place to survive in the demonic path. He wanted the same status and position in the demonic path as he did in the righteous path. If he could be a master in the righteous path, then in the demonic path, he must also be a master. It seemed he still needed to find ways to elevate his status gradually. Thus, an injured person and a poisoned person, Kelvin began his cohabitation life with Dara. Of course, their cohabitation wasn't the kind without shame or modesty. It was purely because one was injured and the other was poisoned, forcing them to live under the same roof for shelter. This cohabitation lacked any romance. Each of them occupied a separate room, while other areas were shared spaces. During the day, they mostly stayed in the shared areas, and at night, they returned to their rooms to rest, not allowed to enter each other's room. Sigh, truly defiling the word cohabitation. However, as days passed, looking down upon all, decisive in her actions. If anyone knew that the queen of the demonic path enjoyed romance novels, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock, undermining her authority. Being a scoundrel, Kelvin also acted mischievously. Upon discovering this, during their cohabitation, he recreated some scenes from the novels. For example, while she lay reading a romance novel, Kelvin would meticulously prepare a meal, creating a scene of peaceful domestic harmony. Or sometimes he'd deliberately let her go hungry, leading her to attempt cooking noodles, resulting in chaos until he finally cleaned up the mess. The translation retains the original tone and structure, ensuring that the English version remains true to the source material. The paragraphs and line breaks are preserved as in the original Chinese text. Chapter 340, still not gone. On this early morning, Dara woke up from her slumber without smelling the fragrance of food. Normally, Kelvin would always prepare breakfast for her in advance. Dara stepped out of the room and found no meal set on the table, nor any sign of Kelvin. Did he go out to find something to eat? Forget it, I'll wait. Dara, feeling rather bored, sat on the sofa in the living room, reading a play while waiting for Kelvin to return. By noon, Kelvin still hadn't returned, and Dara's stomach was already rumbling. She searched the kitchen but found every pot sparkling clean with nothing edible. Really? He didn't even make me food before going out? Initially intending to pursue the rabbit relentlessly, chasing deeper into the woods. Lately, since being poisoned, her usually cold demeanor gradually revealed a more childlike side. The agile rabbit leapt into a dense thicket, and Dara followed without hesitation. Suddenly, as she emerged from the thicket, the vast sky full of stars spread before her, causing her to stop and gaze in awe. It was an open, quiet grassland bathed in the gentle evening breeze. Looking up, countless stars shone brightly against the night sky, their soft glow soothing and refreshing. In front of her lay a gurgling stream, where clear water reflected the starlight, creating a harmonious scene. To her surprise, Kelvin stood by the stream side. Dara walked forward and asked curiously, "Kelvin, why are you here?" "Alanis Brook, while looking for food these past few days, I stumbled upon this beautiful place. Today, having recovered from my injuries, I felt inspired and spent some time cultivating here." "I didn't expect you to find me," Kelvin replied. Dara nodded and followed Kelvin's gaze upward, entranced by the night sky. Tonight was the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moon hung in the sky like a luminous jade plate, bright and serene. The surrounding stars twinkled like dazzling gems. So beautiful. Dara's face lacked the usual sternness of a dark path empress, instead, accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. Here's a more polished version of the paragraph for context, especially those powerful second-generation aristocrats who treat the lives of commoners like weeds, trampling them as they please. Moreover, there are those high-ranking officials who collaborate with our demon path. We might only need 10 people as blood sacrifices, but to help them clear the way, they slaughter entire villages. This ensures consistency in terminology and style, making it fit better within the larger narrative. Let alone the high-ranking officials who collaborate with us. We may need only 10 people as blood food, but they demand an entire village be wiped out to accommodate them. How are they different from us dark path cultivators? Why do we bear all the blame, while they enjoy righteousness and use exterminating demons as an excuse to attack you? Listening to Kelvin's words, Dara was deeply moved, her eyes revealing a hint of emotion. She knew that Kelvin sometimes stared at her in admiration, and perhaps he had some thoughts about her. However, she hadn't expected his musings would delve this deep because of the recent events targeting her. After a brief silence, Dara spoke. Dark path cultivation methods can indeed corrupt one's nature. Kelvin shook his head. I believe there are irredeemable villains within the righteous path and kind-hearted individuals within the dark path. This smoke, due to old wounds compounded by new ones. Frowning, Kelvin wondered how dark path warriors found them. Likely, they stumbled upon this place by chance, given their injuries likely caused by the mirror holders. Kelvin recalled Eric reporting some escapes during the extermination operation. The burly demon cultivator had reached the peak of the Tongxian realm, while the thin one had already attained the high realm. Among the demon path practitioners near the capital, they were considered outstanding in strength, which explained how they managed to escape the mirror holders' demon-slaying operation. They entered the dilapidated residence directly. However, as soon as they came in, they saw a woman. Dara was dressed in a light purple gown that accentuated her slender figure, with a face cold as frost. The two demon cultivators turned and saw her, instantly changing expressions, both falling to their knees with trembling voices. We have seen you, Supreme Bruxhuang. We did not know that Supreme Bruxhuang was in seclusion here. We apologize for our intrusion. Please forgive us. Dara's expression remained indifferent as she said coolly, Speak. Who are you two, and why have you come here? The thin demon cultivator hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Report to Supreme Brook. This is Coleman, and this is my junior brother Dominic. The mirror holders recently conducted a large-scale demon-slaying operation in the capital. She seemed like an ordinary person. I heard that half a month ago, the mirror holders and the tranquilizing shrine joined forces to besiege Dara, nearly killing her. She barely escaped with her life. Judging by this, it must be that Dara is severely injured and cannot gather demonic energy or use demonic arts. She must be hiding here to recuperate without attracting the attention of the mirror holders and the tranquilizing shrine. Isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity for us? Dominic's face lit up with excitement. Brother, you sure have keen eyesight. Imagine, getting a chance to play with the queen of the dark path, Dara. What a treat. After being chased like dogs for over half a month by the mirror holders, we actually end up profiting from this misfortune. Dara's power is unparalleled. No man has touched her body before. Who would have thought I'd be the first to defile her, ha ha ha. Coleman grinned malevolently. After we're done, we'll kill her and take her head back to our patriarch. Once Dara is slain, our fame will spread throughout the dark path. Suddenly, Dominic recalled something. Right, what about that kid? Is he not injured? Huh, so what? Coleman mocked. He's just a newly ascended Tongxian realm novice. What trouble could he cause? If he's smart, he should hide inside and pretend to be asleep while we handle things. If he dares to interfere, I have the 5 lesser decays. How dare you oppose us? It's as easy as flipping a palm for us to crush you. After disposing of you, we'll slowly enjoy Dara. However, before Carver could finish speaking, he suddenly shuddered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, disbelief evident in his eyes. This is... While ridiculing Kelvin, the latter had already gathered 5 threads of true chi, opened his dantian, converged true essence, and released the false Dan sword pill. The sword pill consumed the released true essence, transforming into pure sword intent radiating in all directions. The powerful sword domain spread instantly, subjecting Carver and Monty to intense sword pressure as if countless invisible swords were piercing through them every second. Under the influence of the sword domain, Carver's pupils constricted in shock. Are you at the dangling realm? No, this aura isn't from a true Dan. But how can a mere false Dan emit such terrifying power? Cultivation methods of the righteous path and demon path share similarities. At the xiuxian realm, one can only form a false Dan. Despite techniques or rigorous training, they can't match the power of a true Dan at the dangling realm. Yet, the Bruno before them seemed to have a false Dan that rivaled even a true Dan. His sword domain was comparable to that of a dangling realm sword expert. No wonder a mere xiuxian could be in the same place as the injured Dara. He indeed had remarkable ability into a barrier, blocking the attack. Despite deflecting it, this cost him considerable sword intent, forcing him to temporarily withdraw the domain. However, Carver's condition wasn't much better. That last desperate strike cost him a significant portion of his lifespan. Now he looked 30 years older, frail, wrinkled, and hair turned gray. A decrepit old man. Never thought a freshly minted xiuxian would push me to this extreme. Injured and panting heavily, Carver rasped. But you can't kill me with just these skills. He reached out, spreading his fingers and aligning his palm with the unconscious Monty. Black mist enveloped Monty, compressing him into a bloody pill within seconds. So brutal? This horrifying act stunned Kelvin, who found it hard to comprehend. Without hesitation, Carver swallowed the pill, his weak aura immediately turning strong and domineering. His wounds healed instantly, his posture straightened, his graying hair turned black, wrinkles vanished, and his body swelled with muscle. In a blink, he transformed from a dying old man to a robust middle-aged warrior. His bone staff became a long bone sword as he charged forward with a chilling laugh, engaging Kelvin in close combat. Rejuvenated, Carver's speed and strength greatly increased, overpowering Kelvin relentlessly. Boy, give up struggling. Carver sneered. I've grown far stronger after consuming my brother's essence. Yeast, tearing through his tendons and organs, even causing cracks in his demon heart. Poison, he exclaimed in terror. Oh, and Shinzai uses my body as a poison vessel. Even though I've been bathing diligently recently, I still managed to scrape off a little bit from my skin. Not much, but it's just enough for you, Kelvin said, looking at him. Panic-stricken, Carver tried to expel the poison. But even an expert of Gustav Xuanhuan's caliber could only barely suppress the Yin fire to alleviate the spread and expansion of the Great Dao poison. For a dangling realm demon cultivator like Carver, direct contact with the Great Dao poison was practically a death sentence, beyond even the help of a xiuxian. No matter how desperately Carver tried to suppress the demonic chi to flush out the toxin, his efforts were futile. After shattering his tendons, organs, and demon heart, the Yin fire broke free entirely, roaring up and igniting Carver midair, engulfing his entire body in dark blue flames. Under the relentless burn of the Yin fire, Carver's life force quickly vanished, leaving not a trace of his remains, turning to ashes that scattered in the wind. Kelvin exhaled deeply, feeling a great weight lifted off his shoulders. At the same cultivation level, demon cultivators indeed proved much more difficult to deal with than righteous path cultivators. The demon arts were bizarre and unpredictable, catching one off guard at every turn. Back at the banquet, dealing with nobles like Woody at the dangling realm had never required this much effort. Dara stepped out, her expression turning grim. Kelvin, we need to find a new hiding place. Why? They're dead. They won't reveal our location, Kelvin asked, puzzled. Dara explained, when you two were fighting, I discerned that these two are members of the Black Crow Sect. The Black Crow Sect excels in the Crow demon art and possesses a unique secret technique that allows them to refine injured comrades into blood pills for enhancement. The Black Crow Sect will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, without any principles or limits. They dared to plot against me when I was weakened. If I were at full strength, they would have bowed to me immediately. Though the Black Crow Sect isn't very powerful, they have a unique technique called Dark Raven Flood, which connects all members' auras and allows them to transfer their essence. Additionally, they have an investigative skill superior to dogs, called Black Crow Scavenge, which locates the dead by detecting the unique stench of decay on corpses. If these two died here, the other members of the Black Crow Sect will soon know and come searching. Black Crow Sect. Kelvin nodded thoughtfully, recalling the records in the mirror platform files about this demon sect. During the anti-demon operation, the Black Crow Sect was one of the few sects that managed to escape entirely. At first, Kelvin couldn't understand why, but now with Dara's explanation, he realized it was due to such secret techniques. Chapter 342, Crisis. Dara's face was grave as she said, the Black Crow Sect has 9 members in the capital, including the Era. Among them are 4 at the Unity Realm and 5 at the Profound Passage Realm. 2 of the latter are at the peak Profound Passage stage. Now that 2 have died, 7 remain. Since I am yet to subdue the Dao poison and can't utilize demonic energy, we'll be in great danger if they find us here using the Black Crow seeking decay technique. So, we must leave immediately and find a safe place to hide from the Black Crow Sect's manhunt. Kelvin pondered for a moment, his expression serious. Era, with the capital now on high alert and Jian Tai's people still searching for you everywhere, finding this refuge was already lucky. Where else could we go to be safe? Indeed, Dara couldn't help but sigh deeply. Her usually confident and spirited beautiful face rarely showed signs of exhaustion and helplessness. Like dragons in shallow waters being toyed with by shrimps, are we doomed? Seeing Dara like this, Kelvin pretended to ponder for a bit before speaking solemnly. Era, I do have a plan. As it stands, I'm only at the Profound Passage Realm and cannot protect the Era. But if I could advance to the Unity Realm before the Black Crow Sect arrives, I wouldn't fear anyone below the Profound Passage Realm. Even against their Unity Realm experts, I would still have a fighting chance. Dara's eyes lit up. She had seen Kelvin's combat prowess. With the ability to form a quasi-field, reaching the Unity Realm might indeed make him capable of facing these enemies. At least, protecting her became feasible. Kelvin showed a difficult look, however. Breaking through to the Unity realm poses several challenges. Firstly, my cultivation method is rather special. To forcefully break through within a short time, I need a large amount of cultivation resources such as spirit stones and enhancing spirit grass. The quantity must be vast for me to absorb enough spiritual chi and nurture true essence. Secondly, although I've overcome the 5 minor decays, advancing to the Unity realm requires the aid of a Unity pill to stabilize my realm and avoid going off the rails. As he spoke, Kelvin couldn't help but sigh heavily, saying helplessly, the Unity pill helps unify one's essence, energy, and spirit, aiding profound passage cultivators to transcend realm barriers. However, such pills are extremely precious, with 99% of cultivators, even scions of renowned sects, unable to obtain even one. Only some powerful, deeply rooted major forces might possess one. Where can I find one in such a short time? Under Kelvin's patient persuasion, Dara and enhancing spirit grasses, beginning to channel the primal origin art to absorb and refine their spiritual chi. Seeing this, Dara couldn't help but exclaim gravely, Kelvin, don't rush too much, or the overwhelming spiritual power might tear your body apart. But before she finished, she froze in shock. Normally, ordinary profound passage cultivators, like water jars, could contain no more than 1,000 spirit stones worth of force. Beyond that, the jar would burst. However, Kelvin seemed bottomless, consuming all 30,000 spirit stones and 10,000 enhancing spirit grasses, absorbing the spiritual chi into his body endlessly without filling up. This sight stunned Dara. She'd never seen such terrifying absorption. What secret cultivation technique was this? Dara gazed intently at Kelvin. This Bruno held too many secrets. With such abundant resources, Kelvin could already feel the surging spiritual chi permeating his organs and meridians, significantly strengthening his constitution. He didn't rush to break through but first utilized the resources to purify his true essence. Purifying the true essence is like building a foundation. The stronger and firmer the foundation, the higher the structure can rise. Kelvin's true essence was already golden sphere condensed in the center of his dantian. This golden sphere was his golden core. After successfully overcoming the 5 minor decays at the profound passage realm, Kelvin had formed a pseudo-core and could create a quasi-sword domain. At that time, Kelvin believed his pseudo-core's power wasn't inferior to most people's true cores. Now, with a true core, Kelvin truly felt the might and subtlety of the Unity realm. Even with only half a core, his strength felt tenfold stronger than before. And since he cultivated the longevity Tao, the power of his golden core was enduring and profound, like a vintage wine, each drop of true essence fluid brimming with rich Zen intent and sword intent. Once the golden core was fully formed, he would break through to the Unity realm, able to harness the momentum of heaven and earth to intimidate his enemies. Attempting to form this golden core is indeed no easy task. At that moment, Kelvin was in a state of complete focus, totally detached from the outside world, oblivious to all sight and sound. So he didn't know that Dara's eyes were wide open in astonishment. Dara had originally thought that Kelvin required so many resources as a precaution and wouldn't possibly absorb them all. But now it was clear that the 30,000 spirit stones and 10,000 enhancing spirit grass provided to Kelvin were just barely enough, if not slightly insufficient. As the leader of the Shadow Demon Sect, Dara had endless supplies of spirit stones and enhancing spirit grass. She did not feel any stinginess over these resources. However, Kelvin's speed and quantity of absorbing spirit stones left her feeling unease. More shockingly, Kelvin's golden core, only half formed, emitted a purity of Tao intent already on par with that of peak Unity realm greats. As the leader of the Shadow Demon Sect, Dara had witnessed countless geniuses within the sect breaking through to the Unity realm. Even when she herself broke through to the Unity realm, she had never reached such a terrifying level as Kelvin. At this moment, the Tao intent emanating from Kelvin's body was incredibly pure, solidifying into a thick circle of golden light, completely enveloping him. It even made Dara momentarily mistake him for one of those righteous Aldos who possessed the undying golden body capable of resisting all demonic powers. Furthermore, during Kelvin's process of forming the golden core, the originally clear sky outside the window suddenly started swirling with cold winds, and dark clouds gathered heavily in the sky. Thunder rumbled among the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of imminent stormy weather. Dara couldn't be sure whether these celestial phenomena were caused by Kelvin's breakthrough or merely coincidental. What she could confirm was that Kelvin's monstrous talent far exceeded that of any genius she had ever seen, including herself. To Dara's delight, with such terrifying talent, once Kelvin successfully broke through and formed the golden core, should lead to failure. Another full hour passed, and Kelvin appeared to be on his last legs. Finally, the golden core in his dantian successfully condensed into a solid form. Hashtag chapter 343, absolute certainty. The moment the golden core was formed, an overwhelming pressure resonated from within his viscera, reverberating through every corner of his 8 extraordinary meridians. Simultaneously, a force emerged in harmony with the heavens and earth. This was the might of the confluence realm, surpassing the profound Tao. The golden core merged with the Tao of heaven and earth, creating a grand momentum all its own. In the profound Tao realm, one could influence the momentum of heaven and earth, while in the confluence realm, the golden core itself generated a force that could be harnessed for personal use. For those of lower realms, this force alone was enough to suppress them. In Kelvin's sea of chi, the golden core floated, round and full, brimming with immense true essence. At the same time, the false core he had previously condensed from sword pills also floated there. Its boundless sword intent created a force even more powerful than Kelvin's own. One excelled in intent, while the other in formidable true essence. Floating together in the sea of chi, they shone like the sun and moon, complementing each other perfectly. Finally, it's done. Kelvin ceased his cultivation state, stood up excitedly, and tentatively threw a punch. Without deliberately channeling true essence, His punch shattered through the wall with thunderous force, splitting an old locust tree in the courtyard into two. This was the power unleashed after reaching the pinnacle of true essence cultivation and breaking through to the confluence realm. A single punch could not only topple the locust tree but also cripple any profound Dao cultivator. Just as Kelvin was reveling in excitement, he sensed an unusual gaze and turned to see Annabelle watching him with a strange expression. Teaching master. Annabelle nodded. I thank you for the resources provided. I have successfully broken through to the confluence realm. Though Annabelle had hidden her surprise well, Kelvin still detected it. This was precisely what he aimed to achieve, to become a core member of the demonic sect. Not only did he need to be bound by relationships, but he also had to display his value. His breakthrough showcased his extraordinary talent, one that left Annabelle impressed. How could she not cherish and cultivate such a remarkable presence? Moreover, this planted a seed of thought. Given his excellence, replacing Marianane in the future wasn't too much to ask, right? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet on his face, Kelvin remained loyally devoted. If the rabble from the Black Crow sect dares to disturb you, teaching master, I will ensure your safety with my current strength. I can crush them into dust. You shouldn't be overly confident, Annabelle. Complicated. Unfortunately, Annabelle's luck had not been good recently, and this time was no exception. Whatever she didn't want to happen happened. On a moonless night with dense fog, 7 figures appeared silently in the darkness, heading towards the abandoned mansion in the forest. All 7 were cloaked in black, hooded, and masked. The leading figure was a gaunt, shriveled old man, with a pitch-black raven perched on his shoulder, exuding an ominous aura. He was Bart, the leader of the Black Crow sect, and one of the few peak confluence realm demonic experts in the capital. Upon sensing the deaths of Carver and Monty, Bart was enraged and immediately used the Black Crow locating spell to find this place. Since one of the deceased was a confluence realm practitioner, he brought everyone for precaution. He prepared to fight decisively if they could win quickly, avoiding being surrounded by the mirror platform. If not, they would scatter, increasing his chances of survival. However, he was surprised to see Annabelle here. The battle between the Tranquility Hall and Annabelle was widely discussed in the capital. Everyone knew Annabelle had been poisoned, and both the Tranquility Hall and the mirror platform were searching for her. It was clear that she currently had little fighting ability. Seeing Annabelle excited him. Normally, he wouldn't dare oppose her, but now, capturing her would be a blessing. In the demon sects, unlike righteous sects with formalities, strength reigned supreme. Killing her would bring him both fame and fortune. The killing intent on his body erupted, pressing towards the two. Teaching Master Xuan, will you surrender, or shall we take you down? Maximus said, looking at Dara. Dara remained silent, only glancing at Kelvin. If Kelvin could display sufficient strength, it would make these people wary. After all, the mirror platform was still watching over them. Just as Dara looked at Kelvin, she found him no longer by her side. He had moved with shadow-like agility, appearing instantly before one of the demon path practitioners. The opponent sensed something amiss and immediately unleashed his true essence. As a unification realm cultivator, he was protected by an aura that mirrored the power of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, he felt a formidable force rushing towards his chest. Reacting swiftly, he countered with his own Taoist techniques. A vast surge of true essence rushed out to block the incoming punch. Ambush. Ridiculous. He felt a disdain within, believing that even if Kelvin ambushed him, what difference would it make between two unification realms? Confidently blocking, the next instant, his face turned pale as he felt an unimaginable surge of true essence crashing into him like a landslide. His punching arm went through intense pain and then lost all feeling. His fist was a bloody mess, and his wrist broken. Meanwhile, Kelvin's punch hadn't weakened. The punch landed. Kelvin spoke up, teaching master, why give them a chance? Eliminate them for our safety. Kelvin didn't want them to leave. As the storm of the mirror platform, these evildoers from the demon path must be exterminated. It was his duty to protect the teaching master from danger. Seeking death. Maximus, while cautious, wasn't afraid. Hearing Kelvin's arrogance increased his killing intent. His hesitation vanished. He decided to try, win or lose, and possibly reap huge benefits. Seeing 6 people closing in, Dara shot a glare at Kelvin. Verbal intimidation combined with offers of treasure might have solved the crisis, but due to his arrogance, they were in real danger. Maximus ordered, you two take her, let's deal with this kid. Though Kelvin was strong, restraining him could expose Dara. At that moment, Kelvin chuckled. His false core in the sea of chi trembled, releasing a sword aura covering the area. The terrifying sword aura made them frown, but their expressions changed drastically when it formed a sword domain. A cave enlightenment realm? They stared at Kelvin in horror. He clearly showed unification realm aura. How could he exhibit a domain only cave enlightenment realms could? The sword domain enveloped everyone. In my domain, do you think you can hold me back? Kelvin asked. What was a domain? Domains ruled over areas. Why could cave enlightenment realms overpower unification realms? Because of domains. Admittedly, Kelvin's domain was only in its embryonic stage, but was still terrifying. Everyone felt their strength suppressed, their combat power reduced. They grew fearful. This can't be a true domain. Maximus tried reassuring himself or intimidating Kelvin. Though not a true domain, it's enough to handle you. As Kelvin spoke, he left an afterimage and appeared before another practitioner. This person, alert to Kelvin's movements, held a weapon charged with true essence to defend. Kelvin's fist hit his weapon directly. Crack. The weapon shattered into fragments flying everywhere. Simultaneously, Kelvin's fist struck his chest, causing it to cave in. The man screamed and flew backward. This sent shivers down everyone's spine. One practitioner rushed at Dara, intending to capture her. But as he approached, a sword beam slashed toward him. Startled, he retreated repeatedly but was still hit, leaving a deep wound. In my domain, trying to ambush? Kelvin sneered. Dara stared at Kelvin, her keen eyes assessing him. What opportunity did he gain for such a domain? She finally understood Kelvin's confidence in eliminating these people. Without a cave enlightenment breakthrough, this domain alone made it difficult for unification realms to match him. But how long could he sustain it? Chapter 345, Primary Target. In reality, maintaining the domain did indeed consume an enormous amount of energy. Even though this was just a rudimentary sword domain, it still made Kelvin's golden core pale. However, on the bright side, he didn't need to run the Tai Chi decree frantically to refine others' essence as in the last encounter. This gave him more focus to face his enemies. Feeling the true essence depleting rapidly, Kelvin also wanted a quick resolution. If they dragged it out, and his domain collapsed, it would be troublesome to face these people. In an instant, within Kelvin's sword domain, boundless sword intent surged out like bees swarming forward, densely covering the entire sword domain. Balthazar and the rest, who were already terrified, became even more fearful at this moment. He now regretted everything and knelt down saying, "Master, we are willing to submit." Dara's pupils constricted, staring intently at Kelvin. No wonder he could form a sword domain. There was indeed such a terrifying amount of sword intent. This kind of sword intent couldn't possibly come from cultivation. Even if he cultivated 10 types a day, it wouldn't reach this much. So, the only possibility was that he obtained something extraordinary which brought about this sword intent. The Holy Temple. She was one of the few who knew that Kelvin had entered the Holy Temple. Her first reaction was immediately to think of this. Sword Pavilion. Dara thought of another place. The connection between the Holy Temple and the Sword Pavilion was very deep back then. Only the Sword Pavilion could possess such terrifying sword intent. So, Kelvin must have received the inheritance of the Sword Pavilion while in the Holy Temple. Dara's heart raced. She already had high expectations for Kelvin, but this Bruno turned out to be even more exceptional than imagined. Was he still needed as a spy? Brought back to the sect and nurtured properly, he would surely become a major player. His potential was not less than Inin. In some ways, he might even be more special than Marianne. Dara's thoughts were fluctuating, which was exactly what Kelvin aimed to achieve. Otherwise, why would he expose everything? Die. Kelvin naturally paid no heed to their submission, with sword intent slicing through like blades towards them. Boy, I'll fight you to the death. Balthazar went berserk. He didn't want to die. He unleashed his full strength, with true essence surging like an erupting volcano, impacting Kelvin's sword domain and sword intent. One had to admit his power. Kelvin's domain began to tremble. Seeing this, the others also went mad, striking together. Unfortunately, while they managed to shake Kelvin's domain, they couldn't fully commit themselves due to the constant barrage ending up in Kelvin's hands. The others, Kelvin didn't hesitate either, extracting their essence directly. Then, sword beams roared through, piercing their hearts, killing them one by one. At this moment, Kelvin's domain also collapsed. A wave of weakness washed over him. Looking at Dara beside him, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Sure enough, as expected, Dara caught him. Kelvin felt like he landed on a soft pillow, sweet and fragrant. "Kelvin, how are you?" "The strain of maintaining the domain and unification realm is great. Feeling a bit weak." "Nothing serious," Kelvin answered weakly. Dara held Kelvin and sat him down on a chair. Leaving her embrace, Kelvin felt a pang of regret. But he knew some things couldn't be overt, so he didn't move further. His eyes landed on the corpses. Sighing lightly, he summarized his strength. Below the cave spirit realm, he was indeed unafraid. However, there shouldn't be too many like Balthazar. Too many, and his unification realm domain could be breached. If his domain broke, he'd be at a disadvantage. Calculating, more than 3 could potentially breach his domain. Of course, if he advanced to the mid-stage unification realm, even 3 wouldn't be able to breach it. Kelvin pondered over these when he heard Dara say, "I never thought the Holy Temple would have the inheritance set by the Sword Pavilion inheritance in the Holy Race." Chapter 346, Sacrificing Himself for Medicine. After Kelvin recovered some strength and cleaned up the battlefield, everything outside the mansion remained as it was, undisturbed by others. Despite the grand spectacle of flying sword auras during the battle between Kelvin and Bart, all combat energy had been contained within Kelvin's domain. Now that Kelvin had just unleashed his ultimate move, and Dara had lost her cultivation, they were in dire straits. Even an ordinary Tongxian realm cultivator could likely claim their lives at this moment, let alone someone of Bart's peak high realm strength. Though Kelvin was confident in the power of his sword domain, this was his first time using it at the high realm level, so he didn't fully understand its capabilities. Upon noticing that everything outside remained unchanged, both Kelvin and Dara breathed a sigh of relief. The moonlight shone brightly, and night had fallen with a full moon hanging high in the sky. To be cautious, Kelvin and Dara submerged Bart's body in the nearby lake. The white moonlight reflected off the lake's surface, creating a serene silver shimmer. Kelvin and Dara stood side by side, like celestial beings descended into the mortal world. "Bart being buried in such beautiful scenery is too lenient for him," remarked Dara, seeing the view for the first time. She had always focused entirely on cultivation and never paid attention to such scenes, even scoffing at them as a waste of time. But now, having lost her cultivation and experiencing many events, she couldn't help but reveal a more tender side. "Treacherous, you speak truly," Kelvin agreed. "But he's already dead. No matter how beautiful the scenery, he can no longer see it. He tried to kill us. Don't you feel any resentment towards him?" Dara asked curiously. In the demonic path, killing was common, and many would show satisfaction or relief after slaying an enemy. Yet Kelvin remained calm. "Life is fleeting, like grass and trees in autumn," Kelvin said. "Everyone lives for their own goals. The poor vie for food, merchants seek wealth, and cultivators strive to enhance their strength, battling against heaven, earth, and other humans. In the end, all that remains is a pile of yellow earth. As the saying goes, dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. What room is there for resentment?" Dara turned to look at him, seeing the wind ruffling his hair and the silver moonlight highlighting his sharp features. In that moment, he seemed exceptionally charming, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. "Only now do I realize this boy isn't bad-looking at all," she thought inwardly. Suddenly, an out-of-place sound disrupted the tranquility. It was Dara's stomach growling from hunger. Since Bart's attack, she hadn't eaten anything. Now, without her cultivation, she needed food to replenish her energy. Treacherous, are you hungry? Kelvin asked with a teasing smile. Realizing what had happened, Dara blushed and coldly replied, let's go back. Kelvin pretended to falter and collapsed onto Dara's soft frame. Can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. The aftereffects of using the domain are kicking in, he said weakly. Dara quickly supported him, preventing him from falling, and they slowly sat down. Are you all right? She asked. Thank you for your concern, Treacherous. I'll be fine after resting a bit, Kelvin replied, his head moving gently on her shoulder. Treacherous, look what I have, Kelvin said, pulling out a parchment-like paper and handing it to her. Opening it, she found a warm sweet cake, carrying Kelvin's body heat. Treacherous, with your cultivation gone, you'll get hungry easily. So I brought some sweet cakes just in case, Kelvin explained. Holding the sweet cake, Dara felt a myriad of emotions. As the leader of the demonic path, she had tasted countless delicacies, yet inexplicably, this simple cake surpassed all she had ever eaten. She ate the cake in small bites, her gaze drawn to the lake and moonlight. In that moment, she wished time could freeze. Unlike Dara, Kelvin's thoughts were preoccupied with ending their predicament. People who wanted Dara dead included not only righteous sects but also those within the demonic path. He couldn't remain passive. Although he had the antidote, he couldn't simply give it to her without revealing his possession of it. Thinking deeply, Kelvin remembered Kia. If the poison came from her guardian, then she must have the antidote. Having Kia present the antidote would make everything reasonable. With a plan in mind, Kelvin asked, Treacherous, can we contact Mariana? Why do you need her? Dara asked, puzzled. I have a way to cure Treacherous of the poison, Kelvin explained, deepening her confusion. The poison specifically targets members of the demonic path. How can Mariana help? Mariana cultivated demonic techniques and couldn't deal with the poison herself, so how could she help? Treacherous, although Mariana may not have the cure, Kia definitely does. We only need to obtain the antidote from her. But how does Mariana relate to Kia having the antidote? Will Kia just hand it over to her? Considering their enmity, it was unlikely. Treacherous, for your sake, I am willing to risk myself. When the time comes, Mariana can threaten Kia with my life to secure the antidote, Kelvin said resolutely. Chapter 347. The exchange. There were two reasons why Kelvin volunteered for Mariana to use him as leverage to exchange for the antidote from Kia. First, he wanted to see how much value he held in Kia's eyes. As the holy maiden of Anshan, Kia's status was indisputable. However, she had readily agreed to the marriage proposal, and Kelvin had always been unsure about what Kia was truly plotting. This was a perfect opportunity to test her intentions. If Kia was willing to trade the antidote for him, it would prove that he held significant value in both her and Alton's hearts. After all, this antidote wasn't just for saving any ordinary person. It was to save Dara, the supreme leader of the demon sect. If she refused, it would mean that he was not as important to them as he thought. In that case, he would need to be more cautious in his future actions. Secondly, he aimed to escape the current predicament and return to Godfrey. As the master of Godfrey, Kelvin not only operated more conveniently but also gained a large amount of public willpower through this identity, which could enhance the purple factor in his mind. The purple factor was crucial to Kelvin's strength, and more of it was always better. Of course, if Kia ultimately refused to make the exchange, Kelvin would have to consider other methods. Although it is true that I am poisoned, it doesn't mean there's no way to detoxify, Dara immediately rejected without hesitation. I disdain and refuse to sacrifice my subordinates' lives to obtain the antidote. In the past, Dara probably wouldn't have hesitated to send someone to exchange Kelvin's outskirts. Two beautiful women stood facing each other. One of the beauties held a rope tied to Kelvin, who was bound tightly in an intricate S&M style. When first bound, Kelvin felt something was off, but didn't pay attention until Mariana finished tying him up. Realizing the situation, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Wishing to ask for a different binding method, he had no time as Kia arrived. Kelvin could only accept it begrudgingly, but resolved to show Mariana a thing or two if he got the chance. The esteemed holy maiden of Anshan actually dares to come alone, Mariana remarked, smiling but with icy eyes. Aren't you worried your people will let you die here? How do you know I came alone? Kia replied coolly. Prepare to meet your doom, Mariana. Startled, Mariana quickly sensed the surroundings, finding no one nearby. She relaxed but then realized she had been tricked. Himph, putting on airs. Mariana retorted. Wasn't it effective? Kia calmly replied. You. Mariana stammered, then smiled. I won't waste time with words. I'm sure you know why I called you out. Hand over the antidote, or you'll become a laughingstock. With that, Mariana produced a sword and placed it against Kelvin's neck. Don't give her the antidote. I'd rather die than let the demoness succeed. Kelvin said dramatically. He threw the bottle. Mariana caught it and swiftly departed without looking back. Kelvin collapsed into Kia's arms. I knew you'd come to save me. If she refused to give it, it would indicate that he wasn't as important to them. In that case, he would need to be more cautious in his actions going forward. The second reason was to extricate himself from the current predicament and return to the mirror platform. As the keeper of the mirror platform, Kelvin not only found it easier to act but could also gain a substantial amount of public mental energy through this identity to strengthen the purple factor in his mind. The purple factor was crucial for Kelvin's strength. The more, the better. Of course, if Kia ultimately refused to make the exchange, Kelvin would have to consider other options. Although the fact that our sect leader has been poisoned is true, it doesn't mean there's no way to detoxify, Dara replied without hesitation. I disdain sacrificing my subordinates' lives for an antidote. In the past, Dara wouldn't have hesitated to send someone to swap Kelvin for the antidote. But now, she flatly refused. Even Dara might not have realized the shift. The gratitude I owe you, Lord Era, goes deep into my heart, Kelvin said, feigning emotion. But as long as we can restore your power, Even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, I will do whatever it takes. Furthermore, once you regain your power, these scoundrels won't dare cause trouble anymore. Not even 10 or 100 baht would matter in your eyes. Most importantly, you need to recover your strength to protect me. Even though you're confident about resolving the toxin issue within a month, encountering others during this period could still be dangerous. It would be best to exchange me for the antidote, so I can return to the mirror platform and contribute more to the sect. Dara almost refused again but was moved by Kelvin's unwavering expression. In the demon sect, everyone vied for advantage, yet few would genuinely sacrifice themselves at critical moments. Alright, but please stay safe. Dara eventually agreed, but secretly vowed to make those so-called righteous people understand the meaning of fear if anything happened to Kelvin. Having made up her mind, Dara and Kelvin then tried to contact Mariana. Fortunately, Mariana hadn't left the capital far behind, and with Dara's special methods, they eventually connected. 2 days later, on a desolate outskirts, 2 beautiful women faced each other. One of the beauties, who looked exceptionally alluring, held a rope, with the other end tied tightly around Kelvin, who was bound like a captive. The ropes on Kelvin's body were intricately tied. If a seasoned connoisseur of such matters saw it, they would recognize the classic S&M binding technique instantly. Initially, Kelvin didn't think much of it when being tied, but he quickly realized the setup once Mariana finished. Kelvin felt countless horses trample through his mind. He wanted to ask for a different binding method, but Kia had already arrived. So, he reluctantly endured it, secretly deciding to let Mariana know about his expertise later. The great holy maiden of Xiuxian dares to come alone, Mariana remarked sarcastically, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Aren't you worried about dying here? How can you be sure I'm alone? Kia replied calmly. Mariana, prepare to meet your death. Hearing this, Mariana's face changed, and she quickly checked her surroundings. Finding no one, she exhaled in relief, then realizing she had been fooled. Hemph, grandstanding, she sneered. Even grandstanding scares some people, doesn't it? Kia retorted calmly. You. Mariana couldn't hold back her anger for a moment, but then her smile bloomed again. I don't have time for pointless arguments. You know why I called you out here. Hand over the antidote immediately. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock, soon to be a widow. With that, Mariana drew a long sword and placed it against Kelvin's neck. Do not give her the antidote. I'd rather die than let this demoness succeed. Tiyu, you're still young. Though you might not find anyone better than me, you won't be unwanted, Kelvin said casually. Kia's face darkened at his words. What did he mean she couldn't find anyone better? Who said she wouldn't be wanted? As the holy maiden of Xiuxian, she could summon numerous suitors with just a wave of her hand despite having a marital pact with Kelvin. But the situation now demanded action. You have quite the backbone, Kia remarked. Let's see if your neck is as tough. With that, Mariana increased the pressure on the sword, even though it remained inches away from Kelvin's neck, sending a chill down his spine. Tiyu, hope we can reunite in another life and finish what we started. I'll marry you then, Kelvin said with apparent resolve. Stop, Kia shouted instantly. So, are you hurting? Mariana taunted. Just give me the antidote, and I'll release your lover. Let's reunite them, shall we? Mariana watched Kia with interest. They weren't strangers, and she knew Kia's personality well. Initially, she hadn't been optimistic about the plan. However, upon seeing Kia's reaction, she sensed this might work. Do you dare give me the antidote? Will you dare give it to your sect leader? Kia asked, regaining her composure. Right now, even the weakest poison could kill her. Mariana narrowed her eyes, her tone sharpening. Are you threatening me? Not exactly, just a reminder, Kia replied calmly, pulling out a ceramic bottle. Here's the antidote. Release Kelvin, and I'll give it to you. But, will you dare accept it? Why not? Mariana glared at Kia for a moment, before sheathing the sword and pushing Kelvin forward. At the same time, Kia tossed the bottle over. Mariana caught it and swiftly departed, moving fast and without pause. Kelvin stumbled into Kia's arms. Tiyu, I knew you would come to save me. Chapter 348, Return to the Capital. Kelvin fell against Kia's softness, her face filled with lingering fear. For the first time experiencing such close contact with a man, she blushed. Even though Kelvin and she were betrothed, Kia also felt somewhat overwhelmed. So, Kia pushed Kelvin away. Oh, indeed women are fickle. One moment you're worried about me, the next you treat me like an old rag. Kia responded awkwardly. Let me untie you first. No, no need. You can undo the ropes on my body, but you can't undo the knots in my heart. Kelvin turned away, saying with a forlorn expression. At this moment, Kia felt like a heartless woman who had abandoned her husband of decades. Yet, she had clearly saved Kelvin. How did she become the heartless one? Before Kia could ponder more, Kelvin continued. The sun is so bright, yet why does my world feel so dark? Kia took a deep breath and said, let me free you from these ropes. You don't want to go back like this, do you? Hemph woman, you used to comfort me, but now you won't even bother, right? Kelvin said petulantly. Mr. Phelan, I know you've suffered greatly. Come on, let's untie you first. Once we return, I'll make it up to you properly. Reluctantly, Kia tried to placate Kelvin. After all, returning to the capital with Kelvin still tied up would invite gossip. As the goddess of Xiuxian Shrine, every move she made represented the shrine, and she needed to maintain its dignity. Moreover, although Kia hadn't seen how Kelvin was bound before, she felt it wasn't very dignified. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. When Kia untied Kelvin, her cheeks flushed. Due to the unique binding method, while she didn't touch his private areas directly, she did see something prominent. Ironically, Kelvin, having been a playboy in his past life, remained unfazed. His mind was elsewhere. Kelvin had now gauged his importance in the eyes of Kia and Roscoe. He began contemplating what would happen after returning to the capital. Upon their arrival in the capital, Kelvin and Kia immediately sparked considerable buzz. It's Director Phelan. Great. Director Phelan has returned safely. Director Phelan risked his life to ensure our peace, and we were so worried these past few days. Yes, Director Phelan has finally returned safely. The people of the capital rejoiced upon seeing Kelvin. Kia, standing beside him, noticed the genuine joy in the citizens' eyes. She sensed that their happiness was sincere. To win so much public support in the capital was incredibly rare. Even Roscoe might not be able to achieve this. The people of the capital, rest assured, I, Kelvin, have returned. Be reassured, my first act upon return will be to continue clearing out the cultists. I will not allow these demons to threaten your lives. Kelvin addressed the crowd with a smile. His words were met with cheers and applause. News of his safe return and declaration spread quickly. Soon, many high-ranking officials learned of it. Reactions varied. Some thought Kelvin was exaggerating. Others believed he spoke out of frustration. No one expected him to resume anti-cult activities in the capital. They thought he had already experienced the methods of the cultists. Contrary to their expectations, after parting with Kia, Kelvin went straight to Godfrey. Sir, are you all right? Eric looked at Kelvin with surprise and relief. Why? Did you hope something happened to me? Kelvin joked. That's not what I meant, sir. I just... Too excited. Eric couldn't speak coherently. All right, I understand. Kelvin patted Eric's shoulder and said, Gather everyone. We're going to root out these cultists hard available. They panicked. As senior ministers, they realized Roscoe didn't want to interfere. How dare Roscoe protect that brat Kelvin? One minister muttered angrily. If Roscoe won't act, then we must use other means, another minister said cleverly. What do you mean? Kelvin likes to kill cultists. Let's give him plenty to kill. Connor stroked his white beard confidently. But, if he continues, holding grandfather's edict, who can restrain him? Godfrey will regain its power. Ibrahim Zhang asked, concerned about Godfrey's growing influence. Didn't Kelvin execute Orlando? Connor hinted. Connor, just say what you mean. Ibrahim Zhang urged. Orlando committed great crimes, deserving execution. His family, feeding the cult from civilians' blood, also deserves it. The executor? Who better than Kelvin? The ministers realized. It was a plan to relocate Kelvin. Chapter 349. Transfer to Yuzhou. The next morning, several grand secretaries arrived at the Golden Hall with bright expressions. High up in the Golden Hall, Greg sat on the dragon throne, wearing a yellow robe, looking down upon his ministers from his lofty position. His eyes occasionally flashed with an intimidating gleam. By the time all the officials had reported their respective matters, it was already late morning. Any further business to report, or in jeopardy, Jethro said boldly despite the pressure. Your Majesty, ever since the Mirror Platform started its campaign against demon cults, all damaged buildings have been compensated. Jackson interjected before the Emperor could ask, directly explaining. At this moment, Miguel stood up. Your Majesty, Kelvin has done well in clearing the demon cults, achieving significant results recently. Now, the demon cults in the capital are like rats in the sewers, posing no threat. His contributions cannot be overstated. This statement surprised many, who did not understand why Miguel was speaking for Kelvin. Ignoring the confusion, Miguel continued respectfully. Compared to these rats, there is a more urgent matter at hand. What matter do you speak of? The Emperor asked with authority. Your Majesty, the Pan family in Yuzhou worships demon cults at the cost of innocent lives. The people of Yuzhou live in misery. Please issue an edict to punish the Pan family and restore peace to the people. Miguel spoke with deep sorrow. Do you believe anyone can handle this task? The Emperor looked at his ministers with an inscrutable expression. The Pan family is a major clan in Yuzhou with extensive connections and considerable influence. An ordinary person would not suffice. Miguel paused, then continued. Mirror Master Kelvin has exceptional abilities. He even escaped unharmed after being captured by a demoness recently. I believe Mirror Master Kelvin should be the best candidate. Everyone was taken aback, then expressed approval. No wonder you are a grand secretary. Indeed, you are cunning. All ministers echoed in agreement. Seeing this, the Emperor glanced at Jackson, who seemed half asleep, and said, Very well, let Kelvin go to Yuzhou and eliminate the remaining elements of the Pan family. Meanwhile, Kelvin was leading the Mirror Platform and raiding a temporary stronghold of a powerful demon cult member. In the basement of this stronghold lay over 20 young women's bodies, indicating they were used for cultivation by the demon cult. Bury these women properly, Kelvin sighed, commanding. Despite the Mirror Platform's efforts to eradicate demon cult members, the latter were very cunning, changing locations at the slightest hint of danger, allowing the powerful demon to continue harming people. These beasts didn't spare even these young girls. Eric looked at the corpses with anger. Continue investigating and attack immediately if you find any traces of demon cult members. Kelvin then walked toward the Mirror Platform headquarters. The citizens of the capital looked gratefully at Kelvin since he led the anti-demon campaign in the capital. Although some people still went missing, life was much more stable compared to before. People now dared venture into less crowded areas during the day, bolstered by Kelvin's efforts. Some brave butchers even thanked Kelvin by offering him pork tenderloin, which he graciously accepted despite his internal jokes about it. Inspired by his gesture, other citizens brought eggs and rice to thank him. Kelvin could not withstand the enthusiasm of the people and left quickly. Still, he gained much more goodwill. Master Phelan is truly a good person. Yes, if only there were more officials like Master Phelan. Streams of admiration flowed toward Kelvin, forming purple factors in his mind. As he approached the Mirror Platform gates, an attendant hurried toward him. Master Phelan, you're back. We were about to send people searching for you. The attendant led Kelvin inside urgently. What happened? Kelvin asked curiously. This was the Mirror Platform. Even demons wouldn't dare disrupt here. An envoy from the palace has been waiting inside, the attendant explained. Inside the headquarters, they saw a eunuch in flying fish attire sipping tea. Grand Elio, what brings you here? Kelvin greeted warmly. Elio must be delivering an imperial decree again, Kelvin guessed internally. I am here by imperial decree. Master Phelan, please receive it. After taking the decree from a young eunuch, Grand Elio announced, by the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The Pan family of Yuzhou has committed heinous crimes by sacrificing the lives of the people to serve the demon cult. You, Mirror Master Kelvin, are hereby ordered to proceed to Yuzhou and purge the Pan family, restoring peace to the people. So decreed. Hearing this, Kelvin was stunned. Chapter 350, Departure for Yuzhou. At this moment, Kelvin's mind was filled with huge question marks. He had been doing well purging the demonic forces in the capital, so why was he suddenly transferred to Yuzhou? The court had plenty of other capable people. Moreover, through his efforts over the past few days in the capital, Kelvin could harvest an endless stream of thoughts every day. The purple factors in his mind were also continuously growing stronger. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for Kelvin's strength to skyrocket. If Kelvin went to Yuzhou, all his foundations laid in the capital would be lost. After all, the thoughts of the capital's citizens couldn't reach Yuzhou. Thus, Kelvin was extremely unwilling to go to Yuzhou. Master Phalon, what are you dazed for? Aren't you going to accept the imperial decree? Elio urged after finishing reading the imperial edict. I, your subject, accept the decree. Since the imperial decree had already been issued, Kelvin knew there was no avoiding this journey. However, although the High Ancestor had ordered him to go to Yuzhou, the edict did not specify when he should leave. Therefore, admitted defeat with Kelvin. The Tranquil Tea Hall had numerous junior sisters proficient in tea skills, enchanting men left and right. But compared to Kelvin, they were like dwarfs next to giants. If they knew of his level, they'd likely clamor to be his disciples. Thinking of the scene if her juniors succeeded in becoming his disciples made even Kia, known as the Xiuxian, shiver. She decided firmly not to let Kelvin get anywhere near them. I'm tasked by Imperial Command to go to Yuzhou to eliminate the demonic Pan family. What are you planning to do there? Kelvin asked, taken aback. Lord Phalon, we now have a betrothal. I am your fiancé. As a fiancé, I naturally should accompany my husband. Isn't there a saying, follow your husband wherever he goes? Kelvin was speechless. What nonsense. He felt Kia was mocking him, but he had no evidence. After Zyra finished packing, Kelvin set off for Yuzhou with a team of mirror keepers. Zyra's meticulousness was commendable. She laid soft animal furs inside the carriage, making the ride comfortable despite the bumpy roads. She also packed various fruits and food. Lying in the carriage, eating grapes, Kelvin thought. It had been 3 days since they left the capital. These 3 days had been peaceful, with nothing unusual happening. However, Kelvin was fully aware that this peace was just before the storm. Figures were all at least 9th rank, mostly experts in the Taoist mysteries realm. The faces of the mirror keepers became solemn as they looked at the encircling figures. Though the mirror keepers were formidable, they were clearly outnumbered. If conflict broke out now, they might suffer heavy losses. Yet, despite this, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause echoed from the jungle, followed by the appearance of 5 people. True to your name, mirror keepers indeed live up to their reputation. Even in such circumstances, you remain calm. How intriguing. How did he train you? The man in the middle commented casually. But unfortunately, the mirror keepers can't be controlled. We'll have to kill them. As the 5 men appeared, the mirror keepers felt as if a mountain pressed down on them. Their overwhelming presence made breathing difficult. Experts who could annihilate them in seconds. All the mirror keepers realized this fact. They prepared for battle, eyes fixed on the leading masked figures. Mirror Master Phalon, aren't you coming out to greet us? The central masked man taunted the carriage. An expert in the spiritual cavern realm bullying mirror keepers who only reached the Taoist mysteries realm. How fitting. Kelvin's lazy voice rang out from within the carriage. Could Kelvin have some hidden ace? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relaxing when he found nothing unusual. The highest level cultivator in this group was only at Unity Realm, someone he could crush like an ant. The Peak Cave, Spirit Realm cultivator standing in the middle suddenly felt assured. Boy, blame yourself for being too conspicuous. The Peak Cave Spirit Realm powerhouse spoke chillingly. In your next life, remember to be more low-key. Can you tell me who sent you before you kill me? Kelvin asked. At least let me die knowing. Many people wanted him dead, but he couldn't kill them all. He would seek out whoever took action first. Ask Yama in hell. As soon as the words fell, the cave Spirit Realm aura erupted, raising countless dust particles. Hold on. Kelvin shouted loudly. Boy, do you have any last words? Considering you're about to die, I'll allow you to speak. The Peak Cave Spirit Realm cultivator teased, looking at Kelvin as if he were a mouse under a cat's paw. With 5 Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses here, even if Kelvin had wings, he wouldn't escape. Let's make a deal. You let me go, regardless of how much your master paid for my death. I'll give you double. As you know, I'm favored by Jackson. If I ask, he will certainly agree. And I can introduce you all to Jackson. 5 Cave Spirit Realm Kelvin. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, otherwise. Kelvin smiled. I've observed for a while. Kelvin clearly left alone. So why are you here? The Cave Spirit Realm cultivator asked Kia's protector in fear. I knew the journey to Yu Prefecture wouldn't be calm. The Pan family, the Demon Path, and the capital's nobles all wish for my demise. So I was prepared. When I left the capital, I split ways with EU. One visible, one hidden, to wait for you. As expected, you couldn't resist. Send these people on their way. Kia nodded to her protector. Power surged from the protector's body, turning the Peak Cave Spirit Realm powerhouse and the other black-robed men into ashes without a chance to react. Do we continue openly and covertly? Kia looked at Kelvin. Not necessary. This time, all the Peak Cave Spirit Realms came to assassinate were killed. Whoever is behind them, the Pan family, the demons, or the capital's nobles, will be severely hurt by this loss. They probably won't act again on this journey, and this time, they only tested the waters. The true challenge will be in Yu Prefecture. That's where the real danger lies. Kia agreed with Kelvin's analysis, and they both climbed back into the carriage. Her protector vanished, but Kelvin knew he hadn't gone far. He would return at the slightest sign of danger. Just as Kelvin predicted, the rest of the journey went smoothly, with no more assassination attempts. After 7 days, they finally arrived at Yu Prefecture. Its towering walls were imposing. At this moment, the city gates were desolate, and passers-by looked like they had lost their spirit, moving like zombies. Chapter 352. Arrival at Yuzhou. Seated in the carriage, Kelvin and his 2 companions watched the passers-by with a hint of surprise. Yuzhou has long been a crucial hub connecting the north and south, with countless merchant families needing to pass through here. As an essential transit point, Yuzhou should not look this way even if it weren't as prosperous as a dragon's lair. Master, I heard that Yuzhou is very wealthy. Why do the people here look so dispirited? Zyra pulled the curtain shut and asked Kelvin with a puzzled expression. Kia also looked at Kelvin with confusion in her eyes. We'll know once we enter the city. Let's go. After Kelvin spoke, a large group of Mirror Guard members marched into the city of Yuzhou in grand procession. At this moment, the Pan family's council chamber was filled with high-ranking members of the clan. Seated at the head of the room was none other than the current Pan family patriarch, Orlando's father. Second uncle, now that Kelvin from the Mirror platform has entered the city, what should we do? Pan Kip, one of the finest young men of the Pan family, was the first to speak up to the patriarch. Today, the Pan family Aryans had gathered mainly to discuss ways to deal with Kelvin. That Kelvin doesn't know his place. Does he truly believe that Jackson can protect him? This is Yuzhou, not the capital. Since he dared to come here, we'll show him why the Pan family rules Yuzhou unchallenged. Before the patriarch could respond, an Aryunli man sitting to his right sneered coldly. However, Kia from the Anshinzhai accompanies Kelvin. I heard that her protector is an extremely powerful expert. If we cannot lure her away, it will be difficult for us to make a move. The Aryan sitting to the patriarch's left expressed his concerns. After slaying the Peak Cave Spirit Realm expert, Kelvin did not hide Kia's presence, so the Pan family naturally learned about this. Actually, hiding Kia would have been futile. With Kia not in the capital and a Peak Cave Spirit Realm expert dead on the road attempting to assassinate Kelvin, even a fool could guess someone was helping him. Jackson could not leave the capital, and only one of the 4 sacred sites, the Anshinzhai, had the capability to send such assistance. This was why Kelvin didn't continue hiding Kia. Kelvin killed our Pan family's pride and joy. Yes, Dane, Cruz respectfully replied, his eyes gleaming mischievously. While the patriarch instructed him to deliver the self-defense document, he did not explicitly forbid causing trouble for Kelvin. Confident in his own strength, Cruz believed few in Yuzhou could match him. Though Kelvin was a rising star in the capital, Cruz felt that Kelvin's strength wasn't exceptional. His success depended entirely on the Mirror platform and Jackson. Without Jackson, Cruz believed he could crush Kelvin with ease. Also, let the younger generation be discreet during this period. At critical moments, don't let them give the Mirror platform any leverage. Don't tell me you're going to let Kelvin run rampant in Yuzhou? Shouldn't we do something? A member of the Pan family said with evident frustration. As the de facto rulers of Yuzhou, they were accustomed to having absolute power. How could they tolerate a Bruno like Kelvin dictating terms? Who said we do nothing? I merely advised against direct confrontation. But did I say we can't handle Kelvin? Does everything involving the Pan family need personal involvement? The patriarch's words lit up the eyes of many Pan family members. They had deep roots in Yuzhou. Dealing with Kelvin did not require direct intervention. After all, this was Yuzhou, not the capital, where he lacked support from the Mirror platform and Jackson. When the meeting ended, countless pigeons flew out from the Pan family compound. The entire city of Yuzhou began to stir with hidden currents. Meanwhile, Kelvin remained unaware. He was standing before the gates of the city lord's mansion. Despite his hasty departure from the capital, Kelvin had made preparations. He had brought with him all the information on the Pan family and Yuzhou's power dynamics gathered from the Mirror platform. During the journey, he studied this information, which provided sufficient reference for his actions in Yuzhou. That was why he came directly to the city lord's mansion without seeking lodging. Chapter 353, Lord Adrian. Ever since Yonghua Adrian became the city lord, almost everyday citizens would come to the city hall to complain. Apart from those born and raised within the city of Yuzhou, there were also those coming from outside the city walls. They had all suffered at the hands of demonic cultists and aristocratic families, seeking justice from the city hall. Thus, Yonghua Adrian was well accustomed to it. Sir, the visitor is not here to file a complaint, but has come from the capital, said the steward. The visitor claims to be the chief mirror of the Mirror platform, the steward further explained. Upon hearing this, a puzzled expression appeared on Adrian's face. Despite being hampered by the Pan family's control over Yuzhou, he still maintained his own network of informants. Therefore, he had already known about Kelvin being sent to Yuzhou from the capital. Moreover, Adrian had heard of Kelvin's remarkable feats in the capital. Honestly, Adrian admired Kelvin's bravery, publicly slapping at Ibrahim and initiating a sweeping anti-demonic campaign. Even after being captured by an incredibly powerful female demon leader, Kelvin managed to escape unharmed. Such courage and action were not easily found in ordinary people. Even with the Augustine backing him, Kelvin's personal abilities shone through. After all, while there were many powerful individuals in the capital, only Kelvin stood out. However, what did Kelvin want with him now? Though confused, Adrian instructed the steward to bring Kelvin in without further ado. Shortly thereafter, Kelvin, along with Anwar and others, arrived at the reception hall of the city hall under the steward's guidance. Lord Adrian, it's finally nice to meet you. Kelvin stepped forward, shaking Adrian's hand with great enthusiasm. If anyone unfamiliar with their history witnessed this moment, they might have thought Kelvin and Adrian were old friends reunited after many years. Of course, one must overlook the significant age difference between them. Adrian was momentarily bewildered by Kelvin's unexpected warmth. His arm mechanically moved up and down as Kelvin shook it. He began to wonder if they had met before. Phelan Chief Mirror, have we met? Adrian asked doubtfully. Ah, Lord Adrian, as they say, Where in life do we not meet? I've long admired you from afar, Kelvin replied with a smile. So whether we've met or not doesn't really matter. May I ask, Chief Mirror, why you've come today? Overwhelmed by Kelvin's enthusiasm, Adrian tried to subtly withdraw his hands. However, Kelvin anticipated this move and held onto Adrian's hand firmly. I've admired you from afar for so long. This visit is merely to make a new friend, Kelvin said warmly. Of course, apart from making friends, I need a small favor from Lord Adrian. Now that we're friends, helping each other is what friends do, right? At these words, Adrian was speechless. Was this the renowned Chief Mirror of the capital? How could his style be so different from that of the Mirror platform, whose members typically were stern and meticulous? Moreover, how could someone go from saying, let's be friends, 1 second to considering themselves already friends, and then asking for help the next? If Kelvin had approached him purely as the Chief Mirror demanding assistance, Adrian would have found myriad ways to politely decline. But Kelvin's sudden maneuver left Adrian flustered. Phelan Chief Mirror, we aren't exactly familiar. Adrian hesitated after regaining his composure. Honestly, though he didn't know what Kelvin needed, Kelvin came under Imperial orders to purge the Pan family from Yuzhou. Any request made by Kelvin would inevitably involve the Pan clan. As the city lord, Adrian understood the Pan family's power in Yuzhou better than anyone. Had it been the Augustine personally visiting Yuzhou, Adrian wouldn't hesitate even if asked to lead an assault on the Pan family's ancestral hall. However, the Mirror platform sending a Bruno like Kelvin made Adrian reluctant to get involved in his conflict with the Pans. While Kelvin had achieved remarkable results in the capital, Yuzhou wasn't the same place. To challenge the Pan family with just a few men seemed unrealistic to Adrian. Lord Adrian, you're being too formal, Kelvin remarked, hugging Adrian's shoulder affectionately. Although I'm far away in the capital, I've always considered you my dear Aryan brother. How can you say we aren't familiar? With these words, Kelvin guided Adrian to a chair. Please, Ferguson brother Adrian, sit. Sitting stiffly, Adrian began to wonder whether this was his city hall or Kelvin's mansion. Ferguson brother Adrian, as a newcomer, I find everything strange here. Since Orlando's arrest, the Pan family claims he acted independently without their knowledge. This claim, well, it's hard to believe. So, I need evidence of collusion between the Pan family and demonic forces. With your long-standing experience in Yuzhou, you must know something. Before Adrian could refuse, Kelvin interrupted. Naturally, I don't want to put you in an awkward position. You don't have to give me direct evidence. Just some clues will do. You misunderstand me. It's not that I don't wish to help, but I am powerless against the Pan family's influence. Though I'm the city lord, they still manipulate me at every turn, Adrian sighed. Kelvin understood Adrian's reluctance, but remained composed. That's a shame. It seems completing the Emperor's task won't be easy. Believing in Kelvin's capabilities, Adrian consoled. Despite the difficulties, I trust you will overcome any obstacles and fulfill the Emperor's command. At least, the Emperor hasn't set a deadline. Giving me time, Kelvin continued, then added. But during this period, could you arrange a place for my subordinates and me within the city hall? Adrian's eyes twitched at this. I have a separate courtyard in the northern part of the city, spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Casually rejecting the offer, Adrian joked, knowing that housing Kelvin in the city hall might imply an alliance with him, making it impossible for him to remain neutral. Ferguson brother Adrian, using a separate courtyard would be wasteful. Let's leave it for other guests. Having just met, I'd love to share a cup of wine and enjoy your company here at the city hall. Chapter 354, Spiritual Energy Deficiency. Terry, ultimately coerced by circumstances, allowed Kelvin to return and wait for a day. After that, if any leads were found, he would relay the information to him. Kelvin wanted to confirm whether the Pan family and I were in league. Additionally, he indirectly aimed to drag me into the situation. Though this is the city lord's mansion, it has its fair share of Pan family informants. The intimate interaction Kelvin just had with me will undoubtedly reach the Pan family soon, Terry said, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Sir, should we? The steward made a throat-slitting gesture, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. The steward had known about the spies the Pan family had placed within the city lord's mansion, but Terry had ordered him to let it be. Now, fearing these spies might alert the Pan family, the steward's killing intent surged. No need, Terry shook his head. The Pan family isn't stupid. Ever since coming to Yuzhou, I've rarely communicated with the capital. If they can't see through such an obvious ruse, then the Pan family truly deserves to fall. But sir, what if the Pan family learns that you've provided Kelvin with lodging in the northern courtyard? They might suspect something, the steward voiced his concerns. That courtyard isn't registered under my name. They won't know, Terry responded confidently. Saying this, Terry smiled faintly, somewhat anticipating the clash between Kelvin and the Pan family. The distance from the city lord's mansion to the northern courtyard wasn't short, and the carriage moved slowly towards the destination. What's wrong with the people of Yuzhou? Why do they all look like they've exhausted themselves? Zyra had been puzzled ever since they entered the city. Everyone seemed similarly fatigued, deepening her curiosity. Mama, what's wrong? Wake up, Mama. Suddenly, a little girl's voice reached Kelvin's ears. Stop the carriage. Kelvin called out, alighting from the carriage. He saw a little girl in tattered clothes hugging a pale-faced woman and sobbing bitterly. Onlookers walked past them as if this scene was nothing new, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Big brother, big sister, please, save my mama, the little girl begged, as if she had found a lifeline. Little sister, don't cry. Let us check on your mama, Kia said gently, her heart softening at the sight of the tearful child. Turning to Kelvin, Kia sought his opinion. Kelvin nodded, placing his hand on the woman's wrist and channeling his true essence into her body. Moments later, Kelvin retracted his hand with a perplexed expression. How is she? Kia asked. She's fine, just asleep, Kelvin replied curiously. Asleep? How tired must one be to sleep on a busy street? Zyra said in disbelief. Is something amiss? Kia asked, noticing Kelvin's puzzled look. Yes, indeed there is. I noticed the woman on the ground is severely depleted of spiritual energy. It's as if she hasn't rested in ages, constantly overexerting her spiritual energy. However, this woman lacks true essence. How could she exhaust her spiritual energy? Kia was also puzzled upon hearing this. Normal people don't have ways to deplete their spiritual energy other than lack of sleep. Yet no one, even with strong willpower, could stay awake for days without showing severe fatigue. Casey's state suggested more than a few days. Based on Kelvin's estimate, she would have had to stay awake for at least half a month to be this spiritually drained. Clearly, her work didn't require staying up all night. Glancing at the little girl, Kia understood Kelvin's implication and began inspecting her with her true essence. After completing the examination, Kia's expression turned grave. What's wrong? Zyra asked, looking at Kelvin and Kia with concern. The little girl's spiritual energy is also somewhat depleted, though not as severely as her mother's, Kia replied solemnly. Compared to ordinary children, her spiritual energy is clearly lacking. Could this be the reason the citizens of Yuzhou are listless, almost like Walking Dead? Zyra exclaimed in shock. An entire city. What could possibly cause such a widespread spiritual energy deficiency? Even young children like the little girl couldn't escape it? I didn't notice any signs of spiritual energy depletion among those in the city lord's mansion than when first entering the city. Citizens looked curiously at Kelvin's carriage, whispering among themselves. Upon arriving at the courtyard mentioned by Terry, Zyra began arranging daily affairs. Meanwhile, the mirror guards dispersed around the yard to provide protection. In the carriage, the woman had awakened thanks to the true essence infused into her by Kia. Upon realizing Kia had saved her, she expressed immense gratitude. The three, Kia, Kelvin, and the woman, were seated in the living room. Casey sat nervously on the chair, unsure where to place her hands. Don't be nervous. Rest well in this courtyard during your stay, Kia smiled at her. His handsome face was quite charming even to women, and under his reassurance, the woman relaxed somewhat. Just out of curiosity, what happened in Yuzhou? Why did you appear as if you hadn't slept for days, falling asleep right on the street? Kelvin asked. At his question, the woman's expression changed dramatically. She looked around anxiously, as if fearing something. Why are you so alarmed? There's no one else here, Kia comforted her. Kind sirs, judging by your attire, you aren't commoners. This matter is beyond your intervention. Once done with your business, please leave Yuzhou quickly. Do not risk your lives here. Casey spoke of their powers. Such brazen defiance of authorities was rare except by madmen. According to the Mirror platform, no such maniacs resided in Yuzhou. If it were the Pan clan, what benefit did they gain from these actions? Was it mere intimidation? The deeper Kelvin thought, the more complex the situation seemed. Haven't you considered fleeing? So many citizens. How can they prevent everyone from escaping? They can't, but anyone who tries is cursed and consumed by it, the woman replied bitterly. If possible, she would have long fled with her only daughter. No one wishes to live in this hellish city. By the way, dear benefactors, there's something crucial you must remember. What is it? Kia asked, intrigued. Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. Tonight, no matter what sounds you hear, do not leave the house. Otherwise, unimaginable consequences will follow. After exchanging glances, Kelvin and Kia nodded at the woman. Though slightly rejuvenated by Kia's essence, prolonged conversation exhausted her. So Kelvin had Zyra escort her to rest. Even as she left, she repeated her warning not to go out no matter what. After the woman left, Kia asked Kelvin about her suspicions. Stretching lazily, Kelvin replied, We've been traveling non-stop from the capital to Yuzhou, without a proper rest. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. You should rest too. Didn't she say to sleep early and not wander around? With that, Kelvin returned to his room without waiting for Kia's response. Time flew by, and night fell. Chapter 356, The Altar. When night fell over Yuzhou City, the world quieted down. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds faded away. Only the whistling wind stirred in the night sky, resembling a woman's lament or a wronged soul's murmur. As the moon rose high, casting a snowy white glow upon the earth, an eerie flute melody suddenly echoed through the air. The melody lingered as if it had traveled from the depths of hell itself. At that moment, Kelvin, who had been breathing steadily, suddenly opened his eyes. He revealed his pitch-black night attire when he lifted the blanket. It was clear that Kelvin had already made up his mind to venture out tonight to check on the situation. He didn't bring the storm of the mirror because he only intended to gather information, not engage in battle. Carrying the storm would only be a burden. Kelvin stood up and quietly closed the door behind him. Master Phelan, so late at night, where are you going? At that moment, Chastity's voice sounded from behind him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the voice at this time of night, Kelvin nearly jumped. However, he kept his composure and instead flashed an alluring smile. It's late and quiet. I was worried you might have trouble sleeping alone, so I thought of coming to comfort you, Kelvin replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh. Although her heart pounded with shyness, she maintained eye contact. Seeing her expression, Kelvin almost laughed. You want to play? All right, let's play then. He slowly approached her, making her heart race. Suddenly, there seems to be something in your hair. At the critical moment, Kelvin lightly brushed her hair. It wasn't that he backed down. The distant flute sound was fading, and they risked missing it. Relieved as Kelvin stepped back, Chastity felt a faint sense of disappointment. Let's go. We'll finish what we started later. Kelvin chuckled, and with that, both figures vanished like ghosts from the courtyard. Yuzhou City was eerily silent, deserted streets stretching endlessly ahead. Kelvin and Chastity sprinted rapidly without making a sound. Do you find it strange? Chastity asked Kelvin. Too quiet. The citizens should be asleep, but it's unnaturally silent. With their cultivation, they could hear the citizens breathing if they focused. But now, even that was absent, as if everyone had vanished. The flute sound grew fainter as they approached the northern city wall, stopping at the open gate. Usually, places like Yuzhou enforce curfews, keeping the gates tightly shut at night. Unauthorized nocturnal movements could lead to severe punishment. Yet, the northern gate was wide open with no guards. Recalling the woman's words today and the empty city, they suspected foul play. The flute music must come from outside the city. Anyone capable of projecting sound this far is not simple. We'll handle things as they unfold, Kelvin instructed. Chastity nodded. Without notifying her path Eben beforehand, she ventured out with Kelvin, confident in their abilities. Beyond the gate, a dense forest lay just a short distance away. The flute's tune came intermittently from within. They moved swiftly, weaving through the forest. This forest resembled a graveyard, with scattered bones appearing under the pale moonlight, emanating a chilling aura. Had a timid person been here, they would likely have fled in terror. But Kelvin and Chastity walked past the skeletal remains with barely a glance. The flute melody had ceased. They relied on intuition to locate its source. After around 15 minutes, they heard faint human voices. Slowing their pace, they cautiously approached. Suddenly, the view opened up. At the center of the forest, a wide clearing appeared. In the middle stood an altar. On top of the platform sat a cloaked figure in black attire, indistinguishable in gender, holding a dark gold object resembling a water flask. A stream of light occasionally ran across its surface, signifying its preciousness. Surrounding the platform were motionless citizens of Yuzhou, their gazes blank. ####Chapter 357. The power of millions, dominating the world. True self descends. No diseases arise. Emperor True Self, grant me eternal life. Hundreds of citizens, with blank stares, muttered these words as they knelt before the person at the center of the altar. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure seated in the middle of the altar recited obscure incantations. As the citizens bowed, flashes of light periodically appeared around the water pot held by the black-clad figure. Mysterious patterns on the altar lit up and connected to each of the Yongzhou city citizens who had come here. In the next moment, the mental energy of the Yongzhou citizens slowly converged through these mysterious patterns into the water pot held by the black-clad figure. As mental energy was injected, the dark golden water pot began to float in midair. It seems this is the culprit behind the mental exhaustion of the citizens of Yongzhou, Ezra whispered in Kia's ear. Do you know what they are doing? Though the mirror platform collected a multitude of cultivation techniques, formations, and secret arts, including methods to exploit potential and mental power, he had never seen anything like this, harnessing the mental energy of hundreds of people into an object. I haven't seen this either, Kia shook her head. She had fought many demonic cultivators, but she had never encountered such a technique. Even the Tranquil Shrine hasn't recorded this? Ezra's eyes flickered with surprise. As one of the 4 great holy lands, the Tranquil Shrine held many secrets inaccessible to ordinary people. Thus, Ezra asked Kia. Kia pondered for a moment, then hesitantly replied, I seem to have seen it in a secret record within the shrine. At that time, I was still young and secretly took it out to read. After Master found out, I was confined to solitary confinement for a week. Ezra's eyes brightened, and he asked quietly, even you were put under house arrest? This must be significant. Do you remember what was written in the record? Kia carefully recalled. It seemed to be about harnessing the mental power of millions to gain unimaginable blessings and dominate the world. I was too young then, so I only vaguely remember this much. Millions mental power, blessings, dominating the world. Ezra mumbled the words. These few simple words conveyed a lot of information. Ezra had a hunch that the person on the altar was brewing a shocking grand conspiracy. Just as Ezra and Kia were whispering, the dark golden water pot on the altar suddenly started shaking, as if dissatisfied with the speed of mental energy accumulation. Seeing this, the black-clad figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar changed expression and immediately stood up, kneeling before the dark golden water pot. He increased his incantation while repeatedly bowing his head. Due to the forceful bowing, the hat on his head fell off, revealing the true appearance of the black-clad figure. A nondescript breaking the air suddenly echoed. The weapons were knocked away. Who dares interrupt this sacred ceremony? The black-clad figure's expression changed drastically. He quickly stored the dark golden water pot and stood up cautiously, looking around loudly. My apologies, we're just passing by. Ezra came forward with a guilty, apologetic look. He and Kia originally only intended to gather information tonight, not planning to intervene. But the order from the black-clad figure to kill the citizens forced him to change his plans. Two brats, I advise you to leave immediately. Don't ruin your own fate, the black-clad figure said, narrowing his eyes. All right, carry on. I'm leaving, Ezra said, making a gesture to leave. Seeing this, the black-clad figure also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he harbored murderous intent towards these two, he did not want unnecessary conflict at this weakened state after sacrificing so much lifespan. Oh, right, before I go, I have a humble request. Ezra paused and looked at the black-clad figure. What request? Speak quickly. The black-clad figure grew impatient. He decided inwardly that after the ceremony, he would catch Ezra and drain his blood. That dark golden pot of yours looks nice. As a newcomer to Yongzhou City, I lack a chamber pot. Can I borrow it? Ezra pointed at the water pot in the black-clad. The oppressive aura from the half-step transcendent view realm expert made Kelvin and Kia feel physically stiff. An inexorable pressure surged towards them from all directions. The old man before them no longer seemed human but like a sovereign of this space, where everything obeyed his commands. The immense suppression made it difficult for Kelvin and Kia to breathe. Let us go, and we'll forget what happened today. How about that? Kia asked calmly, looking at the man in black. Forget it? Young lady, are you joking? Why should I let you go? Of course, if you're willing to stay and entertain me, maybe I'll be happy enough to set you free, the man in black chuckled lecherously. Having not looked closely at Kia before, he was now stunned by her beauty, unable to suppress a flicker of desire despite his waning years due to excessive life force depletion. If you want to touch us, I advise you to think carefully. The one before you is the divine maiden of Anshin Chai, one of the 4 blessed lands. If you harm her, Anshinjai will not let you off, Kelvin warned, looking at the man in black. Note: for better fluency and consistency, Kelvin warned, eyeing the man in black, is changed to Kelvin warned, looking at the man in black. Also, for accuracy, I advise you to think carefully, is used instead of think twice to convey the original meaning more precisely. Hearing this, the man showed a hint of fear. Few cultivators were unaware of the fame of the 4 blessed lands, a symbol of power. Seeing the man's expression, Kelvin continued, and I carry Aldo's imprint. If you dare attack me, the imprint will activate, ensuring your demise. Beneath the Aldo, all are mere ants, not just empty words. If Kelvin's first statement only slightly unnerved him, mentioning the Aldo's imprint genuinely frightened the man. After all, no one defied death lightly, even with his half-step transcendent view realm cultivation. In front of Aldo, he was merely a child, perhaps even less. Even if the Aldo didn't descend personally, a single spell would suffice. Worse, having sacrificed most of his lifespan to the dark golden teapot, he was currently very weak. Moreover, the man was planning something grand. If successful, reaching the transcendent view realm wasn't far off, and he might even challenge Aldo. Seeing a bright future ahead, he cherished his life more. Realizing this, the man's emanating aura weakened slightly, reducing the pressure on Kelvin and Kia. If you won't move, then can we leave? Kelvin asked, smiling faintly. The man remained silent, but his weakening aura indicated he didn't want conflict. Exchanging glances, Kelvin and Kia slowly retreated. When the man's aura vanished completely, both seemed to act in unison, unleashing their strongest offensive techniques. The surging true essence shook the air violently, turning countless trees into ashes and making the ancient altar tremble fiercely. Facing this overwhelming power, the man's face changed drastically. Watching Kelvin and Kia leave, he sighed in relief, amazed they dared attack after sensing his cave spirit realm strength. Caught unprepared, especially post-sacrifice, the man grabbed a nearby subordinate as a shield against the devastating true essence blast. The subordinate died instantly, and when the energy dissipated, the man's clothes were tattered, bleeding profusely. Despite looking miserable, his subordinate had absorbed most of the damage, sparing him significant harm. Truly worthy of a half-step transcendent view realm powerhouse, Kelvin remarked. Initially, they hadn't intended to leave, but stayed for the citizens' safety. Knowing the man's cruelty, leaving would mean certain doom for the civilians. Sensing his weakness, they aimed to exploit it. However, as the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even in this state, Kia wasn't sure she could subdue him, especially on his home ground with unknown trump cards. I'll hold him off. You find reinforcements, Kia said seriously to Kelvin. As the divine maiden of Anshin Shrine, she naturally had some life-saving equipment and believed she could hold him off for a while, though she wasn't sure how long she could last. Okay, do your best. I'll come rescue you once I gather help, Kelvin replied. Kia froze, surprised by Kelvin's readiness to leave, expecting him to stay out of loyalty. Now, her prepared speech was moot. Aren't you going to be polite? She asked, exasperated. Then I'll be polite before leaving, Kelvin responded, baffling her further. Deciding to ignore him, fearing she'd attack him first, Kia focused back on the impending danger as the man's realm manifested. Chapter 359, 10,000 Swords Return to the Source. The cloaked man was livid with rage at this moment. He couldn't believe he had been injured by 2 insignificant ants. Though his reduced lifespan and carelessness contributed to this outcome, he still felt a profound sense of affronted dignity. Since he gained his current cultivation, no cultivator of a lower level had ever managed to harm him. Furious, the cloaked man immediately activated his realm, enveloping Kelvin and Kia within it. The cloaked man's realm was a vast ocean of blackness. Unlike an ordinary sea, his ocean was viscous and sticky. Kelvin and Kia found themselves restricted in every movement within it. Moreover, these black waters seemed to possess a corrosive power, constantly eroding their bodies. Seeing this, Kia quickly retrieved a spherical object from her bosom. In the next moment, the sphere transformed into a possibly be his match. Their formidable true essence was instantly swallowed by the black waves. Kia also activated her own realm. 2 realms clashed fiercely against each other. However, under the half-step to the scene realm of the cloaked man, Kia's realm seemed precarious, ready to shatter at any moment. Kia knew she couldn't let this drag on. At this moment, Kelvin's realm unfolded as well. Sword realm? Kia looked at Kelvin in shock. She was certain that Kelvin was only at the Unity stage, and just recently entered it. Why could he execute the Sword realm, which only Transcendent Spirit stage could possess? Although Kelvin's Sword realm wasn't as grand as the cloaked man's Black Ocean, it was enough to shock Kia. Impossible. You're not even at Transcendent Spirit stage. How can you execute a Sword realm? The cloaked man, too, stared in horror at the Sword realm that had pushed his Black Ocean aside. A realm was a symbol of the Transcendent Spirit stage, and it was the means by which such cultivators crushed all those below them. Without exaggeration, within a Transcendent Spirit cultivator's realm, siege attacks were useless. They were the sovereigns within their own realms. With the cloaked man's strength diminished to a fraction of what it once was, and Kelvin executing the Sword realm, his resolve to retreat grew stronger. At this moment, Kelvin didn't appear as relaxed as he seemed. Executing the Sword realm required a vast amount of true essence. During the previous battle with Bart, Kelvin had nearly exhausted himself. Now facing the more powerful cloaked man while within his realm, the pressure he faced was unimaginable. Kelvin felt his spiritual energy draining like an open floodgate, flowing endlessly outward. Just opening the realm and expelling the Black Ocean cost him a third of his true essence in an instant. His Sword realm was now on the verge of collapse. So it's the nascent form of the Sword realm. Undoubtedly, you are very talented. Grasping the nascent form of the Sword realm at the Unity stage. If it were a complete Sword realm, it might make me wary. Seeing that Kelvin's realm wasn't complete, the cloaked man breathed a sigh of relief. He then coldly remarked, unfortunately, You'll never have the chance to evolve the nascent form into a complete sword realm. With that, the cloaked man spat out a mouthful of black blood, causing the black water ocean to seem to boil, stirring up towering waves. Kelvin's sword realm and Kia's realm were like small boats in the black water ocean, constantly threatened with capsizing. Kelvin understood that prolonged combat was unwise. Thus, within his sword realm, sword chi surged, countless strands converging into a massive, sword-shaped blade. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Kelvin's roar sent the sword-shaped blade slicing through the void towards the black water ocean. Kia also unleashed her killing move, torment you thoroughly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the cloaked man glared menacingly at the two. Kia's expression hardened as she prepared for a final desperate stand. She would rather die than become the cloaked man's captive. Meanwhile, Kelvin wore a look of sheer disbelief, having expected a simple reconnaissance mission but encountering such a formidable opponent instead. Chapter 360. The Return of Yama's Roll Call. Although the Carson was also gravely injured, Kelvin had almost no true essence left in his body. Kia, even at the cave spirit realm, wasn't a match for the nearly transcendent Carson. One could say that both were in dire straits. Kia's entire body trembled with true essence as he prepared to fight to the death, ready to make the Carson pay dearly even if he couldn't kill him. As for Kelvin, his mind was racing like a herd of goats. He had thought it would be a simple mission to gather information and then return for a good sleep. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Given the current situation, the only way to kill the cave spirit realm Carson was through Yama's roll call. Each use of Yama's roll call consumed part of Kelvin's lifespan. The last time, when killing Matt, he had lost 10.5 years of his life. Kelvin practiced cultivation for immortality, yet now he had to spend his lifespan to kill the Carson. The thought made him wince. So, Kelvin decided to have a chat with the Carson. If by any chance he agreed, he wouldn't have to consume his lifespan. I have a Aldo mark on me which reacts under stress. I don't know when it will activate. Why don't we call a truce and each go our separate ways? What do you say? Kelvin looked at the Carson and suggested. But the enraged Carson was beyond reason. Now you want peace? Too late. As he spoke, the black water ocean once again surrounded Kelvin and Kia. Seeing this, Kelvin no longer hesitated and used the Yama's roll call ability to sense the Carson's remaining lifespan. Upon discovering the Carson had only 3 months left, Kelvin immediately felt relieved. With a ratio of 1 to 5, Kelvin needed just 1 year and 3 months of his own lifespan to kill the Carson. Compared to the 10.5 years it took to kill Matt, this was much more acceptable to Kelvin. Luckily, the Carson had sacrificed most of his lifespan to the dark gold flask. Otherwise, even using all of Kelvin's lifespan might not have been enough to kill him in his initial state. Still, for some reason, Kelvin's heart ached slightly. As the black ocean surged, Kia stood in front of Kelvin, preparing for a final battle, when suddenly the Carson let out a piercing scream, and the black water ocean realm collapsed. Kia focused her gaze on the motionless Carson lying on the ground. Confused, she didn't understand what had happened. But this wasn't the time to be stunned. Although the Carson was dead, his subordinates remained. Kia's figure darted among the crowd like a ghost. She showed no. The citizens of Yuzhou shivered and regained their consciousness. Is the sacrifice over? Why do I not feel as tired as usual? The awakened citizens were momentarily confused. They had participated in sacrificial ceremonies before. After each ceremony, the Carson would release them from control, leaving them feeling as though they hadn't slept in ages. Seeing the corpses on the altar and nearby, they realized what had happened. Many thanks to our savior. Grateful for your great virtue. The rescued citizens bowed to Kelvin and Kia. Simultaneously, their thoughts flooded Kelvin's mind, transforming into purple particles. Please stand up. Now that the perpetrators are dealt with, hurry home. Kelvin called out loudly to the citizens. Time was running late, so after expressing their gratitude, the citizens left. Only an Aryanli man lingered, watching Kelvin and Kia with hesitation. Old sir, the villains are dealt with. Please return home. Kelvin smiled at the old man. Respected sir, since you saved me, there is something I must tell you, or my conscience won't rest. After a pause, the old man sighed. What is it? Kelvin asked. Quickly leave. You killed their messenger. They won't let this slide. Previously, someone else killed a messenger, and everyone involved ended up dead. Kia, hearing this, asked curiously, you mean others have killed these messengers before? Yes. When the messengers first appeared, Feiyu Sect disapproved of their mistreatment of civilians. The sect leader ordered their execution. But overnight, the entire Feiyu Sect, over 500 members, was wiped out without a single survivor. Not even young children escaped. The old man's face was filled with sorrow. Do you know where these messengers came from? Kelvin asked. I do not. They appeared out of nowhere, like falling from the sky. Shaking his head, the old man replied. We understand. Old sir, it's dark and windy. Please return early. Kelvin told the Aryan. Before leaving, the old man repeatedly advised Kelvin and Kia to quickly leave Yuzhou City. To reassure him, Kia and Kelvin promised to leave. Hashtag chapter 361. The force behind. It seems this matter isn't as simple as it appears. Kia, watching the old man leave, said to Kelvin. Yeah, Feiyu Sect's reputation may not match that of the 4 Grand Paradises and the 36 Celestial Caves, but they still have some power. Their patriarch is rumored to have 1 foot already in the Chu-Jing realm. Such a character, if combined with the sect's defensive array, would make it virtually impossible for even Chu-Jing realm powerhouses to easily destroy the sect. I suspect the Chu-Jing realm powerhouses behind this are not just 1 or 2, Kelvin nodded in agreement. In an era where Aldo-level figures don't show themselves, Chu-Jing realm powerhouses are already at the pinnacle. Each Chu-Jing realm powerhouse can found their own sect. Moreover, Chu-Jing realm powerhouses have their own pride. They rarely cooperate unless necessary. So which force has such tremendous power to mobilize several Chu-Jing realm powerhouses? Kia looked at Kelvin, puzzled. While the Mirror platform has a very extensive intelligence network and knows about certain forces possessing Chu Jing realm powerhouses like the 4 Grand Paradises, those 4 haven't any motive to exterminate the Feiyu sect. As for the demon cultists, it's even more unlikely. Demon cultists always prioritize profit and wouldn't engage in something so strenuous and unrewarding as exterminating Feiyu sect. This incident involves a lot. Even my Dao Protector cannot guarantee your safety. Do we continue with what needs to be done in Yuzhou City? Kia asked Kelvin with concern. Are you worried about me? Kelvin looked into Kia's eyes. You're my betrothed. I don't want to be a widow. Kia rolled her eyes dramatically. Despite this, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. The Emperor commanded us to come to Yuzhou City. With unfinished business here, I can't leave. The people of Yuzhou City are currently in dire straits. If I leave, they will surely be tortured to death. Now that I've encountered this, it would be unreasonable for me to stand by idly. Kelvin gazed deeply at the moon. Although the opponent's strength was unfathomable, he wasn't without means to face it. Despite his usual carefree appearance, witnessing the plight of Yuzhou City's citizens being raised like livestock, he couldn't bring himself to leave. Of course, there was another reason, the purple factor. After rescuing part of Yuzhou City's population, the purple factor in Kelvin's mind grew significantly. If he could save all the citizens, how much more would it grow? The thought stirred excitement within him. After all, the purple factor was directly related to his strength. Initially, he thought its acquisition would slow down outside the capital, but solving Yuzhou City's issue would likely be faster. Kia watched Kelvin admiringly. She hadn't expected him to choose to stay despite knowing the opposing force was powerful. In the capital, when Kelvin initiated the grand anti-demon operation, Kia felt he stood out among all others. Then, he had the support of the Mirror platform and Jackson, with the Emperor's tacit approval. Although the anti-demon operation seemed perilous, it didn't endanger his life. Otherwise, the nobles wouldn't merely try to transfer him from the capital. But things were different in Yuzhou City. There was no backup from the Mirror platform or Jackson. With only Hui realm strength, even a dozen Hui realm found his body on the sacrificial altar in the North City, Brooke said grimly. Everyone froze. Not possible. He's peak Dongling realm. Who could be his match in this small Yuzhou City? Fourth couldn't believe it. Neither could the others, looking doubtfully at Brooke. Right Storm not only died but the dark gold pot disappeared too. A peak Dongling realm powerhouse should dominate Yuzhou City. No one believed Right Storm was killed. Until hearing about the missing dark gold pot, they gasped. The dark gold pot was crucial to their plan. Its loss meant their plans were doomed. Such significant news meant Brooke wouldn't joke. Who did this? I'll kill them. Third pounded the table enraged. Others shot cold glares, icy pressure seeming to freeze the air. Seems we've been too discreet. They've forgotten the fear of Feiyu sect's destruction. Second, eyes piercing, spoke coldly. Regardless who sent them, we must exterminate them entirely. Everyone must know that anyone who dares to target us will only find death. Old Four said, his voice as icy as the rising wave of killing intent. The dark gold pot was crucial to their long-term plans. Now with its loss, fury raged within them all. The dispatch scout reported that the Right Storm's hair was streaked with gray, and his face was withered. It seems the dark gold pot's agitation required him to sacrifice. Were heavy with concern as they scrutinized the body before them but saw nothing. It appeared as if the Right Storm's cause of death remained unknown, just as the Brook had described. Old Five carefully examined the corpse, occasionally running his hands over it. Old Five, do you find anything? Watching Old Five busy himself, Old Three asked anxiously. One thing's for sure, the Right Storm didn't die from the dark gold pot absorbing all his lifespan. Look at these wounds. They clearly occurred after he sacrificed his lifespan, significantly weakening him. Moreover, the attacker's strength should have been inferior to the Right Storm's. Otherwise, his wounds wouldn't be so light. Everyone found Old Five's analysis reasonable and nodded in agreement. However, I also couldn't determine the cause of the Right Storm's death, Old Five sighed. This wasn't surprising, as the Right Storm had only 3 months left after his lifespan sacrifice. Kelvin had used the King of Hell's muster technique to strip away those final 3 months. Given the order of events, even a supreme being wouldn't discern the cause of death, let alone Old Five. What? Even you can't find the cause, Old Five? Old Four asked incredulously. An uneasy feeling spread among the rest. If even Old Five, an expert in such matters, couldn't identify the cause, there was only one possibility. This involved Aldo. Although expressions weren't visible, changes in breathing betrayed their disturbed minds. All suspected the same outcome. If Aldo really took the dark gold pot, we may never get it back, Old Four lamented bitterly. We've been so secretive. Why would Aldo discover our actions? Old Two wondered aloud. Do our efforts amount to nothing now? Old Six felt a sharp pain in his heart. Aldo seldom come out of seclusion. Why would one just happen to discover our ritual last night? When we found that hidden place, we swore an oath. If any leak was made, we could all rise against the betrayer. The Brook's eyes pierced like knives, staring intensely at each member, menacingly implying suspicion of a traitor. Hearing this, the other 5 cast wary glances at each other, distrust clear on their faces. Driven by self-interest, even allies who worked closely together now harbored suspicions. All agreed that the Brook's theory made sense. If not for a mole, how else would Aldo discover their plans? Last night, all the participating citizens returned unharmed. I've sent scouts to investigate. Don't let me find out if any of you are behind this. Otherwise, regardless of your family or sect, I will destroy them all. Silence followed the Brook's words. Even without explicit orders, they understood that if a traitor were found, they wouldn't escape retribution, nor would their supporters. Time passed in this tense silence. No one spoke or moved, afraid to confirm their own guilt by doing so. An hour later, the mechanism activated again, and another figure entered. They turned to see the newcomer. Left Storm, what are the results? Using some means, I learned from the Yuzhou City citizens that 2 young men killed the Right Storm. But they were controlled and thus unaware of how it happened. They only awoke to find the Right Storm's corpse in front of the 2 young men. Chapter 363, The Sausage Feast. Are you sure it was two young people? The scum of Yujo City didn't deceive you, did they? The third eldest hurriedly asked. If it were only two youths, not Aldo acting, then there would still be hope. I cast a mind control spell on those civilians. They're just ordinary people. They could never resist my mind control. And I cast the spell on many people, and all their accounts were consistent. This news is undoubtedly true, the Left Storm explained. Even if these two started practicing from birth, how could they possibly kill the Peak Cave Spirit Realm Right Storm? The fourth Aryan cut to the heart of the matter. Clearly, these two youngsters have no simple background. Have you investigated their identities yet? The Left Storm paused and said, these two are Kelvin from the capital's Mirror Platform and Kia from Anshin Shrine, one of the four blessed lands. Note, Anshin Shrine is used here as a translation for Ansanjai, assuming it refers to a place of significance. If Anshinjai has a specific established translation or name in the context of the story, it should be used instead. The Kelvin that Jackson favors, rumored to be the descendant of Aldo? Hassan's voice was filled with doubt. Aldos, wherever they may be, are taboo entities. Anything related to Aldo must not be underestimated. Yes, Kelvin came here by imperial order to deal with the Cameron. Last night he happened to be staying in the northern part of the city and discovered our sacrificial activities. The Left Storm reported everything he knew. It seems Kelvin and Kia possess unknown treasures or methods left by Aldo, which allowed them to kill the Right Storm. After listening to the report, Hassan spoke. How should we handle these two kids? Everyone looked at each other, but remained silent. No one knew if Kelvin and Kia had any more tricks left by Aldo. If they did, sending anyone after them would be suicide. I'll take care of this matter. Seeing everyone was indifferent, the fourth Aryan stood up and walked out. Exiting the cave, he arrived at a carriage. Inside the carriage, the mysterious fourth Aryan removed his hat, revealing his true identity. He was the current leader of the Cameron. Boy, I planned to let you run around safely for a few days, but who would have thought you'd deliver yourself to me, the Cameron leader said with killing intent. With Kelvin coming to exterminate the Cameron, they were now mortal enemies. Initially, the Cameron leader worried that killing Kelvin might prompt the capital to send stronger forces, affecting their plans. So, he ordered his clan members to stay low and not provoke Kelvin until the plan was completed. But now that Kelvin had uncovered the secret of Yujo City and taken away the dark gold teapot, the clan leader decided to eliminate him sooner rather than later to prevent reporting. However, to avoid direct involvement and leaks, the Cameron leader needed to carefully plan. Meanwhile, Kelvin, unaware of the growing conspiracy against him, was meditating to restore his true essence. Last night's battle, due to using the sword domain, had exhausted almost all his energy. He had mostly recovered after some time. Feeling revitalized, Kelvin stretched. Being powerless felt incredibly insecure. Kelvin resolved not to use the sword domain unless absolutely necessary. Using it left him defenseless, and while the primal origin art could help recover, even a brief window was enough for powerful enemies to strike 10 times over. If not for Kia, even after killing the Carson, Kelvin might have been killed by his subordinates. Kelvin slowly walked out of the room to find Zyra, already preparing breakfast. Kia was sitting elegantly, enjoying her meal. Watching Kia eat, it was hard not to imagine becoming food to enter her mouth. Such an adorable mouth. It's a pity it isn't used for eating giant sausages. What giant sausage? Kia asked, still chewing her bun. A giant sausage is a world-renowned delicacy, round, hard, and can squirt milk. It's delicious. I'll let you try it someday. I'm sure you'll love it. If someone hadn't known better, they'd think Kelvin was describing a heavenly dish. Okay, let me try it sometime. Kia nodded. Beside them, Zyra glanced oddly at the pair, understanding the innuendo thanks to her worldly experience. When Kia agreed to try the giant sausage, Zyra nearly choked on her bun. Are you alright? Kia asked, seeing Zyra's reaction. Just choking a bit, she replied, taking a drink from a nearby cup but occasionally glancing back. Kelvin sat down normally, focusing on devouring his own bun, as if nothing unusual had happened. After another bun, Kia wiped her lips and stood up. I'll rest a bit. Before leaving, she paused at the door. Don't forget about the giant sausage. Focusing on his meal, Kelvin nearly spat out his bun hearing Kia's words. What was meant as a joke turned serious. Perhaps he should invite Kia to taste the giant sausage tonight? Looking at her exquisite beauty and well-proportioned figure, even Kelvin, who was once a player in his past life, felt a thrill. Chapter 364, Cruz arrives. It was also quite amusing to prank the fairies of Anshanjai. The feeling was indeed pleasant. Correction. It was also quite amusing to prank the fairies of Anshanjai. It felt pretty good. Further refinement for fluency and natural reading in English. Pranking the fairies of Anshan Hall was amusing. It felt pretty good. After a satisfying meal, Kelvin belched and slowly stood up, ready to stroll around to aid his digestion. He hadn't walked far when he heard commotion from the front courtyard. Soon after, Nikki's cries rang out. Nikki was the little girl that Kelvin and Shirley brought back yesterday. Upon hearing her cries, Kelvin felt puzzled. In this courtyard, besides servants, there were only mirror storms. Logically, no one should bully this well-behaved and sensible little girl. Carrying his doubts, Kelvin headed towards the front courtyard. At the moment, in the front courtyard, Nikki's tiny face bore a large red palm print, swelling visibly by the second. A woman clutched Nikki tightly, gazing at the man before her with fear. This man was none other than Cruz, dispatched by the Pan family. I beg you, please let Nikki go. She's just a child. She doesn't understand. Casey pleaded pitifully to Cruz. Child? So children can do as they please. Do you know how expensive this garment of mine is? Even if you and your bastard child worked 10 lifetimes, you couldn't compensate for it. Cruz pointed at the oil stain on his splendid robe, his eyes flashing with malice. Nikki only saw it was early and wanted to offer him chicken leg. She didn't mean to, Nikki sobbed, her voice filled with grievance. She came from a single-parent household, surviving on her mother's odd jobs. They were very poor. Only during major festivals did her mother make her chicken legs, which, to Nikki, were the most delicious food in the world. Despite her circumstances, Nikki still offered her chicken leg to share, showing her kind heart. Unfortunately, despite her good intentions, Nikki ultimately suffered harshly at Cruz's hands. Not on purpose? The deed is done. Canon, I didn't mean to solve anything? Cruz's eyes gleamed with lust as he added, of course, if you're willing to be my maidservants, this matter will be considered settled. My Pan family isn't easy to join. Becoming my maidservant is a blessing you two have earned from past lives. Upon hearing Cruz's words, the woman's face turned ashen. In Yuzhou City, Cruz was infamous not for being part of the Pan clan or his cultivation level, but for his disgraceful hobby, targeting mothers and daughters. The more beautiful a woman, the more tragic her fate often was. Many women in Yuzhou City had suffered under his cruel hand, but due to the Pan clan's immense power, nothing ever came of their grievances. Now, despair filled the woman's face. Please spare us. Please, I beg you. Casey fell to her knees, knocking her head against the ground until it swelled. Nikki was terrified by her actions, standing motionless, unsure of what to do. Don't push your luck. Do you really think you can defy me? Cruz's face darkened. As one of the most outstanding young men of the Pan family, his word was law in Yuzhou City. Few dared directly challenge him. However, this woman, who was less than an ant in his eyes, openly refused him. A clear disrespect. His eyes flashed with violent intent. He decided to thoroughly torment the two once he brought them back to the Pan family. Bring these two back to the clan. Cruz ordered his subordinates. Yes, young master. 3 of Cruz's underlings approached the woman and Nikki with sinister grins. Casey hugged Nikki tightly, watching them approach with terror. She retreated backwards, inching away. However, the closer they got, the more excited Cruz's men became. They closed in like cats toying with mice. Just as they were about to grab the woman and Nikki by the shoulders, a gust of wind struck suddenly. The next moment, the subordinates lay on the ground, clutching their legs and screaming in agony. Who's there? Cruz demanded fiercely, eyes narrowing. In my courtyard, you dare act so boldly? Kelvin's voice came, followed by his appearance in the front courtyard. Benefactor. Casey cried out with relief upon seeing Kelvin. Having almost given up hope, she never expected Kelvin to come to her rescue again. Her gratitude showed in her eyes. Realizing Cruz's identity, the woman hesitated, wanting to speak but stopped short by Kelvin's waving hand and reassuring glance. She remained silent. Kelvin came to Nikki, gently stroking her swollen cheek and softly asked, Nikki, does it hurt? Big brother, I'm fine. Though unaware of Cruz's true nature, Nikki instinctively sensed he was dangerous. Not wanting to cause trouble for Kelvin, she forced a smile despite the pain. However, pulling at her swollen face made her cry again. Kelvin already knew what had transpired. Although his expression remained calm, rage boiled within him. To harm such a lovely and considerate child showcased Cruz's tyrannical nature. You're Kelvin? Cruz said confidently, let me introduce myself. I am Cruz, the standout of the Pan family's younger generation. I know why you've come to Yuzhou City, but I advise you to know your place. The Pan family is far beyond the reach of a greenhorn like you. Though in the capital you might have backers, here it's different. Be cautious. As he found provided by the Pan family for Kelvin. He didn't believe Kelvin would dare to overlook such a provision. After all, the Pan family was immensely powerful. Bringing just a handful of mirror Evans here, Kelvin was no match for them. Therefore, Cruz believed Kelvin came to Yuzhou City only because he couldn't disobey the imperial order. Now, with this letter, Kelvin could rightfully report back to the capital. After all, under the current lack of evidence, if the emperor were to execute someone directly, it would likely stir discontent among the major families. Individually, these families' strengths might be insignificant, but united, they would form an unstoppable force that the emperor could not ignore. As for whether Kelvin would return after going back to the capital, Cruz didn't care about it at all. The Pan family needed time. Enough time, and once it passed, they wouldn't fear anyone, not even Jackson. Letter of self-defense? After reducing Adelina's swelling, Kelvin stood up and looked at the document in Cruz's hand. He felt puzzled momentarily, unsure of what new scheme the Pan family was brewing. The Pan family was known for its domineering ways, evident from the events that just transpired. Yet, they were now offering a letter of self-defense, a gesture quite uncharacteristic of their usual behavior, leaving Kelvin to ponder deeply about the hidden meanings behind this. Indeed, Kelvin, our patriarch sees potential in you. Hence, he is unwilling to ruin your future, which is why I've been tasked to negotiate this. Cruz spoke directly, looking at Kelvin. Kelvin, however, did not trust Cruz's words. The Pan family, notorious for harming civilians and nurturing people of the demon sect, weren't kind souls. Such a family would nip any danger in the bud. Kelvin, who became a Unity Realm expert at a young age and favored by Jackson, posed a potentially grave threat to the Pan family in a few years. So, sending this letter meant that the Pan family must be plotting something more sinister. Give me the letter of self-defense. Kelvin looked at Cruz coolly. Hearing this, Cruz's expression grew even prouder. What were those tales about him being the foremost among the 10 great gentlemen of the capital, or the chief mirror holder of the mirror platform? In the face of the formidable strength of the Pan family, all those titles meant nothing. What use were they when faced with the Pan family's power? Wouldn't one still bow before them? Seeing Kelvin accept the letter, Cruz thought he had already backed down, thus growing even more disdainful of him. After getting the letter, Kelvin casually opened and read it. It listed numerous excuses, summarizing that everything was done by Orlando alone and had nothing to do with the rest. Who could believe that? Moreover, even if it were to clear himself before the emperor, why give it to him? Did they genuinely care about his career prospects? So, it seemed the Pan family wasn't genuinely trying to justify themselves. Rather, they wanted to give him a way out. Why? Certainly not out of fear. They hoped he wouldn't disrupt whatever they planned to do next. What did the Pan family have in mind? As Kelvin read through the letter, these thoughts raced through his mind. Cruz mistakenly believed Kelvin was intimidated by the Pan family's strength. Initially, he had intended to show Kelvin what true power meant, but now he lost all desire to confront Kelvin. The letter has been delivered. Hope you'll make the right decision. With that, Cruz prepared to leave Kelvin's courtyard. Did I say you could leave? Just as Cruz took a step, Kelvin's voice suddenly echoed. Cruz paused, bewildered. What did you just say? He asked, clearly hearing Kelvin but doubting that Kelvin would speak thus under such unfavorable conditions. In Yuzhou City, many who had spoken defiantly to Cruz ended up as barren graves covered in 3-meter-tall grass. I said, did I let you leave? Are you deaf? Kelvin tossed the letter onto the ground, staring at Cruz. What do you want? Cruz's eyes flared with fury, but restrained himself due to the patriarch's orders. Kneel and apologize to Adelina and her mother. Kelvin said this as if asking for a routine favor. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Kelvin's demand, Cruz couldn't help but laugh out loud. The word kneel, familiar as it was to him, something he often made others do, now sounded absurd coming toward him. Kelvin, are you challenging me? As he spoke, Cruz released the overpowering aura of a mid-unity realm cultivator towards Kelvin. Though only an aura, it bent the nearby plants, stirring gusts of malevolent wind within the courtyard. Adelina and her mother turned pale, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Even though Cruz wasn't targeting them specifically, his residual aura affected them. As mere mortals, they couldn't withstand the aura of a unity realm powerhouse. Soon, they would die from the pressure. Kelvin understood this and stepped forward, shielding them like a fortress, stopping Cruz's aura from advancing further. Immediately, Adelina and her mother could breathe again, albeit nervously eyeing Cruz. Adelina's admiration for Kelvin surged amidst her fear. Cruz watched Kelvin calmly, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Kelvin, merely an early Unity Realm practitioner, to remain unperturbed under his overwhelming aura. Next moment, a sneer appeared on Cruz's face. How long can you hold on? As he spoke, Cruz channeled true essence and released a massive pressure from the universe upon Kelvin. Chapter 366, Confrontation. Please note that without the following content, I can only translate the chapter title. If you have more text for this chapter, please provide it so I can proceed with the translation. Chapter 366, Confrontation. Cruz believed that Kelvin was pretending to remain unmoved under his intimidating presence just to save face. Therefore, Cruz decided to embarrass Kelvin in public and unleashed a formidable force of heaven and earth toward him like waves crashing against the shore. The immense power caused quite a commotion, which alerted the mirror storms who swiftly rushed into the front courtyard. When the mirror storms saw Cruz attacking Kelvin, their faces all turned pale. Protect the keeper. Upon this loud cry, each storm drew their weapon, ready to attack Cruz. A group of insignificant ants, overestimating yourselves. Cruz sneered at the mirror storms. None of them possessed power beyond the unified realm. Warriors of the unified realm could manipulate the power of heaven and earth to suppress enemies. Thus, Cruz had no fear of a group battle. Furthermore, what Kelvin did just now infuriated Cruz. He decided he needed to give Kelvin an unforgettable lesson. While the clan leader forbade provoking Kelvin, he didn't forbid killing the mirror storms. These storms followed Kelvin all the way south. They were bound to be close confidants of Kelvin. If he killed these storms, Cruz eagerly anticipated the expression on Kelvin's face. At this thought, a cruel smile crept onto Cruz's lips. Then, he transformed his true essence, the chill approaching his abdomen. Cruz sneered. Stormjia was merely a 9th rank warrior, attempting to harm a unified realm warrior. Cruz found the mirror storms before him endearingly naive. The speed of the true essence saber increased, aiming straight for Stormjia's head. Jia could feel the cold edge of the true essence blade sting his skin. Just as the true essence saber was about to sever Jia's head, he suddenly felt his body lighten and then he flew through the air. At the crucial moment, it was clearly Kelvin using the charm step technique to save Stormjia. After missing with his strike, Cruz was momentarily stunned. Kelvin's movements after using the charm step were swift and unpredictable, making it hard to anticipate direction. Thus, Cruz couldn't understand how Kelvin managed to rescue the storm from under his blade. To attack a 9th rank person with someone from the unified realm. Are you people from the Cameron all cowards? Kelvin said, looking at Cruz with indifferent eyes. Cowards? Do you think you're something special? Cruz replied with darkened eyes, then let me see how tough your bones really are. Immediately, the saber changed direction and slashed towards Kelvin's neck. The sheer power of the true essence seemed capable of cleaving the air itself. Kelvin dodged sideways, evading Cruz's attack. The saber struck the ground, creating a fissure more than a meter deep. Failing once, the saber adjusted again, switching from chopping to sweeping horizontally towards Kelvin's waist. If Kelvin were hit by this, he'd likely be cut in half. At this critical juncture, Kelvin lightly touched the ground, twisted his waist, and lay horizontally in midair, rolling elegantly, almost like an immortal figure. In the air, Kelvin gathered his true essence and kicked towards Cruz's head. Since Cruz's right hand was still in motion from the saber stroke, he had no time to defend. In desperation, he channeled his true essence to his left arm to block Kelvin's powerful kick. Bam! The collision sounded like metal clashing. Cruz was kicked back, crushing several bricks in the yard with his feet. At this moment, Cruz felt as though his left arm had been smashed by a sledgehammer, with throbbing pain continuously pulsating from it. Though he hadn't seen his arm, he knew it must have swollen. Cruz stared at Kelvin in shock. He couldn't understand why Kelvin, who was only in the early stage of the unified realm, had such incredible attacking power. So, this is the might of the most outstanding Bruno from the Cameron? Landing steadily, Kelvin mocked Cruz. Had it been anyone else, Kelvin might have made fun of him further. But since Cruz slapped Adelina and wanted to imprison her, it enraged Kelvin. Don't get too cocky. Stronger attacks? So what? I don't believe your endurance can match mine. Another advantage of unified realm warriors was abundant true essence, so Cruz planned to wear Kelvin down. Once Kelvin's true essence was depleted, he would be like fish on a chopping board, easily manipulated however Cruz wished. As soon as he finished speaking, the true essence within Cruz's body surged. He simultaneously harnessed the force of heaven and earth and charged towards Kelvin once more with a saber formed from true essence. The sound of their battle echoed throughout the yard incessantly. Their speed was tremendous, leaving behind ghostly trails. The mirror storms and the mother-daughter pair watched helplessly, unable to make sense of what was happening. About 15 minutes later, the two men parted ways. Cruz's clothes were tattered, breathing heavily as if he had run for miles. Conversely, Kelvin stood calmly, appearing as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Why does your true essence seem stronger than mine? Cruz gazed at Kelvin in disbelief, his face a mix of shock and unbelief. Although there was only a small difference between the initial stage and middle stage of the unified realm, this slight difference had thwarted many. Therefore, Cruz was thoroughly shocked. Had he not sensed for certain that Kelvin was in the initial stage of the unified realm, Cruz might have suspected he was hiding his true strength. Please note that I've maintained the structure and flow of the original text while translating. Also, the demon sect people would have significant troubles because of Kelvin's way of doing things. As for Kelvin, he did not know about Cruz's shock and speculations at this moment. He was currently evaluating his own combat strength. Since becoming a Unity Mirror powerhouse, the strong ones Kelvin faced were either peak Unity Mirror or Spirit Cavern powerhouses. Fighting these experts could only be done using his trump cards. A well-matched battle that could test Kelvin without him using the sword domain had never appeared. Therefore, upon seeing Cruz today, Kelvin decided to use Cruz as practice. One reason was that Cruz was at the middle stage of Unity Mirror, which was within Kelvin's bearing capacity. Another reason was that Cruz was from the Pan clan, and no matter how badly Kelvin beat him up, he wouldn't feel any guilt. After battling, Kelvin now had a clear understanding of his strength. His early stage Unity Mirror true essence quality and power were nearly equivalent to the late stage of Unity Mirror. Although he couldn't completely compare with late stage Unity Mirror powerhouses, within the middle stage of Unity Mirror, he could undoubtedly dominate. Kelvin was very satisfied with his strength. With the purple factors obtained last night at the altar and the ones acquired in the capital, it wouldn't take long for Kelvin to enter the middle stage of Unity Mirror. By then, he wouldn't need to use the sword domain and could roll pity towards him. Over the years, relying on the Pan clan's support, Cruz had caused countless sufferings to common people. Breaking his ribs and legs was lenient treatment. I beg you, let me go. As long as you let me go, whatever you want, I'll give you. I have money. I have secret manuals. Cruz pulled out silver and secret manuals from his bosom, trying to buy Kelvin off. But Kelvin did not even glance at those items. Joke. The number of secret manuals collected in the mirror platform was uncountable. As the mirror master, Kelvin naturally had the authority to practice. Having seen the secret manuals within the mirror platform, his standards were now exceedingly high. Ordinary manuals couldn't attract him anymore. Next, Kelvin's foot landed on Cruz's left leg. Cruz looked at Kelvin as if he saw a devil. Hashtag chapter 368. The gift. The force of Kelvin's foot sent fear deep into Cruz's heart. He swore he would never want to experience the agony of broken legs again. I apologize. I beg you, let me go. I'll apologize to them right now. Under intense pain, Cruz couldn't help but shed tears and snot dripped into his mouth. Wouldn't all this suffering have been avoided if you had done this earlier? Do you really have it in you to be so worthless? Kelvin removed his foot from Cruz's leg and spoke. Feeling the pressure vanish from his thigh, Cruz involuntarily sighed in relief. Then, he scrambled to crawl before the mother and daughter, fearing that any delay would lead Kelvin to cripple his other leg. Seeing Cruz crawl toward them, the mother and daughter's faces turned pale with fright. Although they had Kelvin's support, the name, Cruz, still evoked dread. Don't be afraid. Our master is here. Caitlin saw the women's frightened looks and reassured them with a smile. Casey cautiously glanced at Kelvin. Seeing him nod approvingly, she breathed a sigh of relief and tried to dispel her fear. With determination, she stared at Cruz, waiting for an apology. Cruz, staring at the woman, felt unwilling and full of resentment. He believed the entire incident was their fault. If they had cooperated sooner, he wouldn't be in this miserable state. What? You don't want your other leg either? Seeing Cruz hesitating, Kelvin directly addressed him. Cruz shivered upon hearing Kelvin's words and hurriedly replied, No, I will apologize right now. Kneeling on the ground, he addressed the woman and Nikki. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please accept my apologies. Despite being forced by Kelvin to kneel and apologize, Cruz's tone revealed an air of superiority, and his eyes still harbored malice, making looked at Kelvin cautiously and fearfully. I won't kill you. Am I Kelvin, the kind who kills innocents indiscriminately? Even ants on the ground, I wouldn't bear to harm them. How could I kill a person? Kelvin feigned an innocent expression. Cruz was speechless. Even someone as isolated as Cruz in U Prefecture knew about the anti-demon campaign in the capital, where the heads of demon cultists hung along the northern city wall. Everyone knew it was Kelvin's doing. Now Kelvin claimed he didn't kill people, not even harming ants? No one would believe that. Though Cruz thought this internally, he said, Then why did you stop me? I've considered it carefully. Although you're severely injured, you will eventually heal. And with the Pan clan's resources, you might recover fully within a month rather than 3. Kelvin examined Cruz from top to bottom. What if you're healed and continue to wreak havoc? I won't, truly I won't. Under Kelvin's piercing gaze, Cruz felt his hair stand on end and quickly assured him. You people never speak the truth. If you harm others again after healing, it would be on my conscience. Therefore, I have decided to give you a gift. Kelvin smiled faintly at Cruz. Caught off guard by Kelvin's sudden smile and words, Cruz was confused. A gift? Was he or Kelvin delusional? Both knew they were now mortal enemies, especially since the Pan clan had urgent as if nothing happened. While the Pan family was incredibly powerful, these few decided that once Cruz was delivered back home, they would leave the Pan family. After all, those who always charged forward and got crushed as cannon fodder were people like them, small fry. If Kelvin felt displeased and wanted to cripple them just like he did with Cruz, what could they do? At this thought, everyone shivered in unison and quickened their steps, disappearing from Kelvin's sight shortly after. Many thanks to you, benefactor, for saving our lives again. Your great virtue is beyond repayment. If it weren't for you, my daughter Robin and I would likely not have escaped today. After Cruz left, the woman came before Kelvin intending to kneel down but was stopped by him. There's no need for this. Even if it weren't you two, I wouldn't have let the Pan family off easily, Kelvin said. Benefactor, the Pan family are the local bullies in Yuzhou City. You can't compete with them. Now that you've offended them deeply, they won't let you go. You should flee, the woman pleaded anxiously. Although the woman didn't understand cultivation systems or Kelvin's strength, she knew very well that countless people opposing the Pan family had already died. Kelvin was a good man, and she didn't want him to die in Yuzhou City. If I leave, what will happen to you and Robin? Though I've crippled Cruz's cultivation, the Pan family still exists. If I leave, they'll surely take you back immediately, Kelvin asked. If you hadn't crippled him, there might have been some time to ease tensions. Now that Cruz is crippled, the conflict has come to light. Jaylene pointed out her doubts. She believed Kelvin was smart enough to weigh the pros and cons of crippling Cruz. I wanted the conflict out in the open. The self-defense document sent by the Pan family is interesting but clearly perfunctory. If they really wanted to plead for mercy, why did they hastily write such a thing for me? It's all Orlando's fault. Huh? Kelvin picked up the document, brushed off the dust, and handed it to Jaylene. Indeed, as you say, the content looks abundant but is full of flaws, Jaylene remarked after examining it. So, the Pan family didn't send this document sincerely to plead for the Emperor's leniency, but for another agenda, Kelvin affirmed. Jaylene, being clever, understood the Pan family's intentions despite Kelvin not explicitly stating them. Do you mean they fear you stirring things up? Buying time? But what are they buying time for? Jaylene wondered. I haven't figured it out yet. However, whatever the Pan family plans, I'll foil their attempts. They don't want public confrontation? I'll make sure it becomes public. Once they can't hold back, their true motives will surface. Kelvin gazed deeply toward the direction of the Pan family. Meanwhile, Cruz had already been carried back by his subordinates, causing quite a stir within the Pan household. Chapter 370, The Cameron Conference. Pedro, who had been utterly dejected, regained hope in his eyes after hearing the Ephron's words. As the most outstanding figure of the younger generation of the Pan family, Pedro was fully aware of the clan's planned course of action. In the past, with his cultivation intact, he might have had a chance to gain some resources among the numerous members of the clan. Now, Pedro had become completely incapacitated, and whether the Dane would still invest resources into him was entirely uncertain, even if his own grandfather was the Ephron. Additionally, Pedro was unsure if what the clan was planning could indeed help someone as weakened as himself. After hearing the Ephron's assurance, it felt like an injection of confidence for Pedro. With his grandfather's support, although the benefits he might receive wouldn't be as abundant as before, they certainly wouldn't be lacking. If only he could recover his cultivation, even if it took some time, Pedro had the confidence to reclaim his place at the forefront of the younger generation of the Pan family. He might even surpass his previous strength. At that point, no matter how strange Ezra's strength became, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Thinking this, a hateful look appeared on Pedro's face. Just then, a servant walked in and respectfully said to the Ephron, Ephron, the Dane has called you to a meeting. I understand. The Ephron nodded. Little Jean, rest well during this period. Everything will be decided once the clan's plan is completed, the Ephron advised Pedro. He then turned to an Aryunli man with gray hair and said, Honor, Pedro's cultivation is gone now. Please take care of him during this period. The Pan clan wasn't a monolithic entity. There was competition within its ranks. Even though Pedro had returned to the clan, his loss of cultivation meant he had lost nearly everything in a world where strength ruled all. Many within the Pan clan didn't want Pedro to rise again. After all, considering Pedro's age, reaching the soul perception realm was within reach. If Pedro were to rise again, his lineage would shine brightly once more. To prevent anyone from playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, the Ephron specially asked Honor to stay. Master, please rest assured. I will ensure young Master's safety. Honor bowed slightly and promised the Ephron. Satisfied, the Ephron nodded and strode out. In the conference room of the Pan clan, all the leaders of the various branches were already present. They looked perplexed at the Ellis sitting at the head of the table, unsure why he had convened them so early. Addison, I heard Pedro was crippled this morning. Youngsters of your lineage have been suppressed by Pedro for so long. This opportunity is finally here, Guy said, looking meaningfully at the Addison. For many years, the Addison's lineage had been overshadowed by the Ephrons. Though he wished to change this, the youth of his lineage lacked ambition and their highest ranker was merely at the peak profound enlightenment stage. The Ellis adhered to the philosophy of the strong preying on the weak. Even the Addison could do nothing about it under these circumstances. But now, things were different. Pedro had lost all his cultivation. Apart from Pedro, the Ephron's lineage consisted mostly of mediocre individuals, not worth worrying about. Though he thought this way, he couldn't voice it aloud. And how much better are your descendants? The Addison remarked coldly. Alas, what a pity for such a talented individual as Pedro. He would have been another powerful figure in our clan. The guy feigned sorrow. Even though Little Jean's golden core was destroyed, there are ways to restore his cultivation, which doesn't need any of you Aryans' concern. Instead of wasting time on this, focus on nurturing your own youngsters, came a voice from the doorway. It was the Ephron. Ellis. After greeting, the Ephron sat down. That's true. Our plan involves great fortune. It shouldn't be too hard to restore Pedro's cultivation. However, can we guarantee that after being crippled once, he'll still have the heart of a warrior? Why use resources on an uncertain individual when we can nurture new talents within the clan? The Addison bluntly said. You can't decide who deserves the resources. The Ephron's eyes flashed coldly, his tone icy. So, does that mean you're the one in charge of the Pan clan now? The Addison retorted. For a moment, the two Fergusons glared at each other, ready to come to blows. Though their relationship had always been strained, everyone present had grown used to it, and none interfered, watching the commotion with amusement. Enough, enough. It's inappropriate for the Fergusons to quarrel like this. The Ellis banged the table angrily. Seeing the Ellis's anger, the two Fergusons quickly ceased their argument. The other Fergusons were surprised. The Ellis had seen such heated debates between the two many times, but had never shown such anger. Would it change today? Could it be because of Pedro? Yet Pedro wasn't the Ellis's grandson. Not to mention, even when Faye was captured by Ezra, the Ellis hadn't reacted so strongly. Cultivation and power mattered more than kinship in his mind. Otherwise, the moment Ezra arrived in Yujo City, the Ellis would have had him killed instead of letting Pedro deliver an explanation letter. The unusual behavior of the Ellis made everyone sense that something significant had occurred. Last night, the sacrifice ritual in the northern part of the city encountered problems. The Ellis scanned the room and said, "What? How could that be? That shouldn't happen. The person conducting the ritual is at the peak soul perception stage, and there were many helpers. How did this go wrong? One of them possesses a method left by Aldo," the Ellis continued after a pause. Upon hearing the term, Aldo, every Aryan's face turned wary. If it were indeed a method left by Aldo, it was something they couldn't handle. Of course, this is just the worst-case scenario. There's another possibility, that someone aided Kelvin and Shirley. Kelvin, as the overseer of the mirror platform, and Shirley, as a divine maiden from the four great blessed lands Anshan Shrine, being protected secretly by a powerful figure isn't out of the question. Seeing the Aryans' morale plummet, the Ellis slowly added. After hearing the Ellis's words, the Aryans all heaved sighs of relief. They felt that while the protector of Kelvin and Shirley was likely extremely powerful, as long as it wasn't Aldo, they dared to take the risk. Regardless of which scenario, we need to be fully prepared. We must strive to eliminate Kelvin, Shirley, and those behind them without leaving any traces. The Yusef responded after hearing the Ellis. The Ellis nodded in agreement. The plan is nearing its final stages. To avoid complications, we'll activate our secret agents. Eliminate them directly? Yes. With that, the Aryans agreed unanimously and started walking out of the meeting room. While the Pan clan prepared to deal with Kelvin, he wasn't idle either. After arriving in Yujo City, he sent out everyone except for the Mirror Ebents guarding the compound to gather intelligence. It must be said that the efficiency of the Mirror Ebents was incredibly high. Within just 2 days, Kelvin had stacks of documents detailing the atrocities committed by the Pan clan in Yujo City. Since the Pan clan wanted to operate quietly, Kelvin deliberately chose to make things difficult for them. He intended to push the Pan clan into the spotlight. After reviewing the documents, Kelvin swiftly penned a proclamation, 100 or so well-crafted words. What's the point of writing this? Shirley asked suspiciously. In Yujo City, the Pan clan ruled like emperors. Could a single proclamation compel the Pan clan to submit themselves? Heavens will cannot be revealed, Kelvin replied enigmatically. He summoned the Mirror Eben and instructed him to post the proclamation in the most populous areas. Once the proclamation appeared, people gathered around, discussing it fervently. The Pan clan wields immense power in Yujo City. Who dares openly denounce them? The proclamation says that all victims of the Pan clan can seek justice from his residence. Who would dare go there? Anyone who does will offend the Pan clan. Even the city lord can't touch them. What can Kelvin do? Well, let's disperse. In Yujo City, the Pan clan is law. I know Kelvin. My relative works as a gatekeeper for the Pan clan and told me that Cruz was crippled, allegedly by Kelvin. You mean Cruz, the best of the young generation in the Pan clan? Yes. If Kelvin could really remove the Pan clan, it would be wonderful. The Ellis closed his eyes to meditate, while the Ephron slowly withdrew. Half a day after the proclamation was posted, the citizens, though harboring hope, remained cautious. Meanwhile, Kelvin lounged under the sun, occasionally snacking on grapes fed by Zyra, appearing utterly relaxed. It seems your proclamation didn't get much response, Shirley remarked, feeling uneasy at Kelvin's ease. Act on some grapes? Kelvin ignored her observation and instead offered a bunch of grapes, still lying in the chair. He knew that the citizens wouldn't respond immediately. Posting the proclamation was meant partly to harass the Pan clan, and partly to make the citizens aware of his presence opposing the Pan clan. Otherwise, after defeating the Pan clan, he wouldn't collect much public belief energy. Now, most citizens knew Kelvin's name, ensuring a steady flow of belief energy once he acted against the Pan clan. Even just posting the proclamation, Kelvin sensed belief energy accumulating. Adding to what he had gathered in the capital and last night, Kelvin felt he could now advance to the middle stage of the Unity realm. Hashtag chapter 372. Join Anshan Abbey? The Pan clan isn't part of the demonic sect in the capital. Their influence in Yujo City far exceeds your imagination. Add to that what happened last night. I just feel that Yujo City is not as simple as it seems. Have you thought of a way to resolve this? Myrtle took over Kelvin's grapes, eating them while speaking to Kelvin. Why don't you call all the masters and senior sisters? Their strength doesn't have to be too overwhelming. Something like a Xuanhuan would be too intimidating. Just match it roughly to the strength of your protector. Seeing Myrtle remain silent, Kelvin continued speaking. Sure, as long as you join Anshan Abbey, I'll get my master to arrange a protector for you, Myrtle replied with a mischievous smile. Feeling something was amiss, Kelvin originally meant to tease Myrtle. He never intended Anshan Abbey to actually send anyone. But why pass up an opportunity when it presents itself? Having a protector around would make things much easier. After we're married, Anshan Abbey will be my home too. Let's have our master send over an expert at the Jingjing realm in advance. Hearing this, Myrtle's smile deepened. No need for that. You can join Anshan Abbey now. I'll write to master once you've joined. After hearing this, Kelvin declared earnestly that he wanted to join Anshan Abbey and urged Myrtle to write to their master. You must be sure. Interrupted mid-sentence. Myrtle saw Kelvin interrupt her solemnly. You don't have to say anything more. From now on, Anshan Abbey is my home. Whoever touches Anshan Abbey, I, Kelvin, will oppose them with all my might. All right then. Myrtle sighed, then drew a dagger, which glinted ominously. A clearly formidable weapon. What are you doing? Kelvin asked nervously as Myrtle approached. You know Anshan Abbey's rules? Since its founding, Anshan Abbey has never admitted any men. So, joining Anshan Abbey means some adjustments are needed. Myrtle waved the dagger, subtly eyeing Kelvin's vital parts. Wait, you're going to sabotage your own future happiness? Even if you want the big sausage, there's no rush. Kelvin blurted out instinctively. Big sausage? Myrtle paused, realizing Kelvin's implication. Her face turned bright red, especially remembering her offer to eat the big sausage. Embarrassed, she turned and left hastily. Wait, let's discuss joining Anshan Abbey and getting me a protector. Kelvin shouted after her retreating figure, but she ignored him. Brat, trying to compete with me. It won't take long to get you. Watching Myrtle leave flustered, Kelvin felt quite triumphant. After all, who was he? A seasoned player. Myrtle, despite her mischievous nature, was still naive compared to him. A nobleman, there's a group of citizens from Yuzhou outside. They want to expose the crimes of the Pan clan and deliver an urgent message directly to you. A guardian announced respectfully to Kelvin, breaking his reverie. Surprised, Kelvin hadn't expected any Yuzhou citizens to come forward. Without hesitation, he went to the front hall. There stood about 8 Yuzhou citizens, including women and Aryangli people, dressed in ragged clothes like refugees. Upon seeing Kelvin, they fell to their knees, bowing fervently. Sir Phelan, please help us. Sir Phelan, please save us. Don't kneel. Speak freely about your grievances. I will do justice for you. Lifting an old man to his feet, Kelvin addressed the crowd. We were all victims of the Pan clan, barely escaping, hiding like rats, terrified of being caught again. Only today, after learning Sir Phelan crippled crews and issued a proclamation, did we dare come forward. Casey wiped tears away, explaining bitterly. You escaped from where? The Pan clan colluded with Feishing Valley to capture us and hand us over as sacrifices to dark cultists. Some managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. Many more citizens of Yuzhou are still trapped in Feishing Valley. We'll act. Since I know, I cannot stand idle. Thank you, sir. Stopping them from kneeling again, Kelvin instructed the guardians to escort them back safely. Watching them leave, Kelvin's expression turned thoughtful, contemplating his next move. The Pan family are not the demon cultists of the capital. Their influence in Yuzhou City far exceeds your imagination. And after what happened last night, I can't help but feel that there's more to Yuzhou City than meets the eye. Have you thought about how to handle this? Kia took a grape from Kelvin, eating it as she spoke to him. Why don't you call over all the masters and senior sisters from Anshanjai, and we can just flatten the Pan family. Revised. Why don't you call over all the masters and senior sisters from Anshanjai, and we'll crush the Pan family outright. For better fluency and context, it would be more appropriate to say, why don't you summon all the masters and senior sisters from Anshanjai, and together we can wipe out the Pan family. However, since Anshanjai seems to be a specific name that should remain unchanged, why don't you summon all the masters and senior sisters from Anshanjai, and together we can wipe out the Pan family. After eating another grape, Kelvin sat up and said with a laugh to Kia. Kia was speechless at his suggestion. Regardless of whether they could gather everyone from Anshanjai, should be edited to. Regardless of whether they could gather everyone from Anshantai, should be corrected to. Regardless of whether they could gather everyone from Anshan Sect. This ensures the sentence reads naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. However, the original text uses Anshanjai, which seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. For better coherence, it should be either fully in English or fully in Chinese. Assuming Anshan Sect is the proper translation, regardless of whether they could gather everyone from Anshan Sect, this version accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally, and maintains consistency. The fact was that Kelvin had come here on the Emperor's orders, working for the Emperor. She had already shown her support by coming along with him, yet he still tried to involve Anshanjai. Asterisk note, Anshanjai should be Anshanjai, Anshanjai. However, for better readability and consistency in English, it should be translated as Anshan Abbey. Here is the corrected sentence asterisk. She had already shown her support by coming along with him, yet he still tried to involve Anshan Abbey. Why don't you just ask the Emperor to send in the army and wipe out the Pan family? Kia rolled her eyes at Kelvin. The Emperor isn't my fiancé. Moreover, think about it. Given our relationship, I'm practically half of Anshan Abbey already. Note, Anshanjai should be translated as Anshan Abbey to maintain consistency and fluency in English. If someone from Anshanjai is being bullied, Anshanjai wouldn't just sit back and do nothing, right? Correction. If someone from Anshan Shrine is being bullied, Anshan Shrine wouldn't just sit back and do nothing, right? For consistency and clarity in English, it's better to translate Anshanjai as Anshan Shrine and maintain this terminology throughout the text. What a joke. Anshanjai has never accepted male disciples since its founding. Note, for consistency and accuracy, Anshanjai should be Anshan Abbey in English to maintain fluency and natural reading. Revised sentence. What a joke. Anshan Abbey has never accepted male disciples since its founding. Kia found Kelvin's ability to latch onto ideas quite remarkable. They weren't even married yet, and he already considered himself part of Anshanjai. Correction. They weren't even married yet, and he already considered himself part of Anshan Abbey. Shaking her head, she decided to focus on eating her grapes and ignore Kelvin, fearing that if she kept talking, he might next claim to be the head of Anshanjai. Shaking her head, she decided to concentrate on her grapes and not respond to Kelvin, afraid that if she continued the conversation, he might as well suggest becoming the head of Anshanjai. Note, Anshanjai should be Anshanjai or Anshanjai Hermitage in a consistent way throughout the text. Here it's better to use Anshan Hermitage for clarity and fluency in English. Improved version. Shaking her head, she decided to focus on eating her grapes and ignore Kelvin, afraid that if she kept talking, he might as well suggest becoming the head of Anshan Hermitage. Alright, then as a member of Anshan Chai, should be revised to. Alright, then as a member of Anshan Abbey. This ensures the name is consistently translated and reads naturally in English. We don't need everyone from Anshan Chai to come. Correction. We don't need everyone from Anshan Chai to come. Should be translated as, we don't need everyone from Anshan Chai to come. Further correction for consistency and fluency. We don't need all the members of Anshan Abbey to come. For better fluency and naturalness in English, it's preferable to use Anshan Abbey instead of Anshan Chai, as Abbey is more recognizable and fits the context better. Just send me one protector. It doesn't have to be too strong. A xuanhuan would be overkill. Just someone roughly like your protector would be fine. Seeing Kia's silence, Kelvin continued speaking. Sure, if you join Anshan Chai, I'll have my master assign a guardian to you. Note. For better fluency and accuracy in English, Anshan Chai should be either translated or transliterated. If Anshan Chai is a proper name, it should be consistently transliterated as Anshan Chai. Here's the improved version. Sure, if you join Anshan Chai, I'll have my master assign a guardian to you. Kia smiled like a demoness, looking at Kelvin. Kelvin felt something was off upon hearing her words. His intention was just to tease Kia. He never seriously considered involving Anshan Chai. Note. For consistency and clarity, I would suggest using Anshan Abbey instead of Anshan Chai in the rest of the text, as it seems to be the name of a place or organization and should have a consistent English translation. Revised sentence. Kelvin felt something was off upon hearing her words. His intention was just to tease Kia. He never seriously considered involving Anshan Abbey. But why not take advantage of this situation? Having a protector would certainly make things easier. After we get married, Anshan Chai will also be my home. Corrected to. After we get married, Anshan Abbey will also be my home. Let's have our master send over an expert of Jingjing realm first, as an advance. Hearing Kelvin's words, Kia's smile widened. There's no need for all that trouble. You can join Anshan Abbey now. Note, Anshan Abbey is used to maintain consistency in terminology and to ensure it reads naturally in English. After joining, I'll write to my master immediately. Kelvin nodded resolutely, declaring his willingness to join Anshan Chai and asked Kia to write to her master. Edited for fluency and accuracy. Kelvin nodded firmly, expressing his determination to join Anshan Chai and requested Kia to write to her master. Note, Anshan Chai should be Anshan Chai, Anshan Shrine, or another appropriate translation of the name, depending on previous terminology used in the document. For consistency and clarity, it would be better if we have a proper translation for Anshan Chai. If it's a specific name or title that has been previously translated, please provide that version. Improved version. Kelvin nodded firmly, expressing his determination to join Anshan Shrine, and asked Kia to write to her master. You sure about this? Before she could continue, Kelvin interrupted her firmly. You don't have to say anything. From now on, Anshan Chai is my home. Corrected to. You don't have to say anything. From now on, Anshan Chai is my home. For better fluency and consistency in English, it should be. You don't have to say anything. From now on, Anshan Chai is my home. Or more naturally, you don't need to say anything more. From now on, Anshan Chai will be my home too. Note. For the term Anshan Chai, if it's a proper noun or name of a place/organization, it might be better to keep it as is or provide an English translation or explanation depending on previous context. Here I assume it needs to be kept as is due to it being likely a name or specific term. Whoever touches Anshan Chai, Kelvin, will stand against them. Corrected to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Whoever lays a hand on Anshan Chai, Kelvin, will be their implacable enemy. However, there seems to be an inconsistency with Anshan Chai. It should be either fully translated or fully in its original form. If Anshan Chai is a proper name, it's backing away without looking back. Funny girl, trying to match wits with me. Piece of cake. Watching Kia's flustered figure, Kelvin felt triumphant. Who was Kelvin? The Sea King. Kia, despite her devilish personality, was still an inexperienced girl. How could she possibly compete with Kelvin, the seasoned pro? Master, there are a group of citizens from Yuzhou City outside the door. They say they want to expose the crimes of the Pan family and deliver an important message directly to you. At that moment, a guardian entered and reported to Kelvin respectfully. Hearing this, Kelvin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect citizens of Yuzhou to dare come forward to accuse the Pan family. Without much thought, he headed straight for the front hall. There stood around 8 citizens of Yuzhou City. Among them were women and Aryats. Their clothing was extremely ragged, as if they had been refugees. When they saw Kelvin, they all knelt down in a rush, kowtowing to him. Lord Phelan, please help us. Lord Phelan, please save us. These people spoke tearfully to Kelvin. Please stand up. Whatever grievances you have, speak freely, and I will give you justice. Kelvin helped an Aryanli man with white hair stand up and address the crowd. Lord Phelan, we are all victims of the Pan family who barely managed to escape. We've been hiding like rats in sewers, terrified of being recaptured. Kia felt speechless. Setting aside the possibility of summoning everyone from Anshan Sect, considering that Kelvin was here under imperial command to handle affairs for the emperor, and she had already been very supportive by coming along, he shouldn't be thinking about involving Anshan Sect further. Why don't you ask the emperor to send a massive army to wipe out the Pan family? Kia rolled her eyes at Kelvin. The emperor isn't my fiancé, Kelvin retorted. Think about it, with our relationship, I'm practically half of Anshan Sect, right? If Anshan Sect people are being bullied, Anshan Sect can't just stand by and do nothing. Anshan Sect has never admitted male disciples since its establishment. Kia realized how adept Kelvin was at jumping on opportunities. He hadn't even married her yet, but already considered himself an insider of Anshan Sect. Kia shook her head, deciding to concentrate on her grapes and ignore Kelvin. She feared that if they kept talking, Kelvin might start planning to become the leader of Ancient Sect. Well, as an insider of Ancient Sect, we don't need everyone from Ancient Sect to come. Just send me a guardian would be fine. They don't need to be too strong. Sending a xuanhuan level person feels too overwhelming. Just someone with the strength of your guardian would suffice. Seeing Kia remain silent, Kelvin continued. Alright. Has never admitted any men. So joining Ancient Sect will require some sacrifice from you. Kia waved the knife, intentionally or unintentionally looking at Kelvin's vital parts. Are you trying to sabotage our future together? You don't need to be so eager for a large sausage. Kelvin blurted out instinctively. Large sausage? Hearing these familiar words, Kia froze before realizing what Kelvin meant. Her porcelain face turned crimson like a ripe apple, especially remembering she'd offered to eat it herself. Her cheeks flushed even redder. Embarrassed, she turned and walked away rapidly. Her pace was faster than Kelvin had ever seen. Wait, let's discuss more about joining Ancient Sect and getting a guardian assigned. Kelvin shouted after the quickly departing Kia. But Kia ignored him and kept walking. Funny little thing, challenging me. Got you pegged within seconds. Watching Kia's defeated back, Kelvin felt highly satisfied. After all, who was he? A seasoned player. Even though Kia had a demonic personality, she was still a naive girl, no match for his experience. Sir, there's a group of citizens from Yuzhou outside. They say they wish to expose the crimes of the Pan family and convey a message to you. At this moment, a mirror storm entered and respectfully informed Kelvin. Kelvin was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected any citizens of Yuzhou would dare to report the Pan family's crimes here. Without further ado, he headed to the front hall. There stood 7 or 8 citizens of Yuzhou, including women and Aryans. They were dressed in tattered clothes, like refugees. Upon seeing Kelvin, they hurriedly knelt and bowed to him. Master Phelan, please give us justice. Master Phelan, please save us. They pleaded tearfully. Don't kneel, speak your grievances. I promise to uphold justice for you. Kelvin helped a white-haired old man up and addressed the crowd. Master Phelan, we've all been victims of the Pan family, barely escaping, living like rats, hiding everywhere, fearing capture again. Today, hearing that Master Phelan had crippled crews and issued a proclamation, we dared to come here. KC wiped her tears and bitterly recounted. Do you mean you escaped? From where? Colluding with Feishing Valley, the Pan family captured us and handed us over as sacrifices to the devil cultists. We managed to escape unnoticed. Many citizens of Yuzhou are still held captive in Feishing Valley. You can rest assured. Knowing this, I won't ignore it. Thank you, sir. They were about to bow again but were stopped by Kelvin, who then instructed the mirror storm to escort them back. Watching them leave, Kelvin's gaze grew deep, lost in thought. Chapter 373, Bohan. In Feishing Valley, Kelvin had seen Yuzhou City's records on his way. It was a second-rate minor sect, with the sect leader's strength merely at the peak of the convergence realm, making him the most powerful person in the entire sect. A sect of such caliber didn't even require Jaylene to take action. Kelvin, along with the mirror storms, could easily take it over. After all, when Kelvin had just become a convergence realm expert, he alone killed Kiefer and his group. However, for some inexplicable reason, Kelvin felt something wasn't quite right. Firstly, these several citizens from Yuzhou City arrived too conveniently. Although he had disabled crews, the Pan clan hadn't been severely damaged. Logically speaking, the citizens of Yuzhou City should still be uncertain and watchful. Yet, these people came directly to his residence. Secondly, they claimed to have escaped from Feishing Valley, but they were only ordinary citizens of Yuzhou City. Despite being a third-rate sect, Feishing Valley served as a critical blood food supply point for the demon path practitioners, presumably heavily guarded. How did these ordinary citizens escape from the perilous Feishing Valley? Contemplating this, Kelvin summoned Caitlin. Sir, what can I do for you? Caitlin bowed respectfully. Go to Feishing Valley for reconnaissance. You don't need to go deep, but ensure your own safety first. Kelvin instructed. Caitlin left after receiving the order. He was quite capable, being an expert in the Tongxian mirror and adept at movement techniques, making him suitable for such a task. Meanwhile, within Feishing Valley, originally, months and hours, their taste is simply divine. The eagle-nosed man licked his lips and smiled perversely as he spoke. The master is planning a significant event with the Pan clan. Once it's successful, we won't have to worry about Xandra. Hurry up, let's get back to work. We'll suffer if the master gets angry. After saying this, the two walked away. Inside the secret chamber, a triangle-eyed, mule-faced man was eating a blood pill refined from human life. Swallowing the blood pill, blood-colored essence energy enveloped the man, emitting heavy malevolent chi. If Xandra were here, she would immediately recognize the man as the same Bohan whom she personally injured. Bohan was an ambitious person who refused to remain beneath others. When Xandra was away for some time, Bohan became increasingly active, forming alliances within the demon path. He found many like-minded people and even recruited Xandra's maidservant. When Xandra returned, she intended to ambush her with a poison feared by the demon path. Unfortunately, the maid became nervous and exposed herself, also revealing Bohan. Bohan thought that with his numbers and being a fellow Exit View realm expert, he could challenge Xandra. But that battle was brutal. Apart from Bohan, everyone else died. Even Bohan barely survived with severe injuries. The Pan clan sheltered him in Yuzhou City, devising a plan to hide in Feishing Valley. After many years, his injuries finally healed to a certain extent. Reflecting on his years of hiding like rats, venomous hatred gleamed in his eyes. Xandra, once my grand plan succeeds, you will pay the price. At that time, I'll reclaim everything that belongs to me. And you, prepare to be my concubine. Imagining Xandra's beautiful face and curvaceous body made Bohan feel intensely aroused, greed glaring in his eyes. He had lusted after Xandra for a long time, but lacking the strength, he couldn't satisfy his desires. Master, according to our report, there's a sneaky figure outside Feishing Valley. Judging by the attire, it seems to be someone from Godfrey. Should we kill him outright? The eagle-nosed man reported to Bohan. He's quite cautious. Bohan laughed disdainfully and said, no need, just keep everything as usual. He then thought for a moment and added, tell the disciples to conceal their cultivation levels and not let him suspect anything. The Pan clan had already communicated their plan to lure Kelvin here. Bohan did not refuse, knowing that the dark golden gourd on Kelvin's body was a treasure desired by the other four as well. If Bohan and the Pan clan could secretly eliminate Kelvin, they could claim the treasure alone, abandoning the rest and completing the plan independently. Yes. The eagle-nosed man received the order and relayed it. Caitlin, who had infiltrated Feishing Valley, remained unaware that he had been detected. Moving cautiously, apart from the countless white bones in the flower bed, he found nothing unusual. When Caitlin tried to probe the core area of Feishing Valley, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Who is it? Who dares to intrude upon Feishing Valley? A ninth-rank Feishing Valley disciple brandished his weapon angrily. More and more Feishing Valley disciples surrounded Caitlin. Without hesitation, Caitlin dashed toward the distance. The eagle-nosed man watched Caitlin leave, smiling sinisterly. The bait had been cast, waiting for the fish to bite. Hashtag chapter 374. The mysterious Gabrielle. Jerry returned to the mansion and meticulously recounted everything he had witnessed in Flying Star Valley to Kelvin. When Kelvin heard about the multitude of white bones among the flowers, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although it was common for those of the demonic path to capture civilians for blood sacrifices, each individual had different methods of handling these sacrifices. To clean up so thoroughly was very rare. Contemplating this, Kelvin prepared to leave on a trip. Naturally, he was going to see his beloved Vicky. When Kelvin learned that the Pan family provided blood sacrifices to the demonic sects, he specifically studied their background. There was one particularly intriguing incident. An internal conflict within the demonic path had been quelled by Dara with swift and decisive action. Shortly after, a devastating plague broke out in Yuzhou City, claiming many lives. This event shocked even the emperor, who immediately dispatched imperial physicians to investigate. However, by the time they arrived, the plague had already been contained. The city governor reported, the infected were quarantined and incinerated, preventing further spread. The matter was eventually dropped as no more deaths occurred, but now reflecting on it, Kelvin suspected that it was not just an ordinary plague. Hence, he decided to meet Vicky. Ever since Kelvin left the capital, although Dara did not accompany him, she too departed from the capital. According to her, you risked your life to help me obtain the antidote. With nothing pressing to do recently, I figured I would take a stroll in Yuzhou City. Upon hearing this news, Kelvin couldn't help but silently comment, she's such a cool, proud little cutie. If you want to protect me, just say so. I wouldn't mind at all. Of course, he only voiced these thoughts internally. Are you going out? Kia saw Kelvin heading towards the gate and asked, do you want to come? I can take you shopping, Kelvin replied with a smile. Kelvin didn't mention shopping to begin with, but it reminded her of when he promised to take her shopping in the capital. Instead, he dressed her like a beggar and took her around the slums, boasting it was for her to explore freely. Though Kelvin was also disguised as a beggar, that experience needed to happen only once. I've heard that Yuzhou City salted goose is quite delicious. Bring me two when you return. With that, Kia walked towards Nikki's room. Kelvin smiled and exited his courtyard. He wasn't taking Kia along on this visit to Vicky. Mentioning shopping was a way to remind her of the events in the capital. If she insisted on coming, he had countless ways to dissuade her. After all, the title of Sea King was well earned. After leaving the courtyard, Kelvin didn't immediately head to Kia's quarters, but instead bought some famous salted goose and 2 cups of cold osmanthus soup, one for himself and one for Vicky. Holding the salted goose, Kelvin walked into an empty street and vanished in a flash. 15 minutes later, he arrived at an ancient courtyard. Leaping over the wall, he landed inside. Who's there? A powerful gust came toward him, but Kelvin dodged with a sidestep. Don't attack until you've identified who it is, or you'll never find a husband, Kelvin teased Gabrielle. Are you a thief? Why didn't you use the front door? Gabrielle relaxed upon recognizing Kelvin but frowned disapprovingly. Yes, I'm such an encounter. To avoid getting hurt, Kelvin handed over his share of the cold osmanthus soup with a tearful expression. Can something so black be safe to drink? Are you trying to poison me? Gabrielle scrutinized the drink disdainfully. It appeared black due to its special processing method, hiding the osmanthus inside. Not drinking meant returning it. If only he could fight back, Kelvin would show her what don't push really means. However, the current situation left him no choice but to bow down. Yuzhou City's specialty, guaranteed not to disappoint, Kelvin insisted earnestly. Why are you here? A cool voice interrupted, demanding attention. Hashtag chapter 375. This is what they call true fragrance. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him. Upon hearing this, Kelvin glanced over and saw Dara, who was as captivating as ever. Great Era, have you been well recently? Seeing Dara approaching, Kelvin greeted her first. Yes, the antidote you exchanged for last time was very effective. My cultivation has now fully recovered. Ineen, what is that in your hand? Dara asked curiously. To thank Gabrielle for accompanying me into the tiger's den to obtain the antidote for the era, Kelvin hurriedly explained before Gabrielle could reply. I specially bought a cup of ice osmanthus. I'll bring more next time, Kelvin said. Dara tore off a piece of goose meat and put it in her mouth, then asked, why did you come see me? Era, there was a traitor in our sect years ago, who joined many others in plotting to usurp your position. Is this person dead or not? Kelvin asked. You mean Bohan? Dara replied casually. He's probably dead. Bohan was a defeated enemy in her eyes, both past and present. Thus, she didn't care about his fate. Even if he were still alive, she had the power to end his life again. Why probably? Kelvin questioned, puzzled. If someone is dead, Why use probably? Many people were involved in that incident, most of whom I killed on the spot. Although Bohin didn't die immediately, his injuries were severe. He only survived by using the blood shield technique. After using that, even a lower-level cultivator could easily kill him. With severe injuries, Bohin faced attacks from both the righteous sects and fellow demons. Therefore, I believe he must be dead, Dara explained while eating the salted water goose. Unbeknownst to her, if any other demon dared to ask such a question, they would have long become one of her casualties. But because it was Kelvin asking, she found it reasonable. Hearing this, Kelvin became more certain of his suspicions. Era, I might have discovered Bohan's whereabouts. That treacherous dog once plotted to usurp your position and harm you. Now, hidden away, he's likely planning something sinister. As your loyal subordinate, I cannot ignore this. You've discovered Bohan's trail? Dara said. After so many years, his cultivation would far exceed yours. Bohin has always coveted your position. Even if I can't defeat him, I cannot overlook him. Kelvin declared firmly, showing determination. Initially, Dara hadn't cared much about Bohin, even after Kelvin mentioned discovering his whereabouts. However, after listening to Kelvin's words, she felt Bohin was better off dead. If Kelvin rashly confronted him and got hurt, it would be undesirable. Kelvin was her most loyal subordinate and shouldn't get injured. Yes, that was the case. Where is Bohin? Dara's voice carried a hint of killing intent. I'm not entirely sure yet, just a trace. When I find him, I will report back immediately, Kelvin responded carefully. He didn't mention Feishing Valley directly because, while he suspected it, he wasn't certain. If Dara acted prematurely, Asia might connect it to him. Though their relationship had improved, Kelvin couldn't be sure if Asia would inform in Shanzhai or Alton. Got it. Crush this jade pendant if you discover Bohin, and I'll arrive immediately. Dara tossed Kelvin a jade pendant, smooth and cool to the touch. With Dara's pendant, the Feishing Valley mission gained an added layer of security. After chatting for a while, Kelvin prepared to leave. Take the remaining half of the salted water goose to eat, Dara suggested after finishing her isosmanthus soup. The goose was indeed delicious. She had eaten nearly half of it. Kelvin had barely touched his portion, accommodating her. Such a loyal and thoughtful subordinate deserved half. Thank you, Era, Kelvin said gratefully. If you encounter any problems, come find me. I'll be in Yuzhou City for a while, Dara said coldly. Without waiting for a response, she stood up and left to rest. What a cold-faced yet kind-hearted little cutie, Kelvin thought, clearly concerned for him, but unable to express it outright. Kelvin shook his head and headed out, choosing to return via the same route. From afar, he saw Gabrielle sitting under a tree, savoring the isosmanthus soup with obvious delight. Her eyes were half closed as if enjoying a world-class delicacy. This is what they call true fragrance. Kelvin pondered inwardly. Chapter 376, Storm Stirring. At this moment, Gabrielle was leaning against a large tree. A gentle breeze brushed past her cool face, lifting her silky strands of hair. She appeared as if she had walked out of a painting. Who's there? Seemingly sensing someone approaching, Gabrielle abruptly stood up. When she saw that the person was Kelvin, Gabrielle relaxed. Yet, in the next instant, her usually cold face turned slightly red as if she had just remembered something. Earlier, Gabrielle had complained about the chilled osmanthus soup in front of Kelvin but ended up enjoying it thoroughly. The key point was that she got caught red-handed by the very person who brought it. This made Gabrielle feel somewhat embarrassed. However, the embarrassment did not last more than 3 seconds before Kelvin broke the silence. Seeing me shouldn't make you so excited. But, I know I'm very handsome. You can't be blamed for losing control, Kelvin said narcissistically. That guy, if not disciplined every 3 days, he'd go wild. It seemed he wouldn't remember his manners unless taught a lesson again. Gabrielle glared at Kelvin with an unkind look, feeling provoked once more. Kelvin, sensing Gabrielle's malice, wisely chose to change the subject. The isosmanthus soup I specially brought for you looks average, but does it taste good? As he spoke, Kelvin glanced casually at the half-drunk bowl of chilled osmanthus soup in Gabrielle's hand. They say when one eats from another's plate, they become indebted. Having drunk the chilled osmanthus soup given by Kelvin, Gabrielle felt it would be improper to beat him up now. It tastes okay. The weather is too hot, so I drank a bit to quench my thirst. Gabrielle would never admit it tasted good in front of Kelvin. Otherwise, wouldn't that be like slapping herself in the face? Kelvin inwardly chuckled. Just a little? You've almost finished half the bowl. Women indeed have stubborn tongues. In the past, he'd always use a certain method to deal with such stubbornness. Don't push me too far. It didn't taste good because you didn't have it with saltwater goose. Look, this is what I specifically begged the master for you. I am treating you well. Kelvin raised his hand and showed the saltwater goose. Seeing the saltwater goose in Kelvin's hand, Gabrielle's heart stirred. If Kelvin only brought the saltwater goose for Dara, Gabrielle wouldn't have commented. After all, this person was flattering her senior sister. But in the end, Kelvin still thought of her. This made Gabrielle feel like she was being taken care of. After Kelvin befriended their master, he hadn't shown much favor towards her anymore. She had never experienced such care before. Daydreaming? Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Kelvin thrust the saltwater goose into Gabrielle's hands. Not just saltwater goose. I've eaten goose before. You eat. I have things to do. Kelvin's voice faded as he disappeared from the courtyard in a ghostly blur. Gabrielle stared at Kelvin's retreating figure for a long while. Then she delicately tore off a piece of the goose meat, putting it in her mouth to savor. Indeed, it's quite delicious. Gabrielle nodded. Didn't I tell you it would be tasty? Suddenly, Kelvin poked his head over the wall. Gabrielle froze. Kelvin! Her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Eat, eat. This time I'm really leaving. With that, Kelvin vanished. Watching Kelvin flee faster than a rabbit, Gabrielle felt a twinge of disappointment. After taking several turns, Kelvin did not return immediately. After strolling around for a while, he went to the shop selling saltwater goose. Having already brought saltwater goose for Vicky Bao, he naturally couldn't show favoritism and forget his little wife at home. Master, Didn't you just buy saltwater goose for your wife? How could you come back so soon to buy another one? The shop boy asked curiously upon seeing Kelvin. Kelvin had a charming appearance and an extraordinary aura, making a deep impression on the boy. When Kelvin first came to buy saltwater goose, claiming it was for his wife, the boy admired him as a good husband. Yet within an hour, Kelvin returned to buy another. Could his wife be some big-boned, bottomless pit? Thinking this, the shop boy looked at Kelvin with pity. What a pity for such a handsome Bruno to be married to a hag. Just now was for my Aryan wife, and this is for my younger wife. One cannot play favorites, right? Kelvin said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the shop boy was stunned. He thought Kelvin must have a great knew if she didn't shift the topic now, she'd be at his mercy. Of course, remove it. Kelvin smiled, then grabbed Myrtle's hand and flew into the air. The Pan family has committed countless atrocities. Tomorrow, I, Jingtai Kelvin, will lead the Jingtai forces to eradicate the power of Feishing Valley. Kelvin's voice roared like thunder across Yuzhou City. Standing closest to Kelvin, the shop boy's face showed shock. He never expected the Bruno buying saltwater goose to be the Jingtai Kelvin who had disabled crews. The ordinary citizens, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope amidst their usual apathy. But the Ellis of the Pan family merely sneered, secretly ordering the clan's experts to ambush near Feishing Valley, ready to catch Kelvin off guard. Because of Kelvin's one sentence, suddenly, Yuzhou City was in turmoil. Chapter 377. Not even a dog would eat it, and you expect me to? Unlike the turbulent outside world, peace reigned in the private courtyard where Kelvin resided. Kia and Kelvin were seated at a table, enjoying salted water goose. Though she had just enjoyed salted water goose with Vicky, following the principle of fairness, Kia couldn't be neglected. As an excellent sea king, one must keep the little fish in the pond happy. Do you not worry about ambushes if you loudly announce your plan to deal with Feishing Valley tomorrow? Kia asked after taking a bite of goose leg. Well, there's still you around. If we can't handle it, we'll rally more people. The Anshan Shrine wouldn't just stand by and watch their deity and son-in-law get bullied by outsiders, right? Kelvin said matter-of-factly. You really treat the Anshan Shrine like home, don't you? Kia said, taken aback. She thought Kelvin had some comprehensive plan for attacking Feishing Valley tomorrow, but his casual attitude didn't seem like he had a plan at all. Although Kia was the deity of Anshan Shrine, there were still Aryans and her master in charge. Note, I've changed Anshan Jai to Anshan Shrine, for a more natural English expression. We have a marriage agreement. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. Kelvin said as he took another bite of goose. Hearing this, Kia nearly threw the goose leg at his head. Listen to that nonsense. What did it mean? What's mine is yours, but what's mine is still mine. It seemed she not only had to marry him, but also provide dowry without getting anything in return. Don't just sit there. Eat quickly, or it'll be gone soon. Kelvin reminded her when he noticed Kia in a daze. When she looked down at the table, black lines appeared on her beautiful forehead. In no time, Kelvin had devoured an entire goose. Only a goose but remained on the table. Wasn't the salted water goose supposed to be for her? She only got one goose leg. The rest went straight into Kelvin's stomach. Kia was furious, glaring at Kelvin as she bit into the goose leg with force. Hey, aren't you going to eat the goose butt? This is very tasty. I specially saved it for you. Try it. Ignoring Kia's expression, Kelvin picked up the goose butt and offered it to her mouth. Kia recoiled in disgust. Eat a goose butt? No way, even if starving. What a delicious thing you're missing out on. What a waste. Kelvin shook his head regretfully, then examined the goose butt closely. Such a good thing shouldn't go to waste. Thinking Kelvin might eat it, Kia leaned back in disdain, as if to say, I don't know this person, but Kelvin didn't eat it. Instead, he continued, let's leave it for Xiaohuan. Xiaohuan was a dog Nicky found, named for its yellow fur. He threw it to Xiaohuan. Xiaohuan sniffed it and turned away disdainfully. Kia's face darkened. Didn't you say the goose butt was delicious? Didn't you say you kept it for me? And now you throw it to the dog? You're telling me you saved something even a dog wouldn't eat for me? Kelvin, you? Kia trembled in rage, pointing at him. She'd never met such an infuriating man. Usually, whether a prodigy or a commoner, everyone adored her. As the deity of Anshan Shrine, she had never been so humiliated. Note, Anshan Shrine is used here as it seems to be a name that should retain some level of it secretly. Kia agreed without refusal. Even if Kelvin hadn't asked, her guardian would have accompanied them. Another small favor? Kia asked, agreeing as expected. Though she came to Yuzhou City with her own agenda, Kelvin knew his importance since she traded the antidote for him. Until she achieved her goal, Kia wouldn't let Kelvin die. Anything else? I sense I can advance to mid-oneness realm, but I lack spirit stones and enhancing herbs. Can you give me some? Kia handed over a sky blue silk pouch. I didn't bring much this time. Here's everything. Kelvin checked inside. The pouch contained 100,000 spirit stones and 50,000 enhancing herbs, more than Vicky provided for reaching the oneness realm. Not that Kia was richer than Vicky, who led the devil sect. Vicky had given Kelvin more based on typical promotion needs plus extra. Kia, having no immediate use, passed all her stock to Kelvin. Handing over the pouch, Kia returned to her room. Back in her room, Kia admired the bracelet under the sunset. The translucent bracelet adorned her snowy wrist beautifully, enhancing each other. Unconsciously, she smiled stunningly. Unfortunately, no one saw it, or it would have entranced many. After admiring it, she placed the bracelet in a precious golden sandalwood box, opening it to reveal a red bead pulsing with immense spirit energy, given by her master for cultivation enhancement. Placing the bracelet carefully in the box, Kia treated it more preciously than the bead. Satisfied with her actions, Kia smiled at the same time. Kelvin returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. Before him was the brocade pouch Kia had given him. With a thought, a mountain-like pile of spirit stones and enhancing herbs appeared in midair from the pouch. Powerful spiritual energy filled Kelvin's room. The moment the spirit stones and enhancing herbs appeared, Kelvin wasted no time and immediately began circulating the primal origin art. Although he had killed many people and absorbed their essences for cultivation, he found that using others' essence consumed more purple factors. With Yu Bao present, he decided it would be better to use spirit stones, more comfortable and practical since they were someone else's anyway. A steady stream of spiritual energy transformed into spiritual power, rushing into Kelvin's body. If someone had witnessed Kelvin's breakthrough, they would have been stunned. Such an immense amount of spiritual power. If not for an early one with all-realm cultivator, even a peak cultivator at this realm wouldn't dare absorb it all. Forcing the absorption of such intense spiritual power would ultimately lead to an explosive death. However, Kelvin was like a black hole, endlessly absorbing the spiritual power from 10,000 spirit stones and 50,000 enhancing herbs. The spiritual energy surged into Kelvin's body like a raging river. Though Kelvin hadn't begun absorbing the spiritual energy yet, he could feel its nourishing effects. He distinctly felt his physical strength increasing visibly. This time, the resources provided by Kia were very sufficient, so Kelvin did not immediately attempt to break through to the middle stage of one with all realm. Instead, he aimed to further refine his true essence. One reason why Kelvin had no equal at his level was due to his robust true essence. After all, cultivation is like building a house. True essence is the foundation. Only with a solid foundation can the house be built higher. Through relentless refinement, the already substantial true essence became even denser. If the true essence before refinement was like a sapling, then now it was like a towering tree. Even though Kelvin had not yet reached the middle stage of one with all realm, the density of his true essence far surpassed that of most cultivators at this stage. Even peak cultivators of the one with all realm would likely be astonished by the quality of his true essence. When the thickness of true essence could no longer be improved, Kelvin began converting the spiritual energy within his body into true essence. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emerged from Kelvin's extraordinary meridians and organs, far surpassing what an early stage one with all realm cultivator could produce. The false golden core nurtured by true essence and the laws of nature exuded even thicker in tint. Feeling the formidable power within his body, Kelvin brimmed with confidence. If he were to face Cruz again, Kelvin wouldn't need to move. The sheer power of the laws of nature alone would crush him. As the saying goes, 7 days in the mountains, 1,000 years in the world. There is no concept of time in cultivation. Although it sounds brief, Kelvin spent an entire night breaking through to the middle stage of one with all realm. It was now dawn of the next day. Despite staying up all night, Kelvin looked radiant, showing no sign of fatigue. Pushing open the door, Kelvin walked into the living room, where Zyra had already prepared breakfast. Kia was gracefully eating her breakfast. One with all realm middle stage? Sensing Kelvin's aura was different from yesterday, Kia exclaimed in surprise. Kelvin's breakthrough was within her expectations, but she sensed something different about him compared to other middle stage cultivators. Even the inadvertently emitted aura of the laws of nature surpassed what she had when she was at the middle stage. After all, Kia was the deity of Anshan Shrine, the leader of the young. The Mirror Guard needed to traverse the entire city of Yuzhou to reach Flying Star Valley. Yesterday's declaration by Kelvin had spread through every street and alley. Many residents of Yuzhou thought Kelvin was merely trying to intimidate them. However, seeing him depart today with the Mirror Guard, excitement filled their hearts. Director Phelan, may you return in triumph. One resident muttered under his breath. His voice was soft, but those nearby heard it. Thus, though small, the blessings for Kelvin echoed from each person's lips. Regardless of this venture's success, the people of Yuzhou would remember this director who fought for them. The collective thoughts of the people of Yuzhou converged into a flood, flowing into Kelvin's mind, transforming into purple essence. The purple essence consumed last night for advancing to mid-harmonization realm was now replenished. Perhaps because the Cameron had long oppressed the citizens of Yuzhou, the spiritual power from each citizen was purer than that of the capital's inhabitants. At this rate, Kelvin believed it wouldn't be long before peak harmonization realm was within reach. Then, using the domain of the sword, he could confidently face even cave spirit realm experts. This grand procession drew countless gazes from the citizens of Yuzhou. Even some who were still asleep got up after hearing from their families, stepping out to watch Kelvin depart. For a moment, Yuzhou City stood empty as everyone watched. Such a commotion naturally didn't escape the eyes of Yuzhou's mayor. Lord, Kelvin has already departed with the Mirror Guard for Flying Star Valley. Terry's steward reported. Sigh, what a pity, Terry lamented. Flying Star Valley wasn't unfamiliar to Terry. He had dispatched spies, none of whom returned. Some were cave spirit realm experts, highlighting Flying Star Valley's true strength beyond its facade of a third-rate sect. Terry wasn't optimistic about Kelvin's impulsive visit. Especially after yesterday's propaganda, Flying Star Valley and the Cameron must be well prepared. To Terry, Kelvin might have fared better by directly confronting the Cameron. With Kia of Tranquility Hall, even if Kelvin failed, he could at least deal a blow to the Cameron. Now, heading straight into their trap, Kelvin faced certain death. Looks like we'll have to find another opportunity. Terry looked deeply towards the direction of the Cameron, murmuring. Inside the secluded depths of the Cameron compound, an ancient courtyard nestled among flowers stood there, with the clan Aryan respectfully waiting outside. Ancestor, Kelvin and Tranquility Hall's spirit maiden are on their way to Flying Star Valley. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, please take action. After bowing respectfully, the courtyard door creaked open after a while. And Alice with silver hair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, stepped out, coughing weakly but radiating immense power. A scenic transcendence expert. You say the dark golden vase is with that boy? Yes, Ancestor. It was indeed taken by Kelvin. Humph, noted. With that, the Alice vanished. Only then did the clan leader rise, staring darkly towards Flying Star Valley. Kelvin, no matter who backs you, Augustine or Tranquility Hall, you won't escape. He turned away, leaving only one cave spirit expert among the Cameron. To prevent interference, others were sent to Flying Star Valley. Now it brimmed with over 10 harmonization experts and 5 cave spirit experts. Such a formidable lineup would deter even scenic transcendence experts. In contrast, Kelvin had only Kia, a cave spirit expert, and himself as a harmonization expert, along with mirror guards at peak Mystic Passage realm. Facing Flying Star Valley felt futile. As they approached Flying Star Valley, Kia's protector appeared. Miss, something's amiss here. Even he sensed a faint yet ominous presence inside. If not injured, he'd have confidence, but now at 70% capacity, he hesitated. Yet, he wasn't a regular scenic transcendence expert, having survived 3 strikes from Lindsay. Kia looked at Kelvin, who smiled. We've come this far. Why turn back? Kelvin stepped forward, with Kia following closely. The protector opened his mouth but said nothing. While he couldn't interfere with her decision, he swore silently to force her away if necessary, disregarding the others' lives. Upon cursed Kelvin's entire family tree. He had clearly warned him that something was amiss in Feishing Valley, yet not only did he ignore it, but insisted on breaking in. Now, they faced 2 Chujing realm experts. With many Dongling realm experts watching from the surroundings, even the Gay would have to pay a huge price to escape. Do you think we walked into the wrong place? Can you let us out? Before the Gay could respond, Kelvin addressed the Alice and Bohan. Ha ha ha. What an amusing lad. Yesterday, weren't you boldly proclaiming you'd level our Feishing Valley? Why the cowardice today? That's because I didn't know there were such powerful individuals like the 2 of you in Feishing Valley. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have brought people to attack, but to join you instead. What is this honored one called? Is Feishing Valley still recruiting disciples? Kelvin asked, looking directly at Bohan. This old man is Bohan. To join our Feishing Valley, you may. But first, kill the Xiuxian Pavilion maiden by your side. Since ancient times, practitioners of the demonic way and the 4 great fortunate lands have been irreconcilable. Now, with the sacred maiden of the 4 great fortunate lands right here, letting her go was unthinkable. Otherwise, once she achieved great power, the demonic path would gain another formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, the Gay became extremely cautious, his aura subtly locking onto Kelvin. Though Kia and Kelvin had a marital contract in the demonic path and be appointed as the lowest-ranking Aryan of the Cameron, the Alice tempted. As for what happened after killing Kia, that was their call. I feel my talents deserve more than being the lowest-ranked Aryan. Kelvin negotiated earnestly with the Alice. The boy lacks power but has grand ambitions. The Alice thought scornfully. Lad, I admire your talent. Kill Kia, and the position of 3rd Aryan is yours. Not just in the Cameron, Feishing Valley can offer you an Aryan position as well, Bohan added. Cameron 3rd Aryan and Feishing Valley Aryan, sounds good. But for someone of my caliber, it's still low. And you want me to kill the Xiuxian Pavilion's sacred maiden? Boy, I advise you to stop while you can. A Chujing realm expert's patience is limited. The Alice narrowed her eyes, growing impatient. Well see, your clan chief is old. The clan lacks vigor. As chief, I can lead it better, Kelvin paused. And isn't Feishing Valley missing a Valley Lord? His words made even the Alice and Bohan twitch. This boy has big ambitions. Mentioning becoming Valley Lord of Feishing Valley and clan chief of the Cameron. However, this convinced them that Kelvin genuinely intended to kill the Xiuxian Pavilion's sacred maiden. Considering Kelvin's lower realm compared to Kia, they figured adding helpers for him wouldn't be an issue as long as Kelvin delivered the final blow, solidifying his guilt. Alright, we agree. Then please transmit your powers to me. Transmit powers? What do you mean? Bohan and the Alice were confused. They only agreed to his positions, not power trans such a thing in the entire Dacian Empire. Ordinary people meeting a Chujing realm powerhouse would likely be terrified to the point of losing their minds. How could anyone entertain thoughts of negotiating with them? Kia's beautiful eyes shone as she watched Kelvin. Back in the capital, when Kelvin led a team to wipe out the leader of the demon sect, it left her impressed. However, at that time, there were Alton and great scholars present to support Kelvin, the mirror master of the Godfrey. But here in Yuzhou City, without Alton or any great scholars, Kelvin still stood calmly before 2 Chujing realm experts. Such composure was indeed rare in the world. Ricky and the Alice realized they had been toyed with by Kelvin. They felt a surge of fury, and their true essence inadvertently revealed itself. The weaker members of the demon sect around them were crushed to death by this unintentionally released aura. The Gay guarded Kia and others seriously, keeping the boundary storms safe from harm. Cough boy, are you challenging Chujing realm powerhouses? Be afraid of their wrath, the Alice said darkly after coughing. Don't waste words with them, just kill them. Ricky hissed angrily. With Ricky's command, the disciples of Feishing Valley and the young generation of the Pan family prepared to attack Kelvin and his group. The mirror guards looked at the encircling crowd grimly, drawing their weapons. Even though they were outnumbered, their eyes showed no fear, only a determined will to fight. As the tension reached its peak and a battle seemed imminent. Wait! Kelvin suddenly shouted loudly. Boy, even if you talk your head off, you cannot save your life today. Wah? Ricky's voice stopped abruptly because Kelvin had raised the dark gold pot high. The mental energy inside was being continuously shaken out, causing Ricky and the Alice pain. Although Kelvin initially didn't know the dark gold pot was connected to Ricky and the Alice, he and Kia had speculated on the matter due to the annihilation of Feiyu Sect. The person behind it must have included more than one Chujing realm expert. Therefore, upon seeing Ricky and the Alice, Kelvin guessed that Feishing Valley and the Pan family were involved. Their pained expressions confirmed his suspicion. Since you two don't want me to join, why don't we make a deal? As he spoke, Kelvin shook the dark gold pot faster, letting the mental energy spill out. Under normal circumstances, the dark gold pot wouldn't leak mental energy, but after Kelvin's repeated threats, it had truly become obedient. There was once when Kelvin threatened to throw it into the latrine, making it now fully compliant with his commands. Boy, stop. What deal do you want? The mental energy within the dark gold pot was collected with countless efforts over a long period. Its wasteful treatment by Kelvin made them feel like their hearts were twisting. I prefer peace and don't like engaging in fights, Kelvin said, placing the pot upright. Ricky and the Alice were two Xiuxian realm experts, while claiming to be afraid of Tongling realm ones? Who talked like that? The hot-tempered Ricky almost wanted to kill Kelvin regardless of the mental energy in the pot. But the strong hatred for Dara and the ambition for power forced Ricky to remain calm. With the dark gold pot, he could open the place and step on Dara. Just say what you want. Simple. Kill all these Tongling realm experts, and I'll give you the dark gold pot intact. Kelvin scanned the Tongling realm powerhouses. Boy, don't even think about. Before the Alice finished, she sensed a breeze near her. Next came cries of agony. Ricky had not only killed Feishing Valley's Tongling realm experts, but also those from the Pan family. Ricky, how dare you? The Alice pointed at Ricky, trembling with rage. Several Tongling realm experts from the Pan family were blood relatives of the Alice. Their death enraged her. They're just worthless garbage. If they die, we can always train new ones. That place is far more important than them. And we lost 4 Tongling realm experts from Feishing Valley, while your Pan family lost only 1. Ricky remained indifferent to the Alice's fury. Chapter 382. Sowing discord? The disciples of Feishing Valley and the Cameron were bewildered. Originally, everyone was united in hostility. Their murderous intent focused on Kelvin and his group. Seeing Kelvin's pity, Dongling realms can be cultivated again. Now your lifespan is running out. If you don't make progress soon, you probably don't have many years left. The thing in Kelvin's hand might be your only hope for longevity. To make progress, sacrificing a few Dongling realms is nothing, Ricky said indifferently. The Alice fell silent after hearing Ricky's words. She knew what Ricky said was true. Her lifespan was almost at its end, and her only hope was the secret land. To open the secret land, she needed the mental force in Kelvin's dark golden pot. Thus, every bit of mental force inside was precious and could not be wasted. I hope this is the last time you take action against Cameron members. Next time, don't blame me for turning my back. Although she agreed with Ricky inwardly, with the Cameron disciples watching, she couldn't let this slide without risking losing their loyalty. Unlike Ricky, these Cameron disciples were her blood relatives in some sense, some even being direct descendants. Ricky's sudden move also left Kelvin stunned. He had only intended to test the importance of the dark golden pot to Ricky, but he never expected Ricky to be so decisive, not hesitating for a moment to kill the Dongling realm experts capable of establishing a sect. This made Kelvin scrutinize the dark golden pot again. It seemed he had underestimated the dark golden pot. This thing must hold a huge secret, his dissatisfaction. However, due to the Xiuxian realm expert from Anshinzai present, and the need to cooperate for the mission to the secret land, they had not yet shown their true colors. Ricky, you've cooperated with us for many years, and we've always provided you with blood food and healing elixirs. Considering your familiarity with our methods, let me keep the dark golden pot, the Alice said. Not only was the Alice uneasy, but Ricky, who had devoured his family to increase his strength, wasn't willing to entrust the dark golden pot to the Cameron, no matter how they'd sheltered him during hard times. He trusted only himself. So Ricky replied, technically, having the Cameron keep it does seem appropriate. Then, changing the subject, he continued, however, the Cameron has become well known, drawing unwanted attention. Handing the dark golden pot over to you could lead to unnecessary trouble. For years, I've operated discreetly, keeping Feishing Valley hidden from the world. The dark golden pot would be safest with me. Previously, the dark golden pot was held by his subordinates when collecting spiritual energy from Yuzhou City citizens and later stored secretly under supervision. Now, seeing it right in front of them, their greed burned like wildfire. The boy is indeed cunning, managing to stir up suspicion between 2 Xiuxian realm experts inadvertently. Storm marveled internally. To be honest, regardless of whether he was in Unity or Peak Dongling realm, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly to Xiuxian realm experts. But despite admiring Kelvin's guts, he still found him unworthy of his young miss. In a crisis, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon Kelvin. Ricky and the Alice stood in a deadlock, each wanting to possess the dark golden pot themselves. Such a great treasure, they couldn't risk placing it in the other's hands. After all, now the dark golden pot held enough mental force to open the secret land. Whoever got it first would gain an advantage. Since you two are at odds, I have a suggestion. Would you consider it? Kelvin broke the silence. Hashtag chapter 383. Hand over the dark gold flask. At this moment, Storm felt like he wanted to strangle Kelvin. Isn't it better to let the 2 Jingxiang realm powerhouses fight each other? Why must you stick your neck out now? Storm's wounds from Frost Treasure had not yet fully healed, so he naturally didn't want to act if he could avoid it. Originally, Storm was hoping Bohin and the Alice would quickly start fighting so that he could reap the benefits. By then, being the highest cultivator present, he could claim the dark gold flask for safekeeping under the pretext of protecting Kelvin's interests. Wouldn't it be perfectly justified? Even if Tilly ordered otherwise, he could still argue that it was for Kelvin. The flask was like a hot potato. Although reluctant to part with it, he had no choice. Neither Bohin nor the Alice anticipated this move by Kelvin, leaving them stunned as well. Such a precious treasure as the dark gold flask. Would Kelvin easily hand it over to someone else? Could this be a fake? But observing the spiritual energy contained within the flask, they knew it was genuine. Kia watched Kelvin with an odd look, aware he harbored resentment over Storm using her as bait last time. Thus, while Kia found his actions peculiar, she did not intervene. Storm's behavior had been getting increasingly problematic, and Kia wanted to use this event as a warning to him. Hand over the dark gold flask. Realizing what was happening, the Alice's true essence surged, distorting the very fabric of space and time. Clearly angered, with the flask still on Kelvin, they could afford to relax since Kelvin was weak. But now with Storm holding it, both became anxious. If Storm managed to escape with the dark gold flask, they wouldn't even know where to look for him. Both cried in frustration. Instantly after the Alice unleashed her true essence, Bohin followed suit, creating a miniature universe from his chi that swiftly approached Storm. Though fast, Storm had anticipated this and blasted upward into the sky like a rocket. To avoid any misunderstanding from Kia, Storm shouted while fleeing, "Miss, the commotion caused by Xiuxian realm experts' battle is too intense. To ensure you're not affected, I'll draw them away. Quickly leave." A dazzling light erupted as he struck the protective shield above, momentarily blinding everyone. Once the light faded, the trio had vanished. However, occasional bursts of power from high up indicated Storm had been intercepted mid-escape. "Kelvin, your Storm is truly formidable, daring to face two Xiuxian realm experts alone. Truly worthy of Anshan Shrine." Kelvin gave a thumbs up to Kia, praising her. "It's all because of you. Do you think he wanted to?" Kia sighed inwardly at Kelvin's sarcasm. "How shall we deal with these people?" Kia gestured to the remaining disciples of Feishing Valley and the young talents of the Cameron. "What else? Keep them for farming?" Kelvin shrugged. The most challenging Tongling realm experts had already been slain by Bohan, leaving only those up to Peak High realm, which posed little threat to Kelvin or Kia. "Kelvin, don't be arrogant. Do you think you have us cornered?" Henley, a Peak High realm youth from the Cameron, glared at Kelvin. He knew about the capture of Cruz, but dismissed Kelvin given his lower rank. His sole concern was Kia's Tongling realm prowess. Waiting until the Patriarch defeated the Jingxiang realm expert, he thought Kia would be manageable. So, the key was delaying Kia. I might not experts already dead. Even the new generation's leader of the Pan family faced a life and death crisis. Although unclear about what happened, he felt fortunate for arriving in time. Otherwise, the Pan family might have suffered immense losses. After all, these Peak High realm powerhouses were no different from cabbages to Dongling realm experts. The clan leader of the Pan family fully unleashed his late Dongling realm strength. With a wave of his hand, true essence materialized into a pitch-black long sword, which shot towards Kia like lightning. Wherever the sword passed, chaos ensued. Facing the charging sword, Kia remained calm, showing no sign of fear. In the next moment, Kia swung her jade palm, unleashing a true essence-powered palm towards the sword. Upon collision between the sword and the jade palm, a powerful shockwave of true essence surged forth. Many present were sent flying. Fortunately, Kelvin blocked the shockwave in time. Otherwise, even the Shoujing people would suffer. "Arriving at such a bad time, couldn't you let me rest for a bit?" Kelvin complained. "Kelvin, your old lover has been stopped by our clan leader. Who do you think can save you now?" Henley looked at Kelvin with a sinister expression. If not for the timely arrival of the clan leader, he'd likely be dead under Kia's palm. Trace of Kelvin. "Looking for me?" Suddenly, Kelvin's voice sounded behind Henley, followed by a gust of wind making the hairs on his neck stand. Kelvin's formidable true essence enveloped his fist, smashing towards Henley. If this hit landed, even Henley, a Peak High realm expert, would die. At this critical moment, Henley darted away like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding Kelvin's fatal blow. Without using the sword domain, instantly killing a Peak High realm wasn't realistic. Kelvin mused as he saw his fist swinging through empty air. Anyone knowing Kelvin's thoughts would probably spit blood in anger. It was already difficult to challenge higher realms. Kelvin wanted to instantly kill a Peak High realm with a mid-level one. "Kid, you're pretty fast. If I hadn't reacted quick enough, you might have succeeded. But, you won't get another chance," Henley said grimly. Speaking, he charged at Kelvin. Though unsure how Kelvin avoided his power of heaven and earth, with his Peak High realm cultivation, he aimed to crush Kelvin. They immediately clashed. Kelvin's true essence transformed fluidly, into fists, palms, swords, too mesmerizing to follow. Even Henley struggled momentarily to respond. "Did you pick up your Peak High realm cultivation?" Kelvin taunted. Enraged beyond control by Kelvin's words, Henley yelled, 13 fatal swords. Suddenly, Chapter 385, Half-Baked? Henley's powerful aura spread across the scene, drawing countless people's attention. Kia, who was battling the Pan clan patriarch, paused mid-strike upon sensing the overwhelming energy that Henley emitted, reaching nearly the cavern's spirit realm. Though Kia knew Kelvin possessed the rudimentary form of a sword domain, only those who had ascended from Unity to Cavern Heaven realm could understand the vast difference between the two stages. Thus, a shadow of worry clouded her mind. Gathering her essence to solidify her domain power into the form of a palm, she attacked the Pan Patriarch with a destructive force. She aimed to use this move to push back the Pan Patriarch and rescue Kelvin. However, as if sensing Kia's intention, the Pan Patriarch no longer confronted her head-on. Instead, he adopted a guerrilla tactic, advancing when she retreated and retreating when she advanced. Given that his cultivation was already higher than Kia's, even though she was one of the 4 Great Blessed Lands divine maidens, it became incredibly challenging for her to subdue him. Henley's momentum continued to rise, finally stabilizing at the early stage Cavern Spirit realm. Breaking through on the battlefield? Kelvin remarked with slight surprise. Anyone capable of such a breakthrough was undoubtedly an elite. Especially crossing the threshold from Unity to Cavern Spirit realm was notoriously difficult. Even Kelvin felt a trace of astonishment in his eyes. It wasn't that Kelvin didn't want to stop Henley, but words take time. Henley completed the transition from Unity to Cavern. Realizing this, Kelvin deactivated the underworld sealing technique after sensing it. He felt using this power against a superficial Cavern Spirit expert would disrespect his own lifespan, unless he wanted to squander it or had a severe lapse in judgment. How long can you maintain this state? Kelvin smiled faintly, looking at Henley. Upon hearing this, Henley's expression changed abruptly. How did he figure it out? The secret technique he employed was rarely known even within the Pan clan, reserved only for Aryans, the Patriarch, and select leaders among the younger generation. Even Cruz, despite being an excellent clan member, wasn't qualified to learn this technique. Moreover, while using the secret technique depleted one's lifespan, it didn't visibly age the user. Henley intended to use this secret technique to suppress Kelvin with the aura of the Cavern Spirit realm, instilling infinite fear in the boy who dared harm him. But Kelvin's piercing gaze dashed Henley's plans. How long can you keep up this pretense? Cruz smirked coldly, unleashing essence carrying the power of his domain towards Kelvin. Wherever Cruz went, the void distorted due to the immense power of his domain. Pretense? You aren't worthy. Kelvin's words enraged Henley, causing his essence to flare wildly. Facing the formidable crews, Kelvin did not retreat. While Henley's realm appeared to be cavern spirit, only his abundant essence had reached this level. His unique cavern spirit mark, the domain, was yet to materialize. Although Kelvin was only at mid-unity realm, his foundation was solid, and his spiritual power robust. In terms of spiritual power, Kelvin might not be an equal match, but he could contend with this half-baked cavern spirit expert. Moreover, unlike Cruz, Kelvin possessed the rudimentary form of the sword domain. If Kelvin unleashed his full power, opening the sword domain could give him a chance to kill Henley. However, such exertion would drain him significantly, especially with enemies surrounding him. Most importantly, killing Henley didn't necessitate using the sword domain. Just holding him off was enough. His secret technique would eventually deplete his lifespan. Thus, Kelvin was not intimidated by Henley. With a mental command, the domain power from Kelvin's fall stand combined with his essence collided fiercely with Henley's attacks. A loud bang echoed. Both were forced back by the intense impact. Henley took 3 steps backward to stabilize himself, while Kelvin retreated 5 steps. Clearly, Henley held the advantage. Anticipating this outcome, Kelvin remained unperturbed. Being able to resist the cavern spirit attack with mid-unity realm prowess was impressive enough. No, it's impossible. You can't possibly block my domain power. If you kneel and beg, I'll tell you how I managed it. Kelvin teased, making Henley momentarily stunned at the familiarity of these words. Realizing he had said something similar to death, Henley did not want to die, especially as the leader of the younger generation of the Pan family, with infinite glory and prospects ahead. Moreover, with the Pan clan's plans, he was sure to reap rewards. Therefore, he was even more unwilling to die. Feeling his life force continuously drain away, Henley knew he couldn't last much longer. Kelvin, fundamentally, there is no unresolved enmity between us. Why don't we stop fighting here? Rest assured, I will not let you stop for nothing. As a major clan in Yuzhou City, the Pan clan has accumulated numerous treasures and secret techniques over the years. As the leading figure among the younger generation of the Pan clan, I can command a portion of the clan's treasures. At that time, I will compensate you with the clan's treasures. How about that? Pausing briefly, Henley added, instead of exerting yourself uselessly against me, why not take these treasures and secret techniques? Oh, treasures and secret techniques? Hearing this, Kelvin stopped, looking at Henley with interest. Seeing Kelvin's expression, Henley felt a great relief inside. As long as Kelvin did not continue attacking, there would still be a chance for him to survive. As for the treasures and secret techniques, Henley had no intention of giving them to Kelvin. He just needed to stall until the patriarch or ancestor's battle concluded. Henley practiced the secret technique, the ancestor placed a seal on him. Should Henley dare to leak even a word about the practice method of the secret technique, the seal would instantly annihilate him without Kelvin lifting a finger. The Pan clan has countless secret techniques, many of which are better than the one I'm using to enhance power. Why not? I first pass you the 13 life-stealing swords, and later find you an even better secret technique. How does that sound? Henley attempted to win Kelvin over with the 13 life-stealing swords. The 13 life-stealing swords were a unique skill of the Pan clan, one of the foundations of their dominance in Yuzhou for many years. However, despite its power, Kelvin found it unimpressive. Even the method Henley used to trade lifespan for strength wasn't appealing to Kelvin. From observing Henley, Kelvin had a general understanding. This secret technique could help elevate a person one major realm when in Unity realm. But once someone reached Spirit Cavern realm, or even higher, the effect was far less ideal. Yet, the impact of this secret technique never diminished. Comparing Henley's secret technique to Kelvin's King of Hell technique, it was like one was in the heavens while the other was on earth. Elevating one realm meant less to Kelvin than engaging in combat within the sword domain. The 13 life-stealing swords? Too weak. If your Pan clan offers nothing but trash like this, there's nothing left to say. Kelvin said outright. With those words, Kelvin's true essence surged, indicating that if Henley didn't come up with something valuable, if you want more, you'll have to come back to the Pan clan with me. Henley explained, suppressing his anger. Pan clan? I'll go, just not alone. Kelvin smiled faintly and continued, what else do I want? Simple, I want your 3 lamps. Henley was stunned upon hearing Kelvin's words, not knowing what the 3 lamps referred to. As Henley looked puzzled, Kelvin's true essence suddenly erupted. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward Henley. Hashtag chapter 387, Desperate Resistance. The Pan family, though one of the major clans in Yuzhou, possessed many secrets within their annals. However, Henley was solely focused on enhancing his own cultivation and usually disregarded these secrets. Therefore, he had no knowledge of Kelvin being a lamplighter, or the meaning behind the 3 lamps. As Kelvin drew closer, Henley snapped out of his confusion and hurriedly channeled his true essence to defend himself. Despite his quick reaction, Kelvin's movements were even faster. Before Henley could fully circulate his true essence throughout his body, Kelvin had already plucked the 3 lamps from him. With a resounding bang, Henley fell to the ground. The reason Kelvin indulged in this lengthy exchange with Henley was primarily to deplete his lifespan. After the battle, Henley was far from his peak state, making it easy for Kelvin to overpower him. Looking at the 3 lamps in his hand, Kelvin took a deep breath, absorbing them into his body. Although Henley was merely a half-baked Dongling Realm cultivator, he was still at the Dongling Realm. The immense power within these lamps coursed through Kelvin's body. The Taichu decree began to activate, converting the Dongling Realm power into Kelvin's true essence. Along with the essence from other cultivators he had previously extracted, all were refined and absorbed together. Kelvin's strength began to grow continuously. Shunner, the Armand, who was battling Asia, let out a heart-wrenching scream upon seeing Henley killed by Kelvin. Henley was the leading figure among the young generation of the Pan clan, unmatched by anyone. He was destined to become the pillar of the Pan clan in the future. His death at the hands of Kelvin felt like a dagger had pierced the clan leader's heart. Even when his son, Orlando, was captured by Kelvin, the clan leader didn't feel this way. You little bastard. You actually dared to kill Henley. I will never forgive you. The Armand said with a cruel expression. Immersed in boosting his power, Kelvin paid no heed to the threat. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Threats against him had been plenty since arriving in this world. If he worried about each one, he would have died from anxiety long ago. A member of the Pan clan slapped a mirror storm on the chest, snarling viciously. A flash of greed crossed his eyes as he stared at Kelvin. As the one who crippled Cruz and killed Henley, Kelvin was the Pan clan's sworn enemy. If he could claim Kelvin's life, the clan's rewards would be substantial, perhaps even allowing him to advance to the Unity Realm and become the new leader of the young generation. Driven by this thought, his attacks became fiercer. Facing the onslaught, the mirror storms fought without fear of death, seizing the opportunity to lock onto this peak xiuxian realm Boyd. Let go! The Boyd roared, hitting the storm's back repeatedly. Blood spewed uncontrollably from the storm's mouth, his face turning pale. Despite this, he showed no sign of letting go. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. The storm bit down on the Boyd's ear. Ah! Screamed the man in agony, attacking even more fiercely. But the storm seemed impervious to pain, clenching the ear tightly. In the next moment, with a powerful twist, the storm tore the ear off. The xiuxian realm Boyd hurled the storm away and clasped his bleeding ear, shrieking. The flung storm wobbled to his feet, spitting out the ear. Though unsteady, his gaze remained resolute, silently declaring that none shall cross the line until death. The Boyd, clutching his ear, shivered at the storm's stare. Was this a human? How could he stand after such severe injuries? Fear crept over him, but he knew he couldn't retreat. Doing so would mean losing his chance for advancement within the clan. Suppressing his fear, he charged at the storm once more. This brutal scene was mirrored across the battlefield. The sheer number of Pan clan disciples overwhelmed the mirror storms like a stormy sea enveloping a lone leaf. Yet their faces remained unwavering, even when limbs were severed. Their resolve stood firm, protect Phelan Phelanming at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The Armand, witnessing this, was stunned. He had always dismissed the mirror storm's reputation as exaggerated. People were still people, they feared and panicked. Yet, in these storms' eyes, there was no trace of fear. If Kelvin had brought more high-level mirror storms, could the Pan clan withstand them? This thought strengthened the clan leader's resolve to eliminate Kelvin and hasten his plans. Chapter 388. In name only. The battle between the disciples of the Pan family and the Mirror Keepers could be described as brutal. Despite the Pan family's numerical advantage, the Mirror Keepers were relentless and fearless, leading to a deadlock between both parties. Watching more and more of his clan members fall to the ground, the patriarch of the Pan family felt a sharp pain in his heart. To ensure that Kelvin would be killed without fail, almost all of the Pan family's elite forces had been mobilized. Each casualty was a significant loss for the Pan family. Observing the Flying Star Valley disciples occasionally stepping in to deliver finishing blows, the patriarch's eyes flashed with cold light. Truly, these devilish offspring of the cults can never be tamed. Over the years, the Pan family had supplied countless civilians from Yuzhou City as blood sacrifices for them. Yet, at this critical moment, these disciples were slacking off. How much longer are you, the disciples of Flying Star Valley, going to watch? If you continue to shirk your duties, once Chief Acton returns, I will surely report this to him. Considering Chief Acton's temper, I hope you think carefully about it. After dodging Kia's powerful attack, the Pan family patriarch sternly addressed the Flying Star Valley disciples. Upon hearing this, each disciple showed a look of fear. If Chief Ricky found out they were slacking off, they might very well be devoured alive as blood sacrifices. Once, a Flying Star Valley disciple fell asleep while guarding the blood sacrifices because he was too tired. When Chief Ricky discovered him by chance, he did not even listen to the disciple's explanation and devoured him alive. In the next moment, the Flying Star Valley disciples surged forward like they were energized, rushing towards the Mirror Keepers. Already at a disadvantage, the situation for the Mirror Keepers became even worse with the addition of the Flying Star Valley disciples. Depleted after such prolonged fighting. Faced with two formidable opponents, Caitlin knew further resistance meant certain death. Yet, he did not take a single step back, feeling regretful as he glanced at Kelvin nearby. Master Mirror, Caitlin can no longer follow in your footsteps, he murmured internally. Composing himself, he stared fiercely at his opponents, determined not to let them near Master Mirror until his last breath. What a loyal dog of Kelvin. If you surrender and let us kill Kelvin, I can spare your life. How about that? A Flying Star Valley disciple smirked, hoping to avoid direct confrontation given Caitlin's fearlessness. They feared injury if they slipped up. Indeed, if you surrender, we, the Pan family, won't make things difficult for you. After all, you were just following orders. Our target has always been Kelvin alone, a Pan family member added persuasively. Ha ha ha. Caitlin's laughter turned into a cough as his chest wounds pulled. The two men were baffled by his laughter, but remained focused on Caitlin. The Pan family, rulers of Yuzhou, and the Flying Star Valley. So powerful yet nothing but cowards. Spitting contemptuously, Caitlin declared, "You will have to step over my dead body to kill Master Mirror." Stung by the insult, the two men lost their composure. Since you want to die with Kelvin, so be it. They summoned weapons made of true essence and rushed toward Caitlin. Aware of their strategy, Caitlin strained to defend himself, then leaped forward like a beast. They immediately retreated, launching successive attacks toward him. Caitlin bore the assault, turning into a bloody mess, clothes torn, bleeding profusely. Knowing he couldn't endure their onslaught, he aimed to take one down in close combat. The sight of the bloodied Caitlin advancing filled the duo with dread. How could he still be so vigorous after such injuries? They didn't realize he was driven solely by resolve. We shall see if two of us can't handle a spent force. The Flying Star Valley disciples' eyes gleamed with determination. They lunged from both sides, exchanging blows. Seizing an opening, the disciple delivered a devastating blow to Caitlyn's head. If struck, it would mean certain death for Caitlyn. Chapter 389. Kelvin awakens. The powerful attack from the Xiuxian Valley disciple created a sonic boom as it rubbed against the air. A ferocious, bloodthirsty look appeared on his face. It was as if he already saw himself smashing Fulton's head open with gore splattering everywhere. Since you refuse to surrender, then die alongside Kelvin, thought the Xiuxian Valley disciple. Without realizing, he applied even more strength in his attack. The strong gust of wind pierced Fulton's forehead, causing slight pain. However, Fulton's true essence had been exhausted, and he could no longer withstand the lethal strike from the Xiuxian Valley disciple. Apologies, Realm Lord. Fulton can no longer continue advocating for the people by your side. Fulton closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. He had the heart to kill but lacked the strength to turn the tide. Yet, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Confused, Fulton opened his eyes again. He saw that both men in front of him had exploded into blood mist. In the next moment, a familiar voice sounded. Were my permission sought before attempting to kill me? Indeed, at the critical moment, Kelvin had awakened, instantly killing both attackers who were assaulting Fulton. Sir! Fulton shouted excitedly. His excitement wasn't because he had been saved, but because they had finally safeguarded Kelvin until his awakening. Sensing Kelvin's formidable aura, everyone present stopped fighting. Congratulations on your successful advancement, Sir Phelan. Though bloodied and some even having their limbs severed, the mirror storms couldn't conceal their excitement. Cheers filled the entire area momentarily. Unlike the jubilant mirror storms, the disciples of Xiuxian Valley and the Pan family members wore horrified expressions. Kelvin, in his mid-realm unity, had killed Henley who used secret techniques. Now, Kelvin had reached late-realm unity. How could they resist? The only one in the field capable of facing Kelvin might be the clan leader of the Pan family. But currently, he was entangled by Kia. Moreover, due to distraction, after being hit by Kia, the clan leader kept retreating, barely managing self-preservation. Seeking help from the clan leader was unrealistic. You have all endured enough. Kelvin looked at the severely injured mirror storms, feeling touched. Amongst those in the mirror platform, these mirror storms weren't the most powerful, but they had accompanied him through the demon purge operation from beginning to end. Thus, Kelvin brought them all the way to Yuzhou City. From the start, Kelvin knew they had strong execution abilities. However, people in the mirror platform strictly followed orders. But adhering to orders is the basic quality of mirror storms. Similar to how armies execute commands without mixing personal emotions. Except for Alton, no one else in the entire mirror platform had ever gained the allegiance of the mirror storms. Never thought today. The mirror storms he led fought life and death for him. This was the first time Kelvin felt a deep sense of belonging to the mirror platform. Thank you all for risking your lives protecting me. Now you may rest. Kelvin sincerely said to the mirror storms. Sir, we can still fight. One of the mirror storms with a severed leg shouted loudly. Yes, sir, we are still capable of fighting. Fulton also shouted loudly. In the next moment, numerous mirror storms responded loudly. Their voices were thunderous and shook the heavens. Although the mirror storms were badly injured, their powerful aura shocked everyone present. Kelvin had only brought a team here to Yuzhou. Had Kelvin brought half of the entire mirror storms here, it would have turned Yuzhou upside down. My brothers, you protected me wholeheartedly. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Kelvin earnestly said to the many mirror storms. Upon hearing this, the mirror storm's eyes revealed moved expressions, wanting to say something more but were interrupted by Kelvin's wave of hand. Don't you trust me? Kelvin asked smilingly. After Kelvin spoke, the mirror storms remained silent, quietly stepping back. You hurt my brothers. Now, it's time to settle accounts. As soon as these words fell, Kelvin displayed his overwhelming aura as a late realm unity cultivator. Unlike ordinary unified realms aura, Kelvin's was even stronger than peak realm unities. The force of heaven and earth pressed upon the Pan family and Xiuxian Valley disciples. Everyone felt their breath constricted. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Pan family descendants and Xiuxian Valley disciples watched Kelvin in horror. Under the force of heaven and earth, despite outnumbering him, they had no means to resist. Kelvin's true essence transformed into sword chi, effortlessly sweeping across. The enemies didn't even manage to scream before falling dead in large numbers. Faced with Kelvin's formidable combat power, the Pan family and Xiuxian Valley feared, retreating backward. However, under the force of heaven and earth, how could their speed surpass Kelvin's? The sword chi acted like the grim reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping enemy lives. Hearing the continuous wails, there was no ripple in Kelvin's heart. If he hadn't awakened in time, those cries might have come from the mirror storms who risked their lives protecting him. Bastard, you dare! Watching his clan members fall endlessly, the Armin's eyes were red with anger. True essence erupted from his body, trying to push back Kia to deal with Kelvin and save his clansmen. However, situations had reversed. When the clan leader stopped Kia from aiding Kelvin earlier, how could Kia comply with the clan leader's wish now? Kia's attacks became more fierce, and the clan leader could only watch helplessly as Kelvin slaughtered boys. In this short span, nearly half of the clansmen had died by Kelvin's hands. Due to distraction, wounds on the clan leader from Kia's attacks gradually increased. Despair filled the hearts of Boyds and Xiuxian Valley is but an ant. Even someone as gifted as Kia was no match for a transcendent warrior. Moreover, Bohin and the Alice were seasoned transcendent warriors. Neither had a chance to escape. Transcendent warriors. Kelvin murmured, gazing up into the sky, his meaning unclear. Just as Kia was about to say more, Bohin and the Alice slowly descended from the sky. We congratulate the master of the valley for defeating the great enemy. We congratulate the ancestor for defeating the great enemy. Xiuxian Valley disciples and the descendants of the Cameron knelt on the ground, shouting excitedly. Young man, how dare you butcher my clan members? The Alice asked icily, her gaze sweeping over the corpses scattered around. Not just the Alice, But Bohan too felt a surge of murderous intent. Although Bohan did not care about the lives of the Feixing Valley disciples, slaying them without his consent was like mocking him outright. Acton Valley Master, old Dame Pan, you are wronging me. Kelvin replied with feigned grievance. I did not kill the disciples of Feixing Valley or the young ones of the Cameron. I merely disciplined them on your behalf. You killed my clansmen and claim we wronged you? The Alice's eyes narrowed as she stared at Kelvin. As the saying goes, only through trials can the true gold be revealed, Kelvin continued. These people have stayed in the safety of the warm nest for too long and lost the ambition to soar. They live each day under the shadow of their ancestors. To go further, we must weed out the weaker ones. I did all this for the good of Feixing Valley and the Cameron, Kelvin explained. Oh, do you take us for fools? The Alice unleashed a faint pressure of a transcendent being, pressing down on Kelvin. Kelvin felt as if the entire world was rejecting him, bearing down on his every move. This was the strength of a transcendent. Kelvin's heart resolved more firmly. Only by becoming a powerful being could he control his fate and achieve true longevity. Sigh, why would I lie to the two of you? Kelvin sighed and pointed at the dark gold pot on the Guardian's chest. Had I any ulterior motive, it would have been easier to watch you fight among yourselves. Why give the pot to the Guardian and stand by while you attacked him? Bohan and the Alice didn't believe Kelvin's words and prepared to swiftly kill him. No matter how outstanding this youth might be, once Kelvin became a dead man, everything would be void. Young man, you are indeed very clever, the Alice remarked with chilling killing intent. Unfortunately, you're not part of our clan. Otherwise, I'd definitely mobilize the entire clan to cultivate you. But now, prepare to die peacefully. Kia froze, realizing Kelvin had willingly informed Sabina. Didn't he know Sabina was even more perilous than a dragon's lair? But seeing Kelvin's calm demeanor, Kia's heart calmed as well. If Kelvin wasn't afraid, he must have some leverage. Still, what exactly was he relying on? Why are you here? Bohan demanded, his face changing repeatedly as he faced Sabina. The net of heaven is vast, but not without gaps. Do you think you hid well, Bohan? Sabina asked indifferently. I've known your whereabouts for a long time. I just needed the right time to deal with you. She learned Bohan's location after Kelvin shattered the jade pendant. However, to keep her spies safe, she couldn't reveal that detail. Sabina, don't push too far, Bohan warned, despite knowing he couldn't defeat her. Too far? Haha. Sabina scoffed, with a wave of her hand, an irresistible force aimed at both Bohan and the Alice. Arrogant to the extreme. The Alice shouted in alarm, realizing she was included in the attack. Her true essence flowed like the Yellow River, forming the 13 deadly swords. Unlike Henley's version, these 13 swords looked genuine, with ancient symbols shimmering on their blades, as if they had existed since ancient times. Unleashed her ultimate technique immediately upon attacking, to have something to bargain with by demonstrating their strength to this leader of the demon path. However, the Alice never imagined that although both were at the transcendent realm, their attack seemed trivial and insignificant compared to a child's play. That palm strike was just a casual flick from Dara. If Dara took it seriously, the Alice didn't even want to imagine what might happen. You are only this strong? Dara spoke in a calm voice, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, despite showing no emotional fluctuations, for some reason, the Alice felt that Dara was like a queen, high and mighty, untouchable. At this moment, the Alice already had the intent to retreat. As for what would happen to the Cameron disciples within Feixing Valley after her withdrawal, she didn't have the heart or inclination to consider it anymore. Not only the Alice, but Ricky also had the urge to flee. He never expected that during his absence from the demon path, Dara's cultivation had advanced so astonishingly. If Dara truly got serious, Ricky felt they wouldn't last long. Great teacher Xuan, our Cameron has always admired your heroic demeanor, the Alice said. We've always taken you as a role model to learn from. Today's incident must surely be a misunderstanding. When faced with a superior power, one has to yield. Knowing it would be difficult to escape, the Alice wisely chose to try to mend relations with Dara. Doreen, what do you mean? Ricky's expression turned very grim. Doreen was the Alice's real name. Due to the long passage of time and her infrequent appearance, few knew her true identity. Ricky was one of those few. Ricky and the Cameron had long established an alliance. Otherwise, the plan targeting Kelvin wouldn't have been set in Feixing Valley. But unexpectedly, in this life-or-death situation, Doreen intended to mend ties with their archenemy? Wasn't this outright betrayal? Of course, if there was any possibility, Ricky would also think of yielding to Dara. But Ricky was acutely aware that when he had rallied people against Dara previously, although unsuccessful, Dara would not let him off. Moreover, Dara explicitly stated that she came to Feixing Valley specifically to settle scores with him. Even when working together, Ricky lacked confidence in escaping from Dara. Now, with Doreen having the intention to betray, facing them both, his chances of survival were almost zero. The leader of the demon path is the pillar of all demon path practitioners. What's wrong with expressing my admiration? Doreen bowed to Dara while speaking. Even Kelvin felt aghast at her shameless behavior. Just moments ago, when both the Alice and Ricky attacked Dara, Kelvin felt the Alice had some courage. A person half dead still dared to confront Dara. But now, Doreen capitulated without warning, as if the one who had attacked Dara wasn't her at all. Did people's faces get thicker with age? Really regretted agreeing to save Ricky. If only she had let him die back then. Great teacher Xuan, I believe you have a great magnanimity and won't hold my impolite actions against me, Doreen forced herself to say. Ricky wanted to speak more but was interrupted by Dara. Have you finished talking? Once you're done, you can die. Dara glanced at the two of them indifferently. As she spoke, true essence energy slowly circulated around her, releasing a powerful aura that made breathing difficult for the Alice and Ricky. At this moment, in this world, Dara was the sole ruler. Chapter 392. Kill Ione. Don't have unrealistic expectations anymore. If we fight with all our might, there might still be hope for survival. Otherwise, this place in Xiuxian Valley will be where we both meet our end. Bohin said solemnly as he looked up at Dara in the sky. Dara, do you really think you've got us pinned down? Even if we can't match you, it will cost you dearly to kill us. Ione's face was grim as she stared at Dara, her voice filled with venom. At the same time, the aura around Ione grew stronger and stronger. Although her life was waning, she still unleashed a secret technique of the Pan family. After all, using the secret technique would only hasten her death somewhat. Not using it would mean losing her life here today. This secret technique was acquired by Ione in a hidden realm, and the boys practiced an incomplete version of it. In the entire Pan clan, only the Aryan, since you saved me last time. Do a good deed thoroughly, help the Buddha all the way. Save me one more time. Before the words had fully left his lips, Bohan's fist struck the Aryan lady's back. Bohin! Ione's shrill cry reverberated across heaven and earth. She couldn't understand why Bohin betrayed her. Facing Dara together wouldn't be better than facing her alone? Could this have been a prearranged trap by Dara and Bohin targeting her and the Pan clan? However, there was no one who could give Ione an answer now, because Dara's true essence sword already cut through Ione's neck. In an instant, Ione's head flew high into the air, fear frozen on her face. Dane! Upon seeing Dara sever Ione's head, the boys felt their hearts tear apart. They couldn't comprehend why Bohin betrayed Dane at this crucial moment. Yet in front of an out-scenery expert, they were powerless no matter how enraged they were. Dara retrieved her true essence sword calmly, as though she had just sliced a watermelon rather than a human head. Dara, I will settle this score someday. When Ione's head was severed by Dara, Bohin said with a ferocious look on his face. Immediately afterward, blood mist began seeping from Bohan's body and quickly ignited. It was clearly the blood escape technique. Last time, Bohin used this technique to escape from Dara's clutches. I underestimated him, letting him escape. But this time, you think you can run again? With my scent on you, does it matter if I let you run for a while? Dara, thinking this, shifted her gaze to Kelvin, needing to continue performing the act with him. Her oppressive aura descended upon Kelvin and his party, making Kia, Dao Storm, and others' faces change drastically, feeling as if a mountain pressed down on them, plunging them into a deep chill. Everyone's breath stalled. Dao Storm stepped forward, shielding Kia and said, Miss, you should use the secret treasure and leave first. Shut up. Dara glanced at Dao Storm and slapped him directly. Dao Storm gathered all his strength to resist Dara. But at this moment, Dara was not defending against Doubt Eye Poison or Mirror Platform Formation. Her attack was akin to Divine Wrath. With a single slap, Dao Storm's defensive force vanished completely. He was sent flying dozens of meters away with broken bones and bleeding profusely from the mouth. A casual palm strike critically injured an out-scenery expert, chilling everyone to the core. Amidst everyone's terror, Kelvin stepped forward, looking at Dara. Reporting the whereabouts of Bohin is a token apology for the previous ambush. Everyone suddenly understood why Dara came here. But, Lord, aren't you short-sighted? This is driving the wolf to summon the tiger. She's far more difficult. Senior, you can inquire about my status at the Mirror Platform and Alton's attitude towards me. An unrestricted promise, Alton won't acknowledge it, nor can I offer it. But a request within our capabilities that doesn't violate principles. I think my life is worth that. As for Anshin Cottage, I believe the life of their son-in-law and divine woman is also valuable. Dara stared intently at Kelvin for a long time before saying, I will ask Alton and Anshin Cottage myself. For now, your lives are on hold. I can kill you anytime. Immediately after speaking, Dara's figure darted like lightning, speeding off into the distant sky. As she watched Dara leave, Kia sighed in relief. But at the same time, her gaze turned to Kelvin. You dared to make such a promise? And who said you could represent Anshin Cottage? Kelvin replied, what does that have to do with me? I just need to ensure my survival and resolve the matter with the Pan family. As for the rest, it's up to Alton and you folks at Anshin Cottage. If Anshin Cottage refuses to acknowledge it, so be it. Anyway, who cares if a debtor reneges on their debt? Kia knew Kelvin was shameless, but even this level of audacity caught her off guard. Do you take Dara for a fool? She won't let you off easily. In the next moment, they would really be dead. This scoundrel acts without considering the consequences. Can he just give promises recklessly? And how can he represent Anshin Cottage? What gives him the right? Kia gnashed her teeth in frustration but found herself powerless. This situation needed to be reported to the sect so they could communicate with Alton. But no matter how they communicated, it would be a huge hassle. She suddenly understood why Kelvin had been so confident, charging forward recklessly like an inexperienced youth. He had clearly planned ahead, ensuring his mission was completed while passing on the trouble to others. Rogue. Translation provided as requested, maintaining the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text. Chapter 393. The sword domain reappears. The storm got up, his face dark with rage after having been struck down. He had naturally heard Kelvin's promise and stared at him with a gloomy expression. But Kelvin was unconcerned, focusing on the storm as he said, thank you for safeguarding the dark gold flask. Shouldn't it now be returned to its rightful owner? The storm was momentarily stunned by this response. With so much happening, you're only thinking about the dark gold flask? Inwardly, the storm was practically cursing Kelvin's ancestors back to the 18th generation. Because of this dark gold flask, he had been targeted by 2 first-stage scenery realm experts, almost losing his life. And then due to him, he suffered an attack from Dara, once again nearly dying. Kelvin, on the other hand, cared not for his own injuries. He immediately demanded the dark gold flask. Looking at the dark gold flask, sins were unpardonable, and only death could atone for their monstrous acts. How could the disciples of the Cameron and Xiuxian Valley willingly accept death? Kelvin, are you going to force us into a battle to the death? They cried out. Although Kia is very powerful, but we have so many people. Perhaps in the end, you might win. But your mirror guard will surely perish with us. Cameron's leader emerged from his grief and threatened Kelvin. With Ione killed, the Cameron's status would plummet. That secret land would also be lost to the clan. Now feeling hopeless, his only hope was to protect these elite members heading to Xiuxian Valley. They represented the Cameron's future rise. If the Mirror Guard feared death, they wouldn't have followed Kelvin thousands of miles from the capital to Yuzhou City. Now, with everything planned perfectly by Kelvin, and the strongest foes defeated, what do they fear? Do you weaklings who bully the weak and fear the strong really deserve to make our Mirror Guard sacrifice themselves? Caitlin, although exhausted, stood firm, gripping his weapon tightly and baring his teeth menacingly. That's right, Lord, we can still fight. Fight! Fight! The Mirror Guard's fierce fighting spirit scattered the clouds in the sky. Xiuxian Valley and the Cameron saw the intense resolve of the Mirror Guard and recoiled in fear, stepping backward. The Cameron's leader narrowed his eyes, but ignored the Mirror Guard, instead looking at Kelvin. He knew these fearless warriors obeyed only Kelvin. Kelvin raised his hand, pressing down in the air. Seeing this, the Mirror Guard fell silent, respectfully gazing at Kelvin, waiting for his words. The Mirror Guard has indeed sustained severe injuries, Kelvin said slowly. If we engage you head-on, the losses will be heavy. As master of the Mirror's stand, I must consider their lives. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, the Cameron leader showed a satisfied smile. As long as Kelvin conceded, there would be room for negotiation. Meanwhile, the Mirror Guard grew anxious upon hearing Kelvin's words. Had they feared death, they wouldn't have followed Kelvin to Yuzhou City. They didn't want their resolute Kelvin to bow down to these tyrants just for them. My lord, trust us. We can still fight. Yes, my lord. Lord, what can these rats do to us? That's right, lord. These beasts prey on the common folk. I'd rather die making them pay. The Mirror Guard voiced their defiance. The Cameron leader watched Kelvin curiously, wondering how he would decide. Though considering his men, any concession from Kelvin would likely breed discontent among the guard. Don't underestimate this dissatisfaction. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they will grow. Your condition isn't fit for further combat, Kelvin interjected. The Mirror Guard displayed looks of Chapter 394, Annihilation. Realm? How could Kelvin, who was merely at the Unity Realm, possess a realm? Dane Pan noticed that Kelvin had enveloped his people within his realm and immediately lost his composure. As a Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse, he was well aware of how terrifying the suppression from a realm could be for lower-level cultivators. In an unexaggerated sense, within Kelvin's realm, Kelvin was God. Meanwhile, the Cameron members and disciples of Soaring Star Valley were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, having no means of resistance. True essence surged through Dane Pan as he fiercely struck towards Chastity, trying to force him back. Knowing Dane Pan's intentions, Chastity manifested true essence into a form and charged straight into the attack without dodging or avoiding it. Rumble. A deafening boom erupted as the two clashed. Countless birds in the sky were frightened by the explosion and scattered chaotically. After the explosion, both Chastity and Dane Pan were pushed back 3 steps by the backlash. Dane Pan steadied himself hurriedly and then rushed towards Kelvin without looking back, attempting to break through Kelvin's realm and save his clan members. However, although Dane Pan was fast, Chastity was even faster. Turning into an afterimage, Chastity appeared beside Dane Pan almost instantly. The True Essence sword aimed straight for the Patriarch's neck. If Dane Pan insisted on breaking through Kelvin's realm, he would surely die under Chastity's sword. While the lives of the Cameron members were important, to Dane Pan, his life was paramount. He wouldn't possibly sacrifice himself for them, right? Thus, Dane Pan suddenly stopped and rapidly retreated. He couldn't bypass Chastity to save his people or kill Chastity. If this continued, he feared he would meet his end here as well. Just as Dane Pan hesitated whether to retreat, within Kelvin's realm, the Cameron members and Soaring Star Valley disciples looked at Kelvin with fear. Some disciples panicked and tried to escape, but were shredded into pieces by the spontaneous sword chi within the realm. What do we do? I don't want to die. I just caught a young girl and haven't enjoyed her yet. Let me out. They grabbed their noses and tears fell down their faces. All arrogance and tyranny from before were long gone. On the contrary, the Mirror Storms were extremely excited. They knew Kelvin was formidable, but never imagined he could be this strong. At the late Unity Realm, he managed to activate a realm, which only a Cavern Spirit Realm cultivator could wield. A mark of the Cavern Spirit Realm was indeed the mastery over realms. Throughout history, Kelvin might not be the first to use a realm at the late Unity Realm, but he was definitely one of the rare few. Looking at Kelvin, their eyes transformed from respectful admiration to fervent devotion. Lord Eben, live forever. Lord Eben, invincible. Their cheers echoed endlessly within the realm. With increased power, Kelvin controlled the realm force with greater ease. Moreover, the sword chi within the sword domain became stronger, nurtured by late Unity Realm's true essence. Initiating the sword domain now was no longer a challenge as it was in the early Unity Realm. Although the consumption of true essence remained significant, it no longer left him drained. Kelvin thought, and within the sword domain, countless invisible sword chi materialized. Powerful sword intent vibrated the space until it distorted. Next, the sky's sword intent rained down upon the Cameron members. The falling sword rain shredded those weaker individuals, like the Cameron members and Soaring Star Valley disciples, before they could even scream. For those slightly stronger ones, they turned into gory messes struggling against the continuous assault of the sword rain. However, death was inevitable under its relentless attacks. Kelvin, may you suffer a terrible death. Kelvin, today you wipe out our clan. I won't leave you alone even as a ghost. Kelvin, you're nothing but an executioner, a lapdog of the court. The Cameron member Kelvin could rampage at the Unity Realm, facing the powerful Dane Pan still presented a disadvantage. Protect Lord. The Mirror Storms drew weapons, ready to sacrifice themselves to buy Kelvin time. However, could their wounded state outrun a Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse? Critical moment, Kelvin acted. He did not confront Dane Pan but appeared behind Gay. Senior, this old rogue wants to take advantage of your injury and attack. You must retaliate. showing that even an injured scenic realm powerhouse is far beyond a mere cavern spirit realm's capability, Kelvin said sternly. Black lines crisscrossed Gay's forehead. Dame Pan clearly targeted him, but now it was twisted as if he intended to attack Gay. Gay wanted to toss Kelvin aside and let Dame Pan handle this insolent youth. Chapter 395. Thinking of watermelon at this moment? Arlen felt his teeth grind in hatred toward Kelvin. If not for Kelvin handing over the dark gold flask to him, how could he have possibly been besieged by two scenic realm powerhouses? Without being besieged, would he have suffered such grave injuries? Already suffering so miserably, Kelvin actually still wanted to use him as a shield? Could you please just act like a human being? Arlen completely forgot that it was he who first coveted Kelvin's dark gold flask and used Kelvin as bait. That's why Kelvin treated him this way. This clan leader of the Pan family has tremendous audacity, actually not respecting your seniority. Senior, don't hold back on my account. Beat him hard. Make him understand that some existences, even when beaten into submission, are not ones a scoundrel like the Cameron leader can provoke. Kelvin looked at the charging Briggs, angrily said. It seemed as if he was extremely indignant about the Briggs' targeting of Arlen. Moreover, Kelvin put on an appearance as if he was ready to charge out and fight the Briggs to the death. However, despite putting up a show, his body remained hidden behind Arlen. Can you shut up? Arlen glared at Kelvin. If Miss hadn't rushed over here too, Arlen would have truly wanted to slap Kelvin dead. Get lost. At this moment, the deranged Briggs had forgotten that Arlen was a scenic realm powerhouse. Now in a bloodthirsty state, he dared to curse even if it were Aldo present. Arlen's face darkened with anger. Since becoming a scenic realm powerhouse, who hadn't shown him respect, even the master of the abbey had never cursed him like this. Now, a cave spirit realm ant cursed him. A scholar can tolerate, but this, intolerable. Arlen needed to make the Briggs understand. Even severely injured, a scenic realm expert is not to be underestimated. With difficulty, he rallied what little true essence he had left, generating a small force akin to a miniature universe from within his body. Arlen was in no condition to engage in combat. However, having been enraged by the Briggs' insults, he couldn't afford to care much. Though the force mobilized by Arlen didn't look as formidable as the Briggs', its quality was superior. There was a loud bang as their fists collided, sounding like metal clashing. Phew. Phew. Arlen and the Briggs both spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated backward. Clearly, neither gained any advantage from this clash. After this strike, Arlen had lost his ability to continue fighting, his true essence utterly depleted. At this point, even an ordinary person could finish him off. The Briggs, although weakened after being gravely injured twice by Kia and once again by Arlen's all-out attack, still retained considerable fighting power. Roaring loudly, he charged towards Kelvin and the others once more. Seeing this, Arlen's expression turned grim. He was already on his last breath and could not oppose the Briggs anymore. To think I, a proud scenic realm powerhouse, would finally fall under the hands of a cave spirit realm person? If Arlen were killed, he might become the first scenic realm powerhouse in history to be slain by a cave spirit realm practitioner, becoming a laughingstock to the world. No, I cannot die. Arlen also roared and recklessly used a secret technique that sacrificed lifespan for temporary strength increase. A powerful scenic realm aura continuously emanated from Arlen's body, saying. Arlen almost wanted to smash open Kelvin's head to see what it contained. Facing a scenic realm's killing intent, most people would be scared witless. Yet, Kelvin thought about eating watermelon at this time? Arlen hurriedly calmed himself down. He feared he'd be infuriated to death by Kelvin before exhausting his life energy through the secret technique. His true essence transformed into a huge dragon, infused with simulated mini-universe forces within his body. The dragon's eyes flashed with vitality, seeming alive. Next, it roared deafeningly, rushing towards the Briggs, who didn't even have time to scream before dying under the dragon's attack. Are you okay? Kia now approached Kelvin, concernedly asking. What's wrong with this lively guy? The one with problems is me, alright? Arlen glanced at Kelvin inwardly thinking. The Briggs, although strong, is far from hurting even a single hair of mine. Kelvin tossed his forehead hair, striking a suave pose. Seeing Kelvin's self-admiring look, Kia couldn't help but laugh, dispelling her worries. Arlen took difficult steps, staggering away. He truly didn't want to stay near Kelvin. How could there be someone so shameless in the world? Walking away, Arlen couldn't help sighing to the heavens. Senior, your injuries are severe. Don't wander too far. Otherwise, you'd end up dead in the mouth of stray dogs, not by the enemy's hand. Kelvin shouted towards Arlen. Chapter 396. Fainted from anger. As he watched the slowly swaying Gay, Kelvin sincerely advised him. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, the Gay felt his heart race. In the next moment, everything before his eyes went dark, and he fainted. A mighty outshining realm powerhouse actually fainted from anger due to Kelvin. Kelvin's actions were likely to be recorded in the history of Dagon. Since the establishment of Dagon, there had never been such a case. Using only a unity realm cultivation base to literally enrage an outshining realm expert into fainting was something Kelvin could brag about for the rest of his life. Seeing that the Gay was about to collapse to the ground, the mirror guards quickly supported him. Sigh. When one gets old, they won't listen to advice. Clearly so weakened already, but still dashing about. Well now, he's just fainted. Can't even leave if he wants to. Kelvin looked at the Gay lying in the arms of the mirror guard with a completely helpless tone in his voice. No one knew whether it was because of Kelvin's words, or whether it was because of the Gay's obstructed chi and blood flow. Just as Kelvin finished speaking, the corner of the Gay's eye began twitching and spasms spread through his limbs. It seemed as though one more word would send him straight to his maker, scaring the bejesus out of the guards, who hurriedly tended to him. It was only after Kia threw a medicinal pill into the mouth of the Gay did he finally calm down. What kind of divine elixir did you give Senior? Do you have any left? I'm gravely injured. I feel I'm not long for this world. Hand over a few bottles for me. Kelvin clutched at his heart and spoke with apparent suffering on his face. When it came to matters of life and death, more was always better. Who knew if he would need them in the future? Even if he himself didn't use them, the many fellow mirror guards who had accompanied him here might find a need for them. Kia stared at Kelvin with a strange look upon hearing his words, but remained silent. At least we've been a couple. Even though we're only formally engaged, without holding a ceremony. You don't want to become a young widow, do you? Kelvin continued looking at Kia and saying, that's not some divine elixir. It merely has good effects on calming one's mind. Kia sighed, explaining. Even Kelvin, despite his thick skin, felt slightly embarrassed. Senior is already old, yet he is out here helping you with protecting the path. A normal person at this age would have returned home to retire. How about discussing with the Zen master to let Senior return, replacing him with a younger one? Kelvin suggested. After thinking for a while, Kia did not object. Want to stare? Wait till we get home tonight. Kelvin smiled. Mentioning tonight, Kia blushed, recalling the big sausage. Having spoken, Kelvin stopped flirtatiously bickering with Kia and turned to address the mirror guards. Brothers, we've achieved a great victory in this battle. To prevent the outbreak of disease, burn all these corpses. Additionally, cut off the heads of the chief of the Cameron and its core members, then hang them at the market square. I want every resident of Yujo City to know, if they dare bully the people, the Cameron will be the fate awaiting them. Kelvin's voice rang out loudly throughout the Flying Star Valley. Watching Kelvin's stern expression, Kia was momentarily lost in thought, uncertain of who the real Kelvin was. Yes. The mirror guards, having received orders, immediately set about the tasks methodically. In the capital, these mirror guards had followed Kelvin on numerous missions against demons, becoming incredibly well coordinated. Before long, massive flames roared in the Flying Star Valley. The disciples of the Flying Star Sect and the offspring of the Cameron turned to ashes within the flames. After the fires burned out, the valley was in ruins. However, beneath the rubble, resilient life persisted among the plants. Next year, the Flying Star Valley would once again burst into vitality. Only, at that time, the valley would only contain beauty, free from oppression and exploitation. Leading the mirror guards, Kelvin moved majestically towards Yujo City. Citizens of Yujo City, unaware of why, were unusually distracted. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward the Flying Star Valley. Though they knew Kelvin's chances of winning were slim, everyone couldn't help but pray for his victory. In this absent-minded state, even a butcher who usually haggled over silver coins missed counting large sums without realizing it. Not just the butcher, similar phenomena occurred all across Yujo City. Even normally lively children sat on small stools, gazing silently at the Flying Star Valley, seemingly deep in thought. City Lord's Manor. What news? Has the dispatch group obtained results? Terry asked casually while feeding a parrot. Terry didn't think Kelvin could win. He'd sent men simply to gauge the strength of the Cameron. Reporting to His Excellency, there was a fierce battle between two outshining realm experts in Flying Star Valley, so none of us dared approach. One of Terry's subordinates replied respectfully. Terry nodded, saying nothing more, seemingly finding feeding the parrot more important than the information from Flying Star Valley. Report. His Excellency, there's news? Suddenly, the steward rushed in breathlessly. Seeing this, Terry's lids kept twitching, and his limbs began to tremble. He seemed like he was about to pass away at any moment. This frightened the mirror guards into a flurry of confusion. Ultimately, Kia tossed a pill into the gay's mouth, which finally calmed him down. What kind of miraculous elixir did you give to our senior? Do you have more? I am seriously injured. I feel like I can't make it. Quickly give me a few bottles to try. Kelvin held his chest, displaying a pained expression. When it comes to life-saving things, one can never have too much. Who knew if it would come in handy in the future? Even if he couldn't use it, all the mirror guard brothers who followed him might find it useful. Hearing Kelvin's words, Kia stared at him with a strange look but didn't speak. At least we were married in some way, although only through an engagement, not yet through a ceremony. But you wouldn't want to become a young widow, would you? Kelvin continued looking at Kia. That's not some miraculous elixir. It just has excellent effects in calming the mind. Kia sighed, explaining. Even someone as shameless as Kelvin felt slightly embarrassed for a moment. The senior is already old but still goes out to protect you. For ordinary people, at this age, they would already have retired. How about you discuss with the head of the sect to let the senior retire and send a younger person over? Kelvin survive. I know I'm handsome. If you want to see me, you'll get enough tonight. Kelvin smiled. Mentioning the night, Kia blushed, remembering the big sausage. After speaking, Kelvin stopped flirting with Kia and instead addressed the mirror guards. Brothers, we've won this battle decisively. To prevent epidemics, burn all these corpses. Also, cut off the heads of the Dane of the Pan family and its core members and hang them at the market entrance. I want everyone in Yu Prefecture to know that if they dare to oppress the common people, the fate of the Pan family will be theirs. Kelvin's voice echoed loudly within Flying Star Valley. Looking at Kelvin's earnest expression, Kia was momentarily distracted, unsure which Kelvin was the real one. Yes. Upon receiving orders, the mirror guards immediately started acting methodically. Back in the capital, these mirror guards had accompanied Kelvin on demon hunting missions and had already developed Muay Chi, strong teamwork. Soon, flames engulfed Flying Star Valley. The disciples of Flying Star Valley and the Pan clan turned to ashes in the fire. After the blaze, Flying Star Valley lay desolate. However, beneath the ruins, plants and flowers symbolized tenacious life, ready to flourish again the following year. By then, there would only be beautiful scenery left in Flying Star Valley, free from oppression and exploitation. Kelvin led the mirror guards grandly towards Yu Prefecture City. Yu Prefecture citizens were restless for unknown reasons, frequently glancing at Flying Star Valley. Although they knew Kelvin's chances of winning were slim, they still couldn't help but pray for his victory. In this distracted state, even a frugal butcher mistook silver coins without realizing it. Not only the butcher, similar scenes played out all over Yu Prefecture. Even usually lively children sat quietly on small stools, gazing at Flying Star Valley, lost in thought. City Hall. So, any updates from those dispatched? Terry fed a parrot, casually asking. Terry didn't believe Kelvin could win. He sent scouts just to gauge the strength of the Pan family. Reporting to Lord Mayor, powerful battles between scenery-transcending experts are happening inside Flying Star Valley. We dared not approach. Terry nodded without further comment, seemingly finding feeding the parrot more important than news from Flying Star Valley. Report. Lord Mayor, we have news. At that moment, the butler rushed in hastily. Terry's eyes revealed surprise. The butler had always been loyal to Terry, and he knew the butler's temperament well. Did something unexpected happen at Flying Star Valley? Terry speculated inwardly. What urgent news is this? Terry asked. Reporting to Lord Mayor, Kelvin, he won. He is leading the mirror guards back from Flying Star Valley to Prefecture City. The butler gasped out breathlessly. Hashtag chapter 397. Return to the city. When Terry heard this news, his hand froze mid-air as he held the bird food intended for the parrot. The parrot struggled and squawked, trying to reach the food in Terry's hand. However, Terry seemed oblivious, staring intently at the steward and demanding, "What did you say?" Even though he knew the steward would never joke about something this important, Terry found it hard to believe. He had seen the keepers of the mirror before. Honestly, their strength wasn't anything impressive. To think that they could wipe out the elites of the Feixing Valley and the Pan clan entirely, it was simply unrealistic to him. Terry thought it was a miracle if Kelvin could even escape from the Feixing Valley. Could it be that Kelvin ultimately defected to the Feixing Valley and the Pan clan? Sir, it's true. Although the keepers of the mirror were covered in wounds, they did indeed come out from the Feixing Valley. And the Feixing Valley is engulfed in raging flames. Our people saw inside the flames the clothing of Feixing Valley disciples and the young masters of the Pan clan, the steward explained after catching his breath. He really did it. Terry murmured, his gaze fixed in the direction of Kelvin. By the time Terry received the news, Kelvin and his group had already appeared at the city gate. The citizens of Yuzhou City erupted into thunderous cheers upon seeing the heads in Kelvin's hands. The primary evildoer of the Pan clan has been eliminated. From now on, whoever tries to bully you will suffer the same fate. Kelvin pointed at the heads hanging on poles as he spoke. Thank you, sir, for your great kindness. We can't repay your kindness. Sir, please accept our respects. The citizens bowed down to Kelvin in gratitude. Not only did the citizens and the city hall learn about Kelvin slaying the Pan clan, but the Pan clan also got the news. In a picturesque villa in Yuzhou City, the Pan clan headquarters. Kaylee, bad news. A young member of the Pan clan ran anxiously towards the clan meeting hall, shouting along the way. The Pan clan's sacred ground does not tolerate loud disturbances. One more noise, and I'll throw you into the inferno to experience the agony of burning alive. In the meeting hall sat an Aryangli man with white hair, holding a dragon-headed cane, eyes closed, resting in the seat of honor. He opened his eyes and scolded furiously upon hearing the noise. The young boy shrank his neck upon hearing this. The inferno was where the Pan clan punished disobedient members and rebels against their rule. Once, a talented clansman was ordered to escort captives to the Feixing Valley. Instead, he freed them, giving each one some money to escape Yuzhou City. Thankfully, the Pan clan discovered and killed the fleeing citizens before damage was done. This talented clansman ended up in the inferno, where he screamed in agony for a whole day and night before dying. His body was barely recognizable when it was brought out. The inferno had claimed countless lives of boys who secretly helped the people of Yuzhou City. I know I was wrong, Kaylee. I won't do it again. Please don't throw me into the inferno. The young member begged, banging his head on the ground until it swelled. This time, I will forgive you, but not next time. Get up, the Aryan said calmly, revealing the countless lives he had taken over the years. What do you have to report? The Aryan closed his eyes and asked slowly. Kaylee, Kelvin, he has appeared in Yuzhou City, the clan member said cautiously. What did you say? The Aryan's eyes snapped open, glaring fiercely at the clan member. It's true, Kaylee. Kelvin is already at the marketplace. And. The clan member hesitated, afraid to speak. And what? Speak quickly. The Aryan roared. The clan member flinched and swallowed nervously. And he hung Grandpa and Shun's heads on poles. Upon hearing this, the Aryan's usually harsh face turned bewildered. He collapsed onto the chair as if he were made of mud. Kaylee, could she face their ancestors if she fled now out of self-preservation? Send out the message. All capable members of the Pan family, regardless of cultivation level, are to gather here immediately. The matriarch's eyes gleamed with determination. The Pan family might perish, but their honor must not be tarnished. Alana Stain, what about the infants? We're preparing to fight, one worried family member asked. Infants without fighting capabilities shall all be cast into the hellfire. Without the protection of our family, their fates won't be much better anyway. Better to end their lives quickly and give them peace rather than letting them fall into enemy hands and suffer torture. They will be well in the netherworld as children of our great Pan clan, the Alice said mercilessly. Pan family members thought the Aryan had gone mad, yet found a twisted logic in her words. Thus, without hesitation, they handed over newborns to the executioners, some even throwing their own children into the flames themselves, devoid of any pity. It became evident that the Pan family was never truly a family, with blood ties, kinship, and humanity nearly non-existent. Everything they did was for power. The cries of the infants resonated from the pit, and no mercy appeared on the faces of the Pan family members as they threw child after child into the inferno. In total, 354 infants were thrown into the pit, their heartbreaking cries echoing for miles around, causing tears to flow from those who heard. The cruelty of the Pan family was truly shocking. Meanwhile, Kelvin was comforting the citizens at the marketplace. There's no need for this, he said. Advocating for the people is my duty. From now on, If you have grievances, seek me. His words elicited cheers once more. Since entering the city, the citizens' thoughts of him had increased his mind factors visibly. His heart filled with joy. These factors brought him closer to the peak of Unity Mirror. But the lack of resources to reach that peak troubled him. Unlike other late-stage Unity cultivators, Kelvin required vast resources for each advancement. The last time Kia provided him with spirit stones and essence-enhancing grass was enough to enter Cave Spirit stage, but Kelvin only progressed from early to mid-Unity stage. Reaching late Unity stage relied solely on the power surge from Henley. Without him, Kelvin would have struggled for resources. Now Henley was dead, leaving no Cave Spirit cultivators to aid him. Seeking more resources from Kia crossed his mind, knowing she wouldn't refuse if he asked. However, she had already given all her resources to him previously, and now she was gone. Kelvin pondered borrowing from Frost Treasure again as a last resort. He decided to let the injured recover at the lodge, while he and the remaining mirror guards headed towards the Pan residence. Eradicating evil completely was necessary. He wouldn't leave these inhumane villains to harm the people. Kelvin didn't engage in further pleasantries with the steward, and led the mirror guards and city guards towards the Pan family's residence. When they arrived at the Pan family's compound, Kelvin was slightly taken aback by the buildings before him. All the structures were made of top-quality jade tiles, and the main gate was crafted from premium golden-threaded camphor wood. The opulence rivaled that of the imperial capital, revealing just how much the Pan family had exploited the people of Yuzhou for their own desires. Break the gate. At Kelvin's command, the city guards unleashed their essence energy, smashing into the gate. The priceless door shattered into fragments under the attack. Its fate seemed to foreshadow that of the Pan family. No matter how glorious they were, they would ultimately turn to ashes, forgotten by history. As the debris settled, the armed Pan family members stood before them, eyes filled with murderous intent. You are Kelvin? The Aryan at the forefront, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, stared at Kelvin. Yes, I am Kelvin. The Pan family has colluded with demon cultists, using the people of Yuzhou as sacrifices to appease evil forces. Your crimes cannot be forgiven, Kelvin declared loudly. By imperial decree, we of the Mirror Platform have come to Pan family members. Kelvin chuckled softly. Broken mirrors couldn't be mended so easily. You may watch quietly. From the battle at Fashing Valley, almost all mirror guards were injured. The ones with him were just less severely wounded. If he could avoid engaging them, Kelvin preferred it. But sir, Caitlin tried to interject but was cut off by Kelvin. Follow orders and stay put. Under Kelvin's stern command, Caitlin had no choice but to step back reluctantly. Wave after wave, the city guards charged, and one by one, the Pan family members fell. Within moments, most of the Pan family had been slaughtered. The Aryan watched calmly, her eyes locked on Kelvin, unmoving. When the last Pan family member fell, the city guards surrounded the Alice. If you accompany me back to the capital and confess the Pan family's crimes, I can ensure the survival of the infants born to the Pan family. What do you say? This wasn't out of compassion. Kelvin simply believed that children bore no guilt. Never. The Pan family will never kneel to anyone. With that, blood trickled from the Aryan's mouth. She had chosen to take her own life. Kelvin felt no pity as he walked deeper into the Pan family's compound. Upon reaching the entrance of the Inferno pit, he saw the charred remains of the infants, his usually calm demeanor now brimming with anger. These animals. Kia, witnessing the scene, shouted in fury. Even tigers don't devour their own young. How could they bring themselves to harm such tiny children? These were their own bloodline. Caitlin added angrily. Years of tyranny have stripped the Pan family of any sense of family or humanity. Perhaps selfishness is their only true emotion left, Kelvin sighed. Find someone to give these children a proper burial. Without looking back, he walked away toward his own quarters. Chapter 400, Conversation in the Courtyard. The Pan family clan, the self-proclaimed emperor of Yuzhou City, had crumbled within a single day. When Kelvin first arrived in Yuzhou City, no one believed he could wipe out the Pan family. Terry thought the same. Not only the people of Yuzhou City, but also the nobles in the capital city were calculating their gains meticulously. The Pan family had entrenched themselves in Yuzhou City for many years, amassing power and influence beyond ordinary comprehension. Unfortunately, man's plans can never outmatch destiny's twists. Kelvin suddenly acquired the Dark Gold Vase, disrupting the Pan family's schemes. Two out-of-scenery realm experts should normally be able to overpower many sects, yet they ended up annihilated into oblivion. Kelvin lay on a recliner in the courtyard, his eyes half closed, looking at the blue sky through sparse green leaves. As sat beside Kelvin and spoke. Yes, the Pan family has been completely destroyed. The task the Emperor gave me is finally concluded. But don't you feel the waters in Yuzhou City are getting murkier? Kelvin replied ambiguously, placing his hands behind his head. Wasn't your mission just to eliminate the Pan family? Other matters can be handled by others, right? Kia said, unsure if she was genuinely concerned or testing him. Don't you think certain events have happened too conveniently? Kelvin didn't respond directly but asked instead. What do you mean? Kia frowned. Throughout their time in Yuzhou City, Kelvin had led the charge while Kia hadn't voiced her own thoughts. Truthfully, Kia enjoyed this dynamic from the bottom of her heart. Everything that has happened since we came to Yuzhou City. Kelvin gazed into Kia's beautiful eyes and then glanced around the mansion, smiling. This courtyard isn't bad. Recalling recent events quickly in her mind, Kia, as a cave spirit realm expert with a remarkable memory, soon looked back at Kelvin with a serious expression. You mean the city lord? Kia realized that when they arrived in Yuzhou City, Terry had arranged their accommodations. Despite the Pan family's formidable strength, why did Terry specifically place them in this small courtyard? That night, the sacrificial ritual occurred. All of this seemed far too coincidental. If Terry was the driving force, what was his true intention? Just to eliminate the Pan family and reclaim control over Yuzhou City? She had to reconsider Terry's role all these years. Was he independent? secretly colluding with the Pan family, or lurking in wait for the opportune moment. Whichever it was, Terry wasn't simple. Dealing with a tiger required both courage and wisdom, and the Pan family was that tiger. You're thinking along the right lines, so I'm waiting. Kelvin saw Kia's understanding expression and spoke. Though the Pan family was called the Emperor of Yuzhou City, we don't know how deeply Terry was hiding. Now, Gay is seriously injured and unable to fight. If he really is the mastermind, we might all end up here. Kia's expression grew solemn. I've already sent word back to the capital about the events in Yuzhou City. It won't take long for the entire capital to know, Kelvin explained. If Terry is the mastermind, the messenger won't make it back. Kia pointed out bluntly. I know. So you want to see if it's really Terry? Kelvin's eyes shone with an indiscernible light. Are you using the messenger as bait? Kia was surprised. Kelvin's face showed a hint of helplessness. After conceiving this plan, Kelvin pondered for a long time who would carry it out. Accidentally, a guardian heard about it and insisted on being chosen, even threatening to go back secretly if not allowed, regardless of punishment. With no choice, Kelvin let the guardian deliver the message. However, Kelvin wasn't unprepared. In addition to delivering the message to the capital, he taught the guardian a life-saving technique. Even if the messenger tests that the city lord has nefarious intentions, it's still useless. We lack a means to break this deadlock. Kia continued after considering. There is a unique method of communication within our order. I've already reported everything in Yuzhou City to Jackson, Kelvin clarified. You've thought of everything. Just unfortunate for that loyal guardian. Kia sighed. She believed that if Terry was the mastermind, the guardian wouldn't survive. Not at all. He won't die. Kelvin stood up from the chair, stretching his body, speaking calmly. Though his tone was calm, it exuded immense confidence. A gentle breeze lifted Kelvin's hair, casting a dazzling glow on his face under the afternoon sun, like a celestial being. Even Kia was momentarily captivated, staring at Kelvin, realizing that every encounter made him increasingly different from anyone she had known before. Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Chapter 401. Harvesting the Autumn Winds. I know I'm handsome, but please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth and maintain some decorum. Kelvin looked at Kia's red lips and said solemnly. Kia subconsciously reached out with her delicate hand and wiped the corner of her mouth. However, there was not a drop of drool there. Realizing what had happened, Kia immediately understood that she had been fooled by Kelvin. Kelvin, you scoundrel. Kia's beautiful eyes widened as she scolded Kelvin. She felt an urge to strangle Kelvin. He had completely ruined the wonderful atmosphere. Don't be angry. Come back to my room tonight, and you can look for as long as you want. Kelvin looked at Kia, whose chest was heaving in agitation. Although they had spent considerable time together, no matter how long, Kia's charm could never be ignored. Whether it was her figure or her demeanor, everything was top-notch. Who wants to go back to your room? Kia laughed out of anger, rolling her eyes. Ah, women are truly like eels. Recently, you wanted to eat big sausages. Now you're sending me into the cold palace? Kelvin put on an injured expression. Be serious. What do you plan to do about the Yuzhou City situation? Do we just sit and wait? Kia took a deep breath, barely restraining the urge to punch him in the chest. Sit and wait? You got that right. I am indeed sitting and waiting. Kelvin gave a mysterious smile. Kia wanted to say more but stopped when she saw Gustavo hurriedly approaching. Director Phelan, the mayor of Yuzhou City is here to see you. He has been escorted to the living room. Gustavo bowed and said, You see, the person we were waiting for has arrived. With that, Kelvin strode towards the living room, and Kia followed closely behind. She was curious about the mayor's intentions for this visit. Before entering the hall, they saw Terry sipping tea carefully. Mayor Adrian, welcome. I regret not being able to greet you properly. Kelvin's voice echoed into the hall even before he arrived. The next moment, Kelvin crossed the threshold into the hall. Director Phelan, it was impolite of me to come uninvited. So how could I possibly blame you? Terry put down his teacup and complimented Kelvin. This courtyard was lent to us by you, Mayor. How can you say it was uninvited? Terry thought to himself, has Kelvin changed? He seems different from when he was at the mayor's residence. He tried to engage in some polite conversation, but Kelvin interrupted him. However, since you've come as a guest, shouldn't you have brought a gift for the host? As the mayor of Yuzhou City, surely you brought plenty of fine things. Kelvin looked at Terry with an expectant expression. Terry was momentarily speechless. He hadn't brought any gifts at all. As the city's ruler, he believed visiting others was already a great honor, so he had never considered bringing gifts. Moreover, Terry wasn't just making a casual visit today. Terry felt flattered by Kelvin's words. Kia watched Terry with pity, realizing he didn't yet understand that Kelvin was about to fleece him. Sure enough, Kelvin continued, Mayor Adrian, you don't need to bring carts loaded with millions of spirit stones. So much would embarrass me. Just 1 million or 2 would suffice. Terry froze in place. 1 million or 2 spirit stones. You might as well rob me. Even after years of management, taking out such a sum would hurt. Unlike Kia and Dara, each backed by powerful factions, these spirit stones were earned by Terry himself. Daily expenses and cultivation costs left little in savings. 200,000 spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Terry said with a grim face. He didn't want to give, but this was essentially extortion. How could he refuse after the recent destruction of the Pan family? Everyone in the city could turn against him. Fine, 200,000 spirit stones it is. To decline Mayor Adrian's heartfelt gesture would be rude. Kelvin sighed dramatically. Well, how fast his mood changed. Just like turning pages in a book. Moments ago, he was calling Terry Ferguson brother, then switched back to formal titles over just 200,000 spirit stones. Terry wondered if acting was another one of Kelvin's professions. Chapter 402. The previous city lord? Terry mused to himself whether he should have checked the almanac before leaving today, or perhaps he was just incompatible with Kelvin's birth chart. Otherwise, Why did he always feel his strength restrained to prove he knew nothing about it beforehand? She hadn't anticipated that Terry would admit it outright. Was it because he felt secure? Or was he really uninvolved? Kia pondered this in her heart. Why did you do this? Don't tell me it's for the sake of Yuzhou City's people. Such a feeble reason. No one would believe it. If you truly cared for the people of Yuzhou City, you would have taken action long ago. Why wait for me to arrive? Kelvin locked eyes with Terry, speaking each word clearly. As Kelvin finished, the atmosphere became heavy. Kia tensed up, fearing any disagreement might lead to a fight. Not only Kia but also outside the hall, the Mirror Storms were alert and ready. The Mirror Storm's arrival wasn't arranged by Kelvin but by Kia, who notified them through Caitlin. If there was any disturbance inside the hall, they were ordered to capture Terry at all costs. With Terry in hand, none of his contingencies would matter. Terry first glanced at Kelvin and Kia, then looked at the Mirror Storms outside the door. Looks like the two of you still don't trust me. His usually stoic face revealed a hint of helplessness. Kelvin and Kia remained silent, only staring into Terry's eyes, waiting for an explanation. Alas, if I say it was for the sake of Yuzhou City's people, not even I would be convinced by such a reason. I have two reasons for doing this. Allowing you to uncover their activities. After saying this, Terry's expression turned serious. The Pan family alone couldn't keep this operation so tightly under wraps. There must be other forces behind them. Terry stated firmly. Have you discovered any clues during your years in Yuzhou City, Adrian City Lord? Kia asked. I can't confirm others, but one person must be involved, the previous City Lord of Yuzhou. Terry said resolutely. Oh, why do you say that? Kelvin asked. Before coming, Kelvin had reviewed the dossier of the previous City Lord of Yuzhou. Apart from the sudden and mysterious plague, which came and went quickly, the previous City Lord, though not exactly a noble administrator, had never been known to commit atrocities while in office. The previous City Lord was originally from Yuzhou. Later, for unknown reasons, he chose to resign and return home. But I secretly investigated and found that he never returned to his hometown. I suspect he hides somewhere in Yuzhou City, secretly plotting. Moreover, after many years in Yuzhou City, the previous City Lord had many old subordinates throughout the city. After taking over as City Lord, I encountered obstacles in every step. Besides the mischief caused by the Pan family clan, it likely involves the shadow of the previous City Lord as well. Terry spoke solemnly. Listening to Terry, Kia and Kelvin felt their confusion clear up. They had always suspected that an official was covering for the Pan family clan. If it was the previous City Lord, everything made sense. Being a local from Yuzhou and having operated for half a lifetime in the city, the previous City Lord could get things done smoothly even without the position. However, they still wondered why the previous City Lord resigned. Wouldn't it be easier to carry out his plans as City Lord? Why switch to working behind the scenes? Unfortunately, Terry couldn't answer this question either. Though largely convinced of Terry's sincerity, Kelvin decided to test him further. Adrian City Lord, do you know what this is? Suddenly placing the dark gold teapot on the table, Kelvin kept a firm gaze on Terry's eyes. When faced with unexpected actions, people often reveal emotions instinctively. The dark gold teapot was something both Ricky and the Alice coveted. If Terry knew about the teapot, the greed in his eyes would be undeniable. Kelvin relied on this involuntary reaction to determine if Terry was lying. Chapter 402. Previous City Lord? Terry wondered if he should have checked the almanac before stepping out today, or was it because his birth chart clashed with Kelvin's? Otherwise, why did he feel so stifled every time he met Kelvin, unable to fully utilize his abilities? Regardless of whether it was a clashing birth chart or not checking the almanac, Terry didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. He feared that if they continued talking, Kelvin would start coveting his City Lord's residence. Director Phelan, you uprooted Feishing Valley and the Cameron in one fell swoop. Eliminating these two major threats for our Yuzhou citizens is truly a blessing for them. I've come here today specially to thank Director Phelan, Terry said, changing the subject. I can also thank City Lord Adrian for helping me uproot these two major threats. If it weren't for your arrangement for us to stay in this courtyard, how could I have coincidentally uncovered their plot? Kelvin stared intently at Terry's face, as if trying to see through him entirely. Terry hadn't expected Kelvin to openly bring up this matter, and chuckled in surprise. Director Phelan is correct. I deliberately arranged for you all to stay here. Terry admitted straightforwardly without any concealment. Asia's eyes sharpened upon hearing this. She had thought Terry would come up with many excuses to prove he knew nothing about it beforehand. She never imagined he would admit it outright. Was he emboldened? Or truly uninvolved? Asia weighed this in her mind. Why did you do this? Don't tell me it was for the sake of the Yuzhou citizens. Such an awkward excuse. No one would believe it. If you were truly concerned for the citizens, you would have acted long ago. Why wait for me to come? Kelvin spoke, his gaze fixed on Terry's eyes, emphasizing each word. As Kelvin finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Asia tensed, fearing they might come to blows at any moment. Not only her, but outside the hall, figures moved, and the mirror guards were already in place. These guards were not sent by Kelvin but by Asia, who instructed Caitlin to notify other mirror guards. Should there be any disturbance inside the hall, Terry must be taken down at all costs. With Terry in hand, whatever contingency plans he had wouldn't matter. Terry first glanced at Kelvin and Asia, then at the mirror guards outside the door. Looks like the two of you still don't trust me, he said, his usually stoic face revealing a hint of frustration. Kelvin and Asia remained silent, only staring into Terry's eyes, demanding an explanation. Sigh. If I say arranging for you to stay here was for the Yuzhou citizens, even I can't convince myself with that reason, Terry continued. I have two reasons for doing this. First, I wanted to probe what these people were truly up to. The City Lord's residence has dispatched investigators, but they were all killed and thrown back into the City Lord's residence. That behavior was a warning to me. As for the second point, after many years in Yuzhou, I cannot distinguish who is loyal to me and who is theirs. But Director Phelan is different. As the chief mirror of the Jing platform, you surely have ways to bypass their surveillance and send information back to the capital. At that time, once Duncan dispatches powerful reinforcements here, whatever plot these people are planning will be crushed. However, I didn't expect... Terry wanted to continue but was interrupted by Kelvin. You didn't expect that I would resolve the matter on my own? Yes, Director Phelan's strength far exceeded my imagination, Terry sighed. Do you think besides the Cameron and Feishing Valley, any other forces were involved? This question from Kelvin hit the crux of the matter. If Terry said there were none, he would be implicated from start to finish. Terry smiled in response. Director Phelan, no need to test me further. If I was in league with the Cameron, I wouldn't have needed you to stay in this courtyard to uncover their activities. Terry's expression turned serious as he continued. The Cameron alone couldn't have carried out such a seamless operation. There must be other forces backing them. Have you discovered any clues over your years in Yuzhou, City Lord Adrian? Asia asked. I'm uncertain about others, but one person is definitely involved. That's the previous City Lord of Yuzhou, Terry stated firmly. Oh, why do you say that? Kelvin questioned. Before coming here, Kelvin had reviewed the file on the previous Yuzhou City Lord. Apart from the strange plague that came and went quickly, though the previous City Lord wasn't an outstanding official who fought for the people, no widespread atrocities were reported during his term. The previous City Lord was originally from Yuzhou. He later chose to resign and return home for unknown reasons. But I secretly investigated and found that he never returned to his hometown. I suspect he is hiding somewhere in Yuzhou, secretly plotting. Moreover, after serving many years in Yuzhou, he left behind numerous old subordinates in the city. After taking office, my actions have been constantly obstructed. Besides the Cameron's interference, I believe the shadow of the previous City Lord is also at play. Listening to Terry, the doubts of Asia and Kelvin began to clear up. They suspected an official was covering for the Cameron. If it was the previous City Lord, everything made sense. Being a local Yuzhou resident, he could easily operate even without the City Lord position. However, they still couldn't understand why the previous City Lord resigned. Wouldn't being the City Lord be more convenient for his schemes? But Terry couldn't answer this question either. Although they now believe Terry about 80%. To be sure, Kelvin decided to test him again. Do you know what this is? Kelvin suddenly placed the dark gold teapot on the table. Meanwhile, Kelvin watched Terry's eyes closely. When faced with unexpected actions, people tend to reveal some emotions instinctively. The dark gold teapot was a treasure sought after by both Bohin and the Alice. If Terry recognized it, his greed would show in his eyes. Kelvin intended to use this instinctive reaction to determine if Terry was lying. Chapter 403. Mayor Adrian, come again often. Terry had no idea what was on Kelvin's mind. He curiously examined the dark gold teapot. Mysterious patterns covered its surface, with streams of divine light occasionally flowing over them, giving it an incredibly mystical appearance. What is this? Where did you get it? With a curious look on his face, Terry slowly reached out to touch the dark gold teapot. Kelvin did not stop him. The moment he revealed the teapot, Kelvin confirmed that Terry's eyes held only curiosity, not the slightest hint of covetousness. The moment Terry touched the teapot, the once calm dark gold teapot began to shake. As it trembled, large amounts of spiritual energy flowed out from the mouth of the teapot. Terry's expression turned from one of curiosity to shock. Could it be that the spiritual energy of the citizens of Yuzhou has been absorbed by this object? No wonder Terry was astonished. Every so often, some people in Yuzhou City would become lethargic. Though Terry had detected this problem long ago and dispatched people to investigate, all such investigations ended with the deaths of those sent. After a while, though I wanted was hiding behind the scenes to understand that even he, Terry, was not someone to be trifled with. However, just as he reached the doorway of the hall, Kelvin's voice rang out from behind. Mayor Adrian, don't forget to urge the carriage with those 20,000 spirit stones to hurry up. It's going to get dark soon, and I'm worried about the safety of the guards escorting the spirit stones. Kelvin's words nearly caused Terry to stumble. His previous heroic mood vanished instantly, replaced by a million galloping llamas in his heart. He wondered if he had owed Kelvin something in his past life for Kelvin to be sent by heaven to punish him in this one. Simultaneously, Terry decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would never see Kelvin again. You can rest assured, not a single stone will be missing, Terry replied sourly, before quickening his pace and leaving without looking back. He didn't want to spend another second in Kelvin's courtyard. Mayor Adrian is quite magnanimous. Please come again often. The gates of this residence will always be open for Mayor Adrian. Kelvin called loudly after Terry's retreating figure. Unless I've lost my mind, I'll never come here again. Terry cursed inwardly as he quickly walked out of the courtyard gate. When Terry left the courtyard, deep in the mountains south of Yuzhou City, in a familiar secret room, 4 figures sat in silence. The seats originally belonging to the 3rd and 4th Aryans were now empty. None of the 4 present spoke, each person remaining silent, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The 4th Aryan, that useless fool, couldn't even accomplish such a simple task and was annihilated along with his family. The 6th Aryan burst out angrily. Not only that, we have never discovered the true identity of the 3rd Aryan. Who would have thought he was none other than Bohin, who had disappeared from the demonic path for so long? The 5th Aryan added. Ephron, what do you think? The leader ignored the remarks of the 5th and 6th Aryans and looked at the 2nd Aryan. I've known about Bohin since the Starflight Valley incident. It was me who helped the Cameron cover his tracks, allowing him to recuperate there. However, I truly did not know the 3rd Aryan was Bohin, the 2nd Aryan explained. Do you really expect anyone to believe that? Is there anything in Yuzhou City that can be kept hidden from you? Am I right, City Storm Dylan? The furious 6th Aryan directly exposed the 2nd Aryan's identity. Unbothered by the revelation, the 2nd Aryan removed the hood covering his head, revealing an utterly ordinary face that would blend into any crowd without notice. There are many things in Yuzhou City that I don't know. For instance, where did you come from? You seem to have appeared out of nowhere, with no information about you in Yuzhou City. Dylan calmly said to the 6th Aryan. You, Before the sixth Aryan could respond, the fifth Aryan interrupted. Enough, Adamar. Now is not the time for internal strife. Panic Clan and Bohan ambushed Kelvin in Starflight Valley without informing us. If they hadn't been wiped out by Kelvin, we wouldn't have known the third Aryan's true identity. By then, if the third and fourth Aryans conspired and claimed Kelvin didn't possess the dark gold teapot, we'd be in real trouble, the fifth Aryan analyzed. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. Damn traitors, they deserved their annihilation, the sixth Aryan said furiously. The others didn't speak, but clearly agreed with the sixth Aryan. Alright, now that the deed is done, and the third and fourth Aryans have paid for it, let's move on. Rather than dwell on the past, we should consider how to retrieve the dark gold teapot. The leader waved a hand to signal everyone. Ephron, have you confirmed Kelvin's strength? The fifth Aryan asked, looking at Dylan. According to the second Aryan, the highest cultivation level among Kelvin's companions was Asia. Even if Asia had protectors, they shouldn't have been able to wipe out both Bohan and the entire Cameron. Kelvin's strength is undoubtedly at the middle stage of the integration realm. Moreover, apart from Asia's protector, no other strong cultivators were found accompanying Kelvin into the city. Hashtag Chapter 404, Cave Conspiracy. This was precisely what puzzled Dylan. He had been operating in Yuzhou City for many years, and aside from his position as the city lord, he had long established his own dedicated intelligence network. Without exaggeration, the entire city of Yuzhou was dotted with his informants, and no movement could escape his notice. Moreover, when Kelvin entered Yuzhou City, he did not conceal his movements. Although Kia's protector did not always act together with Kelvin's group, they were still noticed by Dylan's people and reported to him. However, at that time, believing that Ione and her clan could intercept the protector and handle Kelvin's group, Dylan decided not to share this information with them. Unfortunately, despite all Dylan's meticulous planning, he had failed to anticipate that Bohan would, out of personal greed, kill even their fellow cultivators of the Dongling realm. Furthermore, while Dylan's intelligence network was formidable, it paled in comparison to the power of Dara, the supreme leader of the demon sect. If she didn't want to be found, almost no one in this world could find her unless a xuanhuan personally intervened. These intertwined reasons led to the downfall of Feishing Valley and the Cameron. Strange indeed. Could it be that Kelvin is truly under the protection of a xuanhuan? Even if he has such protection, it can't possibly be used infinitely. The last time Kelvin killed the right protector, he already used it once. In theory, it should have been exhausted. Rupert's words made sense. While Xinjians transcend worldly affairs, they often show favoritism towards outstanding descendants. Generally, a xuanhuan grants a life-saving seal to their chosen ones. When their lives are threatened, this seal unleashes unimaginable power to save them. However, typically, a xuanhuan only places one such seal on each person. On one hand, they don't want the recipient to rely too heavily on it, hindering future growth. On the other hand, xuanhuan power is so overwhelming that even the most talented individuals find it difficult to endure too much of it without it subtly altering their perception of the world, which would be detrimental to their cultivation path. Perhaps Kelvin not only received a xuanhuan seal but also a single-use offensive weapon granted by a xuanhuan. After pondering for a moment, the eldest brother suggested. Only this explanation could account for why Kelvin managed to exterminate the disciples of the Cameron and Feishing Valley. What? How could that be possible? Everyone present looked incredulous. A single-use weapon crafted by a xuanhuan is extremely precious. Even the four great paradises would store it as their ultimate trump card. For Kelvin to receive such an item, he must be incredibly favored by the xuanhuan, perhaps even indulged. Realizing this, both Dylan and Old Fifth hesitated. If this were true, they would need to reconsider their stance towards Kelvin. After all, a xuanhuan's wrath is not something anyone could bear. Was it worth risking the wrath of a xuanhuan for the secret realm? They weighed the consequences in their hearts. Anatoly, Old Fifth, Rupert, how long have we prepared for this secret realm? What sacrifices have we made? You, Anatoly, gave up the prestigious position of city lord and your family just for this secret realm, all to advance further. Now, as success seems within reach, you're wavering. Can you really afford to give up now? The eldest brother spoke these words, causing Dylan's expression to falter. Throughout the journey, Dylan had sacrificed much for this secret realm. How could he let it go now? However, facing a xuanhuan, what difference would giving up make? Could they challenge a xuanhuan directly? Sensing Dylan's thoughts, the eldest brother continued. While Xinjians possess immense power far beyond our comprehension, they are not omnipotent. After we complete our plan and vanish into the masses, where will they find us? We can wait until their anger subsides before resurfacing. His words persuaded everyone. Indeed, Xinjians were powerful, but hiding among the masses, they couldn't just destroy the entire world, could they? If they dared to slaughter indiscriminately, other Xinjians would interact any contingencies. Now is not the time to strike. Initially, we underestimated his level of favoritism from the xuanhuan, which led us to task the Cameron with killing him. But not anymore. If we must kill him, it must be swift and decisive, followed immediately by opening the secret realm without any delay. After hearing the eldest brother's words, everyone fell silent, contemplating the stringent conditions. These conditions are too strict. How can we manage this? Rupert asked. I once read about a sacrificial method in an ancient text, the eldest brother replied. This time, let Kelvin join the people of Yuzhou City on their way to the afterlife. In this chapter, the tension builds as Dylan and his companions consider the implications of Kelvin's seemingly divine protection. They debate the risks involved and finally settle on an extreme solution to ensure the success of their plan. Chapter 405. Plan finalized. The leader's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, treating the lives of Yuzhou City's residents as if they were livestock that could be slaughtered at will. Even the fifth member, who always prided himself on having seen many people's deaths, was shocked by the leader's attitude. Ordinarily, the fifth member would only use live subjects for drug testing. But now, the leader was ready to sacrifice the entire population of Yuzhou City. After all, the population of Yuzhou City was not small. Though it couldn't compare with the capital, it still had a population of around 80 or 90,000. It turned out that the usually quiet leader was the fiercest among them. Dylan's face turned very unpleasant after hearing the leader's words. He had spent his whole life operating in Yuzhou City, where it was his stronghold. Dylan was confident that if he wanted to overthrow the current city lord, many people would support him. Originally, Dylan planned to take over after the plan succeeded, replacing the current city lord Terry and returning to Yuzhou City under Terry's identity. At that time, he would still be the city lord of Yuzhou City, able to command the wind and rain within its walls. The leader's suggestion completely disrupted his plans. Is there no other way? Dylan asked grimly. The second brother, I know Yuzhou City is your stronghold. Sacrificing all its residents must weigh heavily on your conscience. However, you need to understand that our opponent might be a Aldo. We don't have time to slowly gather spirit energy anymore. To achieve great things, sacrifices are necessary, the leader persuaded. Yes, we have no choice but to follow the leader's plan. The fifth and sixth members echoed in agreement. Fine, I understand, Dylan replied with a fleeting flash of cruelty in his eyes. Besides setting up the grand array, there's another task for the fifth member. The leader, pleased with Dylan's response, then looked at the fifth member. Everyone is in this boat together. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Eliminate them swiftly, the leader said to the sixth member. The sixth member nodded, acknowledging the instructions. After finalizing some more details, the leader, Dylan, the fifth, and sixth members left the cave one by one. Time was pressing, and they couldn't afford any delays. Each person represented a powerful force behind them. Although some of these forces weren't widely known, they were no less formidable than the Pan family. A wave of unrest quietly spread through Yuzhou City. Unbeknownst to Kelvin, a plan targeting Yuzhou City's residents was being stealthily carried out. Now, he was busy counting the spirit stones delivered by Terry. Really stingy, said 200,000 spirit stones, and actually gave exactly 200,000, no extra ones. Kelvin placed the spirit stones into his pouch, grumbling. The city lord's steward pretended not to hear, eyeing his nose, his heart, as instructed. When the city lord sent him, he specifically told him not to respond, no matter what Kelvin said. Having dealt with Kelvin twice, the steward knew better than to respond, fearing he might end up losing everything. Grandpa, over the years your city lord must have accumulated quite a few treasures in Yuzhou City. Tell me about them. Let me broaden my horizons. You know, I'm from humble beginnings and haven't seen much of the world. And him in trouble with Kelvin. Can't people trust each other a bit more? See, Adrian Lord promised me 200,000 spirit stones, and I didn't send anyone to collect them. Everyone should learn from me. Wouldn't that bring world peace? Kelvin watched the steward leave with a sigh. Ouch! Hearing Kelvin's words, the steward stumbled, twisting his right foot and letting out a cry. Yet, driven by something unseen, despite the excruciating pain, he hobbled away from Kelvin's residence at full speed. End of chapter 405. Chapter 406. The ancients did not deceive me. As the saying goes, one bowl of rice doesn't grow two kinds of people. The ancients did not deceive me. Befitting the city lord's residence indeed. Even the manner of exiting is almost identical. Kelvin watched the butlers disappearing back and shook his head. Hearing this, Kia finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Kia thought that in the Great Gon dynasty, if anyone was most infuriating, it had to be Kelvin without question. However, watching others get angry at Kelvin didn't stir any resistance in Kia. Instead, it sparked a mischievous idea. Should I try this tactic on Master and my fellow disciples when I return? The more she thought, the brighter her eyes became as she began to look forward to seeing the expressions of her master and peers. At the location of Anshan Shrine, deep within the tranquil and fragrant surroundings, Kia's master said to her, something terrible has happened. Before she could sip, an agitated voice interrupted. Next moment, a woman in a goose-yellow gown, hair tied in a bun, ran over. As she ran, her twin orbs swayed mesmerizingly. Unfortunately, there were no men around to appreciate the spectacle. This newcomer was Kia's youngest disciple, Nadia. Can't you learn to be more composed like your other senior sisters? Kia's master said exasperatedly. Nadia pouted cutely and stuck out her tongue. Then, remembering her purpose, she urgently reported, Master, Sister Yu's letter says the guardian protector is nearly dead. Hearing this, Kia's master stood up abruptly, spilling tea on herself but seemingly oblivious. A formidable aura erupted from her, momentarily silencing the birds in the sky. Why such anger, Master? Nadia shrank back, whispering nervously. The maid looked astonished. She had never seen her usually calm master react this strongly. Are you alright? Is she injured? Kia's master asked. Sister Yu is fine, Nadia replied truthfully. Kia's master sat down again, using a handkerchief to wipe the tea stains off her. Does Yu explain what happened? After cleaning up, she asked. Master, Sister Yu didn't give details, but said they encountered some issues and the guardian protector is seriously wounded. But don't worry, Master. Sister Yu also mentioned advancing. When night fell and dawn arrived, an ordinary morning was suddenly shattered by a terrified scream. Help! Help! A resident of Yu Prefecture rushed out, hands covering half his face, fear evident. What happened? Many gathered at the sound of the desperate cries. Soon, a crowd surrounded him. Make way! City guards pushed through and examined the man. Their faces grew pale upon seeing his visage. Similarly, the citizens were petrified. Chapter 407. The plague strikes again. The man's right half of his face appeared to be rotting, with pus-filled sores of various sizes growing on it. Some of the sores had burst open, oozing yellowish pus continuously, which looked absolutely revolting. Flies attracted by the smell of the sores were flying around him. It was reasonable for the residents of Yuzhou City to feel scared upon seeing such a disgusting sight. However, the city guards of Yuzhou City were not amateurs. Most of them had taken lives before. Especially during the attack on the Pan family, When women and children were slaughtered mercilessly, these guards didn't even flinch. But now, they were horrified by the grotesque appearance of the man. This incident was bizarre indeed. Plague. An Aryanli man with gray hair extended his hand shakily, pointing at the man's face, his voice trembling in fear. What? It's actually the plague? The plague is back? Run. The plague is here. Upon hearing this, the residents of Yuzhou City fled in all directions, terrified that the plague might spread from the man to them. Everyone stand still, don't move. Some slower Aryans and children were knocked down by stronger residents, wailing pitifully. The captain of the city guard bellowed fiercely at the fleeing crowd. But would the terrified citizens of Yuzhou City listen to the guards? The guards knew that if it really was the plague, they couldn't let this person leave, or else the entire city would be doomed. Thus, he glared fiercely and commanded his subordinates, "Bring them all back. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot." The guards hesitated. Unauthorized killing of civilians wouldn't be tolerated by the mayor. "I'll take full responsibility." Seeming to sense their hesitation, the captain shouted. The guards drew their sabers from their waists, leaping forward like agile hares. Seeing the flashing blades, the citizens halted, looking fearful. "Run. Staying here means death. We might survive if we break through." A beggar with a broken bowl yelled out in the crowd. The citizens felt a surge of desire to flee. Before they could act, the captain of the guards moved swiftly, decapitating Landon. "Whoever incites panic shall die. Whoever disobeys orders shall die." The captain held up the severed head with a murderous look. Watching the severed head in his hand, any thoughts of escape among the citizens were extinguished. These ordinary citizens were no match for the guards, and would find it nearly impossible to escape. "Please, spare me. I don't want to die." A man fell to his knees begging for mercy. "Yes, please spare us. My daughter is only 3 years old. If I die, how will she survive? Lord, please, spare us." Immediately, the citizens began kneeling and pleading for mercy. Even though the captain had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but show some compassion. However, as a soldier, he couldn't allow them to leave. "Ladies and gentlemen, calm yourselves. The plague may be serious, but there are ways to handle it. Remember, it was resolved last time. It can happen again." The captain tried to soothe the crowd. As the crowd gradually calmed down, the captain tore off a piece of his clothing, instructing one of the guards to deliver it to the mayor. Although the captain acted promptly, he was unaware that the plague was already spreading across the city. Guards were scattered throughout Yuzhou City, dealing with the situation in a frenzy. Despite this, it was impossible for the guards to locate every infected citizen. These infected people were like time bombs hidden within the city. And asked seriously, "To prevent the plague from spreading elsewhere, I've ordered the 4 city gates closed and my trusted men to guard them personally. Not only that, but I've also instructed the guards to search the entire city for infected citizens and isolate them." Terry explained. Gathering the infected in one place is only a short-term solution and won't eradicate the plague. Kelvin pondered for a moment, then asked, "Have Yuzhou City's doctors examined the patients?" "They have, but the results were unsatisfactory," Terry admitted, showing hesitation. "Mayor Adrian, countless lives are at stake. Please speak your mind freely," Kelvin urged. "Your honor is commendable. I heard from an Aryanli doctor in Yuzhou City that a legendary healer from the 100 Herbs Garden saved our city during the last plague outbreak. May I ask you to extend your help and invite this legendary healer from the 100 Herbs Garden?" Terry added, "As the mayor, it's inappropriate for me to leave Yuzhou City during this crisis. All my men have been dispatched to maintain order, so I can only trouble you, Mr. Phelan." Chapter 408. The 100 Herbs Garden. The 100 Herbs Garden? Is this information accurate? Kelvin's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked at Terry and asked. "The information should be correct. The person who informed me is an Aryanli doctor who has practiced medicine for many years in Yuzhou City. Besides his medical skills, he is well known in Yuzhou City for holding free clinics in the slums every month. During these clinics, he provides free diagnosis and treatment to the residents of the slums without charging a single coin. Not only that, if he encounters people who cannot afford medicine, he gives them herbs for free. He has always had a good reputation in Yuzhou City," Terry explained. Upon hearing this, Kelvin's eyes flickered with surprise. It was rare to find such a devoted healer in this era. Could there really be someone so kind-hearted? However, the citizens of Yuzhou City were currently in dire straits, leaving no time for deeper contemplation. Even if it were a dragon's lair or tiger's den, Kelvin was determined to take the risk. Where is the 100 Herbs Garden located? Before coming to Yuzhou, Kelvin had only gathered information about various sects and forces, thus this was his first time hearing about the 100 Herbs Garden. When Terry heard Kelvin's question, his face lit up with joy. Although Terry knew Kelvin would eventually agree to help, he didn't expect such an immediate response. Suddenly, the 20,000 spirit stones he had given to Kelvin didn't seem so painful. Magistrate Phelan truly lived up to his reputation as a benevolent official who cares deeply for the people. "Terry, on behalf of all the citizens of Yuzhou City, thanks Magistrate Phelan." Terry bowed deeply. In a flash, Kelvin moved aside and helped Terry back to his feet, saying, "Mayor Adrian, there's no need for such formalities. When common folk are in distress, I, Kelvin, must act. Please inform me of the exact location of the 100 Herbs Garden." After straightening up, Terry said, "According to the old doctor, the 100 Herbs Garden is in a valley 100 miles east of Yuzhou City." "Good, we mustn't delay. I'll depart immediately." Kelvin wasted no words, leading his horse straight toward the gate. "I'll go with you." Kia stepped forward and said to Kelvin, "100 miles ahead with unknown risks. You should wait here in Yuzhou City for my return." Gay was out of combat, and though Kia was at the Spirit Cavern realm, Kelvin didn't want her to join him. "Are you underestimating me?" she retorted. "Not underestimating you. With the current situation in Yuzhou City, no one knows what might lie hidden behind it. If both of us encounter danger, what will happen to the citizens?" Kelvin said. Terry couldn't help but smile bitterly. Clearly, His past indecision had made it hard for Kelvin to fully trust him. However, Terry understood. If it were him, he wouldn't have fully trusted anyone either. Moreover, while in Yujo City, if I don't return by nightfall, he opened the gates. May you succeed, Magistrate Phelan, the guards murmured as they watched him ride away. These guards already knew Kelvin might leave the city to seek help for the citizens. Outside the city gates, Kelvin galloped eastward without pause. A report, sir. A man has ridden out of the east gate. Should we? A black-clad man with a bloody longsword reported to a hooded man. Do you recognize him? Asked the hooded man, who was actually Sixth brother. He seems young, likely someone from the imperial court based on his attire, the black-clad man speculated respectfully. It looks like second brother and fifth brother's plan is going smoothly. Let him go. It's not time to strike yet. Sixth brother added. Ensure our people remain hidden and undetected. The black-clad man acknowledged and disappeared from view. Kelvin rode tirelessly for 2 hours until he reached the 100 Herbs garden mentioned by Terry. Throughout the journey, Kelvin felt puzzled. It had been too smooth. Logically, the previous city magistrate should have known about this trip, yet no one was sent to stop him. If the plague were truly part of the previous city magistrate's scheme, he wouldn't let Kelvin reach the 100 Herbs garden without interference. Could he have guessed wrong? Did the epidemic indeed occur suddenly and have nothing to do with the previous city magistrate? Chapter 409. Legendary Healer. By common logic, if this plague was the previous city lord's conspiracy, he certainly wouldn't let anyone come to ruin his plans. Anyone who tried to stop the spread of the plague would be his enemy. However, Kelvin arrived at the 100 Herbs garden without any hindrance. This matter was too strange. Nevertheless, regardless of what conspiracy the previous city lord had in mind, the immediate priority was to rescue the citizens of Yujo City from the shadow of the plague. Thus, Kelvin stopped thinking further and strode toward the 100 Herbs garden. The canyon where the 100 Herbs garden was situated was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant herbs that uplifted one's spirits. Even the horses, worn out from a long journey, regained their vigor after smelling the herb's fragrance. Kelvin felt a surge of wonder at the scene before him. As he entered the valley's entrance, the lush greenery abruptly transformed, giving way to rising green mist. In an instant, the mist enveloped him, causing a slight dizziness as it entered his nostrils. It was poisonous. Fortunately, the dizziness lasted only a moment. As a lamplighter, Kelvin's resistance to toxins far exceeded that of ordinary people. Few poisons could affect him. Still, this showed how potent the toxic mist emanating from the grass was, capable of causing dizziness even to Kelvin. Anyone else would have been incapacitated instantly. Godfrey, Palm Mirror Kelvin, seeks an audience with the legendary healer. Kelvin took a deep breath, gathering his true essence, and loudly proclaimed using the lion's roar technique. His voice echoed like rolling thunder throughout the 100 Herbs garden. Who dares barge into my 100 Herbs garden and shout? At that moment, a young voice suddenly rang out. Next, a boy wearing a Taoist robe and cap emerged, glaring angrily at Kelvin. Little master, I have come seeking the legendary healer, with no intention to offend. Please inform him of my presence, Kelvin said with a smile. My teacher is not someone you can just see whenever you want. Even the city lord of Yujo City has to wait in line. As for you, my teacher is busy and has no time for you, the small Taoist child said arrogantly, his nose nearly pointing to the sky. With the citizens of Yujo City suffering, Kelvin didn't have time to waste on the child. If your teacher refuses to see me, then I will go to see him. As he spoke, Kelvin channeled his true essence, creating a wind around him that blew all the mist toward the small Taoist child. The child's face turned pale, realizing he couldn't resist the poison in the mist. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his complexion turned ghastly white. Just as the mist was about to touch the child's nose, an invisible suction out a pill and handed it to Kelvin. These past days in Yujo City, you've already been exposed to the plague aura, only your profound cultivation has kept it from manifesting. This pill will suppress the plague aura in your body temporarily. Once I eliminate the plague source, I'll prescribe you medicine for a full recovery. Kelvin accepted the pill but didn't immediately take it, instead looking at the Aryan. Great healer, the citizens of Yujo City are still struggling terribly. Every second wasted means more victims. Let's head to Yujo City immediately. Given the unfamiliar territory, Kelvin remained cautious. The Aryan, seeing Kelvin's actions, didn't show any displeasure. After instructing the child to gather his belongings, they rushed towards Yujo City together. Though the Aryan looked aged, his physical condition was excellent. Despite the long journey, he showed no signs of fatigue. After over an hour of riding, a sudden cold gust struck them. Watch out! Kelvin warned the Aryan, using the horse's back to leap away from an incoming attack. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded from the woods as a black-clad figure emerged, saying, Sir Phelan, impressive skills. Are you from the previous city lord's faction? Kelvin narrowed his eyes, staring at the lead man. Since Sir Phelan has guessed, we won't hide it anymore. Yes, we are Lord Dylan's subordinates. We didn't expect Sir Phelan to find this old man when we slightly relaxed. But fortunately, we caught up. Today, you and this old man won't be leaving here. The black-clad man said menacingly. Let's make a deal. I hand over this healer to you. Would you let me leave? Kelvin laughed. You. The Aryan's expression changed upon hearing Kelvin's words. Sir Phelan, joking aside, this mere healer isn't as valuable as you. Of course, if Sir Phelan returns the item to our master, perhaps I can plead on your behalf, begging the master to spare your life. The black-clad man mocked Kelvin. Chapter 410. The Cameron, the source of the plague. Really? I didn't go to school much, don't fool me. Kelvin looked at the black-clothed man suspiciously. Of course, everyone knows our word is as solid as a rock. Today, if we say we'll kill you, we won't leave you alive until tomorrow. The black-clothed man added silently in his heart. Great, then catch it well. After saying this, Kelvin reached into his robe, looking like he was about to pull out something significant. None of them expected it to go so smoothly. If they could really obtain the dark gold pot, how would Dylan reward them? They dared not even imagine. The crowd's gazes grew increasingly intense, staring fixedly at Kelvin's hand reaching into his robe as if it were the rarest treasure in the world. No. The leader of the black-clothed men roared with wide-open eyes. However, his shout could not save his life. Kelvin's true essence sword chi pierced through his body, ending the arrogant black-clothed man's life. Seeing Kelvin's powerful combat prowess, the Aryan was dumbfounded. You are so strong. Why waste time talking nonsense with these people? Why don't you just kill them outright? The Aryan couldn't understand what Kelvin was up to and asked aloud. It wasn't that Kelvin didn't want to eliminate these people with overwhelming force, but he had dealt with both the Pan Clan and Xiuxian Valley before and knew how powerful these forces were. And the previous city lord must have operated in Yuzhou City for half a lifetime. Presumably, his power wouldn't be weaker than the Pan Clan and Xiuxian Valley. Therefore, Kelvin cautiously used the name of the Dark Gold Pot to draw these people's attention. Unexpectedly, the people sent by the previous city lord turned out to be amateurs. The leader, with the highest cultivation, only had middle-stage integration realm cultivation. While middle-stage integration realm might be formidable elsewhere, Kelvin had already killed a cavern spirit realm cultivator. What value did an integration realm cultivator hold for him? These guys must have been caught eavesdropping on their master at night, so they wanted to use me, Dylan said dissatisfied. Casimir gave a sinister smile but said nothing, while the two watched Kelvin in silence. Let's go. Back to Yuzhou City. After speaking, Kelvin and the Aryan got on their horses and galloped back to Yuzhou City. With the brief interlude of the black-clothed men, the rest of the journey passed without incident, and they smoothly arrived in Yuzhou City. When the guards at East Gate saw Kelvin returning, they were visibly excited. Hurry, open the gate. Lord Phelan is back. Ha ha ha, Lord Phelan is finally back. Yuzhou City has hope. Heaven sees us. Long live Lord Phelan. In cheers, Kelvin and the Aryan rode into the city. I didn't expect Yuzhou City to be enveloped by such thick miasma in just one day. The source of the plague truly is terrifying. Outside the city gate, Kelvin observed the foggy sky over Yuzhou City. The source of the plague, causing so much suffering among the people. The Aryan said with a mournful expression. Senior, should we first resolve the source of the plague or go rest at my place? Inside the city, Kelvin asked the Aryan. Each day the source of the plague persists, the people of Yuzhou City suffer more. Who knows how many will die because of it? We must act immediately to resolve the source of the plague. The Aryan responded without hesitation. Do you remember where the source of the plague was sealed? Kelvin intended to accompany the Aryan to witness the source of the plague that had taken him so long to formulate a plan against. The toxicity of the source of the plague is very strong. Even I can barely resist it. Going with you might put your life at risk. Seeming to sense Kelvin's intent, the Aryan quickly advised against it. Don't worry, I have a way to withstand it. Kelvin smiled slightly. Just a joke. As the lamplighter, is there anything in this world with stronger poison resistance? Hearing this, the Aryan fell silent, sighing softly. The source of the plague is within the territory of the Pan Clan. Although the Pan Clan acts recklessly, they indeed have the most experts in the city. Therefore, sealing the source of the plague within their territory was the safest choice. Upon hearing this, Kelvin felt enlightened. If the source of the plague was within the Pan Clan's territory, everything made sense. Chapter 411, Promise of Devotion? For all these years, the plague's origin had remained dormant due to the vigilant oversight of the Cameron. Now that the Cameron had been exterminated by my hand, it seemed that someone had deliberately targeted the plague's origin, lifting its seal. Thus, this calamity befell Yuzhou City. Kelvin and the Aryan sped toward the former residence of the Cameron. Along the way, the Aryan listened to the anguished cries of the people in Yuzhou City, sighing deeply at each sound. Kelvin worried the Aryan might pass out from all his heavy sighing. The once prosperous abode of the Cameron now lay in ruins. In just a few days, it was barely recognizable, with traces of blood still visible on the stone steps. The Aryan led Kelvin straight to the depths of the Hellfire Forge, a route he knew well. The children imprisoned in the forge were already laid to rest on the back hills by the mirror storms. The inferno within the Hellfire Forge had also extinguished. Upon witnessing the desolate scene inside, the Aryan's complexion changed drastically. Is something amiss, senior? Kelvin asked. The plague's origin is gone. I distinctly remember sealing the plague's origin here, suppressed by the fires from the Earth's core. But now, those flames have died out, and the plague's origin has vanished without a trace. The Aryan looked extremely displeased. If they couldn't find the source of the plague, the outbreak in Yuzhou City would never be fully eradicated. Let's search again thoroughly. With that, Kelvin began searching the left side of the Hellfire Forge, while the Aryan searched the right. This time, they were meticulous, even lifting floor tiles if necessary. After 15 minutes, both men exchanged grave glances. Besides locating the plague's origin, are there any other ways to contain this epidemic? Kelvin asked. The plague's origin acts like a water source, explained the Aryan. Even if we block it off, the stream will seep through underground or via some other means. Though only a day has passed, more than half of Yuzhou City's population is already infected. Soon, everyone in the city will fall ill. We must address both the symptoms and the root cause. I'll be responsible for finding the plague's origin, senior. You treat the infected citizens. Decided, Kelvin stated firmly. Agreed. The Aryan didn't refuse. His purpose in coming to Yuzhou City was to end the epidemic. They left the Cameron's residence, returning to Kelvin's courtyard. In the courtyard, Terry hadn't left and waited anxiously in the hall. Usually composed, his face showed clear signs of worry. Kelvin had been gone for a long time. Dusk was approaching, but he hadn't returned yet. Unaware of their mission within the city, Terry paced restlessly and questioned Fulton. Could Lord Phelan have encountered some mishap? Fulton almost kicked him out upon hearing this. As if only your family encounters mishaps. No matter what happens to your whole family, Master Mirror will remain unharmed. Fulton mentally cursed Terry's ancestors viciously. City Lord Adrian, please mind your words. Fulton said, clearly displeased. I didn't mean it like that. I just... Realizing his mistake, Terry felt awkward but tried to explain. Terry wasn't upset by Fulton's attitude. Instead, he understood. If someone badmouthed him before one of his loyal aides, he wouldn't be happy either. Plus, the Mirror Storms were known for unwavering loyalty. Sometimes Terry even imagined that if Kelvin ordered the Mirror Storms to die, they would not hesitate or blink an eye. Did you mean something else? As Terry pondered how to explain, Kelvin's voice echoed from outside the hall. Lord Phelan, you're finally back. I've been waiting so long. Hearing Kelvin's voice, Terry hurriedly greeted him without caring about explanations. Don't come near me. I'm engaged and not interested in men. Seeing Terry approach, Kelvin jumped back, using the Aryan as a shield and warned vigilantly. Stopping in his tracks, Terry froze, his conflicting feelings of frustration and excitement making his expression complex. He felt Kelvin was his natural nemesis. No one had ever stirred his emotions like this since his first love. After a deep breath, Terry decided not to argue further. Arguing would only hurt himself more. After all, when one loses their sense of shame, no one can compete. Kelvin had reached a level beyond competition in this aspect. He was invincible both above and below the heavens. This, without waiting for their response, Kelvin slipped away quickly. Chapter 412, Nighttime Conversation in the Dark. After Kelvin left, only Terry and the Aryanli man remained. Holding hands, their eyes meeting. They seemed a bit unnerved by what Kelvin had done, making them both feel less at ease than before. In the next moment, Terry and the Aryan simultaneously let go of each other's hands. Terry awkwardly wiped his hand on his clothes, wishing he could chop off his hand. Senior, you've traveled far and must be quite tired. I'll arrange accommodation for you. To relieve the awkwardness, Terry quickly shifted the topic. Thank you, City Lord Adrian. But before that, I need your help with something. Whatever you ask, as long as I can manage it, I will do my best, Terry replied earnestly. I have already observed upon my arrival that the entire population of Yuzhou City is suffering from the plague. I did not bring much medicine with me this time, and if I return to Xiuxian to fetch more, it would waste too much time, and I'm also worried about unexpected incidents. Therefore, regarding the herbs, I need City Lord Adrian's assistance to find a solution. Here is the list of herbs I need. With that, the Aryanli man pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve. Perhaps due to their earlier excitement, the paper was slightly crumpled. Very well, leave the herbs to me. You focus on healing the people. Terry glanced at the list of herbs on the paper. The Aryan's list filled the entire sheet. Most were common herbs found easily within the city's apothecaries. Some rarer ones were available in the city lord's warehouse. However, one herb named xuanhuan, divining grass, puzzled Terry, as it was not only non-healing but highly toxic. Senior, what about this xuanhuan? After hesitating for a moment, Terry asked. As the city lord, he had to be responsible for the safety of all citizens and could not afford any negligence. This plague originates from a potent poison, and to counteract it, we need something equally poisonous to fight fire with fire. The Aryanli man explained patiently. Upon hearing the Aryan's explanation, Terry felt relieved and nodded, preparing to take his leave to gather the herbs. City Lord Adrian, please wait. The Aryan stopped him. Senior, do you have more instructions? Terry looked at the Aryan curiously. Your concern for the people deeply impresses me. But now, with the epidemic spreading, you must take care of yourself for the sake of Yuzhou City citizens. If you collapse, what will happen to the city? As he spoke, the Aryan produced a vial and poured out a pill identical to the one given to Kelvin. This pill will cleanse your body of the epidemic toxins and ensure short-term protection against further infection. Without hesitation, Terry swallowed the pill once it reached his hand. Instantly, he felt as if he had swallowed lava. The scorching sensation spread from his esophagus to his stomach, then exploded, surging through his limbs. The intense pain made him feel like he was burning up, his face contorting in agony. Bloodshot eyes reflected his torment. The pain lasted for a few moments before Terry let out an agonized shout. Dark-colored plague gas spewed from his mouth. After expelling the plague gas, Terry felt remarkably rejuvenated. With the mental exhaustion caused by his concerns for the city gone, he felt energized, as if he could work for days without rest. Thank you, Senior. Terry bowed to the Aryan, who smiled in acknowledgement. The plague has been purged. Go ahead and collect the herbs. Following the Aryan's words, Terry turned and hurried towards the door. Kelvin and Myrtle, back in their room, emerged when they heard Terry's agonized cry. They witnessed Terry spewing black plague gas. No wonder the Seymour can seal away the source of the plague, Myrtle marveled. Earlier, Kelvin had informed Myrtle about the Aryan's situation. Here, take this pill. Kelvin handed her the pill given by the Aryan. Myrtle stared at the pill in Kelvin's hand, realizing it must have come from the Seymour. Instead of taking it, she gazed at Kelvin with mixed emotions. In a city infected with the plague, Kelvin had kept the pill for her instead of consuming it himself. A wave of gratitude washed over her, along with an indescribable complexity of emotions. While her masters and fellow disciples in Anshenzhai would think of her, they were family. But she and Kelvin barely knew each other for 3 months despite being betrothed. What are you thinking about? Do you want to end up with pustules covering your face? I'm warning you, if you become disfigured, don't blame me for canceling our engagement. I won't allow my fiancé to be ugly, Kelvin said seriously. You're the one who will get covered in pustules. If you get pustules on your face, I'll divorce you too. Myrtle rolled her eyes and snatched the pill from Kelvin's hand. Ah, women are so heartless. For saving you, you're even thinking about divorcing me. I should hug myself for pity. Kelvin feigned sadness. After hearing this, Myrtle didn't argue back but hesitated, considering giving the pill back to Kelvin, remembering her skills from Anshenzhai. Seeing her expression, Kelvin couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. You forget that I am the lamplighter. A mere plague can't harm me. Reassuring her, Kelvin explained. Realizing she was teased, Myrtle huffed. Himph. If you get infected, it's your own fault. With that, she turned around and walked away without looking back. Now that Kelvin had returned, Myrtle saw no need to stay near his bedroom and headed to her own room. Don't go yet. How about another chat for a spirit stone? It's getting dark. We can turn off the lights and chat about life. It would be great. Kelvin called out to her retreating figure. Who would want to chat with you at night, especially in the dark? People usually have candlelit conversations, not in the dark. Thinking of something, Myrtle blushed and spat in her mind before leaving swiftly. Note: this translation retains the style, tone, and structure of the original text, ensuring the storyline and character interactions are preserved accurately and naturally in English. Chapter 413. Separated Sources of the Plague. Terry was very efficient, and had all the medicinal herbs that the Aryan needed prepared by that night. When the Aryan arrived at Kelvin's small courtyard, he didn't rest. After Terry left, he centered his efforts on Kelvin's courtyard to examine the condition of the civilians in Yuzhou City. He prioritized treatment for the Aryanli and young, who were more physically vulnerable, using the herbs he brought with him. Thankfully, the city guards accompanied him, and with the Aryan also possessing some cultivation abilities, otherwise, the medicine might have been snatched away by malicious individuals as soon as it was prepared. Even so, some daring people incited the crowd to scramble for the prepared medicine. But ultimately, they met their ends under the city guards' heavy hand. In times of chaos, severe punishment must be used. The city guards would not show any mercy towards those causing disturbances. Meanwhile, Kelvin sat in his room, staring at a stack of documents on the table. These documents recorded when plagues broke out in various parts of Yuzhou City. Kelvin hoped to find some clues and trace the origin of the plague from these records. However, the time and location data were extremely chaotic. The earliest outbreaks were reported in both the eastern and western cities simultaneously, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Kelvin rubbed his temples. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the plague source, he was certain it was within Yuzhou City. But with its large population and vast area, where should he start? Looking out the window at the moonlight, he noticed it was turning an ominous blood-red color. Can't sleep? Ivory emerged and asked, looking at Kelvin. Yes, something's bothering me. Kelvin nodded. There are things you, Kelvin, can't figure out? Tell me. It'll make my day. Ivory said with a cunning smile. If I can make a mortal Featherchin laugh, then it's worth it even if I can't figure it out. Kelvin teased her nonchalantly. Ivory spat. Since meeting Kelvin, even though her master called her Devil Woman, she never had the upper hand in verbal sparring. Perhaps Kelvin was seeking someone to discuss with because he stopped teasing and expressed his. Ivory's speculation made sense. Only those above the Jingjing realm could suppress the plague's toxins for short periods. A Tongling realm expert would likely die before covering the whole city. Kelvin shook his head. He knew becoming a lantern lighter required stringent conditions, which he ruled out. Furthermore, Jingjing realm experts weren't common. If they really wanted to destroy Yuzhou City, why not directly attack it instead of risking infection? Kelvin believed these people must have some method to resist the plague's toxins. Palace Master. A suspicious person entered an old temple in the eastern city, Jerry hurriedly reported. Within a day, the city guards regained control over the situation. Kelvin thus instructed the mirror guards to monitor the plague's origin in Yuzhou City. Not long after, Jerry discovered some leads. Time is of the essence. Lead the way. Kelvin decisively ordered. Yes. As the three left the courtyard, the wind howled past an old temple in the eastern city. A beggar in tattered clothes cautiously entered and peered around, then opened the central door. Inside, three figures faced Landon. How's the situation inside the city? The central woman asked. Everything follows the plan. The plague now covers the entire city, and by tomorrow morning, it will erupt among every citizen. The beggar hesitated. Ferguson said. Dylan took her in, providing her with a comfortable life and teaching her the path of cultivation. Now, it was time to repay the city lord's favor with her life. Pity for her loyal brothers who had stayed by her side gnawed at her heart. They would die with her. KC looked at her three comrades with a tinge of sorrow. You will be repaid in the next life, she thought silently. In the next moment, determination filled her eyes. The other three had absolute trust in her, having faced life and death together on countless missions. After everything in Yuzhou City is settled, I'll retire, said Landon, passing out cold flatbreads to everyone and taking a large bite. Going back to be with your little girl? Stefan teased. Yes, my daughter will be 3 next year. I want to watch her grow up, Landon said wistfully. His daughter was the only light and motivation in his world. Ha ha ha, when I have a son, let's marry him to your daughter. Stefan joked. Get lost. Landon laughed and cursed. Watching them banter, the woman's eyes became more clouded with complex emotions. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by sounds outside the temple. Everyone tensed up, standing ready with weapons in hand, looking cautiously out. Who's there? Show yourself. I didn't expect such skilled people like you in this rundown temple. Kels. Most men told their fiancés to stay behind and protect them in dangerous situations. But with Kelvin, it was the strong ones to Anwar and the weak ones to himself. She almost wished to throw him to the other side and beat him up. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Anwar flashed towards the four, intending to subdue them single-handedly. Kelvin watched, not moving to assist. He found a relatively flat stump and sat down gracefully. I love watching women pull each other's hair. Too bad there's nothing entertaining here. A couple of watermelons would have made it perfect. Kelvin lamented. He considered asking Jerry to fetch some, but feared the battle would end before she returned. And Anwar wouldn't take kindly to discovering he was watching her fight while enjoying snacks. Tidal echo of myriad ancient eras. Anwar cried, unleashing a wave of true essence mixed with domain power. Palms divide the world, the woman responded, forming a giant palm that clashed with the wave. Though powerful, the palm struggled under the continuous assault, gradually dimming. Nadine, we're helping you. The beggar and others unleashed their ultimate moves, temporarily halting the tidal wave. But their defeat was inevitable. Unfortunately, Anwar had no patience. a reservoir of true essence unleashed within her, strengthening the wave until it shattered the palm and the other's defenses. Chapter 4:15. The rampaging pestilence aura. The aftermath of the surge crashed into the woman and the other three individuals. Casey spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, while the other three were hurled into the small temple. Although the woman was at the early cave spirit realm, Kia was one of the 4 great blessed lands divine maidens. An ordinary cave spirit realm practitioner would not be her match, especially since this woman was just a wild-trained cave spirit realm practitioner. If Kia couldn't instantly kill the early-stage cave spirit realm woman, that would truly be strange. How disappointing. It's over already. Kelvin inwardly complained. He had thought he'd witness a classic catfight scene between women. However, such thoughts couldn't be voiced. All Kia heard was Kelvin shouting loudly, "Precious Feather is invincible." Kelvin then walked up to Kia and said, "Precious Feather, in the future, you take the front lines while I'll support you from behind. Next time, come out by yourself." Kia shot him a sideways glance and asked, "How should we handle her?" "What else? Kill her." Kelvin replied as if it were the most natural thing, walking towards the woman. This woman was of the cave spirit realm cultivation. Currently, Kelvin needed essences for his promotion. Absorbing this woman's essence, coupled with the 30,000 spirit stones extorted from Terry, there were certain things she suspected but couldn't disclose to her subordinates. Kelvin was somewhat surprised upon hearing their conversation. Initially, he had thought those loyal to the previous city lord were irredeemable criminals. Now, it seemed otherwise. His killing intent waned. "As long as you hand over the pestilence source and leave me to find others, I will release your Aryan sister and the rest. What do you say?" "Fine, but only if you can withstand the toxic fumes of the pestilence source." The beggar tossed the container to Kelvin without further ado. Upon receiving the crystal container, Kelvin immediately sensed a chilling aura invading his body through his palm. What potent pestilence gas! Kelvin marveled inwardly. Instantly, 3 brilliant lights erupted from his body, driving away the coldness. The pestilence source inside the crystal seemed enraged by Kelvin's touch, surging powerfully against him, far stronger than before. Kelvin felt his arm go numb. He hastily activated his 3 lamps to expel the pestilence gas. Despite his formidable lamplighter powers, the pestilence source contained too many human lives and resentments, putting Kelvin at a disadvantage. Pus blisters began appearing on his palm and arms, albeit slowly increasing in size and number. Meanwhile, he became enveloped in the pestilence gas. Kia, seeing this, grew anxious, wanting to help Kelvin but unable to get close due to the intense negative energy. Even with her extensive knowledge from being from the soothing temple, she had never encountered anything like the pestilence source. Helpless, she could only stand there, praying Kelvin would survive. Meanwhile, the pestilence gas pushed forward within Kelvin's body, despite his best efforts to resist using his lamplighter abilities. His progress was merely delayed. Unfortunately, Kelvin was only at the late unification realm. Had he been at the peak cave spirit realm, even such potent pestilence gas would have been eradicated by his lamplighter powers. Time passed, and the pestilence gas broke through his arms, rushing toward his heart. "Damn it, what is this? Just because I burned a strand of your gas, you're this aggressive?" Kelvin was speechless. "Fine, you win, okay." He tried to throw away the crystal container, but it stuck stubbornly to his hand, refusing to let go no matter how hard he tried. Realizing the severity, Kelvin hadn't intended to fight to the death, but merely assess if he could manage or retreat. The pestilence gas intensified, flooding into his body. Struggling against the increasingly potent gas, Kelvin found himself losing ground. "I won't believe it. Can I really fail today against a mere pestilence source?" A fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, true essence inside his body flared up. Driven by this force, his 3 lamps shone brilliantly, raising the ambient temperature noticeably, even though Kia wasn't a lamplighter and couldn't see the lights. Chapter 4:16. The dark gold pot unleashes its power. In the eastern broken temple of Yuzhou City, the dense epidemic chi enveloped Kelvin tightly, as if it were a tangible substance. Jaylene watched anxiously as Kelvin was surrounded by toxic fumes. He wanted to approach but was restrained by the overwhelming power of the epidemic chi, forcing him to stand helplessly on the spot. Just when Jaylene was at a loss, Kelvin suddenly burst with immense strength, and the temperature in the small temple significantly increased. Under the influence of the intense heat, the epidemic chi hissed like boiling water, with much of it dissipating into black smoke and disappearing. Upon seeing this, Jaylene's worried expression turned into one of relief. If Kelvin could maintain this momentum, it would only take about the time of a cup of tea to purify all the epidemic chi. However, Jaylene's joy was short-lived. Suddenly, the epidemic chi in the air began to churn violently, as if it were being boiled. The green epidemic chi started to turn a dark shade, almost black. Even though Jaylene was a considerable distance away from the epidemic chi, he still felt a bone-chilling cold, and goosebumps appeared on his skin due to the stimulation from the source of the epidemic. Finished, Jaylene sighed inwardly, filled with despair. Such an intense concentration of epidemic chi was something Jaylene had never seen before. It wasn't just Kelvin. Even an out-of-the-realm, Chu Jing, expert would have trouble dealing with this darkening epidemic chi. Kelvin, who had initially managed to push the epidemic chi back to his arms using his full strength, was momentarily stunned by the sudden surge. Without any reaction, the epidemic chi surged forward like a flood, breaking through his defenses. The immense force of the epidemic chi made the 3 flames within Kelvin flicker weakly like candles in the wind, nearly extinguishing. In an instant, the epidemic chi approached Kelvin's chest, ready to invade his heart. Should such powerful epidemic chi truly penetrate his heart, not even a deity could save him. Kelvin's face changed rapidly. Damn it, I've always been cautious and careful. How can I meet my downfall here? He thought bitterly. Frost treasure, feather treasure, and the fish in my pond, farewell? It wasn't that Kelvin didn't intend to resist. The transformed epidemic chi was simply too strong. His resistance felt like a child facing an adult, completely ineffective. At this critical moment, Kelvin felt warmth emanating from his chest. In the next instant, the previously menacing epidemic chi began to converge toward his chest like a tide. In this dire situation, it was the dark gold pot in his embrace that came to the rescue, absorbing all the epidemic chi within Kelvin's body. The source of the epidemic inside the glass container seemed to sense what was happening, emitting even more epidemic chi. However, the dark gold pot behaved like an insatiable void, accepting all the epidemic chi without hesitation. After clearing the epidemic chi from Kelvin's body, the dark gold pot, as if still hungry, flew out of Kelvin's body towards the glass container he held. The glass container shattered instantly, and the source of the epidemic thrashed wildly, trying to escape. Unfortunately, the suction from the dark gold pot's mouth intensified, and the source of the epidemic was directly pulled inside. With the absorption of the epidemic source, the dark gold pot shook slightly, as if it were still unsatisfied. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone present unable to react. "Are you alright?" Regaining his composure, Jaylene rushed to Kelvin's side, asking anxiously. Kelvin, who had just narrowly escaped death, shook his head. That brief moment, he truly heard the call of Yama, the god of death. He hadn't expected the dark gold pot to be his savior. "I owe it to the dark gold pot. If it weren't for it, I might not have made it through today. From now on, I'll treat it better and won't throw it into the toilet so easily," Kelvin said, glancing at the dark gold pot in his hand. The dark gold pot seemed to understand his words, shaking its body in agreement. Kelvin couldn't believe that it was ultimately the dark gold pot that saved him. But upon reflection, it didn't seem so surprising. The first time he encountered the dark gold pot, its agitation was only calmed when the half-step Chujing Carson sacrificed his life force. This allowed Kelvin the opportunity to perform Yama's call. The source of the epidemic was essentially a collection of human life forces, tainted by resentment. As a form of pure life essence, it naturally appealed to the dark gold pot, which absorbed it all without hesitation. As soon as the epidemic chi was drawn out of his body, Kelvin's three flames reignited. Although they weren't as fierce as usual, they were stronger than those of ordinary Unity Realm cultivators. KC and Landon were visibly astonished that Kelvin had survived the ordeal. Even from a distance, they could feel the immense power of the epidemic source. They couldn't believe that Kelvin had actually lived through it. Is this man even human? The woman wondered inwardly. "Now, can you tell me the locations of the remaining sources of the epidemic?" Walking up to the woman and Landon, Kelvin asked. "You can't be killed. Perhaps this is heaven's will." Landon replied bitterly. The epidemic source has been divided into 4 parts. He immediately found Terry without wasting any time. At this moment, Terry was assisting the Aryangli man in preparing medicinal herbs to treat the citizens of Yuzhou City. Both were astonished when they learned that Kelvin had located the source of the plague in less than half a day. Terry even doubted whether Kelvin or himself was the actual city lord of Yuzhou City. He found it incredibly difficult to locate the plague source within half a day, yet Kelvin managed to do it. Terry admired the strength of Kelvin and the mirror storms from the bottom of his heart, while feeling somewhat envious. If he, Terry, possessed such a powerful team as the mirror storms, all these years, would he still need to remain inconspicuous? Upon receiving the news, Terry and the Aryangli man decided to split their forces. Terry headed for the West City, while the Aryangli man took a team to the South City. For a moment, a massive and formidable contingent set off towards various parts of Yuzhou City. Armed with the information Kelvin brought back, Terry did not dare to take it lightly. All the elite forces from the city lord's mansion joined him. Under such overwhelming strength, the guards proved no match for Terry and the Aryangli man. Though the Aryangli man was renowned as a divine physician, he was also highly adept in the art of toxins. Before the two sides even formally clashed, the guards were already poisoned by the Aryangli man and collapsed on the ground. Even be handled properly. How does he even serve as a city lord? Kelvin knew Terry had gone to the West City. After cursing under his breath, he dashed toward the West City with lightning speed. He understood that Terry could not deal with the plague gas. If he delayed any further, ordinary citizens might suffer because of it. When Kelvin arrived, the plague gas had already taken over most of the residential area. Phalon Lord, you finally came. The plague source has erupted. Quick, think of a way to solve it. Seeing Kelvin, Terry felt like he had seen a long-lost father. Kelvin ignored Terry and took out the dark gold flask, trying to use it to absorb the plague gas. However, after absorbing 2 plague sources, the dark gold flask seemed to have become picky about the plague gas. It remained motionless in Kelvin's hands. Little thing, are you being choosy now? Do you believe I won't fill your flask with slop water every day? Kelvin threatened the dark gold flask. Kelvin was a man of his word, saying he wouldn't throw the dark gold flask into the toilet, but he never said he wouldn't fill it with slop water. Hearing Kelvin's words, the dark gold flask shivered as if reacting humanely. Then, reluctantly, the dark gold flask generated a suction force. The boiling plague gas surrounding Kelvin continuously gathered into the dark gold flask. Kelvin walked forward slowly, while Terry followed closely behind but kept his distance. Terry was neither a torchbearer nor in possession of a dark gold flask, so he didn't dare follow Kelvin as casually as if strolling through a park. Upon entering the courtyard, Kelvin saw the previous city lord's men swelling grotesquely. They knelt on the ground, scratching their skin incessantly, chunks of flesh coming off, exposing white bones inside. A terrifying and horrific sight. Seeing Kelvin enter with the dark gold flask, these men's eyes filled with anger amidst their agony. They sacrificed their lives to release the plague source, hoping these people would perish alongside them. Now, seeing Kelvin using the dark gold flask to absorb the plague gas, the leader couldn't accept it. You little punk, daring to ruin our plans? You're courting death. Due to intense pain, the leader's voice turned hoarse, yet the murderous intent was evident. Next, the leader grabbed the plague source on the ground and charged at Kelvin. Even as his body swelled up worse, the leader paid no attention, focusing only on Kelvin. Having witnessed the plague sources might through the glass container, Kelvin did not want direct contact with it, despite having the dark gold flask as a countermeasure. Stepping back, Kelvin waved his right hand and hurled the dark gold flask towards the leader. If Chengbai saw this scene, he would surely be enraged. If Elon hadn't come, I wouldn't dare to imagine what would have happened. Terry remarked emotionally. Kelvin played an indispensable role in discovering and eliminating the source of the plague. Without him, Yuzhou City might have fallen into chaos long ago. City Lord Adrian, I'll take your compliments. But today, to resolve the source of the plague, I really spared no expense. Even my most treasured item has almost been ruined by the plague source. After this is over, City Lord Adrian should compensate me for my losses, Kelvin said while clutching the dark golden flask with a pained expression. Terry had seen people lie before, but he had never seen someone lie so boldly and yet look completely convinced. Terry noticed when Kelvin put the dark golden flask away. Instead of breaking down, it had become even more radiant, as though it had undergone purification. There was not the slightest sign of damage. This was Kelvin openly trying to gain from others' misfortunes. But what could Terry do? The source of the plague was discovered by Kelvin. The glass container holding the source shattered right before his eyes, and in the end, Kelvin cleaned up the mess. Faced with such blatant troublemaking, Terry had no choice but to accept his bad luck. Lord Phelan, after everything settles down in Yuzhou City, our City Lord Residence's treasure vault will be open exclusively for you to choose any treasures you like, Terry replied seriously. Kelvin's eyes flickered with surprise at Terry's words. Last time, he asked for 300,000 spirit stones and made Terry cringe. Now, letting him enter the treasure vault seemed like Terry had gone crazy. Regardless of the reason, Kelvin wasn't one to pass up on a good deal. If Terry dared let him in, he would make sure nothing remained in the vault. Of course, Terry wasn't actually being generous. He was plotting where to hide the treasures now. Kelvin's persistent interest in the City Lord Residence's vault made Terry uneasy. Allowing Kelvin access was partly to show there was nothing valuable left, hoping Kelvin wouldn't think about it anymore. Brother Adrian, truly magnanimous. Kelvin gave Terry a thumbs up, then turned to ask the divine doctor, Ferguson, have you resolved the source of the plague on your end? Upon hearing this, Terry looked anxiously at the divine doctor. I've eliminated it using special means, the divine doctor confirmed with a nod. Terry felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. With all sources of the plague in Yuzhou City eradicated, they could now focus on healing its people. With the divine doctor around, the plague wasn't a problem. Now comes the task of removing the plague from the entire city. I leave this to you, Ferguson, Terry said, bowing respectfully. Caitlin, sensing Kelvin's thoughts, added, Sir, I haven't slept since yesterday. By the clock, it should be mid-morning now. But for some reason, the sun hasn't risen. If you don't believe me, I can call the other guardians over. Seeing Caitlin's earnest expression, Kelvin realized he wasn't lying. This phenomenon of the sun not rising was unprecedented. Is Kia awake? Kelvin asked. Kia, as a deity maiden from one of the 4 blessed lands, and Shenzhai, possessed vast resources unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, Kelvin planned to consult her about the current situation in Yuzhou City. Immortal Feather has awakened and is waiting for you in the hall, Caitlin answered. Hearing this, Kelvin strode toward the living room immediately. Inside, Kia also wore a serious expression. Chapter 419. Night? Day? What's going on? Kelvin looked at Jaylene, who was seated on a chair, and asked. I've had the Mirror Keepers check. It's as if Yuzhou City is surrounded by some kind of bewitching wall. Once you step outside the city gate, you mysteriously reappear inside the city. Fulton, who had been guarding Kelvin's door all along, was unaware of this news. In this world, supernatural phenomena do exist. However, with the cultivation of the Mirror Keepers, it would be very difficult to fool them. Therefore, when Jaylene heard this news, she felt an ominous sense. Have you ever seen such a situation in the Anshanchai's archive? Kelvin also realized that things were not simple. Correction. Have you come across any record of this situation in the Anshanchai's archives? Kelvin realized that the matter was not simple. For better fluency and accuracy, the corrected sentence ensures that the meaning is clearly conveyed and reads more naturally in English. Additionally, it maintains consistency in style and terminology. If it were just the sun not rising, it wouldn't mean much. But now, since leaving Yuzhou City has become impossible, it clearly indicates someone wants to trap everyone within Yuzhou City. No matter what these people's intentions are, judging from their actions alone, they're certainly not good people. The library at the Mirror Platform is almost as comprehensive as one of the 4 great blessed lands, the Anshan Hermitage. However, Kelvin's time at the Mirror Platform wasn't long enough for him to thoroughly review all its collections. Jaylene grew up in the Anshan Hermitage, and being its divine maiden, she had access to many secrets unknown to others. I once saw a fragment in the Hermitage's library describing an ancient formation capable of producing such effects. However, because it's from ancient times, this formation has vanished from the world. At first, I always thought the events recorded in the fragment were fabricated. How could there be such a grand and mysterious formation in the world? Unbelievably, today I actually witnessed it in Yuzhou City, Jaylene said after pondering for a while. Does the fragment mention how to break the formation? Kelvin asked. Anything related to ancient times is never simple. Kelvin hoped Jaylene could recall whether the fragment mentioned any solutions. That's only a fragment. The records about the formation are incomplete, not mentioning anything about dismantling this massive formation. Jaylene shook her head. If there were ways to dismantle it, she would have acted immediately instead of waiting until now. After musing for a moment, Kelvin concluded that given the current situation, he could only wait and see. The immediate task was to reassure the citizens of Yuzhou City and check the progress of Terry and the Divine Doctor in treating the affected citizens. With this in mind, Kelvin stood up and headed towards the door. Seeing this, Jaylene decided to join him. With the uncertain current situation in Yuzhou City and the lurking ex-city lord having ulterior motives, Kelvin did not reject Jaylene's suggestion. When the two arrived at the area where the miraculous formula was being concocted, They could smell the medicinal aroma even from afar. Many severely ill citizens lay sprawled across the yard. Perhaps due to their illnesses, these citizens of Yuzhou City paid little attention to why the sun hadn't risen and simply lay lists of the Yuzhou City citizens and could not expect to repair relations quickly. At this moment, Kelvin felt almost elated. As he slowly walked deeper into the crowd, more spiritual energy in Kelvin's mind transformed into purple factors. Perhaps because the citizens of Yuzhou City had lived in dire straits for so long, these citizens provided more substantial and concentrated purple factors to Kelvin compared to the citizens of the capital. Kelvin couldn't help but feel overjoyed and treated these 6 citizens with even greater warmth. Witnessing such warmth, the citizens felt honored and respected him even more, as no official had ever treated them like this before. Even the smallest officials of Yuzhou City treated them with condescension. But as a senior official from the capital, Kelvin had no airs about him. Magistrate Phelan is truly our honest and upright official. Yes, without Magistrate Phelan, we'd still be suffering in dire straits. Magistrate Phelan is the best official I've ever seen. Magistrate Phelan, please accept our prostration. Saying this, the citizens of Yuzhou City dragged their ailing bodies to kneel and kowtow to Kelvin. Their act was sincere, not related to Kelvin's position or status. Helping an Aryangli citizen rise, Kelvin shouted loudly, "Everyone, please get up. Focus on getting well. You will have better days ahead." His voice echoed, wisely swallowed his retort. While Terry was powerful, Myrtle was the holy woman of Anshan Shrine. There was no telling what card she might hold. Terry certainly didn't want to invite trouble. "What are you doing here?" Terry glared at Kelvin. "The two of you have worked hard helping the people. I'm here to show some concern," Kelvin replied. "Showing concern indeed. You people from the mirror platform never bring anything when you come to comfort someone?" Terry shot him a sidelong glance. Kelvin had already cheated him out of 200,000 spirit stones and was still going to take him to his treasure trove after everything in Yuzhou City was resolved. Terry was not about to let go easily. Though he knew it was unlikely to swindle something too valuable from Kelvin, even a small amount would be good. But who was Kelvin? This kind of provocation wouldn't faze him. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Don't get hung up on the details. You are the city lord of Yuzhou City. Think bigger. This petty attitude is why you lose the hearts of the people. As Kelvin's words landed, Terry felt like someone was stabbing his heart with swords, one after another. His lips twitched involuntarily. He no longer wanted to engage with Kelvin. His words were just too infuriating. He was worried he might really die of anger if they continued talking. If he really died from Kelvin's provocations, Terry would be world-renowned. There had never been a city lord in Yuzhou City who died from being teased by their own allies. Humph. Terry huffed and turned back to prepare the medicinal decoctions. City Lord Adrian, don't. He watched as they resolved the crisis. Unless, the previous city lord's aim wasn't the plague itself but using it for other purposes. But what was his true purpose? Kelvin speculated. And was the ancient array, which only allowed entry, also the work of the previous city lord? If so, what connection existed between the plague and the array? A series of questions filled Kelvin's mind, but he lacked crucial information to connect the dots. He felt he only needed a catalyst to understand the answers. The current Yuzhou City is enveloped by an ancient array. Therefore, the city is shrouded in perpetual darkness. To be able to activate an ancient array, there must be something significant behind this. Kelvin shared the situation he knew. Upon hearing this, Terry paused his work and walked over to Kelvin. After listening to Kelvin, Terry pondered before saying uncertainly, "I once read a passage in an old record at the city lord residence that seems very similar to the current situation." "A passage? What does it say?" The Seymour asked curiously. "When darkness reigns supreme, and the sun no longer rises, all people will worship the divine artifacts. The key to the unknowable will appear, and the one who obtains the key shall achieve immortality." Terry recited the passage after some thought. Due to its mysterious nature, Terry had secretly investigated the meaning of this phrase, even checking historical records of Yuzhou City, but found nothing substantial. Gradually, he dismissed it as a prank, a joke played by some ancestors, and stopped paying attention. The current situation had revived this buried memory. The unknowable? Immortality? Myrtle murmured, thinking if there were similar records in Anshan Shrine. Kelvin furrowed his brows. He naturally didn't believe in immortality. Eminent lords couldn't attain it, so how could this legend be possible? However, someone proposing this idea was clearly not simple. The Seymour showed a fleeting excitement upon hearing Terry's words, unnoticed by Terry and Myrtle, but caught by Kelvin. Kelvin noted this but said nothing, asking Terry, "Is there anything else besides this passage?" Terry shook his head. It seems the previous city lord's goal was the key to the realm of immortality, and since he's hidden in the shadows, we can only wait for him to make his move. For now, let's cleanse the remaining plague from the people of Yuzhou City and then plan how to disrupt his scheme. Kelvin concluded. Chapter 421. Unexpected change. After hearing Kelvin's suggestion, the group did not argue and began methodically preparing medicinal broth for the citizens of Yuzhou City. The previous city lord had been active in Yuzhou City for many years. Trying to locate them within the vast city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Kelvin and company could only passively wait for Dylan's move. However, Kelvin believed that if Dylan's group sought the key and immortality toward the dark gold pot in his arms. Caught off guard, the dark gold pot flew out of Kelvin's grasp. He reached out but missed it by inches. The pot pierced the air at an unimaginable speed, swiftly reaching the symbol in the sky and landing perfectly in the empty space within the symbol. With the dark gold pot in place, the symbol became even more radiant, seeming almost alive, vibrating constantly as if welcoming the return of the dark gold pot. As the dark gold pot took its position, a faint flute melody echoed throughout Yuzhou City. Upon hearing the tune, the city's residents emerged from their homes in a daze, as if zombies. This melody matched exactly the one Kelvin and Kia heard when they first arrived. Not only were the citizens affected, but even Kia, Terry, and the Seymour also fell into a similar daze, joining the masses walking outside. Although Kia and Terry hadn't drunk the broth, they had ingested pills given by the Seymour. The only ones spared were Kelvin and the Mirror Storms. Senior, have you decided to continue pretending now that things have come to this? Kelvin asked the Seymour teasingly. Hearing this, the Mirror Storms' faces changed, eyes wary as they looked at the Seymour. Although they didn't understand what Kelvin meant, they trusted his judgment wholeheartedly. Since Kelvin said so, there must be something wrong with the Seymour. Ha 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 ha. The Seymour's gaze sharpened, bursting into laugh. Was merely Unity Realm. It doesn't make sense that you knew I wiped out the Pan family in Feishing Valley but still sent just a few Unity Realm experts. The plague in Yuzhou City was manageable except for the plague source. If you truly intended to use this plague to harm people, you should have tried stopping me from curing the citizens. But you didn't. And just now, when the flute music started and controlled all of Yuzhou City, it all made sense. You plan to use this plague to make every citizen take the medicine to control them. Clapping slowly, the Seymour responded, indeed worthy of being the youngest mirror holder in history. Your intelligence is genuinely awe-inspiring. Given a few more years, perhaps you would surpass us old-timers. But alas, you won't have that chance. In the next moment, the Seymour's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, revealing the aura of a cavernous spirit realm cultivator. The Mirror Storms drew their weapons, surrounding the Seymour. Though no match for him, they wouldn't allow him to reach Kelvin. Do you really dare kill me? Not even 10,000 evils from the Scenery Realm or Ione could do it. Do you think your mere cavernous spirit realm cultivation can achieve that? Kelvin sneered, ordering the Mirror Storms to step back. The Seymour's face showed genuine fear upon hearing this. Chapter 422. Solo Battle Against the Seymour. In their organization, it's not just Ely and Marta who are powerful Exit Scenic Realm cultivators. The leader and the sixth Aryan are both Exit Scenic Realm powerhouses, and even Faith is almost at the Exit Scenic Realm. It could be said that within their alliance, the Seymour has the weakest cultivation, merely being at the Cave Spirit Realm. However, he wasn't brought into this alliance because of his cultivation, but due to his unparalleled skill with medicines. The drugs used to control the populace of Yuzhou City were exclusively developed by the Seymour. Given the strength of this organization, killing Kelvin, who is merely at the late fusion realm, would be ridiculously easy. Even Fadi, also a Cave Spirit Realm cultivator, couldn't protect him. The only reason they hadn't acted was uncertainty about whether Kelvin still had any hidden moves from Aldo left up his sleeve. If Kelvin had another trump card from Aldo, no matter how many people they sent, it would amount to sending them to slaughter. During these 2 days spent together, the Seymour hadn't detected anything unusual about Kelvin. That's why he was considering directly taking Kelvin down. However, what Kelvin had just said made the Seymour hesitate. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of 10,000 possibilities. You're just afraid of one. What if Kelvin still had a hidden move from Aldo? He might end up seeing Yama, the god of death. How come? Too scared to make a move? Just now, your aura was quite impressive. Cave Spirit Realm, so terrifying. Kelvin crossed his arms, though while verbalized Kelvin before he reacted, then slowly torture him. The Seymour's speed was indeed very fast, catching even the Storm Mirror unaware. However, the Seymour underestimated Kelvin, thinking that Kelvin survived only due to Aldo's gifts and Fadi's protection. Without those, Kelvin would have died countless times over. After all, in his eyes, a measly fusion realm cultivator was little different from a chick. As the Seymour's hand approached, Kelvin suddenly propelled himself backward like a cannonball, leaping onto the rooftop behind him. Seeing Kelvin's extraordinary speed, which far exceeded a normal fusion realm's capability, the Seymour was taken aback, wondering if this was humanly possible. The strength of a Cave Spirit Realm is just this much? You're not much of a Cave Spirit Realm. Maybe you got here through pills. Kelvin mocked. Hearing Kelvin's taunts, anger flared on the Seymour's face. As a Seymour, he naturally didn't need to fight or vie for opportunities like ordinary cultivators. After treating patients, he demanded substantial fees, often including rare treasures and items that enhance cultivation. In a way, it wasn't wrong to say the Seymour had reached the Cave Spirit Realm through pills. Even if this was true, hearing it from someone weaker than himself felt rather insulting to the Seymour. If this spread around, that a Cave Spirit Realm cultivator failed to subdue a Fusion Realm Kelvin and instead got mocked, it would be a humiliation for all Cave Spirit Realm experts. How could a prideful Seymour accept such a result? Brat Kelvin, don't get carried away. Roaring angrily at Kelvin, the Seymour lunged again, feeling a suppressive force emanating from within him. He was subtly employing a strand of his inner domain power to suppress Kelvin. Seeing the Seymour take the battle seriously, Kelvin dropped his carefree attitude and grew serious. Although he had been mocking the Seymour, he knew from experience how formidable Cave Spirit Realm cultivators could be. Had he not had a robust foundation and a pseudo-core in his body, he would likely have been instantly killed by a Cave Spirit Realm expert upon meeting. Even now, facing the Seymour, Kelvin felt pressured. Only during their combat did Kelvin have a chance, using the pseudo-core within him to retaliate and gain a win. Using his domain power, the Seymour's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kelvin. True Essence formed a large sword, slicing fiercely toward Kelvin. Seeing the True Essence sword getting closer, Kelvin, as if unaware, struck fiercely with his fist toward the Seymour's head. At this critical moment, Kelvin opted for a mutual destruction tactic. Whether sliced by the sword or hit by the fist on the head, the outcome would be the same, death. When the Seymour saw Kelvin's sneering face, he was startled. The rising anger in his heart diminished instantly. The Seymour suspected that Kelvin was luring him into a trap, intending to kill him with Aldo's remaining techniques. When the True Essence sword was less than 3 centimeters from Kelvin's neck, it suddenly shattered into nothingness. He then quickly used his elbow to guard his head against Kelvin's punch. A loud bang echoed. Kelvin and the Seymour each took 3 steps back. Kelvin felt his punch land on steel, causing slight pain, and the Seymour fared no better. His arm felt as though it had been hit by a train, losing all sensation. Boy, not bad strength. The Seymour squinted his eyes, looking at Kelvin. The impact just now was far beyond a peak fusion realm's capabilities, nearly rivaling that of an early-stage cave spirit realm. Such profound true essence power might match the heirs of the 4 blessed lands. Just alright, but it should be enough to deal with you, Kelvin said. ####Chapter 423. Defeat the cave spirit. Of course, if you are willing to hand over the antidote that controls Kia, I can't consider sparing you. What do you think? Kelvin said leisurely as he looked at the Seymour. Kelvin spoke casually, as if the Seymour were a mere plaything in his hands. His attitude enraged the Seymour, who could only laugh spitefully. Young man, it seems you prefer the bitter cup to the sweet one. Deciding to give Kelvin a real lesson, the Seymour wanted him to understand the true meaning of never offending someone at the cave spirit realm. In the next moment, the true essence energy from the Seymour's body burst out. Unlike others, his true essence energy was an inky green. Moreover, with the appearance of the Seymour's true essence energy, the plants and trees around him began to wither visibly. Boy, let me show you what it means to master both medicine and poison. With that, he pushed off the ground, charging at Kelvin like a whirlwind. His movements stirred up gusts of wind blowing in all directions. Upon smelling the foul odor carried by the wind, some of the storm mirror people staggered, while those with weaker cultivation actually fell to the ground, losing their ability to act. The Seymour's true essence energy contained potent toxins. Generally, true essence energy is formed from the spiritual chi in the air, and its nature is fixed. However, the Seymour had forcefully altered his entire true essence energy into a poisonous attribute. Even Kelvin had to admit that the Seymour was quite resourceful. Such an advantage was naturally advantageous when facing adversaries. Unfortunately for the Seymour, Kelvin, besides being lower in cultivation, possessed the identity of a lamplighter which completely nullified his poisonous powers. Kelvin felt slightly dizzy for a moment, but the 3 lamps on his shoulder flickered, dispelling the dizziness. However, just this split-second delay allowed the Seymour's attack to reach Kelvin. Facing the Seymour's powerful assault, Kelvin remained composed, without a trace of fear. Pretending to be calm, the Seymour scoffed inwardly, accelerating his movements. But then, something astonishing happened. Kelvin sidestepped, exposing his heart directly towards the Seymour's strike. The sudden change in tactics stunned the Seymour. Others would always try to protect their vital spots during combat, to avoid enemy attacks. But not Kelvin. He acted as if he were afraid that the enemy wouldn't target his vital points, offering them up voluntarily. If it were anyone else, the Seymour would have been delighted. But this wasn't just anyone, it was Kelvin. Worried about triggering unexpected consequences, he had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw his attack. You're getting on in years, don't you think? Why not go home, play with your kids, or tease the dogs? Why must you meddle here? Do you perhaps have fertility issues and no children? Kelvin said, eyeing the Seymour suspiciously. Already seething with anger, hearing Kelvin's provocation made the Seymour feel like his head was going to explode. Boy, you'd better watch out. If I don't flay you alive, I swear I won't live another day. After saying this, he formed a blade made of toxic true essence energy and slashed toward Kelvin's right arm. Well, then you'd better try harder. Kelvin responded, sidestepping again, positioning his head directly under the true essence energy blade. Although Kelvin couldn't match the Seymour's speed, exposing his vital points was surprisingly simple. After all, as they say, seeking life might be hard, but seeking death isn't too difficult, is it? Seeing this, the Seymour hurriedly changed his attack. But Kelvin clung to him like a stubborn dog-pelt plaster, always managing to expose his vital points. The Seymour even suspected whether Kelvin had trained specifically to trigger such reactions. But unfortunately for him, Kelvin wouldn't provide any answers. They fought from the ground to the rooftops, and from the rooftops into the sky. On the surface, the Seymour's offensive seemed relentless, always taking the initiative. But only he knew the frustration within. If possible, the Seymour would have left Kelvin alone. But letting Kelvin run free would lead to more chaos, potentially ruining their plans. Damn it, why can't you fight normally? When Kelvin once again exposed himself to the Seymour's attack, the latter finally snapped, erupting in rage. He had never encountered someone like Kelvin before. Can't we just fight properly instead of playing dirty? Sure, you could cripple yourself, or seal your... Watching Kelvin's onslaught, the Seymour didn't even bother with complex maneuvers. Instead, he wrapped his fist in true essence energy and pounded straight at Kelvin's fist. Their fists collided violently. Before the Seymour could react, his right arm shattered into pieces, continuing towards his chest. Domain power. Impossible. How can you have domain power? Staring at his shattered arm, the Seymour exclaimed in disbelief, attempting to summon his own domain power to counter. Unfortunately, the Seymour was too slow. Kelvin's punch struck his chest. With a scream of agony, the Seymour flew backward, crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, using his remaining arm to prop himself up, the Seymour looked at Kelvin with shock and horror etched on his face. Chapter 424. The Antidote. Who are you really? The Seymour looked at Kelvin with shock and horror. He simply couldn't believe that a Unity Realm powerhouse could actually use the domain exclusive to Cave Spirit Realm cultivators. Just because of this oversight, he gave Kelvin the opportunity to severely injure him. Who am I? Oh well, it's a question that even I have long forgotten. Kelvin sighed and then mysteriously said, I'll tell you the secret of who I am, but you must never tell anyone else. The Seymour froze upon hearing Kelvin's words. His question was asked casually. Who could have guessed that Kelvin truly had another identity? Let me tell you quietly, I'm your left eye. It was Kelvin stomping on his leg. There, straight legs bent into a V-shape under Kelvin's feet. Severe pain made sweat immediately break out all over the Seymour's body. Oops, sorry. Hearing you say no to giving me the antidote got me agitated. Accidentally stepped on your leg. Kelvin emphasized the word accidental, though there wasn't an ounce of apology on his face. Kelvin, you? The Seymour's lips quivered with anger. Old man, just give me the antidote. Without it, I don't know what I might do. After all, the girl you poisoned is my fiancée. Kelvin interrupted the Seymour and spoke. No. Before the Seymour could finish speaking, he felt severe pain in his other leg. Kelvin had already broken his other leg. Oops, stepped on that one too. Kelvin said. Kill me, I won't give you the antidote. I want your fiancé to join me in death. The Seymour yelled with a sinister look. Is that so? After speaking, Kelvin slowly turned his gaze to a sensitive part of the Seymour's body. Realizing Kelvin's intentions, the Seymour shuddered. Legs can break, blood can flow, but the third leg must not be harmed. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Come closer. The terrified Seymour said. Hearing this, Kelvin squatted down. Then the Seymour reached into his robe. In the next moment, his frightened expression turned ruthless as he threw a handful of white powder into Kelvin's face. Go to hell. What the Seymour handed Kelvin wasn't Kia's antidote, but poison. Seeing the poisonous powder coming towards him, Kelvin quickly held his breath, but these powders seemed alive, burrowing through his skin. Wherever the poisonous powder went, a scorching sensation arose. Before Kelvin could react, the powder had already pierced through his skin and entered his body. Facing the invading poison, Kelvin remained calm, and 3 lights erupted around his body. The firelight burned the poisonous powder completely clean. The 3 lamps could counteract the plague chi for a while, let alone the poison sprinkled by the Seymour. Seeing Kelvin's flushed face return to normal instantly, the Seymour was disheartened. Realizing he couldn't kill Kelvin today, he knew he was doomed. Soon after, Kia slowly woke up. What happened to me? Seeing herself bound, she asked confusedly. Life was too boring, so I helped you find some fun. Kelvin untied Kia as he spoke. Kia wanted to say something, but the next moment, a thunderous voice interrupted. The true self arrives. No disease can thrive. True self emperor, grant us eternal life. The sound echoed throughout the universe city. They controlled all of this. One symbol after another, like stars in the sky, decorated the formation, giving it an air of mystery. The instant the formation appeared, the entire city's mental energy surged towards the sky like a tidal wave. Naturally, Kelvin and company noticed this unusual situation. They lifted their heads and saw a figure standing aloft in midair. A vast amount of mental energy swirled around the figure in the sky, with 1/10 of it flowing into the Tad's body. The remaining 9/10 was absorbed by a golden circular object in his left hand. As mental energy continuously poured into the golden circular object, the world was filled with sacred chanting. The chants grew louder and louder until they resonated like a mighty bell. Not only that, but as the chanting persisted, a Buddhist paradise appeared out of thin air, a real one. However, when this paradise first appeared, it was desolate and overgrown with weeds. The palaces within were broken and shattered. As mental energy flooded into the paradise like a tide, it emitted blinding Buddha light. Wherever the light shone, the shattered palaces automatically repaired themselves, glowing brilliantly with gold. The statues inside seemed to come alive, gazing down with faint smiles, as if watching their own followers. Soon, under the illumination of the Buddha light, the entire paradise was renewed, with no trace of the... However, the evil Buddha could ensure that his Aldo position was passed down eternally through the relic, an unparalleled genius. Unfortunately, the path of the evil Buddha was exceedingly evil. In ancient times, he wreaked havoc across the continent, leaving corpses strewn wherever he went. Ultimately, it took the holy clans to suppress him, but his death was incomplete. He had already detached his Aldo path and handed it to his disciple, who inherited the position flawlessly using secret techniques. Only then did the world learn of his method, which shocked everyone. After the holy clans exterminated his disciple, everyone thought they had destroyed the evil Buddha's legacy. Who would have thought that after so many years, the Tad had obtained both the evil Buddha's secret technique and the relic? But although this relic's paradise seems restored, there are still cracks. Can he really become a Aldo using this relic? Terry, also amazed, watched the paradise in the sky and asked in confusion. A broken paradise cannot make a Aldo, which is why he needs to collect mental energy. Only a vast amount of mental energy can restore the Aldo path within the relic. Terry continued, no wonder the Pan family uses the dark gold pot to collect mental energy. It must be to restore the evil Buddha's path. Asia shook her head. The Pan family likely isn't collecting for that. Supernatural means to create a pseudo-Aldo. Such an achievement was unprecedented. Perhaps only evil Buddha could accomplish it. Chapter 426, Conflict. Although Myrtle also marveled at the brilliance of CFO Xuanhuan, she was more acutely aware that if the void person succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. The path of Xuanhuan that CFO followed seemed to have an almost magical effect, gradually transforming one's character into a bloodthirsty being who craved others' spiritual power. That would unleash another catastrophe. The void person was willing to use all the people of Yujo City as sacrifices to collect spiritual power, revealing his twisted nature. If he truly succeeded, the world would likely plunge into chaos and carnage once again. Now that the Holy Clan had been annihilated, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat a Xuanhuan who wielded the great way of CFO. Thinking about the possibility of the void person succeeding, Myrtle's face showed a look of terror. Master Phelan, you must stop that person. Absolutely do not let him succeed. Myrtle said to Kelvin. Upon hearing this, Kelvin was momentarily speechless. Myrtle had just shown her true colors, treating him with respect when needed but reverting to casual terms at other times. However, Kelvin understood the urgency and did not dwell on it further. Time is of the essence. Let's act together. As he spoke, their true essence surged like raging rivers from within them. Then, the three soared into the air, charging toward the void person. The immense power they released made even the void tremble slightly, showcasing its enormity. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the void person encased in Buddha light, unleashing powerful forces upon him. Yet, these Buddha lights were like an impenetrable golden body, tightly enclosing the void person. The The strength the trio unleashed was formidable, but it couldn't break through the Buddha lights by even a fraction. The force hitting the Buddha lights dissipated like stones sinking into the ocean. Dylan, as the Tad of Yuzhou City, how could you bear to sacrifice an entire city to satisfy your selfish desires? Terry, recognizing the void person's identity up close, said indignantly. Ha, city lord? Dylan replied disdainfully. Would being a city lord help me advance? For greater power, what harm is there in sacrificing some Yuzhou City residents? To Dylan, the citizens of Yuzhou City were like livestock to be controlled and disposed of at will. Hearing this, Terry's anger flared, but Dylan interrupted him. Don't worry, these Yuzhou City residents won't die in vain. After I fuse with the true Tao of xuanhuan, I'll always remember them. And to repay the kindness of Yuzhou City's residents, I'll send those still alive down to reunite with their families. Dylan said with a sinister smile. With the opening of the true Tao of xuanhuan, it began influencing Dylan. Although he previously resorted to any means to achieve his goals, he now looked far more monstrous. You deserve death. Enraged, Terry fiercely attacked the Buddha light enveloping Dylan. Though silent, Myrtle and Kelvin increased the frequency of their attacks on the Buddha light. Dylan watched them mockingly, noting the considerable restoration of structures inside the xiuxian through spiritual power. He then began attempting to fuse his golden victory with the Buddha light. As it was his first try, the fusion process was very slow but undeniable. Seeing this, Myrtle, furiously attacking the Buddha light, grew frantic. If Dylan succeeded, not only would they be unable to leave Yuzhou City, but the entire city might become a dead land. Myrtle realized they couldn't continue like this and needed to find a way to stop Dylan. No holding back, unleash our full strength. Her delicate cry resonated, and the power of her domain rose from deep within her. The domain power intertwined and merged with her true essence, forming a jade white hand. Immediately, the white hand struck toward the golden Buddha light. Acton Jian Gu myriad swords converge. Kelvin also summoned the power of his false Dan, conjuring a pitch-black sword formed from countless sword energies, which then charged toward the golden Buddha light. Sensing the immense power contained in the two attacks, Terry also used his greatest strength against the golden Buddha light. Boom! The instant their attacks collided with the golden Buddha light, a deafening explosion echoed. Moments later, endless energy waves erupted from the point of contact. Kelvin and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance. Fortunately, the battle was high above the ground. Otherwise, many Yuzhou City residents would likely perish from the aftermath of the collision. Myrtle anxiously stared at the sight of the energy burst, eager to know the outcome. With such powerful energy, those golden lights shouldn't hold out, Terry said uncertainly. To bolster his confidence, he gritted his teeth and affirmed, they must have failed. Those golden lights must have been shattered by our attacks. Though Myrtle didn't respond, her eyes remained glued to the energy waves without blinking. When the energy waves dispersed, revealing the interior, despair washed over Terry and Myrtle. The golden Buddha lights remained unscathed, and within, Dylan quietly observed them. Is that all you've got? I expected you to surprise me, but you can't even break my defenses. Dylan sneered, revealing contempt and mockery on his face. Seeing Dylan's smugness, Terry wanted to retort but found no words to say. In the current situation, if they couldn't stop Dylan, spouting empty threats was meaningless. Their best attack had barely scratched him, filling Terry with despair. Could they really not prevent Dylan from fusing with the xiuxian? Despair filled not only Terry but also Myrtle. Through their latest assault, she realized that nothing they could do would breach Dylan's defense. The Buddha lights contained xuanhuan power, leaving them helpless as they watched Dylan ultimately succeed in his fusion. Chapter 427, Holy Sword of the Sacred Race. As everyone fell silent, Dylan's mental power gradually merged with the Golden Buddhist realm, and it was unclear whether the Golden Buddhist realm had acknowledged Dylan or if Dylan had found the knack. But either way, their fusion was accelerating. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before Dylan fully merged with the Golden Buddhist realm. By then, the world would witness the emergence of a truly malevolent evil Buddha. Although Kelvin watched Dylan's gradual merging, a conflicted expression flickering in his eyes. Although the Golden Buddhist light was powerful, it wasn't personally wielded by the evil Buddha, but rather an automatic protective mechanism triggered by the evil Buddha's relic. So as long as it wasn't the Aldo himself wielding the golden light, Kelvin had ways to shatter the golden light barrier. However, he typically hesitated to use that weapon because it was too sensitive. But now, with desperate last stand, questioning whether someone facing Aldo's strength even qualified for such desperation. Unfazed by Dylan's mockery, Kelvin didn't respond. Instead, he mobilized the sword intent within his body. The vast